Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to the F1 Word and to Testing Live 2025. Let's have some lights on so you can see my beautiful face. How are we all doing this morning? I made the fatal error of having 5 more minutes in bed. That became 10 and then that became 15 and you know the rest, but we are here, we are live. Morning, Stuart. Sorry I didn't get to pop into chat this morning and say hi, but as I say, I decided to have an extra bit of time in bed, which was an error on my part.
Oh, no problem. I had my microphone turned off anyway, so I was busy making tea and rushing around. I also was a bit more lax this morning. Now I knew we could do it, and everything was working. How are you feeling about today? 90% risk of rain. Apparently, it's already on the driver's visors.
Or is George Russell sweating? We have to be sure on that, or we have to make sure we're right on that.
We'll check.
Yeah, no, 90% risk of rain. Also, track surface slippery in Sector 5. So I don't know what that means, whether there's been a bit of a downpour or as downpour as it gets in Bahrain. I don't know. But yeah, it could be interesting, could spice things up a bit. But as we said yesterday, only... is Aston Martin have 3 sets of the inters, and Haas have got 1 set of inters and 1 set of wets. So if it does come down, there are spots of rain on the camera lens. If it does rain heavily enough for intermediates, it could get quite I was gonna say interesting, but if you've only got 2 teams with wet tyres, probably quite dull. Think back to Spain a few years ago when it snowed in testing, of course, and yeah. I think about 6 cars did laps all day. So yeah, hopefully, I'm conflicted from a content perspective, and for our own sanity. I'd like to see lots of cars out there, but also some lap time, some extra lappage for Aston Martin and Haas in the wet could set them up quite nice if we get some wet races early in the season, sort of ride height levels and things like that. So, you know, it might spice things up early in the season.
I mean, what this does mean, of course, for right now is that basically they left the garage immediately. There's 7, 8 cars on track right now. So at least for now, before it rains, we're probably going to see a fair bit of track action because they want to get as many laps in as they can before the rain comes, if the rain comes. It's a very grey sky out there. This is a very different looking day than it was to yesterday. So it could get a bit interesting, but if the clouds part, if it rains and then the clouds part and the sun comes out, we are in Bahrain, so it should dry up pretty quickly. I don't think we'll be in a sort of waterlogged situation for the rest of the day. But what do I know? What do I know about the Bahraini weather? So yeah, it could have an interesting day ahead. Interesting is a mixed word. Maybe we'll see a lot of Aston Martin action today instead.
That'd be good fun. Give them a head start. It's a good point as well on the if it does rain, you know, it's cold in Bahrain. It's 13.1 degrees air temperature. It's 3 here in Lincoln, so that's positively tropical in Bahrain at the moment. So it would dry up fairly quickly, but obviously not as quickly as if it rained on a race weekend in the middle of the day. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But like you say, lots of laps I would expect now pretty quickly. I did have a quick look last night after the stream, and I couldn't see anything on how the tyres are done on TV or multi-viewer, so we'll have to muddle our way through that again today, but we'll see how we go. I suspect you might be right on the manual, entering it all manually into the system, so that could be why. So we're not sure what the lines mean. I'm going to stick with used for now, because I think that's probably what they are.
I think that's true. I'm looking at it now. I can see Hamilton's on the C3, but he's marked down with a stripe through the tyre on multi-viewer, so I think that means they've been scrubbed in. I might be using a set of tires that was used a little bit yesterday. So yeah, I think it's the same as it always is. I think it's a used tire, and if it's got a line through it, and a fresh tire if it hasn't got a line through it, for the most part.
Yeah, because on multi-view it says Hamilton's done 19 laps on those tyres, but he's only done 2 laps today, so that would make sense that they're definitely used then, yeah. So we'll just have to say a medium tyre unless we get the information from TV. But we'll try and keep an eye on who does what and let you know. But in the car today, this morning we've got Liam Lawson, Oscar Piastri, Lewis Hamilton for Ferrari, George Russell, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Yuki Tsunoda, Carlos Sainz, and Nico Hulkenberg. Sainz and Lawson, the only drivers in all day, unless that changes, of course. But that's a thought, actually. If it does rain, let's say we have a good downpour for an hour or whatever, and it stops drivers like Hamilton, like Piastri, like Russell going out. I wonder if the teams might swap up their plan and give those drivers a whole day when the track dries up this evening, and then switch it over tomorrow and let the other driver have the full day.
Quite possibly. We've seen that kind of thing before where drivers have been given shorter sessions and they've done some swapping around to make sure there's a bit of balance there. I guess we'll see how they react. Yesterday, I mean, if people weren't watching yesterday or didn't catch up on testing news yesterday, we lost an hour due to a power cut at the track. Luckily, they got that hour back within the same session. They just extended it in the afternoon. So, well, guess we'll see how everybody reacts to today. But hopefully we'll get a decent full day of testing and not too much disruption. I will say the positive for Aston Martin is that obviously they've got these intermediate tyres. They will need the extra track time today. They did the least running of anyone yesterday. The only team not to crack 3 digits worth of laps. Only 88 yesterday, 46 for Alonso and 42 for Stroll. Everyone else did over 100. Who has got the most yesterday with 160, if my adding is correct.
They did indeed, yeah.
It might be a chance for Aston Martin to catch up if it does rain enough to need those inters.
So Yuki Tsunoda, by the way, with the most fantastic aero rakes I've ever seen on that Racing Bulls car. For a distance, I got flies flying around it, but no, that is pretty massive. I watched Ted's notebook this morning, or listened to it whilst I was in the shower, and he was talking about Haas. And he said what we were saying yesterday, that there's no need to worry about Haas being bottom of the timesheets. They, and to quote him, did what Haas do in testing, and that is they just focused on working on the tyres, getting their long run pace down. And I think that's the smart thing to do for Haas. So those that were concerned yesterday about Haas, don't worry, they're absolutely fine. Also, one old man complaint. Ted said that apparently Crofty said when the power went out yesterday, it's lights out and away the fuse blows. I hate to be that guy. It wasn't a fuse. So I get the joke and I get what he's trying to do, but it wasn't a fuse. So come on, Crofty. Factually incorrect joke, but I get it.
Inaccurate jokes. Yeah. Perhaps he didn't know yet it was a substation.
Maybe, yeah. Anything
it's
for
hard to
a
put
pun of
substation
sorts.
into a pun, isn't it?
So what have we got? What have we got? There's so much track action already, but it's calming down a bit now. Hamilton, Ocon, the only ones out there. Already 7 laps on the board for Hulkenberg, and we've been going for 12 minutes. So they've been cracking on. I'll read you the tyres on the board for what it's worth. 1:33.8 for Russell. We're a long way away from yesterday's fastest time, which was a 30.4 from Norris, if I recall. Hamilton now goes fastest on a 33.6. Hulkenberg third on a 36.5. Lawson 37.8. Tsunoda 37.9. Ocon 43.2. You know what's coming. The times mean nothing. Certainly first thing on a morning in testing. But in terms of lap count, 7 for Hulkenberg, 6 for Russell, 5 for Hamilton. They are the top 3. Ocon's done 5 as well. But it's all about, we tend to see a lot of aero rakes first thing, don't we? On testing in the morning, and a bit in practice as well sometimes. So obviously that's optimal time to get that out of the way while the track's maybe not in the best window, let's say. But good news on Haas, I guess, is my overarching point there, Stuart, is that it wasn't an issue with the car.
Yeah, that's kind of what we speculated, and we're glad. But they tend to be much more conservative in the last few years in running testing, where they have very specific things they want to focus on and test, and they're not necessarily pushing for pace. We may see some pacey runs from them later on, just to make sure the car actually does have some speed in it. But the good news is they got the laps in as usual. They just ran, and so hopefully, and they've got intermediate tires as well. So hopefully nothing will be able to hold them back, even if it does rain. Of course, testing becomes slightly different at that point. I imagine them being quite conservative, even if it does rain, and they've got the tires. So we'll see. They've got a more modest aero rake on the front of the car in the same place as the Racing Bull. That Racing Bull with the big old aero rake behind both the front tires. This is a slightly niche reference, especially if you don't live in the UK. It looked like it was ready to do the gauntlet in Gladiators.
Yes. Oh.
If those were 2 pads, it wouldn't want to go against that.
The gauntlet in Gladiators, which, you know, I'm not saying the world's gone soft or anything like that, but definitely easier in the reboot than it was in the old days as an event.
Yeah,
very niche conversation.
They made it slightly trickier this series than last series. They made it a little bit longer, and they have less time to do it in because they just sailed through it last year. 15 minutes in, and we have shifted from the track action to gladiators.
More importantly, I shut the dog out, and he's not happy with me at all. I've just let him in. We're 15 minutes in, and we're on gladiators. Next up, Holby City, and White was wrong to cancel it, which I haven't watched ever, so I don't know why I said that. So who cares? Anyway, I think it has been made trickier this series, but it was definitely easy last series. I couldn't do it, but I get what you're saying. But yeah, Haas in the pits now, and all those cars that were out there are now in the pits, and it's a game over. That's it for now. Kind of mini aero rakes on the front of the Ferrari front wing. They're just showing a slow-mo replay of now, which when you compare to the Haas and the Racing Bulls, it's nothing really. But I wish I knew what they did like properly, that like could see the data from what they did and could get somebody to like pour over it.
Really see if we can find some images. The interesting thing about the Ferrari aero rakes is, so they actually do look like little rakes, little 4-pronged rakes, and they're both sticking out the front of the front wing. And so the interesting thing to me about that is they seem to be measuring the airflow before it even hits the car, as far as I can see. So it's not measuring anything the car's doing. So I wonder. I mean, the replays we're seeing are slow-mo and close-up. We can't see what they're doing. I wonder if they plan to run that and sit behind another car, perhaps.
Maybe.
And measure what it's like to be in the airflow behind a car and take that data home. I'm not sure. But that is an interesting place to have an aero device for me.
I'm just thinking, you'd think that year 5 of these regulations, they might have that down by now. Or year 4. It's only year 4, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, it's only year 4 of the regulations. It could be. I'm just trying to think what else it could be. So like you say, it's not measuring anything over the car, is it? So it has to be something else. But maybe they'll tell us. Maybe they'll tell us. They always tell us everything, Ferrari. Just like why about 42 minutes ago they revealed that Hamilton was in the car this morning. They always like to keep us in the loop.
Yeah.
Robot Wars are a very good tangent, and Jack's favourite tangent as well. So there we go. AJ says, do you guys think if Hadjar doesn't perform, RB will immediately hype train Lindblad into a seat like Merck did with Kimi? I'd be very surprised if they did. Even if Hadjar has a bit of a rocky season, I think it'd be different to the De Vries situation. De Vries wasn't one of the drivers they poured a ton of money and a ton of effort into to develop over the years. I think Hadjar will get the season, whatever happens, because he is a Red Bull junior. They've backed him through his junior career. So I would be surprised if they just ditch him. Like I said, the De Vries situation was quite a different one because he wasn't one of their juniors and he was kind of put in that car because he had a good Monza. Basically, and so I suspect they'll stick with Hadjar whatever happens, because I think it'd be a bit, well, I was going to say a bit unfair and a bit harsh to just drop him because of one bad season, but this is Red Bull we're talking about, so who even knows anymore? But no, I think Hadjar might surprise a few, but it'll be tough against Yuki with his experience. And Yuki's got a kind of touch that, yes, he got a point to prove this year because he can't be at Racing Bulls forever, in theory, if they still are a Red Bull junior team. So he's got to start looking for his future. So he needs a really good year. And if Aston can't get Verstappen and Alonso retires, Tsunoda might be where they go. And I'm not comparing Verstappen to Tsunoda, although, you know, the Japanese ties to Honda, if they do get Verstappen, go for Tsunoda as well. Verstappen, Tsunoda as teammates might be pretty fun. Good lineup. But
I think, sort of tangentially to that, I was reading up some of the analysis from yesterday and stuff, and you know, while we're commenting all day long, it's not as easy to necessarily look at all the long run pace and try and make conclusions and run the numbers and stuff. But it seems that Racing Bull is not in a happy place yet. Its pace was sort of similar to Sauber. It looked a bit struggly. We saw them, you know, having some wobbles and Hadjar having a spin and stuff. So I think again, only day one of testing. If that Racing Bull is a bit of a struggle and a bit of a handful this year, I think they'll be more focused on sorting that out than trying to shuffle drivers around and things like that. I think Hadjar's performance, if he's maybe not having an amazing year, might sort of be lost a little bit in that car if that
Yeah.
car's not performing well. So let's see how it continues to do through testing. But yeah, it seems like they haven't quite found the pace of that car yet as well. Interestingly as well, I think some of the track analysts think the Red Bull itself is a bit of a handful at the moment, despite Verstappen seeming to have a quite consistent run yesterday. Yeah, so let's keep an eye on both of those today.
Yeah. I hadn't really picked up on that with the Red Bull yesterday, although a couple of moments for Verstappen, but the analysis I looked at was that everyone seems to think McLaren are looking very good, but I mean, I don't have all the data. We have quite a bit, but not all of it, so I don't know where they get it from, but I'm not sure how anyone can draw that conclusion after a day.
Yeah.
But there you go. Especially a day that was so interrupted like yesterday was with the long red flag and the cooler conditions, not as expected. So I mean, Norris did top the timesheets, I guess. That's maybe what they're getting from there. Have you got the Red Bulls and Pro Plus? This is mad if you do this all day again. Soon it will be Tired Talk. Very good. Sponsored by Pirelli. Very good. As Piastri heads back out on track. Yeah, we'll be here all day, and I'm all day again tomorrow with John T, Matt, and Sam. So it's going to be another long one tomorrow. But yeah. It's good fun. We enjoy it. Just be nice later when we start to get grumpy and tired. Is all I'll ask.
While you were talking, I made the terrible mistake of opening an Autosport window, and it started auto playing an advert at me really loudly in my ear. Never open Autosport.
Never open a website. Can't read anything online. Oh, here we go. Old man yells at clouds. There he goes. Every time you open a web, how many ads do you have to scroll through? And then you're reading a paragraph and then suddenly it jumps back to the top because an advert has to come in and you're like, ugh. Ad blocker. I need to get it.
Right. I say this as someone slightly older than you as well. I don't think this is old man shouts at cloud talk. I don't think young people are like, you old guys, we love adverts. We love websites that shout at you. We love not being able to read the article because it's just so full of adverts and content and pop-ups and newsletter things. No young person, and I'd bet my house on that I don't own. It loves that.
I was going to say, you're not old enough to... Surely you don't own a house. Not... No way. We'll never own homes. It's a good point. It's a fair point. It just felt a bit of a grumpy tangent, but we'll see. Well, to be fair, Mary says, what do you mean you don't love ads? Will you watch DTS, asks Corn. Probably not. I'd love to see her say yes, but probably not. I haven't watched since season 3, I think I said yesterday, so...
Oh, yeah. I saw the real thing. It had enough manufactured drama in it when it was just on Sky Sports. So I'm happy as it is.
Yeah, and as always, I'll always make the point. As much as I probably should watch it, I'm not the target audience, really. So it's more about... I think that's about attracting new fans and younger fans rather than... people have been watching for 30 odd years. They don't need to attract me. I'm still going to watch. So it doesn't interest me. I don't need the manufactured drama. Like Stuart said, we get enough of that anyway. So yeah, no, probably not.
There's an interesting thing I've sort of seen, and obviously it doesn't speak to everybody because DTS is still very popular. But I have seen, because I like scrolling through TikTok and stuff, and some of that content is F1, and then most of it isn't. But I've seen a little bit of a trajectory with young Formula One fans who at least put content out there, which is, I think a lot of them get in through Drive to Survive. I've met a lot of people who say they got into Formula One through Drive to Survive, which is fine and cool because it does make it exciting. And then they start watching seasons of F1 for real, and they really get into F1. And then they're like, Drive to Survive sucks. This is not what I saw. This is not what I watched on TV in real life and read in articles. This is all. By the way, no shade if you like Drive to Survive, but there is a kind of like there is an element of like, oh, now I've seen it for real, and I'm seeing all the kind of manufactured stuff and the accelerated drama and things like that, and some people just start going off the very thing that got them into F1. It's an interesting kind of pipeline, I think. And again, no shade if you like Drive to Survive. It's perfectly fine if that's what you like. But if you can see the sort of soap opera filter they've put over the events, sometimes that does rub you the wrong way.
Little moment in the pit lane there on pit exit between Lawson and Sainz. Sainz doing a practice start. Lawson coming down the pit lane, went to exit, and then Sainz pulled away. They're a bit side by side, and no contact, but Sainz having to back off to let Lawson through. A bit of confusion there, maybe at the end of the pit lane. But yeah, just the drive to survive thing. If you enjoy it, great. The moment I checked out was when it was Grosjean's crash. And they played his team radio from another race where he went, "Oh shit," as he went towards a barrier, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm out." There's no way. That's no way. He's not got the time to know what's happening at that moment. So, yeah. And there was another one as well. Was it a Seb Vettel one they played from Brazil after his Leclerc crash? But they played it over something else or something. I don't know. But it just that wasn't from there. So, if you enjoy it, great. If you don't, great. I'm not going to go. Plus, also, I always make this point as well. It's good that it attracts new young fans because when us all oldies are gone, someone's got to watch it. So, and if they're buying the merch and they're getting on board with the drivers, that helps the teams. And, it's good to keep the sport going. So, we all start somewhere. I started sitting with my granddad on his boat and we used to go fishing and watching it on a Sunday. Others have got into it through Drive to Survive, others through their parents, others just find it by accident. We all start somewhere. So, yeah, no shade at all, as the kids would say. Do they say that?
I say this to someone who loves watching The Traitors, which he's clearly
never watched it.
It's so good, but obviously there's a lot of editing and manufactured, and obviously it's manufacturing and how they provoke people to. It's good fun, and it doesn't feel too stupid. Yeah, I think it's. I watched the English one, I watched the American one, I watched the Australian one. I watched them all. It's my lovely trash TV.
See, mine's Big Brother. It'll always be Big Brother. So I'm not going to criticise anybody for watching Drive to Survive if I'm watching Big Brother. You're all forgiven. Who have we got out there? Lawson, Sainz, Ocon, Hamilton, Alonso, and Russell at the moment. All four of the others are in the pit lane. So Russell's currently fastest, 30.3. Lawson's moved up to second place, just now 32.1. So is that 30.3 quicker than yesterday?
Hang on.
It is. Norris was 34, wasn't he? 30.4.
There we go. We're away. Immediately.
And how does that rate compare to last year? Last year's fastest time on day 2, by the way, was a 29.9 from Carlos Sainz on the C4. So
I'm assuming that didn't come within the first half an hour. Not that we
no.
Not that we can tell. But all right, that is interesting. Of course, cooler conditions at the moment, which helps. Allows the softer tires to be last a little bit longer, and get into a better operating window. So that's good. Now day 2 is interesting for data because now we have to start cross-referencing everything, and I don't have my windows open with all like the times from yesterday and I put all the lap time, all the lap counts into my spreadsheet, but apart from that, yeah, we're gonna have to start going back and forth on today versus yesterday and all that stuff.
I don't actually have the times from yesterday up. That's terrible, isn't it? Oh, yeah, damn you, extra 5 minutes in bed.
Yeah.
I suppose I ought to use the work one, really. Once upon a time, it was Planet F1. Now it's the work one. How times change. It's all good fun. It's all good fun. Sorry, I'm scrolling and trying to make it sound like I'm doing something really exciting, but I'm not. I don't know why I didn't open these this morning. Sorry, Stuart. I'm just trying to. I'm sorry to fall into stereotypes, but I'm a man. I can't multitask.
I got my times open. So yeah, Norris 130.4, and then Russell was a 10th and a half behind that. So Russell has already improved, I want to say, over a second and a half from his time yesterday.
A second and a
Russell
half?
And sorry, a 10th and a half.
I was going to say, wow. Someone's on it this morning.
2.5 tenths, if I can add properly, yeah. So Russell and Antonelli are one of the team combinations that have swapped around on day 2. Russell did the afternoon yesterday, and he's now in the morning. Who else is doing that? Alpine have Gasly in this morning instead of doing. Haas have Ocon instead of Behrman. Racing Bulls have Tsunoda instead of Hadjar. And that's it. Those are the only teams that swap round. Everyone else is running the same way round they did yesterday.
I have times open. We're fine. And a ton of adverts. Look at that. Anyway.
Actually, Red Bull are doing Lawson all day long.
Yes.
That's a bit different. So,
which is a whole other conversation. So Norris yesterday was a 30.4, 52 laps. The most laps yesterday, by the way, was Esteban Ocon on 88, which totally confirms what Ted was saying and what we were speculating yesterday. They're focusing on the long run, 72 for Behrman, so quite a lot of laps in yesterday for them as Alonso. Another one having a twitch at turn 2 there. That was a popular place. 2 and 3 yesterday for a bit of twitching. Turn 4, obviously the favourite place, and then surprisingly, lots of lockups at turn 10. I know, such a shock. Always lockups down there. So it's the same with the F1 movie. It probably won't be great, but F1 might get new fans. As I know, that trailer looked. Who knew we needed Brad Pitt laying half naked on the sofa? There you go. Why not? Are there any panic rumours on the drivability of the new cars? Anything on Aston Martin? There seems to be very little info about them. Thank you for the live, by the way. No problem, Mark. Thank you for joining us this morning. I don't know what time it is where you are, but it's still early here in the UK, but always good fun. So, I know, well, Stuart's mentioned the Red Bull this morning. It might be a bit tricky. Aston, apparently, according to Ted, unless I misheard it, are fairly happy with where they are with the car. They seem to have a decent car, so that's a good start for them. Pierre Gasly as well. He said he doesn't like getting into the speculation about where people are, but he seemed fairly, in his tone, seemed fairly happy. I mean, by his tone, I mean, when you compare to testing last year where Alpine basically knew they had a crap car before they even got to testing, and they weren't having a great time. He seemed much more upbeat, I guess, this year, so that sounds positive. But it's really tricky to get all the info we need from drivers and teams, because we get a lot of, well, it's only testing and we can't really tell where we are and we won't know till Australia. So but yeah, the Aston, and actually on board with Alonso there through turn 10, it looked quite a nice little smooth turn in. So but Fernando is just Fernando, isn't he? So he could do that in a bus, frankly. He's just that good. But yeah, the Aston looks nice on board. It always does. But yeah, no, I've not got anything on drivability as such, but I do think things are looking better for Aston than this time last year, and certainly Alpine as well. But yeah, I'm a bit thrown off by the Red Bull thing, because like you say, Stuart, they looked okay to our relatively untrained eye on these things yesterday. So a bit of a surprise to hear they struggled a bit with their car, whether that's drivability or just balance.
I think people, obviously, a lot of this comes from observations, just watching them around the track and things, and we see things like we were noticing how things seemed a little bit twitchy for Ferrari under Hamilton, but some people are really mentioning that much. That's what I thought. It just seemed a little bit tricky for him yesterday. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing people were saying. Like, it seemed to be a little bit of a struggle to keep it steady on track. But we were watching Verstappen yesterday afternoon, looking at his times, and he was putting in really, really consistent runs. He on the hard tires, I can't remember which times he was doing, but something like 132s, like 132.3s over and over and over again. So he, I guess we all see what we want to see sometimes. And as we're going to say about 100 times over the course of this week, we're not going to know till Australia on Saturday, are we? Not this Saturday, but a qualifying day in Australia. So yeah, I don't think Red Bull is a bad place, as some people I've read say. And by bad place, I mean just having a little bit of a twitchy struggle to nail it down. But yeah, let's keep an eye on them. Lawson currently second, of course, so having done 10 laps, so he seems okay this morning.
It's funny though, I was talking to Thomas when I went to the offices in Leeds a couple of weeks back. Thomas, who is the who goes to the races for Planet F1. He's in the paddock again. I did a video online, so he's getting his content out. It's all content, and he was saying it was after works drinks, so we'd had some, and he was talking about how everyone sort of talks about how awful Red Bull were last season. It was a terrible season, and they were really bad, but they won the Drivers' Championship. And he then said, if you put anybody but Perez in that second car, they probably win the Constructors' Championship. I didn't necessarily agree with the last point because I think Piastri and Norris would have had that for McLaren anyway, but they certainly would have been more in the mix. So a terrible season for Red Bull is a Drivers' Championship, and if they'd had a more consistent number 2 driver, a Constructors' Championship battle. I mean, if that's a bad season, good Lord. Try being a Ferrari fan. That's not a bad season. So, yeah, even if this year is a little bit off for them, they'll easily still be top 3. But then Red Bull, really since 2009, unless I've missed something, they've always sort of been around that top 3 anyway, haven't they? It's not like they've suddenly dropped into the 5th, 6th places or anything. So
no, yeah, they sort of. It's interesting, really. You got to give a lot of credit to Red Bull for getting into the position they're in. Once they got into that championship, challenging, race-winning position, as you say, in 2009. There are some teams that kind of get a little bit of a flash of a couple of years of glory. Sometimes, I mean, glory comes in different ways. For Red Bull, obviously, 2009, 2010, and then onwards, they were like winning races regularly, championship contenders. Some teams, their couple of years of glory is they're on the podium regularly or they're scoring points. We've seen that with Sauber, for example. Yeah. Sauber have had years where they've had a really good year for Sauber, and I think 2013, the year when Perez sort of came on the radar because he nearly won that race in Malaysia, comes to mind. But yeah, sometimes teams will manage to put all their resources into like a cup and manage to get a couple of years out of it of good things. I think, Renault 2005, 2006 really come to mind. They had a couple of good-ish seasons, 2003, 2004, and then they had their title-winning seasons where they got the double with Alonso, and then kind of disappeared off the radar again. They had that win with Kimi Räikkönen, of course. Well, a couple of wins with Kimi Räikkönen when they were Lotus, I think. But otherwise they haven't really been much of a threat. They get, of course, Ocon had that win as well. But you know what I mean? Yeah. They're not the same position they're in, whereas Red Bull have managed to get their team in a good place for 2010, got some championships, obviously stopped winning championships, but were sort of winning, threatening for races, getting podiums in that top 3, as you say, kept it going, so they're able to come back. Ferrari as well, actually, do the same. Ferrari have always, from the end of the 90s, really, I know they had a bad year in like 2020, 2021?
2020 was a bad year, yeah.
Yeah. But they're always there. They're one of the teams that are just there, you know what I mean? And to get yourself into that position where you're just always known as someone who you expect to be winning races is really impressive, considering I still think of Red Bull as a fairly new team, but they are pretty well established. But maybe I do need to change my mental thinking and start putting them into the minds of like the established greats, really. But they do, I don't know, maybe because I'm a bit older now and I sort of came in before they didn't exist when I started watching F1, and I just think of them as a sort of slightly newer team, but then they're not really. They're a lot older than quite a few of the teams here, especially if you go by branding rather than how long their HQ has existed. Anyway,
I totally get what you mean. I mean, it's been 20 years. Amazingly, but it sounds really daft, but Haas feel like they've been here longer, but they haven't.
Yeah.
It's quite, I totally know what you mean, but I kind of wouldn't mind Red Bull going back to the cool kids phase they had at the start, where they were just the fun team who did fun things, and we got stormtroopers in the pit lane and things like just the good fun stuff. But I guess when you start being successful, you've got to think of sponsors and you've got to be a bit more careful. But I do miss that. And actually, just a couple of points on Red Bull. Korn says Red Bull don't have Newey now. Newey built them from a winning team, but now many key people have left this year. Might still be okay, but 26 with a new car is a real challenge. Also, Korn was asking when Newey starts with Aston Martin and will he work on this year's car at all? I think Newey is the spring. He will start at Aston Martin unless that's changed, and then it won't be. The spring's quite a vague window, isn't it? Really, but I'm guessing around April time probably. And then in terms of work on this year's car, he might get in and refine a few bits whilst they're still developing it, but I think Newey will be brought in fully or largely to focus on next year, with it being aero. Because if Honda are, as they're saying, a little bit concerned or not where they want to be, then Aston need the aero to be absolutely spot on. So they need Newey just working on that for next year, really, because that'll be critical for them. But I will say on the Red Bull Newey thing, I do not believe, and Adrian Newey is one of the greats, but I do not believe that Newey leaving is the reason for their sudden decline last year. That doesn't happen overnight. Those problems, I actually believe Christian Horner, I know, when he says that those problems with the car before Newey left, and throughout, I think even Verstappen said they had the same issues through 23, but because they were so far ahead, it wasn't quite as noticeable. So I don't believe that Newey leaving resulted in that car plummeting like it did. It will have an impact, and it will have an impact this year and next year, but also Newey had a team. And Red Bull, I would say, are smart enough to know that, especially at Newey's age, he was going to leave or retire at some point. So they needed to make sure that people were ready to take over, like a Pierre Vacher, for example. So I think the Newey exit is going to have an impact, but I think also losing people like Rob Marshall will have a huge impact. It's not all on... I get Newey is the figurehead, if you like, but it's not all on Adrian Newey. But again, that, losing somebody like that experience, that ability to look at a car and say, that's wrong, we need to change it. Yeah, they're going to miss that. But I think Red Bull will be okay. And I think next year, for me, and maybe for Red Bull and Red Bull fans as well, I don't know. But I think it's the power unit side of things next year I'd be more worried about for Red Bull than the aero, because they are, I guess, building their own for the first time. They've got Ford involved, but it is still their engine largely, isn't it? So
yeah, it's a proper collab, but they are finally Honda are finally leading them to it to do their own thing. I think, I mean, you make good points, and I agree, and I do think people need to keep remembering that Newey is not the be all and end all of that car design and the development of that car. And every team, there was a solid team of people who are working on that car, who are running the numbers, who are refining it, who know their craft very, very well. And similarly, a lot of people have left Red Bull, which we're not going to see the effects of immediately, but we're going to see the effects of, over time as they try to adjust and fill those places and deal with that. A lot of key people, and the design and development of the car is not just the chief designer or those people. It is people in management. It is people who are running teams and making sure the ideas and the workflow and the collaboration works really well. Running a team successfully can make or break how well that team works. You can have the best designers in the world, but if you haven't got them working together, or if you've got a battle of egos, or people who feel unfulfilled, or people who feel bullied, or, if you have a good culture and a team that's brought together and gelling well, then that could be much more beneficial than just having one person who's really good at their job. We also need to remember Newey is very old school. He's the only person not using computers and CAD and stuff for his things. And I think I've heard people describe him as kind of the magic dust. So even if he comes into Aston Martin, I don't think he's necessarily going to be the person to look at their 2025 car and say, you need to fix this. I think he's more of the guy that has a very, very good understanding of design and aerodynamics. And he will be the person who will bring the kind of nascent ideas to a concept for the next car. And he'll be like, we need to go in this direction. This is an idea for a way you could, make the airflow work down the car, or engineer this car, and they will work on that. And then they will run the numbers and do the wind tunnel and stuff. That's not really what he does. He's sort of like a very, very good ideas man at the moment. If he didn't have that very good insight, you wouldn't really hire him today, because he's not he's not technically, in terms of how you actually develop cars now, up to speed with the way a lot of people work. So it'll be interesting to see what he does at Aston Martin. Again, we're moving towards what's going to be sort of an engine dominant couple of years, and as we spoke about a bit yesterday, Aston Martin could be in a little bit of trouble there, because Honda seem less confident that they've got their act together for these new engines as well. So we may not see the Newey effect for a couple of seasons even if he does have a really good idea for a car, if they're fighting against the engine. So both of those teams actually could be in for an interesting couple of years. But yeah, it is interesting. But yeah, to underline your point, Newey leaving did not immediately make that car go wonky. That's it's not like he ripped off parts of the bodywork and said, "I designed these. These are mine. I'm going home." Yeah.
I did find it quite amusing actually that sort of Red Bull pre-Newey's decision to leave, where this guy is the greatest thing, he's an amazing guy, love him to pieces, and then he left, and it was kind of all this stuff started leaking about how he was really difficult to work with. And you think, oh, okay, fair enough. Are we doing this? And he's not the be all and end all. It's like we have spent the last 10 years telling us he is the be all and end all, but sure. Of course it has an impact, doesn't it? Losing anybody like that. But Hamilton, by the way, purple in the middle sector. His lap time, he's not ill. He's not suffocating. He's purple in the middle sector, so we might be about to see a time of George Russell's topple, 30.3 the time to beat, if that's what we do in testing. But let's see what Hamilton does. Over the line on the C3 tyre, he goes fastest on a 1:30.2.
Here we go.
I wonder, and obviously it's testing, so this isn't a totally serious comment, but I wonder if all of those who were saying he was finished yesterday will now talk about winning the title, because of course we take these testing times so seriously. The interweb, do love it. It would be hard to work with Newey because only Newey could see what he wanted to do, says Chelsea. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, very good point. Red Raven says, very good ideas, man. He likes that job description. Stuart, not as loud as Sean. I've tweeted that, Matt. Don't worry. Hopefully it's a little bit better. I did turn things down yesterday for some reason, because I'm weird. Even if Ford were building it, it's an F1 engine. Very scary to have a new builder in any case. Good point from Mike there as well. Terminal says Newey was the most impactful individual in RB, including Max. And Mike says March, April, or May, or the springtime. There you go. Danny actually says March the 3rd for Newey coming in. Apparently that was confirmed by the race, so that's a little bit earlier than I think originally we were expecting. So thank you, Danny, for letting us know that one. So yeah, we'll see how he gets on.
I will say, I'm not sure if I agree. I'm not sure saying I disagree. The terminal comment just made me think that Newey was the most impactful individual at RB, including Max. I think, and we spoke a little bit about this around Max, about the way they treat drivers. It wouldn't surprise me if Red Bull, it's aligned with the Red Bull philosophy in the way that they just try and get the very, very best driver of the generation and focus all their attention around that, and that will iron over any cracks in the rest of the team, to hire the very, very best designer and focus their entire organization around that, and just kind of, get a few key individuals that are the best of the best, and that is the entire crux of your operation. And as we've seen with Red Bull, when sort of Vettel left, they were a little bit like, what do we do now? And I wonder if, without Newey being the linchpin of their sort of design team, it would be the same as if Max left, because he's the very crux of their sort of on-track talent, rather than building a pipeline, building a team, and putting themselves in a position where any individual person could leave and they would survive. There's every chance that they have built a very, very good design and engineering team, and Newey can leave, and it won't make much of a difference because they are rock solid, even without him. Losing a little bit, obviously, because he's a very talented man. But if they've got that pipeline of people and a good base, then maybe they'll be just fine. In the way that maybe Red Bull have a very, very good junior driver program, and if Max leaves, they can just shuffle the next great person into it. Historically, not so much, but we'll see.
Poor Max leaves at the end of this season. Yuki Tsunoda finally gets his chance. He walks in and he's like, oh, come on, guys. You're expecting me to replace him? That's really unfair. Sorry, Neelish has blown my mind. Adrian Newey, 3rd of March. Neelish says that's next week. What?
Yeah.
Why is January 9 months long, but February is about 7 minutes? It's every year this throws me off. It's March, next week. He starts next week. Mad.
I had a very similar thing a couple of days ago. a friend texted me. I got a couple of cinema pals. We go to an independent cinema sometimes, and she texted the group and was like, "Oh, there's this film. I'm not sure what film it was. It's quite an old film. Which I haven't really heard of it, but it's meant to be really good, and they're showing it next week." And sent a link, and I opened it, and I said, "Oh, this looks interesting." And then it said 6th of March, and I said, I think you're confused. The date says the 6th of March, and you said next week." And she was like, "No, that's next week." I can't cope at all.
Hamilton improves again, by the way, 30 flat for Lewis Hamilton there. So putting the laps in now. We're not I think we're only about 9/10 off last year's pole time, aren't we now? Only 9/10. What was the old movie? Was it Scary Movie 1? Classic.
I think it was even more classic. I can't remember what it is, but we've got tickets. So that's next Friday, 6th of March. In a way, I'm happy because I don't like the winter very much, and if the winter's disappearing faster than it feels, then that's even better for me.
I'm an autumn guy, or fall if you're in the US. That's my favourite month is autumn. Then spring. I hate the summer. Even though we get F1, I hate the summer. I don't do heat. And I appreciate heat in the UK is like 18 degrees. But it's nothing to some people. I absolutely hate it. So I'd be happier at -18. I might move to Norway if it gets to -18 in Norway. I don't know, but there you go. We've gone there anyway. Just assuming people's weather. Gasly, Hamilton, Sainz, Ocon and Hulkenberg out on track. Hamilton fastest 30.080. 3/10 quicker than Russell. 21 laps for Russell, by the way. 16 for Hamilton. So looking at that dull green Sauber that I think Stuart and I were bitterly disappointed with yesterday in terms of the colour of it, but it's only a colour, I suppose. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, expected it to be less mucky green than that based on the O2 thing. Annette says, I love autumn, which is almost now. Oh, Annette's in Australia. I was like, did I just have 5 minutes in bed? No, thank you. Yeah, of course. Sorry, Annette. I'm just thinking, no, it isn't. It's March, you fool. Nini says, like, just go outside. Go outside. Never heard of it. I agree with Mike. There needs to be a diversification of teams. Red Bull and Mercedes make up 2/4 of the grid at this time, or 2/4 of the grid at this time, I suppose that is. Yeah,
a half.
It's a half. Yeah, surely. No, it can't. No, it must be a quarter. Hang on a minute. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. So that's 3 teams, 4 teams. That's like, yeah, 4 teams. 5. So you've got Red Bull and RB or Racing Bulls. Then you've got Mercedes, Williams, and Aston and McLaren. That is 6, isn't it? 6 teams, Mercedes or Red Bull. Yeah. Just over half.
It'll be even more when Renault disappear next year.
Oh, of course, Alpine are into Mercedes, aren't they? I always forget that.
It's going to be weird, isn't it? Oh, actually, it won't be more, is it? Because Aston Martin will be dropping Mercedes. So
it'll be Honda, yeah. It's still weird that the Renault Works team is going to use Mercedes again, like they did when they were Lotus a few years back, a decade ago, or something like that, when they were Lotus, Renault, Mercedes, or whatever. Weird teams. Apparently, it was a quarter of the grid. I read it wrong, but I think 6 is what we've gone with in the end, wasn't it? Unless I was wrong. Do Ferrari use Mercedes engines? I'm sure it's 6. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends what you mean. I don't. If you're talking about Mercedes as an engine supplier, or if you're I don't know. Mike says I was talking drivers and I can't count. So
drivers. Their drivers make up a quarter of the grid. Oh,
okay,
that makes sense. But that's one thing I will always say is, by the way, Carlos Sainz is purple in the middle sector. So keep an eye on Carlos here. But it is interesting that, all the stick we give the Red Bull driver program, they have given us some bloody good drivers over the years, and they are bringing through the youngsters. But here comes Carlos Sainz, goes second fastest, 700th slower than Lewis Hamilton there, and a purple middle sector for Carlos. So Russell has the purple first sector, which is the fastest. Sainz is fastest in the middle. Hamilton fastest in the third sector. So there you go. Yeah. I don't mind if Red Bull brings through their but I mean, Carlos Sainz isn't a Red Bull junior anymore. He's no longer part of that group. I don't think Alex Albon is anymore. Tsunoda won't be for long. Not that he's done anything wrong. Gasly isn't. So they're former Red Bull juniors, but they're not Red Bull drivers anymore. So I suppose I can let that go a bit. But it would be nice to see more Renault junior drivers coming through, and I was going to say Ferrari junior drivers. We've got Leclerc, we've got Behrman, so it'd be nice to have some more coming through. But I kind of get the point now. Now I understand what you're saying. It's still early. Leave me alone.
I will say, and I've given stick or side eye to the Red Bull driver program, young driver program, a bit because of the way that they get sort of some of them make it and get through to F1. Some of them sort of have to get sidelined, and then the ones that get into F1 sometimes get parked at Toro Rosso or whichever name the team is at the time, and then get fast tracked to Red Bull, and then get dropped, and then get kind of jerked around a bit, and so on. That we have seen that happen, and for every Verstappen or Vettel, you get a bunch of Scott Speeds or whatever. He may be great actually, Scott Speed. I haven't seen him in like 15 years, but Red Bull did kind of bring the junior driver program as a constructor act element to Formula One, and it has kind of revolutionized the way junior drivers can get opportunities to move through, rather than sort of everyone having to have a rich parent who knows a banker who can bankroll them through karting and Formula Ford or whatever. Obviously there's still you do need to be backed and sponsored and stuff like that, but actually if you can show your talent to a junior driver program, or a Red Bull or a Mercedes or a Williams or a Ferrari or whatever, you do have an opportunity to move up through motorsport and maybe get to Formula One, maybe get to WEC, maybe get to Formula E. But it has opened up opportunities in I think a positive way overall, despite the fact that we do sort of see some careers being jerked around a bit, and maybe we see some people being brought into Formula One who we don't want to be in Formula One. But I do think it has been a positive overall. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I think a positive overall. I think you're right as well on for every Sebastian Vettel there's a driver who's maybe not quite so good. But also I do think that over the years they've let some very good drivers go too early. People may disagree, but I still look at Jean Verne. I think he was he went on to win. People will sneer at this, but he went on to win Formula E twice. He's had success elsewhere. Mm-hmm. He was a good driver. I don't like the way they've handled some of their juniors sometimes, but it's hard to criticize that too much, because when they get it right, they get it really right. So they obviously know what they're doing. If that it's rare you're going to get a Vettel and a Verstappen every year, but they might let some of the drivers go too early. But then if that means that a Verstappen comes through and they thought he was great, and actually it turns out he was bloody great, then you can kind of let that slide a bit. But I just on Red Raven made a point, actually. Said they have indeed given us plenty of good drivers and basically gifted them to their rivals. Not sure if that deserves praise. That's the thing, isn't it? But you can't, unless Red Bull buy a few more teams, which everyone will go mad for. But no, I've just noticed your mug. That's brilliant. I think largely it's a positive, but I think it's something that we'll always criticize when we see young drivers getting just axed very, very quickly and very suddenly. But is that sort of,
tricky, isn't it? 'Cause it's all part of the game. There's only so many seats. You're not owed a Formula One seat anywhere, are you?
But do they axe drivers suddenly? Just thinking now, ignore De Vries, he wasn't one of their juniors. But Sainz got a good few years in Toro Rosso. Buemi and Verne got 3 seasons, I think, didn't they? Together. Mm-hmm. Al Jaswari got 3 seasons. He was, by the way, a driver who was definitely axed too soon, and I think a bit unfairly treated. He was a very quick driver with potential, still very young. In fact, I think he was expected to keep his seat and then got told over the phone in a 1-minute conversation from Helmut Marko that he wasn't keeping it for the following season. So he was expected to keep it. But everyone sort of got, most of them got a good few years. So I suppose if you've got a driver in that car, say a Buemi or whatever for 3 years, or an Al-Jaswari, you've got all the data. If you look at that driver and you say, they're not going to cut it long term, we need to bring the next one through because we've got such a rich junior program, we need to move these on, then can you really argue with that? If you've got a junior program and you've got a junior team to promote those drivers too, if they're not hitting the numbers you want them to hit, then after 3 seasons, maybe it is the right time to move them on.
Yeah.
Danny Rick versus Verne, sorry, not Buemi. I was putting them together. I didn't mean to put them together. Sorry.
And I will say also that a lot of, especially the ones who have made it through to F1 at least and had a season or two in the junior team or somewhere, most of them have gone on to have, motorsport racing careers one way or another, which is, I know, I guess you dream of Formula One if you're an 8-year-old doing karting, but if you're a kid and if someone tells you you're going to grow up and you're going to have a career motorsport in whatever sports cars or IndyCar or something that isn't Formula One necessarily, I think that still counts as a massive win. That is a huge privilege for you. I know Red Raven has said, is it a good program if basically throw more drivers at the problem and see who sticks? I do get that as well, but and I do think maybe they have too many drivers in their program and stuff, and then end up getting a bit stuck. It is interesting in the last couple of years they've sort of haven't even filled all their seats with the junior drivers from their program. They had Perez in the Red Bull for quite a while, who they plucked from a rival team rather than their own program. And as we've said before, Tsunoda is, I think, a Honda junior rather than a Red Bull junior. Which obviously, it makes sense that he's in that team. But again, he is taking up one of the seats that a junior driver could go in, technically. And Lawson's definitely one of their program, isn't he? So at least he's moved up.
Sorry, George Russell's just had a moment. Sorry, he's just gone off track at turn 2-3. He's got going again. Just want to see a replay of this super quickly as for some reason we cut to a split screen of Lando Norris and Laura Winter because,
I'm watching him come up the pitch straight now, so I'll be seeing this in just a second.
I bet I get the replay at the same time you're about to watch it live.
Braking going into turn 1, turns in, goes wide.
Yeah, nothing too spectacular, is it?
Has a wobble, cuts turn 3 completely. Yeah, it was kind of
wobble.
He was late into turn 1 as it was.
Just a wobble from Russell. He'll keep going for now. We'll come back to Red Bull in a minute. I'll take some comments from chat on Red Bull, so let us know. Do you know what, actually? Do you know what you could do, chat, while I run through these numbers? Some might say there's an obvious answer to this, but I'd be really intrigued to see which way you all go. Who's the best Red Bull Junior to come through the Red Bull Junior program and make it to F1? We have 2 four-time world champions. I'm intrigued as to which way you go with this. So let me know the best Red Bull Junior to come through and join F1. And if you say Al-Jaswari, I'll love you forever. No. So far we are just over an hour into the second day of testing. Come on, Sean. Lewis Hamilton is fastest on a 1:30.080. That was on the C3 tyres. He's done 16 laps so far. Carlos Sainz is second, only 700th off Hamilton, 11 laps. That time was on the C2, by the way, so a compound harder than Hamilton. So that's actually pretty impressive time from Sainz or as impressive as testing gets. George Russell 1:30.3, 23 laps. He was on the C3. As well. Pierre Gasly 30.8. He was on the C3, 14 laps for him. Lawson's done 15 laps, 1:31.2. His fastest time was on the C3 as well. Nico Hulkenberg is 6th, the 1:31.525. 15 laps so far. His fastest time was actually on the C4. Fernando Alonso 1:32.942. 9 laps overall. His fastest time on the C1, the hardest compound overall. Esteban Ocon is 8th, 1:33.771. His his fastest time was on the C3s, and he's done 22 laps so far, so just a couple behind Russell. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:37.961, 5 laps overall so far. His fastest time was on the C3. And Oscar Piastri, again, a bit like Norris yesterday morning, not doing... Piastri again yesterday morning, not doing a huge number of laps and not done a lap time yet. He is, or has been out on track fairly recently, I think. I might be wrong, but 5 laps so far, no time on the board, and has used a set of the C3 tyres. Through the speed trap, Lawson currently fastest at 317 kilometres an hour. And just a reminder, we will get Norris, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Doohan, Antonelli, Leclerc, Stroll and Behrman in the cars this afternoon. Carlos Sainz and Liam Lawson are in all day, so no Verstappen and no Alex Albon today. Please do drop a like on the stream, please. Please do drop a like on the stream. Lots of pleases. 89 so far, so let's get that over 100 already. 500 of you here. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are in the world. And please do subscribe if you are new as well. Your name will pop up on screen. We did some good numbers yesterday, so thank you so much for your support. So please do subscribe if you are new. Lots to come this season. And the stream is powered, of course, by planetf1.com, as is the whole channel. And Seat Unique are sponsoring the streams this week as well. So we'll go into that a little bit later. We'll do some calendar talk, and then we'll talk about some packages we'd like to do at F1 races, some, pit lane access and paddock tours and things. So that'll be good fun. So thank you to those guys as well for supporting the streams and the channel, and of course to you guys too, as Oscar Piastri goes out on track, I believe. Yes, he is indeed. He's in the pit. He's on his way down the pit lane. So there we go. Thank you so much. We've just got over 100 likes as well. So absolutely fantastic. You all get a like, a thumbs up from me, which is great. I'm just going to go to these answers now. We got a few. Why not? So Corn. First of all, A makes a good point. Says the best of the best will never have a problem finding a seat. Having previously said there's plenty of other series. Let them accommodate those who can't cut it to keep the high standard of F1. We shouldn't be diluting the field for the sake of a few extra average drivers. So the best of the best, absolutely agree. Corn has gone with Max as the best driver to come through the Red Bull driver program, as has Lazy Alcoholic 3. Esteban has gone for Max Verstappen. Danny's gone for Vettel. This is what I was wondering, you see. Brad's gone with Hartley. Now that's a bit of a surprise pick, but actually Brendan Hartley, probably more away from F1, has had a really good time of it in racing, and I think he's quite an underrated driver overall. So I wouldn't agree that he's the best to take it to F1, but I think he is a very good driver. Jordan went with Max Verstappen. Ebby says as a junior, probably Vettel. He won a race in a Toro Rosso, which is basically Minardi, wasn't it? CPB says is Max technically a Red Bull junior? I think Max is, yeah. Wasn't he? I think. Yeah. Neelish went with Daniel Kvyat. And A says Vettel, give Max a few more seasons though. Ash says I have to say Max, but Vettel was a powerhouse and a Red Bull in his own right. Absolutely. Yeah. Chelsea says, as much as I love Vettel, Max has the better statistics. His pole to win conversion rate is 80%. The other drivers sit at 20%. And Granny Annie says Max, but I want to say Danny, of course. Yeah. And probably Max because he has so much ahead of the curve, says Mez. And the top says Vettel, Max and Vettel, I would say for their times the best, hard to compare. Corn says Vettel is overrated, 100% disagree. Mike says Max Verstappen, thank you very much. MV1, thank you very much, actually. Yeah, he was a Mert Junior, wasn't he? But he was a Mert Junior, but then he went to Red Bull as a Red Bull Junior. So that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. A says Vettel is underrated, if anything. Agree. And Neelish says, Neelish says Vettel won at Monza in a Toro Rosso. Max could never. Ooh. I mean, Sebastian, we're not taking anything away from Vettel, but Sebastian Bourdais did qualify 4th that weekend, so.
I will say that I don't know if it's recency bias or, just reevaluating based on, I don't know, whatever, people having a tough season. Sorry, I've got distracted because the timing tower is no longer shimmying like it normally does with that animation. Yes, last year was Verstappen's last title year, and Red Bull has a naff time of it, and he spends the next 4 years struggling. do you think a lot of people will be sitting around in 2030, I guess, 4 years time being like, that Verstappen, he had a good car and he wasn't all that, in the way that some people do about Vettel. I feel like Vettel has been unfairly kind of maligned by time, in the eyes of some people. Do you sort of agree with that? I feel a bit unfair because I remember the Vettel years and thinking how outrageous he was that he sort of came along as like outrageous in a good way, but he came along as such a young guy, and then just boom, 4 titles in a row, including 9 wins in a row at the end of 2013. It was amazing.
I think you're right. I mean, when I at the time, my family and people and friends and people I knew hated Sebastian Vettel, and I was a huge Vettel fan, and I was like, what? How could you hate him? Oh, he's a diva. So he's successful. Who cares? But I think sort of on a wider point, I think that's an issue with any driver who's dominated. So when Schumacher dominated, so many as Piastri has a bit of a twitch and goes wide at turn 11 off track. He's rejoined now, all good. And we're watching a replay as well of another twitch there for Sainz. Big slide for Sainz actually to go wide at turn 11 there. But I think a lot of people didn't like Michael Schumacher, and hate is a strong word, but people did hate him. And it wasn't until after he'd retired and then come back with Mercedes that I think people really warmed to him a little bit more and appreciate him as a driver. And I think it was the same with Vettel. Once he kind of come away from dominating and they saw him at Ferrari, people's opinions started to change. And since he's retired, he's just so loved and everyone wants him back desperately. And it'll be the same with Lewis Hamilton. I don't think he'll be truly appreciated until after he's retired. And I don't know if that's just another twitch there. Sorry, that's Tsunoda twitching at turn 3. They're all over the place. But I don't know if that's just... Is it hard to not respect is the wrong word, but appreciate what someone achieves whilst they're still doing what they're doing, if that makes sense? So he's still in F1, so can you really appreciate what he's achieved, or do people struggle with that? Whereas I can sit and say Lewis Hamilton, Sebastian Vettel, Max Verstappen will go down as among the greatest of all time for what they've achieved. But people seem to have this issue, not everybody, but some people seem to have this issue of appreciating what drivers have achieved whilst they're still in the sport. And it's not until they walk away that they maybe look at it and see it differently. So I was a bit like that with Mika Hakkinen, funnily enough, because he was a Schumacher rival. It wasn't until after Hakkinen had taken a sabbatical, a very, very, very long sabbatical, it has to be said, that I kind of sat back and thought, actually, he was a very impressive driver. Look at what he's done. Beating Schumacher, beating some of the drivers he had to beat to win world championships. That's a very underrated champion, I feel. So I was trying to answer your question, but I don't know how I've ended up where I am. God, the 90s are good, weren't they?
I think there's a couple of things off the back of that. I think one thing, which I'm definitely guilty of, is you get these prodigy-like drivers, the once in a generation type people like your Alonsos and your Vettels and your I didn't really watch Schumacher in the early 90s when he first, when he was young and found his feet, and I think Lewis to an extent. They come in, they're pretty hot straight away, they're finding success, they're very confident, and they have a little bit of brattiness to them, I want to say. Like, they are they're full of vim, they get a little bit angry, they're a little bit bratty, and they can rub people the wrong way, is one side. And some people like that do to me. I found Vettel quite annoying in the early 2010s when he was quite mouthy, as I'm seeing spots of rain on some of the cameras now.
It's coming down a bit heavier. And Multi has changed its thing from rain to no to yes. So there
we go. So there is rain. Alonso was the same. I found Alonso quite annoying in his young years. I mean, Alonso hasn't changed that much, but quite a few of them started off in this kind of bratty, kind of annoying phase, or at least annoying to me, and then they kind of matured as well as their careers went on, and you kind of warmed to them. We saw that especially with Vettel. Vettel is a very different character when he sort of got a bit older and was out of that dominant phase. I also think we appreciate drivers more who have to fight. Um, Alonso only had 2 titles, but I think he kind of had to fight for both of them, and then he kept fighting years after that. You know, he had in his second Renault phase, he struggled a bit. He had to fight in McLaren against Hamilton and Ferrari in 2007, and then he had his Ferrari phase where he fought for titles and wins, and he was sort of on the back foot a little bit, but he was always there, and he's still fighting now. Like, everyone appreciates that. I think if people get dominant, even though that's the result of their hard work and talent and maybe building up the team and centering it around them, I think people appreciate that a little bit less more, because it's like, well, you've got the best team, you got the best car, you didn't have to fight for it, it was handed to you, which I think can be quite unfair, even if, you know, the team is the best team of the year and things like that. So I think, you know, Schumacher, Vettel, Verstappen, Hamilton, they've all had their long periods of just dominating the sport. And I think it's two things. People get tired of it. People want something different. People want a challenge. People want, you know, I think even if Hamilton had won in 2021, I think people would have appreciated that more than him winning in 2020 and 2019, where there wasn't much of a fight in it. I think they appreciate there actually being a fight for it. But I think people just get a bit tired and a bit fed up, and then look back at those eras as being car dominated eras, rather than we're seeing a driver of his generation making his mark on the sport forever. I think there's two elements there, I think, as well, on top of what you're saying.
I sometimes think as well, though, that some people just look at Wikipedia and see Vettel 4 titles in a row and say, oh, he dominated. But he didn't dominate 2010 and he didn't dominate 2012. He had to really fight for those titles. 11 and 13, yeah. I mean, like I say, 9 in a row at the end of 2013. That's insane, or it was at the time. It's Max has kind of taken that now, hasn't he? But he had to really fight. In fact, he didn't lead it's one of my favourite stats. There are a couple of stats I love about Formula One. One of my favourites is that he didn't lead the World Championship in 2010 until he crossed the line to win it in Abu Dhabi. So, I mean, that's quite impressive. And then you look at, I know the Spa crash where Alonso and co got Grosjeaned. I know that had a big impact on 2012, but Vettel was a long way behind after the summer break in the championship. And came through to win it in the end, despite everything that happened on the first lap in Brazil as well. So I think that gets forgotten sometimes. We talk about 2012 being a great season, but don't forget Vettel had to fight hard for that and beat Fernando Alonso. And people say, yes, the Ferrari was a weaker car, which it was, but people talk about the 2012 Ferrari like it was a Caterham. It wasn't. It was still a very quick car. I think, in fact, I watched 2012 back a couple of years ago over the winter, just because I wanted to have my F1 fix. And I remember watching it and going, I think Massa made that car look worse than it was. Yes, Alonso's a different level. And I will always say as well, in Massa's defence, he was never the same after Hungary 2009. That crash, he was never the same driver. So I'm not having to go at him there. But I think he made that car look worse in 2012 than it was. It wasn't the fastest car, but it was quicker than I think people remember it being. So I think that gets forgotten. And I look at Verstappen as well. 2021, let's not get into that, yes. But, 21 had a hell of a fight all season. 22, less so, but early doors had to deal with Ferrari and then the reliability of Red Bull as well. Last year he had to fight with McLaren. I never really thought he was really under threat, apart from after Brazil qualifying. And then it all went wrong in the race for McLaren. But he's not had it complete. It's not all been like 2023 for Max Verstappen as well. So I think that gets forgotten sometimes, even though that was fairly recent, really. So I just think Vettel seems to be one of those drivers that it doesn't feel like he's ever going to get the credit because he was in a newie car. And it's like, yeah, but look at, I mean, was it 2012? We had 6 champions on the grid? Or something like
possibly. That. So that would have been Schumacher, Hamilton, Vettel,
Raikkonen,
Alonso, Raikkonen. So I got 5. And someone else.
Button.
Oh, yes, Button, of course.
So,
How quickly we forget.
I know,
Yeah,
I know,
6.
cars are different. I know the Mercedes wasn't great, for example, but that's still beating 6 world champions. A grid with 6 world champions on it. So I mean, yeah, I don't know. I liked Seb, but then I'm very biased about Sebastian Vettel. I will hold my hands up to that, because he was how was he described? I think he was described as mini Schumacher once, because he was sort of Schumacher's protege, wasn't he? Really after all that. So that's probably why I have such a love of Sebastian Vettel. But I'll always be biased.
They had a great friendship.
Yeah,
and they were always paired together in the Race of Champions, weren't they? I'm just going to point out, while we look at the pictures on screen, I know I'm slightly behind you. The pit lane is most definitely wet. It is shiny.
Oh, a shiny pit lane.
I know it's concrete rather than tarmac, but yeah, I could tell the pit lane is definitely it's not soaked, but it is wet, where the cars aren't running over it and it hasn't got tarmac to soak it up. So track conditions are changing out there a little bit.
I'm not really,
and there's only one car out.
I don't know what's happening with the F1 graphics on TV, but every now and again I look across and the timing tower at the top where the clock is, it changes, it goes red, and then it says what day it is. But that's the third time I've seen it say day 1. Have we travelled back in time, or did
it's
I
a bit of a
the wrong way?
While we're here, I feel like I'm slightly less behind today than I was yesterday. I am on 2 hours 39 40 39 38.
39 4 3 2. So I'm at 2:39 now on the nose.
Okay,
so
I'm just over half a minute behind you.
So yeah, you are closer. Yeah, that's better. Power outage yesterday may have fried a few systems, says Red Raven. Good point. Yeah, that could have played that when the fuse went. Yeah, the cameras have more rain on the lenses as well, don't they? I wonder if that's why they were getting those twitches from the drivers as well. I know they were twitchy yesterday, but tyres at times look a bit shiny as well as they sort of come around some corners. So, and Tsunoda there is driving pretty slow, but he has got a load of aero rakes on the car. So, yeah, maybe we are going to get some rain, but I don't mind a bit of rain if it means we can see some Astons out there on Inters, for example, and then hopefully that rain disappears fairly quickly.
Yeah, because basically, Tsunoda's traveling around slowly with the aero rake on, and everyone else is in the garage. It could just be coincidence that they're all just changing setups and waiting to do some more runs, but yeah, I'm just looking at how many laps everyone's done. Russell's done 28 and Ocon's done 25, but most people are in the teens at the moment. Tsunoda doing the least amount of laps of anyone with just 11. About 10 minutes ago, we had a couple of moments. Sainz went wide in turn 11, kind of just understeered heavily under brakes, and then just lost it out into the runoff area. And then Lawson also had a moment, so it's a little bit twitchy out there.
Yeah, we saw Russell, didn't we? As you say, across the turn 3. Sorry, I was just checking my phone if there's any updates on the weather. Thomas has said it is raining harder now, so
It
he's
looks
on
dark.
the ground. He'll know better than we do. I can put my hand out the window, but it won't do anything. It's dry here. Can't be raining in Bahrain. Yeah, but Hamilton is still fastest. I suspect then, not that times are everything in testing, but I suspect realistically now those times aren't going to come down for a while if the track's a little bit greasy. So just bear that in mind. It's about lappage more than anything, as always in testing. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. What are we saying in chat then? Do we have some inters here for testing, says Red Raven? We do. So, well, we do. We don't. 3 sets for Aston Martin, and then 1 set of inters for Haas and 1 set of wets for Haas. They are the only teams to bring any wet weather tyres of any kind. So if it does rain heavily enough to need wet tyres, we're only going to see a maximum of 2 cars on the track at any time, if at all. I mean, they might not even bother, but I don't know why you wouldn't. If you've bought some inters with you, may as well use them and get some laps in. So there we go. Why do people always talk about Max's rookie season, but Lewis won the championship on his 2nd year, says Terminal. If you I don't know if you're referring to us, Terminal, we didn't refer to Lewis Hamilton because we were talking about Red Bull. That wasn't meant to come across as sharp as it maybe did. I don't know if it came across sharp, but I didn't mean that as an arsey way. Just that's why we didn't mention him. But I mean, Lewis Hamilton you know, had a great rookie season and did win the title in his second year. But I think, with all due respect to Lewis, he was in arguably the fastest car on the grid in 2007, whereas the Toro Rosso that Max was in wasn't the fastest car on the grid. Would be my argument to that. Not that Hamilton's year is not impressive. Of course it is, but you know, it's a bit easier to challenge for titles if you're in the fastest car than if you're in the 6th or 7th fastest car. Obvious statement alert.
I'll reply to that in a second. I just want to point out that just a minute ago on the TV, the Mercedes team put an SLR camera inside Antonelli's helmet and then lowered the helmet into the cockpit to get a driver's eye view for the car. So if you see that picture coming out on socials, that's what we just saw happen on TV. I was like, who is that in the cockpit? And as it zoomed in, I could see inside the helmet was just a camera poking out.
Antonelli's changed.
Yeah. I honestly don't think people really ignore Hamilton's rookie year. I think because Hamilton's rookie year was 1 in a million. That's not, you don't see people coming in and being able to achieve that kind of thing straight away. It was a flash in the pan. He was a good talent, and the team was in the right place at the right time. Sometimes I do wonder if that 2007 rookie year from Hamilton tainted, reframed what some teams expect from drivers straight away, because most of the time you sort of expect them to come in, have a rookie season, have a couple of years, build themselves up, and get into a place where they're ready to win races over a few years. And I think nowadays we do expect them to be like high performing pretty quickly. I mean, even like drivers like Alonso, who was just a little bit before Hamilton. He came into a Minardi, then he took a year off, then he came into Renault in 2003, and he did have that pole position that year, which was good and cemented, put him on the radar, I think, but then had a sort of okay year in 2004 and then kicked things off in 2005. Did he get a win in 2003? He didn't, did he? Did he get that Hungary win in 2003?
Alonso.
Yeah, at Renault.
Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, I'm sure it was 2003. Yeah. Is that the one where he lapped?
Because he didn't win in 2004.
No, 2005 he lapped Michael Schumacher, didn't he?
Yeah. 2005 was his championships year, but yeah, he got that kind of winning in 2003.
Yeah.
So, you expect that kind of build up from drivers, and then Hamilton was like, well, Hamilton came in and people kind of thought, oh, well, if this driver could do it, then anyone could be expected to just hit the ground running. And that's not necessarily the case. I think just the stars were aligned that particular year. And that kind of ties into the sort of junior driver talk we had earlier of how much we expect from drivers coming in, because we spoke quite a bit yesterday about which of these rookies are going to be at risk by the end of the year. And it kind of feels sad that we should be talking that way. I feel like none of the rookies should be at risk because this is their first year. What do you even expect from them? They should be on probation, if anything.
Do you think so? I agree with you that it reframed what rookies was expected of rookies, and I think maybe does that then get doubled down on when you look at Verstappen when he came through and what he did as a rookie, and then moving to Red Bull so soon and winning? I think that probably adds to that, doesn't it? But we're sort of in this really awkward spot, which is one of the things I love doing this so much, but one of the things I really hate about F1 social media is with specific drivers, it doesn't matter what you say or how you say it or how balanced you are, you're always going to get shit. So, for example, you say Lewis Hamilton, great rookie season, here are some caveats, but also you can't deny that it was a great season, but then you get, yeah, but this, yeah, but that. It's the whole, I really like apples. Oh, why do you hate oranges? I didn't say I did. I just said I like apples. Also, British accents doesn't help, does it, when it comes to talk about Lewis Hamilton? So we're not allowed to have positive opinions on British drivers because it's bias. Even though anyone who knows this channel knows that if there's one thing I'm not, it's biased towards British drivers. German drivers, maybe, but not British drivers. Or Italian teams, certainly, or Esteban Ocon. I'll always defend Esteban Ocon because I feel like nobody ever does.
That's fair.
I feel like I'm the leader of the Esteban Ocon fan club, and it's me and one person in France probably. Nobody out on track, which I'm not totally shocked at, as Esteban Ocon is on camera eating a banana, by the way, just so you know. I assume then the track is just a bit greasy and not really any point sending the drivers out, which is really exciting. So get your questions in chat while it's quiet. I know we've been sort of waffling anyway, but not much to tell you at the moment. Fastest is currently Lewis Hamilton, 1:30.080. Track does look greasy down that straight on the runoff area there. So obviously not bothering at the moment. Hopefully somebody will go out at some point, but it does look, I think you can see the rain now a bit more, if that makes sense. Whose two rookie seasons were better, Hamilton's or Villeneuve, says CPB. Hamilton's, I would say, but you're never going to get me saying much positive about Jacques Villeneuve. So, Villeneuve nearly won the title as well, didn't it? It was his wheel falling off in Suzuka, cost him.
Yeah, that was a very good rookie year as well. That's fair. Of course. And we spoke about what's a true rookie a little bit yesterday, but he did come from winning IndyCar.
Yeah.
It's not like he's not like he's this young upstart 19-year-old or something that's come in and this is his first big gig. He did come from the States where he'd been very successful. So slightly different, but yeah, it is also difficult to move to Formula One. Not as difficult back then, of course.
Was it still karts back when Villeneuve was winning it? I'm not correcting you on your terminology. IndyCar, karts, they're not exactly the same thing, but I guess in some ways some would say they are. But I think it was still kart back then, wasn't it?
I think the kart in Indy War was in the 2000s, but I'm sure chat will know. Oh, Danny says it was still kart.
Okay.
I thought those wars came later on, but I didn't watch it, so I guess that's just me misremembering.
Sema says, hi guys, you do race watch-alongs also. I do race watch-alongs and qualifying watch-alongs as well, but it's just me because I can't find guests who have everything synced up with me, so I don't have guests on for that because Stuart, for example, Jonty's a good example of this actually as well. I did Germany 2018 with Jonty, and he was on Sky Go and I was on Sky Live, let's say. And when Sebastian Vettel stuck it in the barrier, I went mad, and of course that ruined it for Jonty. So it kind of ruins the races for people if I'm a minute ahead of them. So it's usually just me, but it's good fun, good chat and everything. So yeah, I do those qualifying and race watch-alongs, as well as sprint qualifying and sprint race watch-alongs, which does make for, I think it's like 5 streams in a weekend, which is good fun, which is still less than all of these put together. So there we go. Why not? I saw a couple put Red Raven wanted to read. Sorry. In the age of anti-social media, you just can't have solid conversations. There will always be one person. Don't think that's exclusive to F1. Agree. It's just a general, like I say you like apples and someone will ask you why you hate oranges or whatever. And it's like, I'm not going to sit here and say Lewis Hamilton's a great driver, but so is Verstappen, so Senna, so was Vettel, so was Schumacher. We'll be here all day. So, yeah. Do you...
I've just been having a look.
Go on then.
I mean, this may be the bad time to talk about it, actually, because you're in the middle of commenting on the odd things. I've just been reading the actual as written rules on the Monaco
do we have them?
Tyre rule. Yeah.
That's exciting.
And the FIA, they like to write them in the most convoluted, lawyery way possible, I guess, to cover all bases. I'd forgotten about a rule that generally does exist, and they've just modified slightly for Monaco. So obviously the normal rule for every race is you have to use 2 different dry tyre compounds if it's a dry race. I forgot the rule is if the race is suspended and cannot be restarted, 30 seconds will be added to the time of any driver who didn't use 2 dry weather tyres by that point.
20 seconds?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Which... It feels like an element of, but they didn't know the race was going to be stopped, I guess. But then I guess, everyone else would have made a pit stop that you hadn't. So that, I mean, I don't know. I completely forgotten that was a rule, and that is a rule that also is on the Monaco thing. That if you didn't, so if you'd like the lawyery explanation, for the race in Monaco, each driver must use at least 3 sets of tires of any specification, blah blah blah, during the race. Each driver must use at least 2 different specifications of dry weather tires, at least one of which is the mandatory dry weather tire. So they, essentially like 3 different sets of tires. They can't all be the same, essentially. And then if the race is suspended and cannot be restarted, 30 seconds will be added to anyone who didn't use 2 compounds, and another 30 seconds will be added if you only used 1 set of tires, essentially. So yeah, for every pit stop you didn't make, they're going to add 30 seconds on if the race is suspended.
Sure.
Sure. So anyway,
yeah, that
clarifies what we all knew.
That's yeah. I do love the FIA really, deep down inside. Someone just asked, "Where are you? You've gone." Jitu says, "Is it not wet enough for Inters, or what the hell are Aston playing at?" I think we're in that really annoying phase in the weather where it's a little bit punching the mic. Sorry, a little bit too slippery for slicks, but not wet enough for Inters. So maybe we need an Inter.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's maybe why. But also, I mean, even if they've bought the wet tyres, I mean, Aston, they might not think it's worth risking the car on a wet track. But then you got Fernando Alonso, she should be okay. But it's definitely, it doesn't look wet enough for Inters, but then sometimes it doesn't, and then they'll go out on track and it'll be loads of spray. So it definitely looks damp.
Yeah, I mean, I think the cameras are exaggerating it because they're absolutely covered in rain at the moment. So we're just looking at the track through drops through a lot of the trackside cameras. We're looking at some marshals who look fairly miserable sitting in the rain. Yeah, I think like you could go out on dry tires right now, and I think you could be fine. I think it'll be a little slipperier than usual, but I think that's the thing, right? It's not useful to test.
No.
If we were in a race, they'd be out there on dry tires. If we were qualifying, they'd be out there on dry tires. But they're not going to learn the things they need to learn, and it puts you at unnecessary risk of damaging the car. And if you go off and stuff like that. So they're not even working on a lot of the cars. They're the Mercedes. They're just standing around. Someone just gave it a little bit of a polish, and that's it. I think they're just waiting now.
I keep seeing this guy with longish hair in the Williams garage, and I can't help but, is it Roberto Merri?
Oh,
I saw it yesterday.
I don't know. I recognise Roberto Merri.
Oh, I did that with. I think I sent you a picture. I Fabio Lima did a video on where are all the GP2 champions now. I said I don't think I could pick Fabio Lima out of a lineup of Fabio Limas. I had to keep checking that it was him in pictures because I wasn't sure.
That sounds very never mind the Buzzcocks, doesn't it?
It does.
You're a 5 Fabio Limas. Yeah, so a little bit of a lull at the moment. Everyone waiting around, but the clock is still ticking down. This is voluntarily not going on track, so we're not going to get this time back later on. It's up to the teams to use this time as they wish. Korn says there was rain yesterday too. There was rain yesterday too, but I think it was very, very light, and it looked heavier than it was because it was dark and the floodlights are on and we could see the rain in front of the lights, but it was actually quite light, that rain.
When the floodlights were eventually on.
Yeah.
That was fun. If you missed it yesterday, power outage at the circuit, which gave us, and I mentioned it so many times and I'll never let it go, one of the greatest F1 replays we've ever seen, where they just replayed the lights going out. It was like, wow, who knew? Who knew they were powered by electric? Hulk's DRS is floppy AF, says Ryan. It's a bit personal. I haven't noticed, but I'll keep an eye out for that, Ryan. Thank you. Time to get some coffee, says Red Raven. Absolutely. You'll get yourself coffee. I'll have a sugar in mine if that's all right. Water and sand on the track is not good, says Aiden. Sand as well. Not as. Can you remember, was it? At least a couple of years ago now, when we had a bit of a sandstorm in the area and just everything had that post-apocalyptic orange hue to it. It looked really, Ocon's in the car, by the way. I remember that was quite a moment. Danny says, Will Buxton voice, when the power cuts, the light will go out. That was the other thing with Drive to Survive. Just stupid lines like that. Like, you know, if you qualify first, you're first. Like, yeah, whatever.
You will be leading the race. Yeah.
What was his line? Was it something like if you qualify in pole position, everyone's behind you or something? Ocon is going out in Inters.
Okay.
Exciting. Whoa. One of
here's
only
my
4
question
sets.
about all this. Why on earth are the teams having to choose whether or not they bring wet tires as part of their selection? That doesn't happen on a race weekend. They pick their normal selection of 13 sets of tires, and then Pirelli just have, you know, a few sets of wet weather tires on standby. I don't know why we just don't have that as a thing.
I wonder if Ocon stops the end of the pit lane. Sorry. Okay. He might be just for practice start, but he's not in the practice start area, that's all. So I just watched this for a second. Yeah, he's away, that's okay. I wonder if it is a case of, with it being Bahrain and rain is not generally expected, is it? If Pirelli thought it was best to give the teams the option rather than just taking a load of sets and then not using them or having to transport them around the world, or maybe. But like I said, they don't do that for race weekends, do they? They don't assume like that. So I tell you what, actually, Stuart, just on board with Ocon, looking at the runoff areas, they are very wet and shiny. So I think it's probably wetter than maybe we thought. But I'm not convinced. I'd like to see an off-board of Ocon to prove me completely wrong. But I'm not convinced we're at intermediate territory. But then, again, they've sent him out an Inter, so here we must be, because...
I think they maybe don't want to ruin a good set of tyres, to be honest.
Yeah.
And they just going to take a pacey thing. So I'm 30 seconds behind you. I did watch him do that practice start. Technically, he wasn't allowed to do that because he stopped in the fast lane at the line and did a practice start there. Obviously, no one else was out on track. He was the only one there. But if you look at the race, not the race director's notes, but these sort of testing event notes, you have to pull over to the off the fast lane and do it from the side. Now, it is wet, so I imagine he didn't want to do that because off the, to the side of that of the fast lane is concrete, not tarmac. So it would have been very, very slippery because it's wet, and we wouldn't have been giving him any information about doing a damp start. But nonetheless, he's not meant to stop in the fast lane. So I don't know what they'll I don't know what they'll do to him. It's not a competitive session. It's not like they can deduct points or make him start further down on the practice start grid at the end of the session. But according to the event notes, he shouldn't have done that.
I assume with it being tested, they'll probably just pull him to one side and say, don't do that again, please. Although Laura Muller there was shrugging, so I don't know if that was maybe not expected. Maybe that was something went wrong. The onboard showed he had to restart the steering wheel, says Latox, so maybe that's what happened there. I saw a comment where A says, how many sprint races on the calendar this year? 6. Okay. Let's see if I can do this. I'm looking at the calendar, and it doesn't list the sprint, so I'm not cheating. But China, Miami, Belgium, Brazil, and Qatar. Am I missing one?
Oh God, don't ask me. I don't have them logged yet.
Although
I have got the Wikipedia open, so
I've got a graphic somewhere that I can look at. So China, Miami, Belgium, Kota, Sao Paulo, and Qatar. So they're your 6 this season for sprints. Do you know what, Jaws? Miami has a sprint, really? Exactly. They've got rid of Austria and given us Belgium.
Austria's a good one for a sprint, as I'm just watching Ocon now use the concrete apron to do a practice start.
Austria and Brazil should be the guaranteed sprints every year,
because they're the ones we know work.
Yeah,
I know they're trying some stuff, but Miami's not the one. Just quickly, follow up on what I said a minute ago. Just the actual rules. 1.2 on the event notes. For reasons of safety and sporting equity, cars may not stop in the fast lane at any time the pit exit is open without justifiable reason. Brackets, a practice start is not considered justifiable reason. So yeah, if they can just argue that the steering wheel needed to be reset, then I think that'll be just fine.
Yeah. Stuart here leading the anti-Ocon agenda, determined to get him a penalty. You sound like Crofty with Max Verstappen, you do.
I'm on the radio to my race engineer right now. Are you following this up? Are you telling the stewards he stopped in the pit lane?
Oh dear. So yeah, 6 sprints this year, which is interesting. Looking forward to that. Which actually, do you know what? Seeing as it's a little bit quiet out on track, we're just Ocon out there circulating, is a good time to mention Seat Unique again. They are one of the reasons why you're seeing this beautiful face. So there you go. Stuart has shown his face before. It's not new to see Stuart's face. That's fine. If you don't know who Seat Unique are, they are the VIP premium ticket and hospitality platform, and they offer unbelievable F1 hospitality, including the exclusive Paddock Club and Champions Club packages. Also, this year they've introduced a Seat Unique Club, and that's going to be for the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. So links in the description. Definitely go check them out and see what is going on down there. Even if you just have a click on the website, have a read through, see what you think. There are some great packages on there. We might have a look, if not in today's stream, then tomorrow's stream, at some of those packages and just have a bit of a laugh and or not a laugh, but a bit of an idea of what we'd like to do on a race weekend. And let me know in chat as well which races you would love to attend. If you weren't here yesterday, you can let me know again which race. You can have one race that you would absolutely love to attend. Which one would it be? I've always said Monza has got to be one of my top ones. A lot of people said Zandvoort yesterday, which would be fantastic, although it is leaving very, very soon for the calendar, isn't it? So that's one. But Monza would be great. Austria would be great. Spa would be amazing. So let me know in chat. And thank you once again to Seat Unique for sponsoring the streams this week. Monaco will be a great one as well. Yes, Warren, I agree. Monaco will be fantastic. I quite like that one. So, Monaco... Again, I said it yesterday, maybe got some stick for it. I know I wasn't reading chat at the time, but Spain is one that I've heard, Barcelona, that's actually a pretty good weekend. So I think that could be worth it. But also, if you're thinking Spanish Grand Prix, Madrid could be quite an exciting one when that joins the calendar, because it's right in the middle of Madrid, isn't it? So, or relatively in the middle of Madrid. It's in the city. So that could be a good weekend. Sean, the channel will really grow if you keep showing your face. Been a fan since 2018. Adds on extra dimension to your broadcast. Great to finally put a face to the voice. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I hope so. Be good to see the channel get some growth again. It's a winter of every winter, everything just starts to go down, and you're like, oh no, and it's all over. And then we get to this point, and there we go. Stuart's drawn something on a banana. Is that a driver?
Let's keep busy. Yeah, it's my little F1 driver driving his banana. Little.
There you go.
There we go. This is why I can only do 2 days of this. I'll go mad otherwise.
Jithu says Sao Paulo as a race I'd like to visit. Suzuka for Brad. Portimao as well, Brad mentions. I think that was a good weekend, wasn't it? Vegas, I agree with Warren. Vegas would be epic, but I can't. Vegas isn't somewhere I'd want to live. No offense when I'm from Vegas, but but then I wouldn't want to live in like a seaside town either. But it's a place I'd like to visit. Would be cool for a weekend or something, but I don't think I want to live there. And it's no shade on Stuart when I say this. It's a bit like London as well. I like to visit London. I don't think I could live there. I'm a bit more northern. Lincolnshire isn't the north, but you know. We'll still count it as, well, it's north of London, so I suppose it is the north. It's a bit too city life for me.
I live quite near to Stratford in East London, not Stratford upon Avon, Stratford in East London, and we very nearly, and it would have been horrendous, but in a kind of, you know how you, this sounds bad the way I'm afraid, you know how you staring at a car crash. I need to finish my sentence. We nearly had a sphere, as in like the Las Vegas sphere. They nearly built another one in Stratford, which is in East London. Which, yeah, the Olympics were here, but it's mostly like, I don't know, businesses and residential and things. And it would have been absolutely horrendous to have this massive glowing LED sphere here. But I kind of wanted it just because I wanted to experience the awfulness of it all. Anyway, the mayor said, Absolutely not. So we're not getting it. But yeah, it would have been really quite funny. I would have been living in the Las Vegas of London, as you made the comparison.
Classic UK though, isn't it? Like, oh, we're going to bring the sphere. We want to move forward and do futuristic things. Here's a sphere. No, you can't have that. Marta says Lincoln is definitely north. She says living on the south coast. Well, if you're on the south coast, Marta, everything's north. Could you guys also add the amount of laps the drivers have done, says Red Daily? We can't, Red Daily. I will feed that back to Multiviewer. It's not an option on the timing that we have, the coding for the timing, so I will feed that back as if we can get that in the future. It doesn't help you today, of course, but I will on the hour every hour run through everybody's laps. But if there's anybody you want to specifically know, let me know in chat, and if I spot your comments, I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll let you know who's done what, but I'll run through them quickly now. Hamilton's done 17 laps, Sainz 14, Russell 28, Gasly 14, Lawson 15, Hulkenberg 21, Alonso 14, Ocon 28, Tsunoda 11, Piastri has done 7, Norris, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Doohan, Antonelli, Leclerc, Stroll and Behrman in the car this afternoon. Then Moray says Aberdeen here. Lincoln is definitely not the north. So there you go. If you ask my dad, he'd call it the north. People. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to update my spreadsheet while no one's on track and put all the laps in so far. Not many laps done, actually.
No.
Really. No. Russell and Ocon actually have done some good runs, but otherwise.
It's nice seeing the intermediate tyres on the timing screen as well. A nice change from the red, yellow and white. Well, we haven't seen any red tyres yet, have we, either? Have we at all?
No. Well, there's not that many of them. I reckon Friday they'll come out. That's my guess.
Last thing, get some proper good laps. So I've seen Sam in chat, so that's one for Sam on Friday, all the hot laps. Sam says, hey Sam, I should say, that site's time is looking juicy, absolutely. And then says thoughts on Cleethorpes. I'd rather not. I'll upset somebody if anybody's from Cleethorpes. It's a place and it exists. There you go. Max picked a good day to miss, says Brad. Yeah, good point. I spotted, actually, I'll tell you what I'll do, actually. Just interesting, because sometimes I spot things and I screenshot them because, and that's going to be my next complaint, by the way. In fact, I'm going to do it now while I'm talking about screenshots. You know, on when you were on Twitter, Stuart, and people would, like, underneath posts, they'd, like, at a screenshot bot. It's like, are we really that lazy in the world now where you can't just take the screenshot with your phone?
Yeah, I don't get that at all. Phones take screenshots so easily. I don't know why you go through the extra effort to tag a screen. Yeah, I don't get it.
And then have to save it anyway.
Maybe Huawei's don't have the ability to screenshot or something.
The thing, sometimes I spot things now on social media was my point. And I think I might share it on stream. It might not be interesting to you. But Craig Scarborough yesterday was explaining the wires that were behind the steering wheel on some cars yesterday, or a lot of cars yesterday. And apparently that's something that's quite common in the first days of testing. And I can't say this word, but we'll try anyway. So they fit an accelerometer. Was that right? I said that right.
Yeah, you said it right.
First time. And that's fitted to the steering wheel to measure movements and vibrations. I thought that was just an interesting point, because I noticed the wires yesterday. I was like, I wonder why the wires are there. And then I went back and looked at some B-roll from last year, and in the filming days they had them, but that's why. So it's they're fitted to measure movements and vibrations. So there you go.
Oh, there we go.
You learn something new every day, unless you knew that and then you learned nothing. But we'll try and learn something else later. Why not? It is quiet. Alex Brundle in the pit lane, looking more and more like his dad every day. Sounding more and more like him as well. Do you think they've got a book in the Brundle household of Brundleisms? Because he always uses the same one in the F2 commentary, doesn't he, when he's doing it? The same ones as Brundle does in F1 commentary.
Probably.
Day late and $1 short. Is Bottas testing in the new Mercedes? Says Aiden. No, not this week. It'll just be the race drivers for testing. Back in day, when we had lots more testing, you'd sometimes get test drivers out there. I seem to recall, Drugovich was because Stroll had his accident, didn't he? He was out on track for Aston a couple of years back. But yeah, we've seen test drives before, but when you've only got 3 days, it'll be the race drivers, definitely. Predictions for most awkward grid walk celeb this year, says A. I won't read the bit in brackets because I don't want to get into that conversation. I'm gonna probably Miami. I find Miami quite cringe as a grid walk. Monaco is what it is. Although I do miss the days of random XF1 drivers walking past and unplugging Martin Brundle all the time. That used to be quite fun in Monaco. But yeah, I always find Miami quite cringe. But I think that's because it's less so. I felt less so with Vegas, weirdly. But I feel like Miami is really crammed with celebrities who don't really want to be there, but are there just because F1 are really trying to push Miami and their fake harbour or their fake marina as a thing, even though people seem quite... I don't know what it is about Miami, Stuart. I just can't love it. I'm starting to get on board with the Vegas track, actually, because it's given us a couple of all right races. So, and it's a bit cringe, but if you're not there, you're not seeing a lot of the cringe anyway. So, but for some reason, Miami, I'm just not warming to it at all.
No, Miami feels the most manufactured event of the year. I mean, quite literally in some cases, obviously, they built the track in a car park. There's the fake marina, there's the fake this and that. And it feels like celebrities have been shipped in, doesn't it? Really, to just sort of add to the whatever it is they're trying to do in Miami. Whereas, obviously, Vegas as a city, anything that happens at Vegas is a show and is a sort of has an element of manufacturedness to it. But I think just because it's already, I feel like it's sort of like F1 is just kind of sliding into the party glitzy nature of Vegas, I guess. It kind of feels a little bit more natural what's happening there, in the same way that when it goes to Monaco, it's full of like it kind of slides into the upper class kind of glitzy glamour Mediterranean style. It kind of fits. Whereas Miami, even though I'm sure it's a very exciting town, it's full of cool things, which is why they want it to be there. Everything about that event feels kind of weird and cheap and manufactured and stuff, and they didn't even build a decent track to go with it. So that's when you normally get the celebrities there that probably don't know what Formula One is, and have just kind of been pushed out there to kind of make the event seem a bit more exciting and glamorous and high profile than it really is.
It feels a bit like the Wish Monaco. We have Monaco at home, etc. But no, I just can't warm to it. I think you're right as well. But also, I think the track's pretty disappointing because if you look at the two tracks as a layout, you could argue Miami looks more interesting than Vegas, but actually Vegas has given us a better racing and actually some interesting stuff as well, whereas Miami's just very 21st century F1 street circuit, very Sochi, very a bit like, I think we said before about like night races. When you're watching on TV, apart from when they sort of pan away and show you the strip or show you parts of Miami in the day or parts of Singapore, it's just a car between two barriers. It doesn't really make any difference. So I kind of feel like Miami just all over. It just reminds me of just any other purpose-built street track, I guess.
In the way that kind of Valencia street track did. Here's another thing, right? We've seemed to have gone into a weird era, maybe, I guess, where track designers, be they, building a circuit or designing a street track within existing roads, seem to think that more corners equals better. And that's not necessarily the case, because you can look at tracks like Austria, which has 10 corners, 11 corners, some of which are barely corners. It's a very, very simple track, but it's very, very effective because it's utilized the geography. It's put in interesting corners. We have runs uphill into a sharp right-hander, and we have like cascading down. Austria works very well. It's a very, very simple track, but it's actually a good track to drive on. And Vegas, not as interesting as some of the other tracks, but actually not a lot of corners, but they have sort of made it work in a fairly interesting way. And there are a couple of hot spots for it. It's not most exciting track in the world, but it does seem to work better. Whereas I think if you start introducing lots and lots of corners and making it quite fiddly like Miami is in some places, then actually it makes it a little bit worse because the cars never really seem to get into any kind of flow, I guess. And I never really understood why F1 was so gung-ho about Miami. They tried to make Miami work and happen for years and years and years before we finally got going. But if you look at the original plans for Miami, they wanted to do it in the city center, on the waterfront. I think the original idea for the track was it would go over one of the bridges, so you'd have kind of the coastal Florida waters in the background, and maybe you'd have the palm trees and the Art Deco buildings that it's famous for, and like all kinds, and it would kind of have like Miami glamour to it and look to it, whereas they have seemed to have just had to shove it off into a corner of a car park of a stadium, which is not the same vibe. So I think they lost everything that kind of would have been cool about Miami if they had managed to secure the ability to actually have a proper street track there, even if maybe, I don't know, I can't guarantee it would have been a great circuit to race on, but it would have at least looked Miami. It would have at least evoked whatever the hell they were trying to go for.
Just sorry, we'll come back to that in a second. Just Haas have tweeted. They said, "Where's everyone else at on track? Forget your inters, did you?"
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know if I've got anything more to add that haven't already been said, but I just the other thing as well, in sort of this modern day track design, so go back to your first point on that, everything now also has to be either the fastest or the most corners, or like Alton Towers, it had the most loops or the most, everything has to have the most something or a world record this, and it's like, you can just build a track that's very good. It doesn't have to have a headline to it, because if you build a track that's great for racing, Sepang, sorry to keep mentioning it, you don't need a constant headline about the fastest this and the fastest that, because the racing will be your headline. So that gets annoying. Like Jeddah, fastest street circuit. I don't think I've ever looked at a street circuit and gone, God, I wish these guys were doing this much quicker. Just a great track will be a great track. So I think somebody was saying, just looking at the chat there, Warren was saying that Hanoi was going to have 30 corners, and the new one in Saudi is going to have about 30. And I know they're already building it, but I would still be very surprised if that track in Saudi looks anything like the renders they put out. But I mean, if anywhere's going to do it, it's going to be somewhere like Saudi Arabia, isn't it? With the money they've got, they can build something like that. My issue with that track is that I'm pretty confident, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm pretty confident that if they build that, that will not be to replace Jeddah. That will be as well as Jeddah. I'm fairly sure it's that. And we'll end up with... the only trouble with that then is that then you end up with Bahrain will want 2, and then Abu Dhabi will want... Well, they can't really have 2, can they, unless they do a different layout, but Bahrain will want 2, the outer loop and the normal track, and then Qatar will say, we want 2, and you just end up with a grid of race in the Middle East, a calendar race in the Middle East, which is we've had plenty of race in Europe, I get that, but... Let's not lose all the racing history and heritage and great tracks that we've got across Europe and America. America annoys me anyway. I've said this yesterday. Why Miami when you've got, the Indy Grand Prix track is better than Miami? Let's just use that. Keep Vegas for the glitz and the glamour and the cheese. Do that all there with the celebrities. Have COTA, because I still will stand by this. I think COTA is a fantastic racetrack, and
a great track.
Indy with the inner not the inner loop, infield section, I think is a good track as well. So there's your 3. We don't need Miami. We still have 3 races in the US and have a great track as well as a couple of great tracks and a street track.
And Indy have improved the infield section since F1 was last there. They've modified it for IndyCar, I think. There's no reason we can't do that. And I have nothing. I actually have very little argument against having multiple races in the US because it is very, very big. Both in size and population, that I can accept that as an argument. That falls apart completely if you're going to try and do multiple races in Saudi Arabia. It's not big enough, and it's not populous enough, and it's not historically relevant enough to have multiple races. So I would argue against that if that's what they wanted to do, which you kind of suspect that's what they want to do. But yeah, I also agree that new Saudi race probably won't look much like the renders. But then again, I mean, that's the kind of thing Saudi like to do. They like to do things that look spectacular. But then again, they tried to build a city that was just a big line, and already that's nothing like the things they promoted. I think I don't know if they still, if that line city is still, is it Neom sponsoring McLaren. Yeah. You're right. We don't need tracks to be the fastest this or the highest this or the biggest that or have the most corners and 30 corners in Hanoi. Simple can be better. Like more complicated and more doesn't have to be better. And it's the same philosophy I said, I'm going to go on my rant now, about drivers' helmet designs, which are now just very, very messy, very, very complicated, overly designed often. And actually, I will stand by the fact that helmets of the 2000s and earlier were better because they were simple and effective, and actually like good design, be it of circuits or helmets or liveries, is often about being restrained and effective in how you deploy things, how you deploy colors and shapes in helmets, or how you use the land you've been given for circuits, and not trying to over-engineer it to make it incredibly complicated and weird. I think you can do things simply as long as you make them effective and work. Ranty rant.
It's we are going to do a conversation for sure, because we kind of touched this the other day, didn't we, when we were chatting? But I'm just gonna super quickly do a rundown of the times. Okay. Why not? I mean, nothing's really changed, has it? Since the last time. We've got no cars on track, apart from Esteban. Ocon did a couple of laps a few minutes ago, but Hamilton fastest 30.080, 17 laps for him. Sainz 30.1, 14 laps for him. Russell 30.3, 28 laps. Gasly 30.8, 14 laps. Lawson 31.2, 15 laps. Hulkenberg 31.5, 21 laps. Alonso 32.9, 14 laps. Ocon 33.7, 28 laps. And Tsunoda 37.9, 11 laps. In terms of tyres, Hamilton was on the C3, Sainz the C2, Russell the C3, Gasly the C3, Lawson the C3. I think Hulkenberg was C4, C1 for Alonso. It's a hard tyre. C1, I believe it was. Ocon C3, and Tsunoda C3. Piastri yet to set a time, but like I say, nothing really changing at the moment, because ads were obviously just starting to appear. It says Murphy Mo. Is that a different? Am I reading somebody else's conversation? It is possible. Let me know. But yeah, we've got a car going out on track. Steady on. Hang on. It's George Russell. He's going to do a practice start at the end of the pit lane in the wet bit as Alex Albon, I think, Carlos Sainz, crosses the pit lane to go sit on the Williams pit wall. So I'm guessing we won't get a lot of this. Stefan says, evening, Sean. Finally get to tune into testing. Screw work. Hey, Stefan. I will message you back at some point, Stefan. I just finished streaming, or I finished working, and then I'm like, oh, Stefan, I'll be in bed, so I better not now. And then I just forget. So I'm not ignoring you. Some of the best tracks in the UK are just the outer ring road of an old RAF base, says Warren. I mean, that's basically what, Silverstone, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. So, old
They
airfield.
just kept adding more corners. Watching George Russell gingerly work his way around the track now.
I didn't know it was ginger. Yeah, he's just coming through turn... Oh, I was confused there. Turn 8. I keep looking at OBS where it's got the tiny map instead of looking at the one that's on my actual screen that's bigger and actually shows me what's going on. Through turn 10 now. Looks like he's got around there all right. But yeah, not exactly... it is only an outlap, but not exactly pushing particularly hard here. So doing a bit of weaving as well on the run to turn 11. Silverstone's lovely, especially when there was the chicane. Says Murphy. Are you ready? I feel like it's an annual thing, so I'll say it anyway. The corner I missed the most at Silverstone is Bridge. That was such a good corner. Super fast, right-hander, tricky. But I do feel like the new layout works nicely. So
yeah, I agree. Somehow it seems to just allow a lot of fighting and fighting back and hustling right through that first sector up to back up. Well, basically from the new grid to the old grid, essentially. Like if we 2021 obviously is the epitome of that. Both the sprint and the race, there was some really good racing through that section, but also I want to say 2022. Yes, 2022. 2022 was the year of the Three Goes Hamilton, right? That we see repeated on Sky Sports constantly in the breaks.
yeah, where he did nothing but stay on the racing line while the others went off track. Yeah,
Exactly.
He got voted best overtake of the year. No shade on Hamilton, but he's not the one commentating. But it's not like he made the move of the century, is it? Yes, that was 22. Yeah, first year of the new regs.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, I was watching that in Canada at the time, quite early in the morning.
Oh God.
That was it. Well, we had to get up quite early to watch it, obviously, because of the time difference. And then Joe immediately, I say, caused a red flag. But Joe had his accident that caused a red flag that stopped the beginning of the race for about an hour. So I'm sitting there bleary-eyed, trying to stay awake, waiting for the restart.
So Ada says, is India coming back on the F1 calendar in the future? I would be surprised, but that's a track that was a lot better than I think people remember. Go and watch a classic race from India. There's some good stuff there. It's a good circuit. So kind of a shame that's not coming back, but I think that's a financial, political, and all that jazz kind of thing. Unfortunately, South Korea was a good track. It was just, as I recall, logistically a nightmare to get to. And fans struggled to get there and didn't really pack it out because it was in the middle of nowhere and a bit awkward. So that's a shame. We have had some good tracks that have kind of come for a bit and then just disappeared, which is a shame. I mean, Malaysia was on the calendar for a while, wasn't it, before it vanished? So debuted in '99. So
I think both Korea and India got screwed, to be honest.
Yeah.
I know there were the reasons that you said that were tricky, but they spent an awful lot of money to build these circuits. It's not cheap to build a grade A FIA circuit only to have a couple of races and be abandoned by Formula One. That is a bit of a shame. And of course, Korea in particular, it was a bit of a pain to get to, but the whole point was they were actually building a city around the track. It was going to be a sort of a new hub in the country, but that kind of fell apart during the financial crash. So in theory, in a few years' time, it wouldn't have been in the middle of nowhere. It would have been in the middle of somewhere. They would just building the somewhere. But that kind of collapsed a bit, which is a shame because it was a good track, and India was as well. I really liked India. I liked it wasn't turn 1, but it was turn 3 or something. Basically, in the first sector there was a run up the hill to a chicane, which was really quite cool. I enjoyed that a lot.
There was also one of the first newer tracks where they had a corner where it kind of opened out as well on entry, so it went from quite narrow to quite wide. I'm sure older tracks that are purpose-built from years ago had things like that, but the first one would seem really as exaggerated as that. A bit like Kota at turn 1, I guess, where it does sort of open out a bit, but it seemed quite, as I recall off the top of my head, quite exaggerated at was it the Bud International Circuit?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, BUDDH. Bud. I quite liked it. And that was there was an era, I guess, in the teens, the tens, whatever we call that decade, where all the new tracks would try and incorporate some version of Turn 8 at Turkey. People love Turn 8 at Turkey so much that Tilke would just bring in a new multi-apex, very long, very fast corner. Kota has one in the final sector. A big long right-hander. That's one of the Turn 8 copies. I mean, he's copying himself, but yeah. Every new circuit had one of those. And now everything's a street circuit. We're not really getting those anymore.
Tilke sat there designing that corner coaster like, oh God, I am good. I'm so good. Hulkenberg's on track, by the way. Just trying to get some confirmation. Planet F1 have reached out for comments. Some reports that Nico Hulkenberg yesterday got something in his eye, which is why he wasn't in the press conference. But I've reached out to Sauber to try and find out what's going on, but they don't seem to know anything about it. It was reported on Sky. So if you've read that anywhere, then it may not be totally true.
Okay, well, I guess we'll find out what happened to Nico then. Reading in. Okay, not going to bring that up. When you see articles and you sort of have a look at them, then you're like, actually, no, I'm not opening that wormhole at the moment. FIA stuff,
Oh yeah, let's not go down that road again. I don't know. Sorry, I'm a bit lost what to say now for a second. Hulkenberg on track. 23 laps so far, 6th overall, 31.5, and Russell's out there as well, 30.3, 33 laps, 3rd place overall. So a bit quiet. If you are just tuning in, it's been a very quiet morning. A good few laps early on, to be fair, a few twitchy moments, but then we got a bit of rain, which made the track a bit greasy. So everyone sat in the pits for what felt like 32 hours, but it's probably only been about half an hour or whatever. But and the hat of Esteban Ocon went out on track on Inters, did a few laps and then came in. So 3 laps, in fact, before getting rid of that. He's now out of the car because obviously he only wants to drive in wet weather for some reason. So, it's been a bit of a quiet one so far today. Not quite as quiet as the power outage yesterday, but we've got Russell out there, Hulkenberg out there, Oscar Piastri's back in his car. Ocon looks like he's now going to start getting ready to get in his. So we are going to start to see some more track action. I'll just mute my mic while I choke to death.
Just watching Hulkenberg having a little bit of a very small moment going through turn 1. I will say I quite enjoy. I know the Sauber livery isn't quite what we want it to be. I want it to be a fade and I want it to be bright green. But it is interesting that the green at the back, green at the front, black at the back is also demonstrated in the tyres. That they have green tyre rims at the front, black tyre rims at the back. I quite appreciate that nice little detail on the Sauber.
Yeah. Lewin wants to know where Max is. Max isn't in the car today. It's Lawson all day tomorrow, and then Verstappen all day. Lawson all day today. Come on, Sean. Verstappen all day tomorrow. So he will be out there tomorrow. Just not today.
I did also only just notice this morning, earlier on, the Williams tyres are roulette wheels. I hadn't spotted that before.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yesterday I was saying the Williams looks like it's got weird studs on the tyres. I can't tell what it is because it's spinning round. I saw it in the pits earlier this morning, and it's got a roulette wheel. Obviously it's sponsored by some gambling company, but it's got a roulette wheel going around the the inner tyre bit. What are they called? Fairings, whatever they are. Yeah. Which, quite fun. Obviously completely impossible to see at speed, but quite fun nonetheless.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, random, but I'm not trying to think what the sponsor would be.
I mean, there are so many gambling companies. It's interesting, actually. I don't know the laws of all the countries of the land. If you told me to guess, I would have guessed that Bahrain wouldn't allow gambling sponsors, but maybe that's my bias coming in. Maybe that's me making assumptions about places.
Having a look at I'm now looking at the Sauber to see if there's any steak advertising on there, because that would answer your point there, wouldn't it? If they haven't got steak advertising on, then it must be. So now they've cut to Mercedes garage rather than focusing on the things Sean needs to see. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. On board with Yuki Tsunoda, that car looks so good on board and off board. Love it. I will argue with your friend.
I agree. I'm still on Hulkenberg at the moment on my. I'm on Russell at the moment on the screen. You know what I miss? Maybe it's a good thing that Formula One cars aren't sponsored by things that are illegal in certain countries and stuff like that. I do miss the fun innovation of teams having to disguise cigarette branding on their cars in certain regions. I thought that was fun. I mean, a complete. Everyone knew who the sponsors were. Like, it was very, very clever. Like, everyone knew that Jordan was sponsored by Benson Hedges, even when it said Buzzing Hornets on the side. But I did enjoy the fun little design quirks that teams would bring when they were trying to like disguise their tobacco brands as something else.
I think it's called Williams when they were sponsored by Rothmans. They had like RO ? Ferrari used to put the lines, didn't they, down the car? And see, I think McLaren did it well by replacing West with like Mika or David or Kimi or Juan Pablo. That was quite cool, just having their name on there. I'm just trying to think now. Stake is on the car. Sorry, Stake is on the Sauber, so maybe not them. But Tsunoda and Hulkenberg having a little race here down towards turn 4. Very exciting stuff. Tsunoda goes through and takes no places, then has a twitch at turn 4, and off he goes on his lap on a C3 tyre. Interesting. Nice. I was trying to think of thinking about the tobacco sponsorship. We're trying to think about because they had Jordan disguised it, but they did it in ways that was quite fun and maybe representative of their seasons. Like Buzzing Hornets became Bitten Heroes, which was quite cool. I quite like that one.
Or they would scrub out some of the letters of Benson Hedges, so it said "Be on Edge."
Yes, yeah, that was a good one. Be on Edge, yeah. Even though, like you say, we knew what they meant. It's like, but then they also Jordan changed the livery. They went from, they had kind of the gold of Benson Hedges and then went to like a bright yellow. So 96 they had the gold car, and then it was yellow from 97 onwards. So
yeah, I mean, I liked the yellow.
It was distinctive. You knew who they were. So
F1 needs to partner up with some disreputable corporations again. Well, I guess they do, but there's no laws against advertising for most of them, I guess.
Because we had the Mission Winnow stuff, didn't we? Relatively recently, and I think McLaren have some as well, don't they? That upset some countries.
Well, the McLaren have vape partners, don't they? I guess, which different territories have different views on. Ferrari, even after tobacco sponsorship got banned in, I want to say 2006, they were still, Philip Morris, who owned Marlboro, was stayed contracted to Ferrari till I think like 2019 or something, 2020. Like Mission Winnow was part of that, and they were subletting advertising space on most of the car, but also Ferrari changed their kind of team logo to look a little bit like a fag packet of Marlboro. They had a little like red triangle on a white space, and they were like, no, this is just our shirts. This is just how it looks. This is Ferrari. Like, it does kind of look like half a fag packet. I'm not gonna lie.
Warren says Philip Morris was still a Ferrari sponsor until last year.
Oh wow, okay.
So yeah, it is very recent.
Yeah. So they would pay to have space on the car, and then people would pay them to hire that space. They were like landlords of the Ferrari chassis.
Stranger things that get banned. What you think about it, but yeah, let's not get into that. That's going to get a bit too political, but yeah.
F1 cars would look quite funny now if they were still sponsored by tobacco but had to obey British cigarette laws. They'd all be completely grey, with everything written in Arial font, and have a picture of like a diseased lung on the side pod.
Lewis says, will Grid Girls ever come back to F1? I'd be surprised. Raymond says, what am I lazy eye seeing here? Stuart Chamber, you are good. Nice to see you. There you go. Chris is talking to somebody else. I will not read that one. Aidan says, still advertising the McLaren Vape Co. on their car. Spinner was not a complete advertisement failure at all, says Red Raven. well. 1 second. I need to cough again. I've got them awkward tickles in my throat. I've got the advertising worked on me because I've got Kimi's book of haikus behind me, so it wasn't totally failed. I spent money on that. The barcode on the Ferrari was branding for Marlboro. Yeah, it was, absolutely. And just watching WEC FP3 in Qatar, and it's just started raining, says Warren. So clearly it's the rainy season in the Middle East. Who knew? There you go. So Hamilton's still fastest. We've got some cars out there now. Lawson, Piastri, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg and Russell. So that's good to see some cars out there. But it has been, if you are just tuning in, a very, very quiet day so far. It's certainly not as dramatic as it has been in the past testing, has it, these first 2 days? But I seem to recall last year, drain cover aside, we didn't get a ton of red flags either, did we? It was quite a well-behaved, let's say, sessions. Piastri goes 7th, by the way.
Oh, I'll look forward to that because he's currently 10th on my screen.
It's very exciting, I can tell you.
Yeah, very steady, not much drama, not much in terms of, I guess, what you'd call headline news, I suppose. I guess what you could say from this morning, it's been a while now, but Hamilton did that 1:30 flat earlier on, which is the new fastest time of this testing week. And that comes off the back of what looked like a fairly... It's tricky, too strong a word, but he didn't set any blinding laps yesterday. He seemed a little bit like the car was understeering a bit and he was struggling to find some grip. So to come back today and put in a pretty decent time and top the timesheets, I think is good news for him. I think we were speaking about it yesterday. We were like, we want him to, or we want to see if he comes back on Thursday and gets a good time under his belt, which is what he's done. As I watch Piastri go wide at turn 1 on track. I don't know what you put in your headline news for today.
That's what I'm
Other
thinking.
than the rain.
You said headline. I was sort of pondering now. I actually went on to look at the chat and see if there's anything in there. But aside from that rain shower, if you can call it a shower, and a few twitchy cars, there's not really anything has happened, has it? Like, worth reporting on, other than George Russell has now gone through 40 laps. So despite the fact that there was a good 45 minutes-ish where nothing really happened, Russell still got 40 laps in this morning so far with an hour and a half to go. So how testing has changed from many years ago. That's impressive stuff again. So how much has the Sauber changed from last year, says Box Fresh. I've not looked into it much because we've been streaming obviously, but I know yesterday we spotted that the front wing seems to be a little bit different, doesn't it? I think you discarded banana peel, I think you said, Stuart, was what it looked like yesterday. Kind of the mustache style ones come back, kind of dips in the middle and then comes back up again. So I'm not really sure. Let me have a look actually. Let me see if where is Matt's article, because he might have something in there that might be worth mentioning on Sauber. But they're an interesting team this year to keep an eye on, because they're very much going to be, or I think anyway, will be in transition this year, because there's not an awful lot of point in basically bearing in mind where they were last year and the fact they're switching to Audi next year. There's not a lot of point in Sauber pouring a ton of stuff into this season. They may as well, I know we've got the cost cap, but they may as well just pour everything they can into 26 and beyond, and focus on that, which I suspect is why someone like Hulkenberg's come in with that experience to help them on that side of things. I think that makes sense for Sauber. So it might be, if Pascal's here or pops in at any point, it might be another tricky year for Sauber, but I think that's all part of the plan, because I just think of all the teams, they are the ones that need to be. I just think they've got nothing to lose, so put everything into next year.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It is tricky, isn't it? Because you kind of... I'm not entirely sure what Audi are doing, how they're planning this and stuff. You would... I don't know. I kind of expected, because it's been a couple of years now since Audi announced they were taking over that team. that there would be a sort of a segue into them actually branding the team Audi and running as Audi and spending some time building that team up to where they want it to be when they come in as an official manufacturer. And we haven't seen that in results on the track. And actually what we're seeing is Audi are inheriting a team that's struggling. They had a very bad season last year. So far, it doesn't look like they're going to have much of a better season this year. And yeah, they might be, you could basically abandon it and focus on next year. But I did kind of expect it. Maybe Audi to start investing some money and putting people in and building the team up so that the momentum was already with them. I think if you Formula E, when Mercedes entered as a team back in the day, they did run the team for a year before they entered with the brand name Mercedes as a I can't remember what the name of the team was. Someone will know. But they spent a sort of transitional building year under a different name before they converted the team to Mercedes properly, which I think worked pretty well for them. So I kind of expected a bit more like that from Audi, but so is concerned the right word? I'm sort of concerned that Audi are going to turn up in 2026 after all this fanfare and Formula One, rolling out the red carpet and celebrating itself for bringing this giant manufacturer in, and for them to turn up and be a bit of a damp squid, maybe, which I think will be disappointing for the sport. I think it'll be fine for the team because I think they do need to build up from somewhere, but I think people are expecting a lot of big things from Audi, and I don't think we're going to get them from day one.
HWA, Race Lab, yeah. From Formula E there. Yeah, no, I kind of agree with that. It is surprising there hasn't been more, but they only really acquired the team fully last year, didn't they? So it is quite surprising, but I sort of maybe Audi look at it and say that Sauber are quite an experienced outfit, and so they should be able to trust them to do what they need to do, but at the same time they had a pretty miserable year last year, so can you trust them to do what they need to do? I guess. But yeah, no, it is surprising they've not been more involved. It's also quite surprising how little we seem to know about it all. Like we know they've acquired the team. We know who's where at the moment. Although this is a chop and chase CEOs all the time. But we don't really know an awful lot about their plans. We know they're building an engine and that, but we don't know their plans overall. What are your goals? What do you want to do? And I guess maybe that's something we'll find out as and when they sort of start developing next year's car and get it in the simulator and all of that. But it's sort of they will have started already, but you know what I mean. But I'm surprised we didn't hear more. I seem to recall, Toyota. We seem to get regular updates on what was happening when they were testing all the time, and we seem to hear a lot about Cadillac and what's happening there, or whatever they're going to be called. And BAR were quite murphy before they came into F1, although they were already Tyrrell, weren't they? They weren't an out-and-out new team either. But it's just surprising a bit. But then, is that Audi just professional? Keep it quiet. Oscar Piastri having a twitch at turn 10 there. Keep it professional. Don't build up too many expectations. But then F1 had an entire bloody reveal for Audi, so it's very difficult to. You can't be not wanting to build up expectations if you have an Audi launch for something that's happening 2-3 years down the line. So I don't know. I am concerned for Sauber, but I think that's what I mean. Nothing to lose really. That they were last year, they'll probably be last this year. Give it everything, and if it falls flat on its face, then just sell the team back to Peter Sauber again, who I don't know if Peter Sauber even wants the team anymore. I don't know how involved he is and how much he owns of it now. I imagine nothing now because Audi own it, but prior to that I imagine he sold some of it off. But I remember when BMW decided to leave, the reports at the time where they were trying to sell it back to Peter Sauber, but he didn't really want it, and ended up with it anyway.
I do wonder if maybe what we're going to get is, and I think it's probably best case scenario, because we're not going to get an Audi that turns in and just like dominates because they.
No.
I mean, there's a good chance. I mean, maybe they'll make an engine so good that that'll lead them to success. But I think best case realistic scenario is something like Mercedes when they took over Braun. I mean, that's probably far above actually where I think they'll be. But Mercedes took over Braun, who had just won a championship, but they basically had were coasting that championship off the back of a very well designed car that they didn't have any money to really develop. So by the end of the year, you weren't picking up essentially a Red Bull from 2023, were you? But sort of having several years of being pretty good, I think, pretty solid. Or even actually when BMW took over Sauber, if as you mentioned that, because BMW took over Sauber, injected some money into it, and actually they had some reasonable years before they had their really, really good year in 2008. So I think that's likely what we're to expect from that. I think I would like to see them scoring points fairly regularly, moving into the midfield and starting to establish themselves and muscle their way in over the next few years. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything spectacular straight away.
Apparently, Peter Sauber hasn't been involved in Sauber since 2016, according to Warren, when he sold it to Longbow Finance. I feel if you'd have asked me, which you didn't, but if you'd have asked me, I'd have sworn that it was more recent than that Peter Sauber's been involved. I mean, he's been around, hasn't he? We've seen him at races, so maybe that's what I'm thinking. But I could have sworn he'd been in more recently that. But then again, to be fair, 2016 was what? Yesterday? Time flies and all that. So yeah, no, it's been a while since Peter Sauber's been involved. But yeah, I don't know how old Peter Sauber is now, though. So maybe it is time for retirement and a bit of quiet time. Yeah, Alex is bringing it up. We do it every year as well, says, which also led to an all-time team name, BMW Sauber Ferrari. What a mess that was. Great stuff. And imagine Claire Williams buying a Sauber team. Unrealistic, but just imagine for a second, says Red Raven. I'm imagining for a second. That would be cool. Yeah. Might be something like McLaren in IndyCar where they're competitive but can't really fight with the top teams. Says Marin. Yeah, I hope so. I hope. I can't help but feel that Cadillac have gone about it the right way. Not just because they're building their own team, but by getting a customer supply for a couple of years while they develop their engine, rather than developing their engine for their first season. That said, is that more out of necessity than anything? Because obviously Audi have had a few years to plan and prepare, whereas Cadillac is a bit more short term, isn't it? But I feel like that's the way to go. And I think, especially Ferrari powering Cadillac. Let's say Ferrari build an engine for next year, fingers crossed, that is like the Mercedes from 2014. And Cadillac have had all this testing time. They could be in a really great spot next year. They could be, because Haas were quite surprised when they entered F1, because was it Grosjean scored on debut for Haas in their first race. So we could see something similar for Cadillac. I'm not expecting the championship or anything like that, but they might not be one of these teams that enters like an HRT and ends up at the back of the grid somewhere and mobile chicanes, basically. That's going to be fun to watch, especially if they've got a good Ferrari power unit. So, but as we know from history, it could go either way. Ferrari could have the greatest engine on the grid, or they could absolutely screw it up. It's going to be such a fascinating year next year. It's quite exciting. And I'll tell you what as well, we don't want an F175 style event for the launches next year. We need individual launches for a new regulation era. We need to get the hype for that, definitely. Yeah, really intrigued by next year. We've got Cadillac, we've got Audi, we've got the new regulations. We'll have new drivers as well, inevitably. What's Alonso going to do? If he suddenly decides in October he wants to retire next season, does that mean the Aston's not as good as they're expecting? It's such a fascinating year this year, but also with the extra excitement of what's to come in 26 and watching how teams' rhetoric changes, I guess. You know, could it be that Honda are now saying things aren't great, but in 6 months, if they start talking their chances up, they've obviously solved their problem, so we can start to read into that. So I love a regulation change, but they just come too quickly. I'd much rather keep these regs for a couple more years, at least. And Siri's talking to me for some reason. I must have said something that sounded nothing like it. There you go. Hi, Siri.
Yeah, I do tend to agree with you. I'm very hyped for next year, but I'm also lamenting the fact that we seem to have just got running with these regulations, and it's just getting good. And you know, we'll embrace it when it comes for sure. I watched about a minute ago. Hamilton running wide at turn 1, just kind of overshooting it. It is a little bit damp out there still, but I've noticed quite a few people actually just overshooting turn 1 a little bit. I've also noticing there's like an F duct hole on Alonso's Aston Martin. Obviously, it's not an F duct, but it is a big like snorkely hole where the number is, and I wonder if that's part of the cooling
Kit
package they have to be able to have for hot races. That's a new rule this year. If the it's not the track, is it? If the air temperature is 31 degrees or over, I think it's sort of declared
31.5.
very specific. It's declared sort of a hot race, and the teams have mandatory cooling elements they have to add to the car and to the driver. It's sort of built into the suit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some cooling, which I think is good. I think Qatar a couple of years ago made us realize that actually there is some danger to some of the places we race. I mean, for goodness sake, we went to Malaysia over 25 years ago, where drivers sweated out half their body weight. But sure, we're just getting around to keeping them cool. I think it's a good thing. So yeah, I don't know what that hole is, but I'm assuming it's to do with cooling the driver.
It's it could be a driver cooling kit. It's also worth noting that with the driver cooling kit, if it's fitted, the minimum car weight goes up as well.
That's true.
So minimum or maximum car weight, it's still early for me mentally.
Minimum.
Yeah. So that goes up a little bit as well. Not not going to get a ton or anything, but they get a little bit more. So that's worth noting too. There's been a few rule changes this year that are quite. We've got the rookies we mentioned yesterday. For most teams, except for Mercedes, Sauber, Racing Bulls. Haas won't count, will they? Because Bema's done 2 starts.
I think that's it.
Alpine then, won't have to do it because they've already got rookies in the cars. But it's 4 for everybody else. So 2. A driver has to give up their car for 2 sessions this year in practice rather than just the 1 for a rookie runner. So that's 4 for every team apart from those that I've mentioned. The big one, which actually we haven't mentioned, is the dropping of the fastest lap point, which has caused so much of a stir that I'd forgotten about it until now. Which I think kind of maybe answers the question: is it a good move? If everyone's kind of forgotten about it already and nobody cares, then it probably was a good move. Sam kind of poked fun at it in the short that he did, that it's remembering back to Daniel Ricciardo stealing that fastest lap point in Singapore. I suspect it wasn't necessarily just down to that, but I imagine some teams maybe complained about it more after that one. But I'm kind of a bit whatever with the fastest lap point. If it stays, it's fine. I was gonna say it's a fun bit of strategy, but it's not. Basically, what you do, what ended up happening with the fastest lap point was you looked at the timing tower, and whoever had like 30 seconds behind them with 3 laps to go, you just knew they were going to pit and put the softs on and go for a glory run on the fastest lap. So it wasn't really any strategy to it, but it was something to add to the end of the race if things had got a bit quiet. But if it stayed fine, it's gone though, and I'm not really bothered by that. So I think there are, if you want to give out extra points over the course of a weekend, there are more deserving things that happen than fastest lap. For example, pole position. I'm not saying we want points for pole position, but I think a point for pole is way more deserving than a point for fastest lap, sticking the softs on with 2 laps to go on low fuel when you've got 25 seconds behind you or whatever. So I'm not fussed by it going. Some might hate the fact it's gone, but it just wasn't. I didn't miss it pre-2019, and I won't miss it this year when it's gone. So yeah.
I think, yeah, it's one of those things that looks, as I'm looking at the roulette wheel on the Williams tire, it's one of those things that kind of in theory it's like, oh, this makes sense because it will encourage drivers to keep pushing, or at least push a little bit to get fastest lap instead of just kind of settling into a rhythm. It adds a little extra element to it. But as you said, the way it played out in practice was, if teams had a big enough gap behind to make an extra stop and go for it at the end, then that's what they would do, and you'd get other teams that would go for a glory run at the end that weren't even in the top 10 to take it away from people in the top 10. So it didn't quite work out. And I think in theory, it's nice to give a fastest to give a point to whoever scored the fastest lap, because that is an achievement, but there isn't a way of organically rewarding that, because it's a system that's easily gamed in a way that's actually not that fun for the sport, unfortunately. So yeah, and you could probably write a very, very long paragraph in the FIA sporting regulations that say you can only get it if it's part of a run that's a certain length stint. So maybe the stint has to be like 10 laps long at least, so it's not a glory run or blah, blah, blah. And then it would get very, very complicated. And then the commentators would have to explain that every single race about what counts as the fastest lap and what doesn't count as the fastest lap. And that's a complication we don't need. The rule book's thick enough already. So yeah, and and I think the crucial thing is it didn't really add anything. And not only did it not add anything, I think people would have been annoyed if it did add something, by which I mean if it did start interfering with the championship battle. I think people have been people tend to get a little bit annoyed when extra points seem like they would interfere with the championship. Like I don't care about adding points for qualifying, for example, for pole position, because I think pole position is reward enough. But I know people whose argument against, or one of the arguments against adding points for pole position, is they don't want to see the race won on a Saturday. They don't want to see the championship won on a Saturday. They want to see.
We've got sprints now. We've already seen the championship won on a Saturday, so
yeah. I mean, my argument to that was, or what actually came to fruition with sprints was, if someone wins it with a qualifying point or wins it with a sprint, then they were already far enough ahead that it was kind of a sure thing anyway, I think. Yeah. But yeah, stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't add a lot. We're not missing a lot, are we, with that fastest point? I think if it had worked in theory, if it had rewarded someone who managed to grab the fastest lap, I think it would have been cool. But again, it's only 1 point. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Tsunoda and Sainz and Gasly, by the way, are out on track at the moment. No, I agree, and it's funny as well. People get angry about things like that interfering in the championship, but it's a bit like the Red Bull Juniors team or having two teams argument. It's sort of really quiet and no one's bothered about it, but then Ricciardo goes and gets the fastest lap point, and it's the biggest disgrace in F1 history, and Red Bull shouldn't be allowed a second team, or they don't quite get out of the way as quickly for Norris as they might have done for Hulkenberg. Not that Hulkenberg will be lapping them, but you know what I mean. They don't maybe jump out of the way quite as easily for them, and they let the Red Bulls through, and it's a big disgrace. But then 90% of the time we hear nothing. Like it was like last year. Was it last year in testing? RB looked really good, and everyone thought they were going into the season as like the fifth fastest team. And everyone started going, oh, this is a disgrace. Red Bull can't have two teams. But when it turns out they weren't the fifth fastest team and they were like eighth fastest, everything went really quiet. And it's just very F1 that, and probably very the world in general. But nobody seems to be bothered by Red Bull having two within F1. Seems bothered about Red Bull having two teams unless it starts interfering with them. And then all of a sudden it's a big disgrace. But as I've said many times, if McLaren don't like that, or Mercedes don't like it, or Ferrari don't, they can go buy another team. Nothing's stopping them. So
I'm going to get a little bit back in day about this.
Back in day.
Well, firstly, I just want to say, Red Bull owning two teams has kept 10 teams in the sport. Yeah. We didn't see anyone else stepping up to buy Minardi. We haven't seen anyone else. They have made sure there are four cars on that grid. Or at least 10 cars on the grid by them owning Toro Rosso or RB or AlphaTauri or whoever. And that is a positive. Also, people who are like getting outraged because the Red Bull junior team, the Red Bull sister team, is using fastest laps to take 1 point away from a rival of Red Bull, or that there may be some communication between the teams about design concepts and so on. Back in day, Ferrari had a relationship with Sauber, who were their customer team, where Sauber were mandated to vote the same way of them in team meetings. Like, Ferrari had double votes in all kind of team meetings and World Council decisions. That is having a junior team and using it to influence things. That was real controversy that we sort of just accepted at the time. But yeah, that's much worse than occasionally having a fastest point taken away from you, or being able to share a little bit about what you've learned in the wind tunnel, I guess. I just wanted to put that out there.
I thought Carlos Sainz go the quickest there. He didn't. He did improve to 1:30.090 and is now 100th of a second behind Lewis Hamilton. Also, Carlos Sainz has the fastest first sector and the fastest second sector, and all of that was on a set of the C2 tyres. So he's looking good. I know it's only testing, but it's still good stuff from Carlos Sainz there.
He looked good yesterday as well. He was 5th, I think, yesterday. He had a good... Well, maybe this was the place to go.
Or has he just painted his Ferrari blue? Taking it with him. No, I agree with what you're saying there, Stuart, as well. And you know, I know still teams tend to vote the way their engine supplier as well on certain things. It's not quite as agreed, if you like, as it was back in those days with Sauber and Ferrari, but it's definitely still a thing. But don't forget as well that it wasn't... Look, when I say this, I'm aware that I'm getting on, and I'm aware that time flies as you get older, but it wasn't that long ago, relatively speaking, in the sense of how long the Earth's existed.
What a scale.
It wasn't that long ago that Mercedes were talking about buying Manor before they went under to become their second team. So it's not like it isn't something that teams are aware they can do or they want to do. But I think I saw somebody in chat a moment ago say Red Bull was smart for getting a second team. It gives you a bit of help in voting. It gives you a place to put your junior drivers. It gives you, for example, Stuart, when you swap engine supplier to a Honda engine that's not been very good, it gives you a team to run that engine in for a year before you put it in your main team. It's a smart move. Yeah, it's a smart move. So I think that was a good thing. But I understand why people don't like it. I'm thinking back to Qatar 21 when Pierre Gasly in the AlphaTauri just didn't even open his DRS and just let Max breeze past him and then opened his DRS. Yeah, things like that I can understand annoy people, but largely it's not a problem. It's just when they're doing well, it starts to annoy people. Hamilton, by the way, Russell's gone fastest on a 29.8, but Hamilton is quick in the first sector. Personal best, in fact, quickest in the first sector. Personal best in the middle sector as we're heading towards the last hour of the morning session. Through the final corner for Lewis Hamilton. Ocon improving as well. Starting to feel like qualifying out there right now. C3 tyre for Lewis Hamilton. He goes back to the top of the timesheets on a 29.6. We're half a second away now from last year's 29.1, last year's pole time, and we are now 0.3 quicker than the fastest time last year on day 2, which was a 29.6 day 2 of testing. So these cars are quicker than they were this time last year, but I guess a caveat, the track is cooler as well because we had a bit of rain. So I can't remember what the temperatures were last year, but that could be a point to make. But Ocon, what's he going to do? He is improving. Personal best 33.3, stays 10th, but he's on 38 laps. So lappage again, key there. So Sainz is looking good, I know it's testing. Please, I'm not going to get too excited, Stuart. Don't worry. I know it's testing, but on the C2 tyre, that's a good lap from Sainz, relatively speaking.
A very good lap, and again, he's got some consistent pace as well. Hamilton in that lap, 0.4 faster than his previous best lap. And while he was running through that lap, Russell briefly took the top of the timesheets and then back down to second again. So we've got two drivers in the 29s, Hamilton and Russell, two drivers in the 30s, Sainz and Gasly, and then we've got 31s and 32s after that. So yeah, some people are starting to pick up the pace out there. It's getting interesting. Well, and as I iterated earlier, I think it's good. I think a lot of people who are looking forward to seeing Hamilton in that Ferrari will be glad that he's got some pace today and seems to have some confidence.
I was just going to say, bearing in mind again that last year's pole position time, when it was night, the track was at its best, the cars were pushing hard on low fuel, pole was a 29.1. We're only half a second off that on day 2 of testing. So that is a good time. It is cold
today, but it has been wet as well. So clearly they've hoovered up all the water and the track is in a nice place again. I don't think it's going to be as cold as it is at night right now, but it's a little bit cooler than it was yesterday. What's the track temperature? 17.4 degrees on track, which is a lot cooler than it will be during the daytime when we come here later on, I think. It's normally around 30, isn't it, here during the day?
Yeah.
Not at night, but during the day.
I think that pole position time we're beaten this evening. Bahrain time. Yeah. If you look at how much quicker the afternoon session was yesterday versus the morning.
Yeah, I think we could see some really interesting times later on, and I'm intrigued as to when the red tires are going to come out. Ferrari and Williams have got a couple each. I'm intrigued to see if they bring any of those out on a day like today.
Yeah.
There could be some good headline times later on.
And just to give you some data on that point I just made about the afternoon yesterday, Antonelli topped the morning session for Mercedes on a 1:31.4. His teammate Russell finished second in the afternoon on a 30.5. So there's 9/10 between the two Mercedes drivers morning to afternoon, and Norris actually a second quicker than Antonelli as well. So if you knock a second off that, we're well under last year's pole time. So
yeah,
there are, like you say, so there's loads of caveats to throw in there: fuel loads, programs, track conditions, but the fact that we're already starting to threaten last year's pole time is a positive sign if you want to see your nice fast cars this season. So Hamilton purple in the middle sector as well, by the way, so he's still pushing hard on the C3. Also, I did see Leftis in chat there say almost qualifying tyres with mediums. Is important to point out as well that whilst Hamilton is running medium tyres and others are running medium tyres, that was the soft in Bahrain last year, so it is not a like for like because the tyres might not be identical in every way, but it is as Hamilton goes faster again, 29.6, 7.0. In fact, no, he doesn't. Sorry, I'm lying. That's the same time. But yeah, so it was actually the C3 was the soft in Bahrain last year. So if we pretend we're in qualifying, Hamilton's actually running the soft compound, but we're in testing and it's the medium, and it's the harder of the mediums. Just to really put another spin on that for you, not the softer of the mediums.
I hear you though. So yeah, Hamilton now has the top time in all three sectors at the moment, and Russell and Sainz are sharing the second and third best times in all three sectors. So those three are, I think, pushing a little bit right now, trying to get some pace out of these cars. It's interesting up there. Gasly, of course, no slouch at all, also going around. He's in fourth place at the moment. And he has the fourth best time in all three sectors. So yesterday around this time, definitely through the morning, we were seeing sector times, or the rankings of sector times, kind of all over the place. Like someone would have the best time in sector 1, but they'd be a bit further, like 7th or 8th in the other sectors. But now we're seeing consistency, I think, across sectors at the moment. Just looking at the lists. So yeah, I think people are putting in some proper runs this morning now.
Yeah. One of my favourite things about Testing Streets as well, Stuart, and I don't tend to say, I'm not going to read it, but that when you know that somebody in chat is watching on a delay, so they're like an hour behind, and then you read their comment, you're like, why are you mentioning that now? They actually know that was from an hour ago, so there's people watching on delay, but it still pops up in chat now, which I kind of wish that's something YouTube could iron out, but I suppose that'd be quite a complicated thing to do, actually, I guess. But live chat is live chat, isn't it? But
I found it. Yeah, there's an interesting. I sometimes watch people do YouTube stream things in the evening of certain things, and I can't catch it when it starts, so I watch it on delay. I might be like a half an hour behind or whatever, and I don't want to contribute to chat, but I wish it could show me the chat as it happened.
Yes.
And YouTube, while the stream's still going, YouTube can't show you the chat kind of it doesn't rewind the chat. It kind of shows you the chat live and the stream delayed. If you're watching the stream, later on when it's just been put out as a video, it does sync the chat. But yeah, I do find that kind of annoying. So yeah, so if you're watching, person who's an hour behind, you won't hear this for an hour, of course. but
we are talking about you.
We are talking about you. You are very much out of sync, so don't look at chat.
I'm going to get on to Jithu wants a lap summary. I'm going to go through all the times in just a moment, Jithu, so just hang about for a sec. But I was just going to say, just on the live chat thing, I got a comment last year having a go at me for not editing out the first 6-minute countdown and how I was lazy. Let's ignore the fact that the person couldn't be bothered to scrub through 6 minutes that was counting down on screen, but I'm the lazy one. But the reason that I don't edit that out is not through a lack of not wanting to. It's just when you edit the stream in any way, then you lose the live chat replay. And the feedback I got from people was that they'd rather have the live chat replay and skip the first 6 minutes via a timestamp that I do in the description than lose the live chat altogether. Because I think once you crop it down, YouTube then can't sync the live chat to the stream anymore, even though you only need to cut out the first 6 minutes of the live chat. So I don't know why they can't do that, but unless that's changed recently, I don't know. But that's something that it's always done. If you cut out the live chat at the start, the live countdown, the 6 minutes, you'll lose all your live chat replay. It can't replay it. So
interesting.
That's why I do it. So it's not through being lazy. I'd much rather do that than have to mess about with timestamps. I'm sure that's Roberto Merry in the Williams garage on the left in the beige jeans or the beige trousers. I'm sure it is. I'll let you have a look, Stuart, and see if you can work out what Roberto Merry looks like while I just run through the times. Who's a Roberto Merry? Lewis Hamilton is fastest on a 1:29.670. He's done 30 laps in that Mercedes. He's not in a Mercedes, Sean. He's in a Ferrari. In that Ferrari, that's going to get used to that one. His fastest time was on the C3 tyre. George Russell, second place, 1:29.8, 49 laps overall. He too was on the C3 tyre for his time. Carlos Sainz in a very competitive for testing. Third place, 1:30.090. 26 laps for him. His fastest time was on the C2 tyre. Pierre Gasly, 1:30.4 for him in fourth place. 30 laps and the C3 for him. C3 as well for Oscar Piastri on a 1:30.8. 3.9. That's 24 laps for him. Liam Lawson's done 28 laps, 1:31.2 for him. His fastest time was done on the C3 tyre. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:31.272, 30 laps for him. 1:31.272 was done on the C3. Hulkenberg, also C3, 1:31.457. He is currently in 8th place, 39 laps. 30 laps for Alonso, 1:32.942. His fastest time was done on the C2s or the C1s. It was a hard tyre, not sure which. And Esteban Ocon, a 1:33.350. 43 laps for him. His fastest time was done on a C3. And he's run the intermediates today, which is very exciting, by the way. We all got very giddy about the intermediate. So that's your running order. As always, usual YouTube spiel. Please do drop a like on the stream. We're nearly at 200, nearly 800 of you here. Please do drop a like and subscribe as well if you are new. Lots of content to come this year. I just need to nail down the actual schedule and what we're doing. I'll do that next week with the bosses. But definitely qualifying and race watch-alongs, sprint watch-alongs and all of that. So please do join me for those and subscribe to the channel. But hopefully lots of videos as well in between too. So lots to come in 2025. And thank you as always to Seat Unique for sponsoring the streams this week. Links in the description if you want to get yourself some F1 hospitality packages, including pit lane access, which is exciting. I'm serious, and I'm not saying it because they're sponsoring the streams. I am going to look at that at the end of this week, and if I can afford to do it, I'd like to get some pit lane access somewhere. I've never been in it. I've been in F2 pit lane. Not pit lane, paddock, but I've never been in an F1 pit lane. I'd quite like to do that. Terrifying idea, letting me loose in a pit lane. And on that note, I seem to recall, Stuart, you telling me that you once went to the Mercedes garage and got your bag caught on a front wing or something, or went to a Mercedes museum tour. I can't remember what it was now. Or it might not have been you. Maybe somebody else. Went there and got their bag caught on a front wing and nearly pulled it over and caused chaos. But yeah,
sure.
So me losing the pit lane.
No. I went to the Mercedes factory.
Okay, yeah,
that's right. Yeah, yes.
I nearly
don't
destroyed
invite me anywhere. I am chaos. Of interest to some people, Haas have broken through the 200 lap barrier today in total across the whole test. They're on 204 laps now. Mercedes on 198 laps. If I've just been putting it into my spreadsheet. So we are now into, some teams are crossing the 200 lap barrier now for the whole test, which is pretty impressive.
Zach's off to bed, 4 a.m. for Zach. No night, Zach. See you in about 5 hours again, mate. And you could confuse me again later. We're like, right, I'm up now. Also, it is Roberto Merry, apparently. Warren says it is. Yes. And somebody else said, Warren again, apparently Merry is in a Williams helping Sainz. He's not just there as a friend. He's there talking to engineers and helping Sainz settle in. Oh, that's nice. That's cool. That's a good way of doing it.
I did have to open up an image of him to look at while I looked at it as the TV feed in the image. And he looks a bit like a Lawrence brother, if that means anything to you.
Lawrence.
So, I mean, that's the. So, have you seen Mrs. Doubtfire?
Yes, of
So
course.
the son in Mrs. Doubtfire is a Lawrence brother, and I think looks the most like him. Actually, I think he looks a bit like the son from Mrs. Doubtfire. But yeah, there's three brothers, who are all actors of that time, of that '90s generation. I think they had a teen sitcom called Brotherly Love or something on the
Oh,
Disney
okay.
Channel. So, anyway, he looks a bit like him, Thingy Lawrence.
90s child actors.
Relevant reference for people
The
in chat.
the actor who played Matilda and played the youngest daughter in Mrs. Doubtfire. What
Mara
happened
Wilson.
to her?
Mara Wilson is a writer now. She's great.
Was everywhere in the 90s. She was the 90s. Yeah, there you go. Didn't know that. Mara Wilson, yeah.
Yeah, she writes plays now, I think. She's pretty cool. She's very active on the socials.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what the others have been up to. Obviously, Robin Williams, the legend, is no longer with us.
Yeah. Sally Field is still great.
Yeah.
And so on. I don't know about the other kids.
Do you know, it's funny, actually. Sorry to get morbid about it, but Robin Williams is one of those people that I often forget has passed away, and I just expect to crop up somewhere sometimes, because he just was one of those people in the end, he just would crop up on something and do something absolutely hilarious, like his brief cameo on Friends.
Yes.
I mean, just hilarious. And he was on screen for like 3 minutes, stole the show. Matilda isn't a masterpiece, absolutely agree. The musical, potentially controversial. Shit, don't watch it. I hated it so much.
I haven't seen the film version, but the stage version I really liked.
I think, yeah, but stage and film musicals are very different. Anyway, I love. I mean, The Lion King is incredible on stage. I mean, the film was good as well, but the remake, the live action, like they had lions. The live action remake was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was rubbish. Don't bother with any of the live action remakes. Blech. It's like Disney forgot why animation is magic. Anyway.
That's your 90s references out the way for the day. We're back to the 90s later. I need to refresh the stream. We're a little bit behind on the preview for some reason. I think it's because I opened Streamlabs foolishly. Thank you, by the way, on that note, to MD Games, member for 12 months in a row now. 1 year. How quick has the time passed? Indeed, it doesn't feel 5 minutes since we were watching testing last year, to be honest, although it's been it's been a year, hasn't it? Over a year, actually. This time last year, if you recall, this weekend, if you like, would have been the Bahrain Grand Prix weekend, because we started in February on a Saturday, first race of the year. Last season.
Did we?
We did.
What? That's horrible. I don't remember that at all.
Was it for Ramadan?
I remember that it was. I remember the Saturdays.
We raced on a Saturday in Bahrain and Saudi.
But I don't remember being in February.
Yeah. Unless I've lost the plot, I'm absolutely certain Bahrain was the last weekend in February last year.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking up now. So Bahrain, race date 2nd of March. So the Friday would have been February.
Yeah.
Horrendous.
Race date.
Don't like that.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. That's completely left my mind. I think I was just focused on the Saturday aspect of it that threw me.
Who's on track? Quite a few. 6 cars, actually. Ocon, Albon, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Russell, Piastri, and Sainz. Sometimes I read the 3 letters and they try to say the name, but just go with the 3 letters and really screw the name up. So, yeah, they're doing some lappage at the moment. What tyres are they all on? Mediums for Ocon. Alonso's in the pits now. Hulkenberg's out there on the mediums. Russell also on mediums. 11 lap stint for him. Liam Lawson, by the way, did a 13 lap stint earlier, for those interested. But Piastri's currently on a 7 lap stint. And of those on track, Hulkenberg, Ocon and Russell all on 12 lap stints. So similar programs going on there in terms of their lap count. What Sainz doing? He's only just gone out on a set of hards, apparently, according to the timing. And looking at the TV, that looks like the C1 to me. C2. when the tyres are moving, it's difficult to work out what's brackets and what isn't. So if you could just stop for a minute and let me know.
It is a little harder.
I think I'm going to say C2. C2 because it looks a bit more white on the side there. So, and again, speed trap data if you're interested. 318 kilometers an hour from Piastri is now the fastest. Very marginally quicker than Lawson and Sainz. Actually, 318 for Tsunoda as well. So there we go. That's your speed trap data. In terms of, just gonna have a quick look at anything interesting in the tyre history, which I don't think is. I agree with you yesterday, Stuart. I don't think the tyre history on Multiview is working quite as we'd expect in testing. I think they're going through the pit lane and they're still logging them as separate things, and it's a bit confusing. So I might just ignore that. But I'm kind of obsessed with the lap time series thing that you pointed out to me yesterday. Now, and looking at stint lengths and things and the times they're doing. Cool. Russell 32.5, 32.9, 32.9, 32.8, 33.5, 33.3, 6, 8, and then a 37.8. So what happened on that one, George? It's all gone wrong. So yeah, lots of long runs going on out there at the moment. So I'm glad that we've got some track action with 50 minutes to go in the morning session, which has definitely... no comment on you in chat or you either, Stuart, but it's definitely dragged a bit more this morning than it did yesterday morning. But I think that's just to do with the fact that we had that very quiet 45 minutes or so with the rain, which definitely... It gave us an interesting start, though, didn't it? Because a lot of laps went on the board quite early because they knew the rain was coming, and now we're going to get quite a few again. So that's a good thing to look at. I did spot yesterday on the live coverage the interesting little slits behind the driver in the Aston Martin on the halo, which has got a few people intrigued. I'm just reading so this is what Matt Summerfield said. This is Summers F1, exactly word for word from his article. The small vertical slits which runs beside the cockpit is in an area where the teams have started to introduce more complex winglets over the last couple of seasons in order to help manage the losses accrued and improve the flow downstream. Aston Martin aren't exempt when it comes to this either, as they'd run a looped style winglet here in 2024 before making the shift to the Cobra style winglet seen on the AMR 25. The region remains unpainted too, just as we find on the leading edge of most of the other aerodynamic surfaces. A lot of that acid is painted black for some reason, but I'm sure there's a reason. It would appear the surface roughness that this provides offers a small but obviously meaningful contribution to its performance. That's why it's not painted. It goes on to say it's unclear what these intakes might be helping to cool at this stage, although it's likely that there's a designated region under the AMR 25s. 25, where the airflow is being directed, with the cooling of electronic components the most likely recipient, given the amount of airflow being received won't be hugely significant.
There we go.
There you go. I am so...
Some of those winglets as well. I mean, we're looking at the Ferrari right now. If you look to the side of the halo, it's got some little horns floating up beside where the halo joins onto the car. And I think I noticed that on the Sauber as well. It's got little... It's either the Sauber or the Aston, because I don't remember the outlet being green. So yeah, if you look to either side of where the halo joins the car, anyone who's watching or anyone who's seen the cars in photos, have a little look there. There's little horns appearing on these cars. Not as dramatic as 2008, but the same kind of thing.
I think they're the ones that they call the Cobra ones, aren't they? Or were you looking at something else?
No, I think quite possibly. I mean, some of them last year, it's sort of it joined up. I do see how it looks like. Yeah, it looks like a Cobra kind of peeking out, looking left and looking right from the car. Yeah, fun.
They look cool, and they clearly do a good job. But they do look good. But I was a big fan of the Viking horns that we used to get as Hamilton goes purple in the first sector on the C3 tyres again. So yeah, all I was going to say is I'm so pleased that Summers has come back to Planet F1, because it just gives us so much more. I would never have. I can read these articles now like that. I would never have done that. I don't like reading other people's articles on stream because they're not mine to use, but I could do that there, and it just gives it just a little bit extra to the streams every now and again, with some detail that maybe we haven't spotted or don't know much about. So that's always good. And Matt is, of course, joining me tomorrow, 12:30 till 2. So if you've got any technical questions, save them up for tomorrow, because he will definitely be the one to answer those. I can tell you the Cobra things look cool. I couldn't necessarily tell you what they do. Very slow middle sector for Hamilton, though. He's backed right out out of it. So 2.5 seconds down, 40.9. His fastest was a 38.3. So what's he done here as he comes through turn 11? Car snap. He goes out wide, right up on the curb. So a little bit wider there. See it on board would be good here. Let's have a look. Turning in. Is it going to be a wiggle? No, just understeers wide, really. Up on the curb, loses a load of time, backs out of it anyway. So was on a good lap there, Hamilton. But like I say, back right off it now. So we're definitely seeing some push laps today.
Sandbagging. People are going to say, "Oh, we slowed down on purpose because he was showing his hand too much." Ooh, gamesmanship. I think it was fine. I was watching while you were watching the replay of turn 11. I was watching it live. That's the kind of sync we're on, and they showed it from a really cool bird's eye view angle. There seems to be I don't know if it's that drone that's been floating around, but there was a camera just looking down on turn 11 from directly above. It looks quite cool. We could see the line Hamilton took as you were describing it. We were kind of in sync in different ways.
Yeah, I think that's a drone I spotted yesterday. I kind of mentioned it. I wonder if they will ever use those to replace helicopters, or whether the helicopter is something we'll always keep. Which I sort of hope we do, because I'm trying to think where it was. But there was a race a while ago where the helicopter was flying so low it was affecting the cars, and the drivers kept complaining, which I thought was quite fun. But we also got those great shots over sort of when you've got a crest of a hill and then a car comes over, and then the other side, like out of some kind of action movie, this helicopter just appears in front of it. You're like, that's cool.
Helicopters are, at least now where we are on technology, helicopters are fast and they've got better cameras on. They've got better so they can be quite far away and cover quite a lot of the track in a short amount of time, while zooming in with high quality cameras. That's what they've got. Drones are still a little bit limited over how they can fly over the track, but I think drones right now, and I think this is what we're seeing in testing, can be quite good to replace or complement crane cams. The way they seem to be using them here at testing is to be quite steady, not moving too fast, and providing some high shots, moving high shots over the tracks, but not actually trying to race the cars in the way the helicopters do. Because we tried that last couple of years. We've had some experimental drone shots next to the track, and they've been so bad. And I don't think it's because drones necessarily are bad. They just seem to have got the wobbliest drones without proper stabilization, and everything just looks really, really shonky. Nothing like, remember that promo video I think Red Bull did last year or the year before, where they had the drone running alongside Max Verstappen in Silverstone for a whole lap, and that was very cool. But obviously you can't do that during a race because they really want drones flying low over a track. But yeah, I think right now getting them into places where cams can't go, or cranes are quite expensive to go, and having them be quite steady at giving high shots, I think that's where they're going to come into their own, and getting angles that we can't necessarily get very easily otherwise.
Is it easy? I might be wrong. I remember making a comment about drones on one of your videos once and getting torn apart by somebody in the comments. It's easier live to stabilize a helicopter camera than a drone camera as well. Unless things have changed. I mean, we're going back probably about 4 years here since I was torn apart by that comment. Hamilton, by the way, has just gone purple and purple, so I think we're about to get a faster time here, so I'll wait on that point just for a second. If anyone knows anything about drones in chat, let me know. By the way, I love drone racing. If you're not seeing it, great fun. Just love drones. Over the line goes Hamilton. 29.6 was his previous best. He's gone 0.3 quicker to a 29.3. We're 0.2 off last year's pole position time. So there we go. Also, somebody said it in chat already. I think it was that yellow helmet in a Ferrari just works, doesn't it? It just work.
I also really like Charles Leclerc's helmet.
Yes,
I think he's got a nice, simple monegasque flag kind of design. A little bit of details on it, but that also works really well because the white is on top, so that complements. It's white on top, isn't it?
Yeah.
So his helmet complements the car as well. So they both. When they're sitting in the car, both of those Ferrari drivers look very, very good.
Apparently that beats Leclerc's Q3 time last year as well, according to Siverson. So that's a metric there. And Sema says drone cameras are crazy stable, but can be greatly affected by wind. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I can't remember what the comment was exactly, except that I was borderline moronic, which is one of the nicest things I've been called online, which is fair enough. But yeah. Why are teams not allowed a second car in testing? Asked Box Fresh. I think it's cost, isn't it, more than anything? The logistics of moving cars around, spare parts as well is a fair point. If you've got 2 cars, you need 2 lots of that new front wing, 2 lots of those new aero parts. And if one gets smashed up, then you might be bothered. But it's largely costs, and I also suspect that drivers don't really want to spend 3 days going round and round in circles in testing. So I don't know, but yeah, I think largely cost. I'm sure there are 101 reasons that we could go into if we go through the FIA regulations, because they do like a regulation, as Stuart pointed out earlier with their wording of the Monaco thing. But I guess cost is what we sort of came down to yesterday, but there could be other things. Red Raven, by the way, says small drones, big helicopters are the difference. Realistically, it does not matter if it's manned or not. Stability of the platform is the key. So a bigger, more stable drone could be as good. So there you go. And hey to the Bizarre Club, good to see you again today.
I am just off the back of FIA rules. I was just reading a little bit that so we spoke a little bit earlier on in today's stream about if there's declared a heat hazard, if the temperature is above 31.5, the FIA will declare a heat hazard, and the teams will have to fit cooling to the car, which increases the minimum weight and so on. And some of the cooling includes a special vest that sort of pumps water, I think, around drivers. But I was just reading, while everything is mandatory, that has to be fitted to the car, the vest is not. The driver can select not to have a cooling vest on, apparently, which I didn't realize until about 20 minutes ago. So I don't think it'll affect, because everything else is mandatory, I don't think it'll affect the weight, and I don't think there'll be any pressure on the drivers not to use it in the way that sometimes we see. Before we had the weight limit on the driver themselves with the seat, there was pressure on the driver, for example, to lose as much weight as possible to help the car, and now the drivers aren't forced to do anything dangerous like that. So I think that does avoid drivers feeling obligated to not put the cooling thing on, but I think that's just a comfort thing depending on how they want to race.
Kyber says, will the cooling parts be standardized? I feel like I've read that. I don't know for sure, but I feel like I've read the kit is a standard part.
I'll have a little look for that.
I might be wrong. I might be thinking something else. So we'll get back to that one. Kai will have a look, but I'm not. Currently talking to Pedro, the man, the myth, the legend that is Pedro de la Rosa on the TV feed, and we've got Yuki Tsunoda just finishing his lap as Russell rejoins the track. But Hamilton currently fastest, like I say, half a second actually quicker, exactly half a second, which is always nice, over George Russell. Sainz up in 3rd place. I still think, and again, the usual caveats as always about not really too much into times during testing, but I still think that's a really good stand-up time from Sainz on the C2 tyre to be on a 1:30.0 and in 3rd place. So good stuff from him. Ferrari looks so stable, says Ryan. I have to say, as we see another top-down shot there of turn 8 from the drone. But I have to say, compared to yesterday, that Ferrari looks a completely different car in the hands of Hamilton. He really did struggle at times yesterday. Whether that was a wind, I don't know. But he had his moments yesterday, but that does look a lot more stable. I will agree on what we've seen there for sure. As much as Tsunoda could return 11.
A little bit worried.
It's an exciting year for Ferrari, isn't it? You look at how well they finished last season. Arguably in the fight for the constructors until it all started off, as it always does with Ferrari, fell apart because they won 2 races back to back, didn't they? Cota and Mexico, fairly dominantly. So there was talk about the constructors, but that kind of all fell away in the end. But if they get the car right, Charles Leclerc will be a threat. And I'll say what I said yesterday and I've said all winter, you'd be a fool to write off Hamilton as well. So, I mean, that lineup with the right car, they could be very good this year. But also, extra caveat for you, throw in that Sean's been saying that about Ferrari since 2009. So, who knows anymore? They could be dreadful.
Just reading the technical regulations on driver cooling, they seem to be not spec parts, but they're very, very strictly defined by how they extract heat and what size they are and where they can be and stuff like that. So I think they're basically going to be pretty much the same thing. Just to answer that question from a few minutes ago.
I can't read you it because it's a work thing, but I've had an email, a really nice email actually, about the streams from people at PF1. They've shared a screenshot of it of me and you, and they've picked one of you playing with your headphones for some reason. So it's like you're like this, and it looks like you're having like the most horrific time of your life, like which is always good fun.
I've got headphones that are not that comfortable for long use, and I've never replaced them for some reason. Like the I'm going to say it's I can't hear you, but the pads are not very paddy, so I sort of move them on and off one of my ears every so often, just to give my ear a little bit of a break.
See, mine are nicely padded. I got some school candy ones. They're not actually like audio editing headphones. I've just got some really nice headphones that are comfy. So they're also noise cancelling. So it's quite funny sometimes if I'm sort of sat here and my other half comes in with a cup of tea. Sometimes scares the absolute crap out of me when I'm editing. So what was I saying? How will Ferrari muck this up this time, says Red Raven. Yeah, exactly. I say it all the time for years. I'm sort of this is our year, and then it all goes wrong. But you never know. This maybe I should say this won't be our year. Maybe it's reverse psychology. We're gonna be dreadful. No chance of the titles. McLaren all the way.
I mean, it would be a very Ferrari way of doing things, of actually being like finally getting there. Winning the title, but of course it's the last year of these regulations and everything resets next year, and they make a pig's ear of of the new thing, and we're back to square one again. I say we, I'm not a Ferrari person, I'm an everything person, but you know what I mean. I think Formula One deserves Ferrari at the top again. I think we need to make sure that Ferrari are popping in a championship every so often, reminding everyone of who they are. I think more than any other team.
Yeah.
So good luck to you, Sean, and your team.
It's been tough. Warren says contact. Have we had contact? Oh, hang on. I think.
Piastri hits Hulkenberg.
Yes.
Okay, I'm watching replay.
I'm watching on board now.
Down to turn 9, I think.
So Piastri goes down the inside of the hairpin. Oh yeah. Just understeers and is that understeers, Stuart? Would you say? Hulkenberg doesn't cut across, does he?
Hulkenberg comes across a little. I'm like watching from above. This lovely above view.
This is a great angle.
Yeah, Piastri understeers a little bit and overshoots actually into the braking zone, and so front left of Piastri taps rear right of Hulkenberg.
Is that damage the front? In comes Piastri pitted afterwards. No damage to the front wings. It was just a wheel-to-wheel contact by the look of it. But yeah, a bit scruffy that, but definitely. I know it's only testing, but nothing Hulkenberg could do in that situation. So no blame there. In fact, Piastri does send it a bit, doesn't he? Watching you on board now, and he just understeers straight into the wheel. It did clunk the front wing actually, so hopefully no damage there for McLaren. I'm loving this top-down view, Stuart. It's like a video game,
lovely, isn't it? I from the onboard with Piastri, it kind of looks like I think he's got it completely wrong in his head. It looks like he's kind of expecting that the Sauber's actually staying wide and leaving a bit of space for him to go through, and then realizes all too late that actually that's not what's happening at all, and he he doesn't have the room to go at the inside.
Red Raven says, watch tabloid media making a Piastri Hulkenberg rivalry out of it. You wait for Drive to Survive 2026.
Yeah.
They hated each other. What is he doing?
I can't imagine Oscar Piastri getting angry about anything, really. He never seems to be too worked up, does he? Either over the radio or in the paddock. Oh, yeah.
No, he's very... I keep liking him to Kimi Räikkönen over the radio. He's not quite as blunt and as quiet as that, but he is very to the point. And doesn't seem to get over emotional. I really like Piastri.
Sorry, having said what I just said, I watched a replay of Oscar Piastri after the incident going past Hulkenberg and sort of raising his hand up as if Hulkenberg is the one in error there. So having said he doesn't get angry, it does seem like he did seem to be annoyed at Hulkenberg for no reason, I think. But anyway, yeah, carry on. Sorry.
No, I just say I really like Piastri. Would like to see him come out on top of McLaren this year, actually. Be interesting.
I do enjoy how maybe to rebalance the world, you seem to come at F1 with an anti-British bias.
I don't. I've never, ever supported. The closest I've come to supporting a British driver was when my mum and dad bought me Jenson Button fan club membership for my birthday in 2001. That's the closest I've come to supporting a British driver. It's not an anti-British.
It's just all the British drivers annoy you.
Yeah,
by coincidence.
I think it's because, and it's something I've discussed with Jonty before, but I think it's because being a Schumacher fan and having very, back in day, having very limited access to things like the internet, and there wasn't really the social media that we have now. You have message boards and things, but not like this. And it was all very, the news I got was the BBC and ITV, for example, or whatever. So it was all, that bloody German. Do you know what I mean? It was all, and everything was just anti-Schumacher, and it just used to really annoy me. And I think it's just something that's always stuck with me, and it's just difficult for me to take the major news stuff from the BBC and that with any seriousness now because of how anti-Schumacher they were. And it's just something that's always stuck with me to the point where it just meant that I just didn't want to support British drivers because they couldn't be balanced. And I was like, well, and it's nothing, David Coulthard never did anything to me.
No.
Damon Hill never did anything to me. They're fine. There's no issue with them as people. But it just something that always stuck with me was, and same with when Vettel was winning championships, it was the same. And it just puts me off supporting British drivers, but it does surprise people. But then I've always made this point as well, which again always surprises people. I don't even support the English national team when it comes to football. So maybe I'm British and I just hate the UK. I'm sure there are many reasons to hate the UK, but I don't hate the UK. But it's just not. I'm just not one of these people that I guess subscribes to the idea that I'm British, so I must support everything British, or I'm English, so I have to support this English athlete or this English team. I'm just sort of, I support the people I like, and that's it. There will come a day, and who knows, maybe it's Oliver Breakfast Bearman, who knows. But there will come a day where I will support a British driver, and I'll be clear on that. But I will always have to use your internet caveat now, though, Stuart, and say that doesn't mean I hate Hamilton. It doesn't mean that I hate Russell. Well, it doesn't mean that I hate Norris. It doesn't mean that I hate any British driver. It just means that I'm not going to be supporting them. So, but it's not anything that they've done. It is my answer to that one. Plus, I kind of feel like foreign drivers. They all seem a bit more old school to me. It's like Verstappen's very old school, so I like Max Verstappen. Vettel was quite old school, so I like Vettel. So I don't know. Maybe I hate the UK. I'm a grumpy old man. Who knows? But there are a lot of people now that are like, I love Lewis Hamilton. How come you hate him? It's like, I don't. In fact, I can't hate him now because he's a Ferrari driver.
Yeah, you need him to do well for you.
I have to support him this year. So there you go.
So far, you seem to have nothing against Ollie Bearman. I can't wait for him to annoy you soon.
He'll annoy me. So, but he's got an Italian accent to him, hasn't he? A twinge in his accent. So that's maybe why I'll let him off.
And he's super sub for Ferrari, so he's already in your good book.
There you go. He's a Ferrari junior as well. So yeah, that's what you need. British Ferrari juniors, and I'll be back on board. And Ace just made a great point as well. Wasn't just the media. My grandfather, Williams fan, would sit there raging about Schumacher as I cheered him on. I used to get, if Schumacher on the rare occasion that Michael Schumacher would make a mistake and crash out, my auntie would call me and like laugh at me down the phone, and I'm like, wow. It's no wonder I'm so fucked up. I was bullied by my family for supporting I totally agree. That's what I used to get all the time. It was like I said, that flipping German because apparently we can't let the war go, even though the rest of the world has.
That's a very thing. My dad is the same. I mean, he's very, very British biased and focused, and you know, you do what you do. I mean, sports does end up being quite nationality focused anyway. You can see the Supermax fans for that and so on, and the Tifosi and all that. There's nothing wrong with that. You got to pick someone for whatever reason you pick. Yeah, and he actually has stopped sort of watching Formula One since Hamilton went off the boil after 2021. But he, apart from being very pro-British, he's also, for whatever reason that boomer British people are, quite anti-German.
Even though they didn't fight in the war.
Even though they didn't fight in the war, it just seems to be ingrained with them. As I'm watching another lovely bird's eye view shot of Carlos Sainz. Yeah, very anti-German. So he's absolutely convinced. Vettel was sneaky and cheating and conniving, and Mercedes also were working against Hamilton to make sure Rosberg got the title in 2016, and all kinds of things. He's a little bit similar about Max Verstappen, but never the same. Like Schumacher as well, very, very cheating, and these German teams and drivers can do no wrong. I swear to. It's so weird that people of a certain generation that's like ingrained in them that Germans could do no right. Very, very odd.
It's we'll get back to testing in a second, but we're kind of on a convo here. But the Red Raven says, I am a German. Don't worry, we're plenty sarcastic about you lot too. And Ryan says, because they heard it all from their parents who were in the war. Absolutely agree. But also I heard it all from my grandparents, but it didn't stick on me like that. So I guess generations, different things, you know. But it's quite funny because my parents are very, very pro-British. I suspect, I don't know for sure, but I suspect they even watch a very British specific news channel. They are very pro-British, but they hate Lewis Hamilton. Strange. Anyway, I don't know why. He's a 7-time world champion. There you go. I don't know. Kate says, very young boomer here and not anti-German in any way. I'm anti lots of other things though. That's an age thing though, Kate. I'm like that. I used to be very accepting of everybody and everything, and now I'm kind of like, oh, bloody kids. What is this noise on Radio 1? I just get grumpy about everything now. But yeah, no, it's not a. I don't hate British drivers. I hate some of the things that every driver, every driver on this grid, even the rookies that will do it at some point, will do something that annoys me. But there's no hate to it. It's just not, I've never felt that affinity or the desperation to them. I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm not saying anything wrong, but you might be on something there. But no, I just sort of, I don't have that affinity. So, but there you go. I don't, yeah. I'm trying backtracking now. I love them all, really. I've got Lando Norris posters on my wall, which sounds creepy because he's like 22 or something. You're going to tell me he's 30 now or something, and time's flown by again.
I will say, kind of on your point, if you're an English sporting fan, there are some people who are English sporting fans, and they band together and whatever. They support the English football team. They support English drivers. I think there are certain sports where they are particularly animated more than others, I would say. I don't think you see English cricket fans necessarily like raging down the street in face paint and smashing things up. But so I think you either kind of go with the English sporting fan crowd and join in with that, or you find it very, very annoying and you kind of get a little bit embarrassed by English sporting fans.
Caroline.
You kind of want to be like, because I know, especially with football, I know what we are like when we especially go to like international matches abroad, and I think we are a bit, we're not loved by other countries, I think so. And I do feel to distance yourself from that. And I also agree, I find the bias of Sky Sports F1 something I do try and distance myself from, because you get it, I get it, lots of us get it. We get the assumption that we are just biased British fans and so on, and you have to fight it the most of all, because as we just said, you are anything but. But I do try and disassociate myself from very nationalistic fan base that we have for certain things. I don't want to kind of, I find it a little bit cringe sometimes and a little bit embarrassing, and we do cause a bit of trouble sometimes.
I will address it because Ryan's telling me off in chat. Both Ryans are telling me off in chat. Ryan Butler says, most don't hate Germans. They have an issue with anyone intentionally crashing, which is where my dislike for Schumacher came from. Try not to generalise, please. As the UK, we are allowed to be biased for who we like, as fans, all fans do. It's the media which needs to change. Ryan, I appreciate the point. I did clearly state at the start of my point that it was the media that were the issue. I then went on to slag off my family for some reason, and they're bullying off me. But if it came across that I was generalising or it was everybody that hated the Germans, it wasn't. It was just what I grew up in was a family and friends of people who were very bloody Germans, and the media are absolutely terrible, or were absolutely terrible, and can still be now at times. So it wasn't generalised. It wasn't aimed at you guys. It was just the media, my family, my personal experience. I can't speak for your personal experience because that's impossible, because I don't know you. There you go. It wasn't a sweeping generalisation. I know a lot of British people who are also Schumacher fans. In fact, at Silverstone, there used to be a lot of German flags in the grandstand, so I'm not alone. I also know I used to have a German partner many moons ago, and it's just quite funny to me, the attitude from Germans towards a lot of Germans towards British people is very different to what some British people feel towards German people. So I just find it quite a funny little thing. So yeah. That's
I will agree. I think we both spoke very specifically about people with our family who we knew who had that thing. But actually, I will generalize, just not on behalf of you. You say you're.
I'm going to go hide.
Well, the thing about generalizations is, or spotting patterns is, it doesn't mean everybody. And I do think, especially among older generations, I think in England, there is a kind of focus on Germany as either being rivals or whatever, or just having a slightly negative tint. I think there is, and I think it does come from that kind of post-war mentality that kind of gets ingrained in certain generations. I think if you read tabloids, if you look at sporting rivalries, there is a funniness from the English towards Germany that I think has kind of mostly gone away now in like younger generations. But if you compare how the English sort of the tint of their glasses through which they view Germany compared to, say, I don't know, some other countries like the Netherlands or something, I think they're also a bit funny about the French, but I think we've been funny about the French for about 500 years because we kept invading each other. I think there is a bit of a tint there, and just because that's a generalization, that tends to be a trend. I don't think it means everybody. It doesn't even mean the majority, but I think that is a certain trend that that England has towards Germany, even if there's plenty of people who don't have that kind of bias built in. Again, but we did very specifically talk about our family, but I do think that is a little bit of a bias in our country that we need to make sure we don't perpetuate in a harmful way. It's nice to have rivalries. I love that Germany doesn't consider us a rival and actually consider the Dutch a rival. And so it's kind of like we're shouting into the wind every time we try and chant at them.
It has come up in chat as well, so I will mention it because I always, so if you're new, you might not know this, but I always make this point. I know that the Dutch media are massively biased towards Max Verstappen. I know the Spanish media are massively biased towards, particularly Fernando Alonso, but certainly Spanish drivers. The difference is, if we're talking specifically about F1, which we are, I suppose, the Dutch media TV shows don't go to the rest of the world. Sky F1, they beam it all over the world. So to me, they should have to be more biased, less biased and more balanced, because they're broadcasting to multiple countries and not just the UK. If they were just broadcasting to the UK, that bias wouldn't bother me at all. And it doesn't really bother me. It's just something I can't get on board with. But we're talking about a time way before Sky when you didn't really get the Dutch media over here or the German media over here or the Spanish media over here, because it was just BBC. Well, it was until Channel 5 came along in 98. We only had 4 TV channels when we were growing up, so I didn't have Sky in my household. We couldn't afford it, so much like Rishi Sunak, I was really deprived as a child, not getting Sky TV. That was where the BBC ITV was very much the news I had to consume, because that's what we had, and they were very biased. But at the same time, at that point, the BBC News didn't go out to the world like it does now. It still did. They had the BBC World Service, didn't they? But it wasn't what it is now. So I'm kind of going around in circles here, saying the same thing, but trying to cover everything off in chat. But you just can't do it on the internet. So it's not. Times are different now. If Sky was only a British broadcaster of F1, it wouldn't be an issue. But I think looking at it from the 2025 or the now of Formula One, I do think Sky should be more balanced if they're going to be playing their shows out to Australia and the US and anywhere else in the world, because it's an international thing. But then you could argue the same for anything, I guess, which is what people are doing in chat. So, but again, it's not a sweeping generalization. I'm not saying that you all are British and you hate Germans or whatever. I'm not saying you all do, but it's just what I grew up with. So very different. Ryan actually says never had Sky growing up. In fact, sometimes couldn't even get Channel 4 if reception was bad. Do you know, Ryan, it took me years to get Channel 5 to work. And the things I missed on there, Hitler, porn, the Queen, the things I must have missed over there. So yeah, just apologies if anything came across as a sweeping generalisation, apart from Stuart admitting that that's what he was doing. I joke.
There are a pattern. I will say, actually, I do sometimes enjoy. You'll see clips from other countries' commentary when like a certain driver does well. Like I think when Gasly won in Monza, clips went around of like the French commentary team like losing their minds of him winning, and I love stuff like that. I do enjoy when people are able to get behind their people and really enthused enjoy. As you say, there's nothing necessarily wrong with being behind your driver, but yeah, Sky do sort of position themselves as an international broadcaster, and not just Sky. I mean, I don't know about before ITV were doing it, which was in the sort of which was late 90s to late 2000s. Their commentary feed went out to several territories, Australia and Canada in particular, but I think they went quite a few places all over the world. Like the main British commentary team have been an international broadcast for a very, very long time, and there is an element of balancing it. And as Max Clayton said, it was the thing that was running through my head when you were talking of James Allen going, "Jensen Button, get in there," which I think is quite fun. Like, as a sort of debut win, one-off, James Allen losing his mind, I think that is quite fun. And not doing it every single race is fine by me.
Yeah, I go back to Crofty, and it's through goes Hamilton with an overtake that wasn't really anything special. Nothing against Hamilton. It was just two cars ran off track and he stayed in the racing line and kept going. That's all that was. And then compared to, I think Max Verstappen crossed the line to win a race once, and Crofty just sounded like he wants to be anywhere but there. It's like, all right, just tell your voice that you're not biased, yeah, because you sound it. Not hating Crofty. There's lots I love about Crofty, but sometimes the man infuriates me. But I imagine there are lots of things that you love about me in chat, but sometimes things I say infuriate you. So that's life. And I'm sure it's vice versa. So there we go. I was just going to say about the ITV coverage, then we'll move on. You're right about the international thing, because they used to do that thing, didn't they, where they go lap 25 and Schumacher leads in Imola, and then they pause, and then it goes to adverts, and then they carry on talking during the break, and then they come back afterwards and they go lap 25 or whatever, and then, they stop saying we're going for a break, because obviously internationally they weren't, but a bit like Eurovision when they do that awkward thing. Back to Eurovision chat again, where they sort of pause because some broadcasts have adverts, but not everyone does. 15 minutes, 13 minutes left in the session. It's 15 minutes when I looked 2 minutes ago. 13 minutes left in the session. Piastri, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Ocon, Gasly and Sainz on track with Alonso just joining them. Just to confirm, if you knew as well, by the way, testing streams, you've got the timing on screen. We've got the track map. I'll give you updates on the hour every hour. We'll tell you when something interesting happens or anything dramatic happens, but it will largely be conversations like we've just had to just help us get through it, because there's not only so many ways you can commentate on a driver going slower than we know they can go, on tyres that we're not quite sure what they are, on a program we don't know what they're doing, with a fuel load we're not sure they've got. So it's quite a tricky thing to commentate on. Go on, Stuart.
No, while you're saying that, I am going to talk about something I just saw on the TV. Actual track action, yeah. We were on board with George Russell, and something had got stuck on on his left side pod, and he was reaching over. Well, no, it was his right side pod, but he was reaching over with his left hand across to try and pick it off for a few corners, and then he picked it off, He's still driving around the track. He picked it off and he's sort of holding it in the cockpit in front of it and sort of expecting it and like, what is this plastic thing that's got stuck to my car? And just keeps driving around one-handed, kind of holding onto this thing. It was quite amusing. I'm not sure what it was. We saw a shot of the Mercedes garage with one of the crew sticking on a new plastic thing. So maybe it's something that just popped off that was holding something down a little bit, a bit of special tape. I don't know. I just thought it was quite funny that George Russell seemed to be quite intrigued by whatever had found his way onto into his cockpit.
He's the one, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at sector times. Hamilton 3 tenths quicker in the first sector, 4 in the second sector, and a little bit up in the final sector over Carlos Sainz, who's just about to start another lap. Again on the C2s. Carlos Sainz loving the C2 tyres today. In fact, he was on a set of mediums for his first 5 laps. 3 of those were timed runs, 2 were reconnaissance laps. Since then, he's done nothing but hard tyres. So some great data potentially for what we're thinking. So Bahrain is likely, I don't know if it's done yet, but it's likely to be C1, C2, C3. So some great data here on what will be the race medium tyre potentially for Williams. So good stuff from Carlos Sainz around Bahrain. Shame it's not race conditions rather than middle of the day, but or whatever time it is in Bahrain now. Where are we? So we're at nearly 11, so there'll be 2. They're 3 hours ahead, aren't they? So yeah. So
yeah, we've got 11 minutes to go till lunch break.
Which we don't disappear, by the way, for the lunch break, just to let you know. I've got no food again, but I'll be fine. It's not like I'm going to starve to death, is it? Got a few years before that happens. Yeah, but we will be live through lunch. Lunch hour is just let's take loads of your questions. So if you have been asking questions and we haven't got to them, don't worry. I tend to, for the last 10 or 15 minutes of the morning session, just not ignore you, but leave questions for a while so we can save those for the hour. We'll also play the emoji game as well. Because Sam's I've stolen them again from Sam, and my favourite one. We've got my favourite one today, which I might save for later in the afternoon because it is so funny. AC says I missed the still photos of cars during testing streams. See, I don't. I thought I would prefer that because I wasn't sure about the face and going that way. But from a purely stream setup or logistical point of view, it's so much easier for me just to go live with the face. So I don't necessarily miss that, especially now that I could say, for example, the race have shared a photo of this, go and have a look or whatever. If there's something worth putting up, I have got a full screen images scene set up on OBS, so I can go there if something happens that we get a photo of that's worth sharing. But I so far prefer this, but I can understand that having the images. Also, the only other thing with the images is like one image on screen for a minute, and then I kind of get like 40 images in, so it's just every 40 minutes you're getting the same images over and over again. So it's not quite as dynamic. Sorry, AC, that was such a dynamic. What the hell? Just quickly as well, Matt Summerfield, by the way, has been poking around the Mercedes. There's some floor ducts that he spotted. I might try and get this picture in stream because it might be worth doing at some point. I might do it in the break. So I will go over that in just a few. We'll do it in the break, and I'll see if I can get a picture up actually, because that might be worth looking at. But we'll just see out this last 8 minutes first, and then we'll do questions and a bit of tech as well. Do you know?
Very cool.
It is a question, but I'm going to read it anyway. Atlas says, do you know how Hamilton did on that time on screen? Was the car having the same understeer as yesterday? Just back to what we were saying earlier, actually. The Ferrari at the hands of Hamilton looks much more balanced and much more comfortable to drive than it did yesterday. So whether the wind was an issue, I don't know. Whether he was just getting up to speed or whatever the issues were yesterday seem to have been ironed out. So if Leclerc hops in that car this afternoon and has all the problems that Hamilton had yesterday morning, then maybe not. But at the moment, it looks much better. Hamilton currently covered in a plastic sheet while the team coat the car in Flovis. Always funny, Formula One. I do love, one of my favourite things about F1 is these high-tech cars and all the technology that comes with them, and then there'll be little things that are just so basic, but, what you can't improve on perfection. Liam Lawson, by the way, the garage is blocked off. They've got the screens up, so the floor must be off the car. So maybe they're replacing the floor there or putting a new spec on, or there's some damage. I don't know. But yeah, things like I always just call it duct tape, but it annoys people. Speed tape. It's just tape. Like, you know, they've just put a sheet over Lewis Hamilton before they spray. Why make things more complicated than they need to be? As well, like stupid things. Getting in the car because of the halo. Just a normal footstool. That's fine. You buy them on Amazon for like £4. You know, it's fine. Why complicate things?
It's tricky. Sometimes people will bring their basic ass thing they bought down at B&Q, and sometimes it'll be a highfalutin branded thing with bells and whistles and springs that really doesn't need to be, but they've, you know, things have changed a lot over the last 20 years, haven't they? The pit garages are very, very slick and sophisticated and branded, and all the walls are covered in screens, and the little laptop thing that they look at comes down from the ceiling on a big spring, and that's covered in brand. Everything is very, very slick. But yes, and then they'll still just stick a bit of gaffer tape on the car and cover their driver in a plastic sheet so they can paint the car without painting the driver. I'm on the onboard with Hamilton. I don't know if it's still with you, but he's got little fairings on the halo that I don't think I've seen before.
Yes,
which are interesting. Just little tiny winglets that are kind of pushing the air to one side. I think that's interesting.
Let me have a look. I think I might be wrong. Let's have a look. Did I have something on this? So, by the way, I think I said yesterday push rod suspension. I think chat would have, maybe not. Maybe I wanted to say pull rod, but it is a pull rod suspension they've gone to. I thought yesterday after stream, I'm sure I said push rod, but I don't think I did because you'd have corrected me in chat straight away.
I think it's pull rod from what I remember.
So the mirrors, I know the mirrors have changed. I'm just trying to find, where are we? I thought Matt had put something in. Maybe not. The Cobra winglets that flank the halo have also returned, albeit they now have a spar that connects them inside the cockpit. Whilst the shallow curved winglets mounted atop the halo that the Ferrari have used in the past have also resurfaced. So those ones that you're talking about, that apparently have been on the car before, virtual safety car, by the way.
Okay.
They've been on the car before, but they haven't been on for a while, so they've kind of resurfaced, as said there. But we have a VSC. George Russell is stopped at the end of the pit lane on the driver tracker. Although now we've gone full safety car, so I'm thinking safety car test, end of the session. That's what we're doing here. So we are under yellow for a safety car, but yeah, everyone's moving on the driver tracker, so it sounds like it's just a test. Allegedly, the fans they used to cool the engines when in the pit lane, leaf blowers with a custom bit to fit into an F1 car. I can believe that, yeah. Again, if it works, no need to mess about with it, is it? So,
Nope.
Or is there? So yeah, safety car test, definitely. Red flag test as well. So I'll go through the motions just for the lols on stream, but you know, it is a red flag, but it's only because it's they're testing it. So nobody's crashed. They'll come back to the pits now. So I guess that's the end of the session then, because everyone has to return when it's a red flag. You can't stay out on track. So testing.
They might come out and do a test start if they're allowed to do on the grid.
That would explain why they've done it this early. Yeah.
We spoke a bit about, someone asked, I think, in chat if they were going to do what they called a mini race, but essentially like a test start from the grid. And we thought they would. And actually what they did at the end of the day was what you see at the end of free practice, where they just line up on the grid and can pull away at their own pleasure. But that person was right. In some testing, they did a full, we're testing the lights. We did 5 lights and away we go kind of thing. But that didn't happen yesterday.
Hopefully tomorrow. Or today would be nice.
Maybe in 3 minutes' time.
But yeah, just to confirm, even if it's just the test of a red flag, if the red flag comes out, they have to return to the pits. No pootling around, straight in. It's a full system check, but they still need to follow those procedures. So they'll all come in now. I think that I was going to say, actually, maybe that's why they did it a little bit earlier than I was expecting. The testing of the flags and that is so they can go back out and do a practice start. It gives them a bit of a window to do that. So we might still see some practice starts in a few. But we are under red flag. If you are just tuning in, not for an accident, it's a test of the systems. We've had a virtual safety car, had a safety car, now it's a red flag, and then it'll be off we go again. So 2.5 minutes to go. Let's see if they can get out for a practice start.
very hard to tell from the onboard cameras, and I'm assuming it's easier with their human eyeballs to see to tell that the the flag lights that flash beside the track, to tell that they are actually red, because I think they look yellow from the car. Because they're so
I agree, yeah.
bright. But I'm assuming when you're actually in the car and seeing them with your real eyes, it does look more obviously red.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, I think these are yellow flags that are flashing, even though we are under red flag. But I think they are red. It's just very hard to see.
Just confirmation on the TV that the only teams keeping their drivers for the full day. Red Bull, Liam Lawson's in all day. We're green again now. Liam Lawson for the whole day and Carlos Sainz for the whole day at Williams. So everybody else is swapping out. So we will have Norris, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Doohan, Antonelli, Leclerc, Stroll and Behrman this afternoon in their respective cars. And if you missed it yesterday, just a reminder that actually in testing, it might be that the first 20 minutes or so of the afternoon session is a bit flat and quiet because teams are still getting drivers changed over and whatnot into their cars. So seats and things have to change and bits like that. But should see Lawson and Sainz out fairly quickly, though. So that's good news. And they are queuing at the end of the pit lane, Stuart, for what looks like going to be practice starts. Ocon and Piastri, and I think Russell coming down as well. So looks like we're going to get some practice starts, which is good. Very exciting. Very exciting.
Just about a minute to go till the official end of the session. But yeah, I'm guessing they're going to be allowed to do. Well, that's the only time they'll have. If they're going to go on track, the only thing they'll have time to do is go and do a practice start. Because they're not even going to make it to the checkered flag, really, are they?
Why did you make the badges of the Red Bull team white and the badges of the Red RB team black?
Me?
Asks Oliver. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, Oliver. Sorry, I'm a bit. If you mean the timing tower, that's all done through multiview, so that's them. They've not updated the colours from last year yet, so they might change for next year. But also, there's nothing black there. There's no black.
I think the Red Bull logos and the Racing Bull logos are the same on the multiviewer tower,
right? More or less, I think. Yeah. At standing start, we're getting a full start procedure. You were just saying this.
Hooray!
I think the dog, Baxter. I think he's just stolen the post, so I may have to go and fetch that in a minute. I just heard the postman come, so yeah.
Olivia, I understand what you mean, actually, despite what you've sort of clarified. Yeah, the colours on the timing thing, yeah, are none of them are black. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a multi-view thing, so they will update those. Unless you mean, I suppose actually the if you look at the Tsunoda tag, it's blue around the outside, then black in the middle. So maybe that's what Oliver means. I'm sure he'll let us know. But yeah, it's a multi-viewer thing. They're last year's colours, so I assume that was it. But also that multi-viewer thing is pulled from the data, so that could be the colours that F1 still have in the system as well. So. That could be why. Hello, dog. Did you steal the post? He did. I'm talking to a dog. Anyway.
3 cars for a standing start then. Ocon, Piastri and Russell.
Triple.
Which is a shame. I'd like to see more.
Triple what we had in at the restart in Hungary 2021, of course.
That was iconic.
This is a lot of cars compared to that. So we're going to get some countdown, some lights, and this could be very, very exciting. Let's have a look then. Slowly lining up. So Ocon on pole. Of course, won in Hungary 2021. Russell third, Piastri second on the grid. That's a grid that could be quite exciting. Oh, but we've got an extra formation lap. Oh, God. Can you believe it? Extra formation lap means you can go. Race start abandoned means you can't go. But not that penalties were handed out for that one. So, multi-viewer makes
something that they were clarified that they weren't gonna do it confirm an extra formation lap or race start abandoned until everybody was sat on the grid and or something. I wasn't entirely sure how that was much different than happened in Brazil, but apparently it makes things more clear for the drivers.
Yori says that multi-viewer make the background black or white depending on how dark the colour is. So there we go. Thank you very much, Yori. But yeah, I assume that's still in the just still in the data from last year. But yeah, I'd like to see it changed to white for or a slightly off-white for Racing Bulls, and then it needs to be pink for Alpine. It should be pink for Alpine. Everything should be pink for Alpine, even if their livery is yellow. I don't care. It should always be pink. Kevin wants to know why you're not eating, Stuart. Kevin's the one that was watching your intake yesterday.
in the break, don't you worry. It's lunch, even though it's a bit early for lunch here. It's going to be lunchtime for me in this break. It might as well be.
We'll watch the standing start, and then I'll do the times, and then Stuart can nip off for a minute while I do the times, and then I'll nip off for a minute, and then we'll answer a load of your questions. So get your questions saved up in your brains. And why do I go northern from time to time?
My banana picture. You missed my. I'm not going to show it now because it's gone brown. It looks awful. Yeah, you missed my banana drawing, Kevin.
Yeah, you did, Kevin. Yeah.
Okay. On my screen, they're going around turn 11, making their way back to the grid. But Crofty is making some kind of weird speculation about the lights. Only some of which are on. Now I'm looking at them. By which I mean the spotlights.
Just to let you know on Lawson, loss of engine water pressure. And they're working on that at the moment. So that's what it is for Lawson. Sorry. I know I said it so quietly. Like, you're not allowed to know.
Yeah, I thought something bad was going to happen. Okay. Well, at least he's got the afternoon as well. So hopefully they'll fix that up and get him back out and not ruin his whole day.
I don't know if I can read that. That's such a brutal line. 4 lights, 5 laps, and off we go. Ocon pulls away, and that, Piastri second, and I might screenshot that and send you it, Stuart.
Okay.
Sorry. I'll do that in a minute in the break, but it just made me laugh. Ocon has just disappeared. What a great start. He's vanished. In fact, Russell is still coming down to turn 1 in what is clearly a very slow Mercedes this year. They are doomed already. Oscar Piastri chasing down Esteban Ocon as they race back to what I assume is just going to be the pit lane. And we all get excited about what appears to be some sort of racing, but probably isn't really. And then the red flag comes out to ruin it all again for another red flag test. So I'll let you disappear for a minute, Stuart, while I do the run through of times and that, and you can get some noodles.
I'll get those noodles going.
Was unnecessary, but there you go. So Lewis Hamilton ends the morning session, and his day, of course, in the car, top of the timesheets, 1:29.379. He did 45 laps in the end, and his fastest time was done on the C3 medium tyre. George Russell is second place for Mercedes on a 1:29.778, 71 laps. That was on the C3 tyre as well. Sainz 1:30.090, 44 laps in total, and also did that on the C2 tyre, so a harder compound. So good time there for Sainz as far as we can read into times for testing. Pierre Gasly fourth on a 1:30.4, 40 laps for him, and that was on the C3 tyre, with Fernando Alonso in fifth place, a 1:30.7, 45 laps in total for him today. C3 tyre for his fastest time. It was the C3 tyre for Yuki Tsunoda as well, a 1:30.793, 46 laps for him. C3 tyre for Piastri as well, 1:30.821 and 44 laps. Liam Lawson, loss of water pressure, so he's lost some time today, only 28 laps, 1:31.233. That was on the C3 tyre. Nico Hulkenberg, 1:31.457, 56 laps in the morning session, and C3 tyre for his fastest time. Esteban Ocon was also on the C3 tyre, 69 laps, and a 1:33.071. Headlines, really, we had some rain at one stage, which made things a little bit less interesting, but also interesting at the same time. Got to see Esteban Ocon out on track in some intermediates, which was very exciting, I can assure you. Ocon seems mainly focused, like yesterday with Haas, on tyres and long run pace. So don't be too alarmed if you're a Haas fan about Ocon's speed. Hamilton looks much more comfortable in that car than he did yesterday. Carlos likes to say his time on the C2, a real standout time, all things considered, and with all the usual caveats slotted into place. And on top of that, just to let you know, everybody's swapping over except for Liam Lawson. He's staying in the Red Bull for the rest of the day once they've sorted their issue. And I've forgotten Carlos Sainz. There we go. Carlos Sainz is also staying in the car all day for Williams. He's not a Ferrari. I'm getting confused by teams here. Just as a sort of a reference to yesterday, to compare to yesterday, Lando Norris at the fastest time of 1:30.4. We're already we're well quicker than that, with a 1:29.3 from Hamilton. We're also only 2/10 away from last year's pole time, and we're quicker than last year's fastest day 2 time. So a lot of stuff going on there. And compared to yesterday, where are we? So George Russell was in the afternoon, 1:30.5. He did a 1:29.7, so he's quicker this morning than he was yesterday. Carlos Sainz did a 1:30.9 yesterday. It was a 1:30 flat today, so 9/10 quicker. Pierre Gasly 1:31.3 versus a 1:34 today, 30.4. Sorry. So everyone is quicker, as far as I can see, compared to yesterday. So obviously there are some other caveats around that with things like running in the morning versus the afternoon and track conditions and things. But yeah, we are quicker than we were yesterday for most drivers, if not all drivers. I'm going to say all drivers in case I might have missed somebody, but I think we are quicker. So that's good stuff yesterday. And just a reminder, Max Verstappen and Alex Albon won't be out today. They've got all day tomorrow. So Kevin says Autosport was saying Alpine looked good yesterday and Red Bull looked kind of twitchy. A few people said, Stuart mentioned earlier, a few people said that the Red Bull maybe doesn't look as balanced as they were hoping, but I'd be very surprised if that's the absolute final car. Maybe they'll be making comments about this is the car, this is what we've got, but I'd be very surprised if we don't see something later today or tomorrow or in time for Australia with that car, because that's just the way teams operate these days in Formula One. So please do drop a like as well, by the way, before we get into your questions. 256 likes, 770 of you here, so please do leave a like. We'd really appreciate that. And don't forget to subscribe, just like Ellen Sanchez says there. Please do subscribe to the channel. Lots to come. We are live all the way through until 4 p.m. GMT, and then we're live all day tomorrow. I've got Jonty with me at 7 till 12:30 tomorrow morning. Then I've got Matt Summerfield, Summers F1, with me from 12:30 until 2, and then I've got Sam with me 2 till 4 for what will be me at my most delirious and an interesting afternoon, I'm sure. Definitely. Hey Clanson, hope you're all right, mate. Good to see you in chat today. Hope you're good. You talked about Red Bull Juniors earlier. Do you guys think Red Bull would have sacked Danny Rick eventually if he didn't leave on his own accord to go to Renault? I'll save that CPB till Stuart's back, because that could be one that we could do together for a little while. But yes, that's your morning session. So they've all gone for lunch. Stuart's making his noodles, and then I'll go for a quick couple of minutes just to have a breather. But it's been not a particularly exciting morning, but testing isn't always the most exciting thing anyway. But yeah, with the rain, it sort of made things a bit quieter. By the way, speed traps. Gasly, 320 kilometers an hour is the fastest at the moment through the speed trap today. So we'll see. We'll see if that changes this afternoon. It's going to be an interesting afternoon, actually, because we had that rain and quite a greasy track at times. You think times will start to come down a little bit this afternoon. Track rubbers in, obviously. We go to more representative times because the sun starts to set. Hopefully no power cut. That'd be nice. So that'll be interesting. See how things shape up this afternoon. But excited for the season, to be honest, now that we've seen cars on track and everything for a couple of days. Get your questions ready then, and we will definitely crack on. So Red Rose's most important conclusions for the morning session: Haas with good stamina, Hamilton World Drivers Champion 2025, and we Germans are to blame for everything in Britain. Hope I don't need to point out that sarcasm, says Red Raven. Yes, yeah, you don't have to, yeah, that's fine. We believe you, Red Raven, that it's all sarcasm. Honest. Yes, there we go. So ready for an afternoon of streaming again, I guess. I'll come to your questions shortly. How are they relative to last year, the times? Let me get my spreadsheet open. Nearly broke my laptop. As you do. Let's have a look. So compared to last year, so last year's fastest time overall was a 1:29.921, I believe that says. I'm going to take the colour out of that actually because it's confusing me. Yeah, 29.921. And that was day 2 as well. So we are quicker than day 2 and the fastest time last year. So that is good to see. We like to see times faster. But that was on the C4 as well. So a compound softer.
Very interesting to see what happens when if they do strap on a red tyre somewhere as well.
I'd like to see someone have a go tomorrow.
Yes.
About session finish at 4 UK time, so about 3:30. Just put on the C6, no fuel, and just show us what I can do over a lap.
Yeah,
I'd quite enjoy that. So, did either of you go to an F1 exhibition at the XL?
I did.
There you go. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It had a lot of video content and lots of cool like little exhibitions and show things, and they had like a full kind of. They had like race suits and helmets on mannequins, kind of going back over all the decades, which was quite cool. It was like it was like a grid of drivers, but over the entire 70 years. Which, yeah, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I didn't do any of the simulator stuff that you could do there because you had to pay a little bit extra, but it was good fun.
It's the first one, Kevin. That's how you spell it. There you go. I just see quick. Sean, what was your favourite era of F1? That's from Michael. For me, I think the era I remember most vividly is the 90s. So I would probably say that era for me. But early 2000s were good as well. But I just think I look back to those 90s cars and I look at the 98, 99 Ferrari, the 98, 99 McLaren actually as well. Are just such good looking cars. The Benetton in 98 was a really nice looking car. So I just think you had the really great liveries because of the tobacco sponsorship. You had really great looking cars. You had some incredible drivers. And I don't know. It just felt like, and this is 100% rose tinted spectacles, right? But it just felt like a simpler time. It just felt like a simpler time. We went racing, and it was just great fun. But obviously, as a kid, things are from a nostalgia point of view, things are great anyway, aren't they? So, I loved the 90s. I was born in '86, so I didn't start
in the Royal Navy.
I didn't start watching till 92, so I don't remember anything of the 80s other than what I've watched back, so it has to be the 90s for me and very early 2000s. But there's been some incredible seasons that we've seen in that time. 2012 always springs to mind, 2009 as well, of course. 2003 doesn't get enough love either, by the way, as a season. That was a great season.
It's nice when you get, I think people look fondly, especially on seasons that break up a period of dominance, which 2003 kind of did. It was like we had a couple of years of Schumacher and Ferrari. Probably need to be closer to this. Kind of winning a lot of races, and then 2003 mixed things up a little bit again. Michelin seemed to have bring a lot of teams back to the fore. So you had your Williams and your McLaren competing with Ferrari, which even if I think you're a Ferrari fan, I think you breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief that the dominant, Schumacher winning what felt like every race, but now looking back after we've seen some Vettel, Hamilton, and Verstappen years, was only half the races. But yeah, 2003 did add a little bit of spice to what had been a couple of years of very, very Ferrari races.
Red Raver said, Uncle Bernie ran the show. Everyone was corrupt and morally grey. Indeed, it was much simpler. CPB asked earlier, we talked about Red Bull Juniors, obviously. And do we think Red Bull would have sacked Danny Rick eventually, even if he didn't leave on his own accord to go to Renault? Sacked is a bit of a strong. I know what you mean, but sacked is quite a strong word. Let his contract run down, maybe. It's the same thing, really, isn't it? It's not, but it's yeah. I know what you're getting at, CPB. I'd be surprised as long as he was working well with Max, and there was no tension there or drama, and they weren't colliding with each other all the time on track. I know they had Baku, for example, as a thing, and a couple of others. Hungary one year, I think there was a collision between the two of them at the start. So there were moments like that, but I think they would have kept it because they were a strong lineup. Danny Rick in that car was able to pick up the results, and particularly whilst Verstappen was still young and still making those big mistakes, and you know, Danny Rick was there to balance that out. So they worked well together in that regard. So as Verstappen got more experienced, and if Ricciardo had carried on as he was, then I think that would have been a really strong lineup long term. So I don't think they'd have had a need to change it. And it's not, and obviously this is with the benefit of a lot of years of hindsight and indeed a lot of trial and error by Red Bull. It's not like they would have missed out on the next Max Verstappen had they not brought juniors through to that team. You know, Pierre Gasly didn't work for him there. Didn't work for they felt it didn't work with Fiat. I don't think Fiat was particularly fairly treated. That I know he had his moments, a torpedo moment, but he also had podium finishes. He was also quick and he made mistakes, but I don't think he was as bad as people maybe remember at the time. He wasn't perfect, and there were some. I mean, that big crash at Suzuka he had actually was quite massive, wasn't it, in practice or testing? So practice or qualifying. So he wasn't perfect, but I think another year wouldn't have hurt. But you've got Max Verstappen waiting in the wings. You've got to make room for him at your team as a point. So getting rid of Fiat to bring in Verstappen was the right thing to do with all those years of hindsight. But I can't honestly sit here and say that I think that with all those years of hindsight, getting rid of Ricciardo would have been the right thing to do, because you know, a younger Gasly isn't going to be any better than the Gasly that we got at Red Bull. Less experienced, you know. So I think they'd have stuck it out with him. But at the same time, I don't think, to kind of end my entire point on the question, I don't think Ricciardo would have stuck around anyway to be number 2. So I don't think, even if Red Bull didn't sack him or didn't move him on, I think Ricciardo would have gone anyway. If it wasn't at the end of 2017, I think. Yeah,
maybe. Yeah.
Somewhere around there. If it hadn't been at the end of that season, it would have been a year or two later when he actually was playing second fiddle. So they didn't have a reason to get rid of Ricciardo, did they? And actually, his departure, when he chose to leave, caught them completely off guard, as I recall.
Yeah, they weren't happy, were they? I think there's every chance that Ricciardo could have been this feels insulting maybe, but I don't mean it that way. I think he could have been like what Bottas was to Mercedes, in that a very, very strong number 2, able to pick up wins when the lead car wasn't able to, you know, bringing home the points, being in the right place. I mean, that's kind of what we expected from Sergio Perez, to be honest, and that kind of fell apart. But you can't directly compare those two because circumstances are different. But there's every chance he could have spent a few years being that good driver. I don't think he would have been able to challenge Max for things like titles and as many wins and things like that. But I think he could have been a good asset to the team. But like, as you say, I don't think he would have stuck around, because I don't think that the whole point of him leaving was he was more ambitious than that. And he didn't see himself getting to where he wanted to be in Formula One if Max Verstappen was his teammate, because they clearly loved him and were focusing their energy on him. So I think he could have succeeded. I think Red Bull could have had at least the few years that followed, probably up to the point where they got Sergio Perez, to be honest. I think they could have easily had a very good run with and successful run with Ricciardo, and they wouldn't have regretted hanging on to him as long as they do. I think eventually, I guess as with Mercedes and Bottas, they would have moved him aside, maybe to bring up someone younger and give them a shot in that second seat. But yeah, I think they would have had a good few years with Ricciardo with no regrets. I think they would have been pretty successful, and Ricciardo would have had a few more wins under his belt, to be honest.
I agree. And I just, like you say, the whole reason he moved to Renault is he didn't want to play second fiddle, so he wasn't going to stay, was he? So what was the point in that? I've seen another question that I think this kind of feeds into a bit. It's from Rye. Good morning, Rye says, morning, Sean and Stuart. Here's a question for you. Biggest missed opportunity. Mine is Kimi Räikkönen's best years wasting the unreliable McLaren. He could have won 3 championships. I was just going to say, you could feed Ricciardo staying at Red Bull into that a little bit. Biggest missed opportunities. But yeah, in terms of biggest missed opportunity, there are a lot that you could probably go into. I still think Hamilton 2007 was a massive missed opportunity, and I think that mistake in China from, I guess, the team, that McLaren in that situation needed to use their experience to manage that better, because you can't expect a rookie, a young driver like Hamilton at the time, to have that experience with those tyres and what the track was doing. And I think they could have taken a bit of look, this is with hindsight. We know they could have done that a different way. But I think that was a huge missed opportunity. There was another one that came to mind. Alonso 2012. Yeah. You could argue was a big missed opportunity. And had Grosjean not been on the grid, he may have won the title. Dan's not even here and we're tearing into Grosjean. It's terrible. But no, that's, it's missed opportunities. Vettel 2009 for the title. Crash with Webber at Turkey. Was that 2009? Was that 2010?
I think that was 2010. I think that was 2010.
Must have been, yeah. It must have been, yeah.
I think Button and Hamilton had a fight over the win in the McLarens in the same race.
Yes. Yeah.
They had a bit of argy-bargy, if I remember.
Yeah, but I think 2009, Vettel was a bit of a missed opportunity, but he was still very young at that stage, wasn't he? I know only a year away from his first title, but he was still very young, so that's a good shout.
2008 BMW Sauber, that is a good shout from Jaws.
I've got one for you. Go
on.
Eddie Irvine, 1999. That was a huge open goal. McLaren left that wide open with their reliability and their cock-ups with strategies and tyres falling off at Silverstone and things. They left that wide open. Eddie Irvine, I think you said actually in a conversation we had at Autosport, that crash that Irvine had in qualifying in Suzuka probably did for him there as well.
Yeah, I think there were two things, weren't there? I mean, yeah, it was the finale and in the qualifying of the final race where did he have a points lead over Häkkinen going into the final race? I can't remember, but instead of qualifying well, he did have a points lead over Häkkinen, but it wasn't. He would have still had to win if Häkkinen came second to beat him. Like he couldn't have finished second to Häkkinen and got the lead. Anyway, yeah, he crashed in the qualifying and didn't start as high up the grid as he could have, but then there was also a few races earlier where Ferrari just came out with 3 tyres for his pit stop. And he was stuck in the pit lane for over a minute. So yeah, missed opportunity either way, I think. Can you imagine living in the world where Ferrari's first title in what was it, 17 years was won by Eddie Irvine, and Eddie Irvine is walking around as a world champion?
That's a terrifying thought.
It was quite exciting at the time, but yeah, very, very strange.
So Eddie Irvine left Malaysia and post Ferrari disqualification and then having that overturned, arrived in Japan with a 4-point lead over Häkkinen, but both of them had won 4 races by that point. So like you say, with Häkkinen having won in Japan, second wouldn't have been enough for Irvine anyway. I still think 1999 is a season that if you haven't seen it, you need to go watch it. It's massively underrated. I think as much as it pained me at the time, not as much as it pained him, of course, literally, but it was painful to lose Schumacher to his injury in 99, but removing him from that championship really made it, because I think he would have run away with that in the end. Again, a bit like Damon Hill, Ayrton Senna. I always say about 94, if Hill could have got that close to the title, Senna would have won it. If Irvine can get that close to the title, Schumacher would have won it. But I think I always say it. had that been Schumacher's title to win in Suzuka, he would have pushed a lot harder against Häkkinen than he did. I know Häkkinen was quick in that race; he had that under control. But I can't imagine Schumacher. And he was a team player, contrary to what a lot of people might say. He was a team player, a big man. It was all about the team. But he helped to build that team from '96. I can't imagine he wanted to push too hard to let Eddie Irvine have the first Ferrari title for 2 decades after all the work he put in. So
he'd already handed the win over in Malaysia, which was a big ask already. So yeah, I think he played his part, and he just didn't want to stretch his hand too much. I think that's fair enough. But you're absolutely right about being that a great year, and that was the first full season I actually watched. I watched half of '98, and then I watched all of '99. You had things like Jordan being a genuine third team, winning a couple of races. I think Frentzen he came third overall in the drivers. You had that mad Nürburgring race where no one seemed to want to win it. Everyone who took the lead of the race crashed out or retired. And you ended up with the 2 Stewarts on the podium. Stewart with an EW, the team that would then go on to become Jaguar with the Eddie Irvine we've been talking about. Yeah, it was a bit of a mad year, really, actually, wasn't it? And the introduction of Malaysia, which we all enjoyed.
Yes,
the introduction of essentially the track that set the template for all future tracks that were introduced that weren't street tracks. That was Herman Tilke's. I remember Malaysia being introduced, and like I think Martin Brundle did it, or someone did a segment about the track and like how enormously wide it was, because we were used to these tiny little European tracks that we now, Hungary's and stuff like that we now think of as way too small for a lot of modern F1 racing. And Malaysia came with these tracks that were like 8 cars wide and like enormous facilities and those huge kind of flowery grandstand coverings, and that it was very, very expensive, very enormous, and basically set the standard for every new track that had been introduced ever since then, I think.
Yeah,
that's why it's so weird when we go back to like Imola and reintroduce Zandvoort to things like that. It seems so backwards and old school.
That was the jewel in his crown, wasn't it, Sepang? Definitely. But yeah, Jonty's in chat. Morning, Jonty. This is what we're talking about. So we're talking about missed opportunities. And Jonty goes on to say, I'll say BMW pulling funding in 2008. Kubica could have easily won the title if development had continued. It's a couple of people pulled out that one, but I will also say you could put the argument in on a similar level. Was Honda in 2009 a missed opportunity? Look at what Braun went on to do in what was essentially the 2009 Honda. That could have been a Honda World Championship. Maybe they'll argue it was, but it could have been. So
Honda have a long and storied history of like coming in at the wrong moment and then leaving at the wrong moment. Instead, I mean, they sort of tried to leave Red Bull just before they got into their stride again, but that kind of kept one toe in, so they still could get the credit because they are essentially still using Honda engines. But again, Honda nearly pulled out before another spate of world championships. We can never say what that Braun would be like if it had a Honda in the back of it, or I guess it would still be called a Honda, not a Braun. Because they did benefit from Mercedes, which was a good engine. But, engines were closer back then. There was quite a bit of parity between the V8s. In fact, I think at that, I might be wrong. At some point, they locked down the V8s, didn't they? You just couldn't develop them anymore for like a couple of seasons. I don't think 2008 was happening. Anyway, I agree on both fronts. I agree Honda in 2009 and BMW in 2008. I mean, if BMW had actually looked at the bird in their hand instead of the bird in the bush, or the 2 birds in the bush, to completely mangle that metaphor, they could have had some success, maybe even kept going and not pulled out at the end of 2009, because maybe they would, now we're a championship winning team, we're a serious thing, this is really important to the BMW brand. It could have changed the face of F1 as we know it. Hamilton would have gone to Mercedes if that still was on the cards as a 0 world champion. I phrased that wrong, but not as a world champion, I guess. It's not having we could have been a very different time. Kubica might have stuck around at BMW and not moved to Renault, and we could be in a whole different world.
A whole of the world. A lot of changes there, yeah. But Citizen of Race says, when Honda zigs, chances are you should zag. So, but that whole thing when they left Red Bull was quite funny because they're sort of like, oh yeah, we're leaving, and everyone's like, oh, bye Honda, we love you, and then Red Bull started dominating and went, oh no, we didn't really leave, can we have our name back on the car please? We're still here really. I did read a comment. In the rare occasion we heard the Irish national anthem in F1, all hopes currently pinned on Alex Dunn in F2. I've picked that out, because I'm just intrigued. Did we ever hear the Irish national? Because Eddie Irvine's British. He was born in Northern Ireland, wasn't he? And he drove under the British flag. And they used the British national anthem. But I'm trying to remember if we ever had an Irish national anthem at all with Eddie Irvine. Sorry.
Oh, not for the Irvine, no. For the other Eddie.
Eddie Jordan, also,
Eddie Jordan. We had the Irish national anthem. I can't think I don't know anyone else. I don't know if any other Irish drivers who are actually Irish or race under an Irish license. I guess I won't decide who's actually Irish or not because I know it's a contentious issue. Yeah.
Rice says he is Irish, but I'm just. So Irvine was born on the 10th of November 1965 in County Down in Northern Ireland. I thought he was born in Northern Ireland. Again, I'm not commenting on who is and who isn't Irish, but I thought he was born in Northern Ireland, which of course would be why. I'm sure, almost certain that Eddie Irvine at some stage has had an Irish flag, and I might be wrong. By his name, I mean somewhere. I might be completely wrong, and that is why Sean is now down a rabbit hole.
Remember them referring to him as an Ulsterman. So I just Googled that, and I've now learned for the first time that Ulster is actually a little bit of Northern Ireland, a little bit of Republic of Ireland. So that is actually meaningless in it's not meaningless, but it's meaningless in knowing whether he's from Northern Ireland or Republic of Ireland. So, but if you say I did race under a British license, though the British flag came out when he won. I'm pretty sure.
Do you want to know a fun fact? I say fun, it's not really fun, but I'll tell you anyway. On the subject of racing under British licenses, Oscar Piastri raced under British license in junior categories.
Is that right?
Yeah. Just thought I'd let you know. See, this is the thing. This is why I hate the internet in so many ways. There are so many good things about it, but I'll start on trying to find out where Eddie Irvine's from, and then end up somehow on a page about Oscar Piastri. And God knows where I end up after that. I'm trying to think what year it was. It was certainly. Oh, here we go. So Shaw's now on it again. So he was. So not in 2017. So it must have been in 2016. Unless, they might not. They may not have. I'm absolutely certain of it. In fact, I'm now on a whole other website. I will find this out. I'm absolutely sure he did. If chat have already confirmed it, let me know, and I don't have to do this. But I'm sure he did.
While you're looking that up, you just reminded me of with the talk of national anthems and playing and things like that. When Red Bull got their first win, they played the British national anthem instead of the Austrian one, by accident.
Yes. Yeah. I've got a horrible feeling I'm making this up about Oscar Piastri now. So let's say fun possible fact.
And a sort of. On a similar note, I find it interesting that Racing Bulls, who we spoke about earlier, having a close relationship with its sort of sister team, Red Bull, have been moving steadily most of its operations to Milton Keynes to sort of be kind of connected to Red Bull and away from Faenza. I think they will still race as an Italian team, and if they win again, the Italian anthem will play, but it seems like their actual goings on in Italy are going to be a thing of the past, as much as I understand it, which is I guess a shame, but for practicality sense, kind of I guess makes sense. But it is a shame to lose another team that wasn't operating out of the UK. It is kind of weird that all of the teams, apart from Ferrari, for the most part, are almost entirely within the UK.
I cannot find any reference to this Oscar Piastri fact that is in my head for some reason.
You made it up.
I am sure, absolutely certain, that I have done a video at some point where I've had a picture of Oscar Piastri with a Union flag above his head on the podium, and then Googled, why the hell has Oscar Piastri got a British flag? It could be a completely different driver, and I just can't stop thinking about Oscar Piastri. It is possible. British flag.
Proper detective. Well, no one in chat, as far as I can tell, has come to your rescue.
We hate AI on Google. The British flag has been raised over the podium and the British anthem was played after Oscar Piastri's win because he raced under a British licence. Piastri is an Australian racing driver who competes in Formula One. We know that. But he did race under a British licence. Oh, thank God. I thought I completely lost my mind. It is a thing. That's fine. I was trying to find when that was and what year it was, but must have been. It was karting, probably. To be fair.
Yeah, I googled some things.
Here we go. He moved to the United Kingdom to further his racing career in 2016. So that could be during his karting career and things like that it was, but definitely he has. So I've not gone completely mad. By race under British licence, by the way, we're going back, I was going to say a long time, but it's not, is it? We're going back a few years. It's not like it was yesterday or anything. So there we go.
What? Here we go. This is a question I don't know if you'll be able to answer because it's probably quite complicated. What are the requirements necessary to race under a particular license? Like what made Oscar Piastri able to race under a British license? Does that mean he's part of just a British organization when he goes racing, or is it because he's partly British by family? I don't could I, if I was a Formula One driver, could I decide I was racing under an Austrian license, or does there need to be a kind of something behind that, be that citizenship, passport, family, birth? I don't know what the because Albon races under a Thai license, but I don't actually know if he has Thai citizenship or if it's just because of the family connection. I don't, again, you know what I mean? I wonder what the actual requirements are, if there are any, or if you can just do what you like.
I'm not sure. I'm just going to read this there just to confirm that I'm not insane. Despite being listed as Australian on the entry list, Oscar raced under a British racing licence, meaning a British flag was raised with the podium and the British anthem was played after his wins. That was in 2019. Oh, that's actually more recent than I thought. In Formula Renault Euro Cup. But I honestly don't know the answer to your question, Stuart. I know that there was that period not long ago where Russian drivers and athletes checked, because I know
Kvyat?
Daniel Kvyat did, but I know that hang on a minute, I just need to just check something quickly. So I know Robert Schwartzman I didn't know that, but that was quite funny. Robert Schwartzman, obviously because of the negative connotations around Russia at the time, had to change his license, so he went with Israel as his nationality.
Perfectly uncontentious.
But I think somebody else changed theirs to Estonia, I seem to think. Possibly no, he was Estonian anyway. I'm making that up, but I'm still on this Oscar Piastri thing and I won't let it go. Yeah, there he is, Oscar Piastri, 2019, British flag. There we go. That's all I needed to know. I honestly don't know, Stuart. I guess
what a long walk.
I guess you have to have like with Alex Albon, no pun intended, you have to have some tie to actually it was intended, screw it, to the nationality. So for example, he's got Thai parents, hasn't he? So that would make sense. I can't imagine that you could just be like, hi, I was born in London, I'd like to be a Japanese driver, please. I don't think it quite works like that, but there must be some criteria somewhere. So So Alexis says they might have their own restrictions, but if the National Racing Org in question gives it to you, it's good. But is it to do with the country you race in, maybe, as well, or live in? I don't know. It's very... Yeah.
So the official nationality is determined by the country awarding the race license.
Okay.
But I think there might be... Again, obviously the FIA awards the super license. So I guess the thing I'm looking at must be for junior licenses, I guess. Okay. Well, the investigation continues.
Yeah, I would go and have a look, but last I went to have a look for something, I ended up on Oscar Piastri, and I can't remember what the original thing I was looking for. So there we go. Ferrari need a drive from Iceland, 100k Tifosi doing the thunderclap would be amazing, says John C. I thought you went to the supermarket for a second. I was like, fair enough. With Albon, it was also the Thais who financed his racing at some point. Good point from Citizen Arrays there, actually. Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh.
So super license. The nationality that appears on the racing license, this is under the super license, this is about super licenses. Nationality that appears on the racing license, identical to the driver's passport. This is not necessarily the same as the country issuing the racing license. A Frenchman living in Germany would receive a license issued by the German motorsport authorities, but the nationality displayed on the license would still be French. So they would be racing under a German flag with a French flag on their license. Drivers with multiple citizenships can choose their official nationality, it says. As a result, here we go. It's all tying back. It's all planned. This is it. We're going to go full circle here. As a result of this rule, several mistakes occurred on the official entry list issued by podium ceremonies organised by the FIA race organisers, the most notable relating to Eddie Irvine. He was a British citizen throughout his career, and he held a racing licence issued by the National Sporting Authority of the Republic of Ireland. The FIA mistakenly issued entry lists, which stated Irvine was competing as an Irish national. So this seems to go against the thing I just said, but it seems like his racing licence was issued by the Republic of Ireland, but he raced under the British flag because he's British. I feel like we just made things even more confusing.
So 2 points. First things first. Absolute peak testing stream content. Secondly, if you all thought we were faking that, we totally planned that from the outset. We knew we were coming back to Eddie Irvine somehow. We knew we'd get there. We just went about it the weird way. So there you go. That clears that up in no way whatsoever. Well, no, I guess it gives us some more information than we had, I guess. But a
little aside as well, a little historic. This rule, however, has not been enforced since the beginning of the Formula One World Championship. In the past, the choice of nationality was up to the driver. Jochen Rindt, for instance, chose to hold in F1 an Australian nationality. He competed with a license issued by the Austrian National Sporting Authority, despite the fact that he was born in Germany and had German and not Austrian citizenship. Very okay. So I think by standard, it is your actual nationality which appears. And I think Alex Albon will have a kind of dual nationality of some description, I think, just by however that works. That is how I'm imagining from what I have just read. But I imagine what I just read sounded like
words
made things more confusing than when we started.
The key point is what started all of this is that Eddie Irvine was born in Northern Ireland, did race under a British flag, is a British national, but they made a mistake on the FIA entry list, which gave him an Irish entry at one point. Also, Oscar Piastri did race under a British license, so I wasn't losing my mind. And who knew that about Jochen Rindt? There you go. You are here to learn, and we're teaching you things. We are here to answer the questions that nobody asked. It's what we do best.
I do like that is quite a mistake from the FIA for Eddie Irvine. I feel like in the 90s, you've got to be very, very careful about who you decide is accidentally Irish or not. They could have prolonged the troubles if people took that the wrong way. Luckily, everything is fine now, and the world is right from head to toe.
See, I'm gonna nip off now for a quick 2 minutes to have a stretch and a yellow flag.
Okay, I'll be here and I'll be continuing our discussion about the troubles
I
while
look
you're away.
forward to learning about allocating shoe sizes, which I'm guessing is just based on the size of your foot. But anyway, I'm back in a few. I'll leave you with chat.
Chat seems to be more confused now that who Eddie Irvine is in terms of nationality and what flag he raced under. There is no strict answer to that. It all went a bit wonky woo. Right, chat. What are we talking about while Sean's away? What doesn't Sean want us to talk about? Do you want to talk about Sean? What do we think about Sean? I quite like Sean, but you know. Yes, Kevin, going to the toilet is called having a yellow flag on this stream. I think it's something that Sean and Jonty started. Jonty, you might want to confirm that. You're welcome, Ree. Trouble sorted on this stream. We're going to move through every international conflict through the rest of the afternoon and figure out a plan for all of those. I'm sure Planet F1 will appreciate me doing that. Sean is a nice lad. Citizen Racing, Albon's mum is Thai. Yes, I believe that is true. He has spoken about that in one of the many segments I've seen on Alex Albon. I was looking at weird things on the news sites earlier, and I came across a bunch of random stuff. Some of which were to do with the FIA being FIA. I think I'm not going to go into it, but I'm very intrigued by this story unfolding about the FIA apparently blocking some of its members from coming to a meeting because they didn't sign an NDA. It's all getting a bit shady, isn't it? I think I'm very concerned in general that we're going to have another year of FIA being a menace and controversial and standing front stage instead of backstage again. So not really looking forward to that. I do kind of like an FIA that gets on behind the scenes and gets things sorted and doesn't try and start a fight with everyone who's racing with it. But I guess we get what we get, don't we? How's everyone feeling? We spoke about it a little bit yesterday. How's everyone feeling about this? Do I want to go into this again? About this extra stop at Monaco? Because I'm just looking at the article now that just clarified some of the rules about that. We spoke about that in a little bit in the morning. I do kind of wonder if the Monaco thing kind of goes well, if they'll start bringing it in for other tracks where maybe they're thinking, there's not a lot of overtaking going on here, or it's an easy one-stop strategy where you spend 40 laps on the hards. I wonder if they'll start bringing it in. I mean, maybe they'll bring it in across the board, to be honest. You know what they're like. They get a sniff of one slightly good thing and they start blanketing across the entire sport. Vesk says an extra stop's not going to improve racing at all. It's a way to make it a little interesting, but not much, says Ruru. We're feeling excited, says G Mark. I'm definitely up for giving it a try. I'm up for generally giving things a try that aren't too disruptive. You know, not that don't change the fundamental nature of the sport. Yeah. See, Ruru says Monaco needs smaller cars or a new track format, and I don't think we're going to get much of that in a hurry. I mean, 2026 cars are a little bit smaller, but they're not significantly smaller. And let's be honest, when we did have smaller cars and less aerodynamically sensitive cars, we still didn't have a lot of overtaking in Monaco. Monaco has never been a place for overtaking. It's been a place for running nose to tail for 30 laps. And desperately trying not to make a mistake. But yeah, Monaco's always been one of those tracks where it's like, you're not going to see a lot of action. And you kind of just have to take that. You have to take the rough with the smooth because you're going to have a lot of racing tracks that are 8 miles wide and straights that are 2 kilometers long. And you're going to have lots of overtaking and DRS and all kinds of things. And then you're going to have like wiggly tracks where maybe it's more about qualifying and you're going to see a lot less side-by-side action, I think. DJ Naked says this sounds like the talk we had about sprint races. It is kind of similar, isn't it? Because as we covered this a little bit in the morning, sprint races haven't really, or maybe it was yesterday afternoon, everything's blurring together. They haven't really solved anything they haven't necessarily added things that people get excited about, but F1 themselves seem very, very excited about sprint races, and apparently they are the cream of the crop, and everybody loves them, and they're here to stay. Purple Zebra says needs to be more of an endurance race like Singapore. That is an interesting point, actually. I do think maybe we need to kind of. I think it would be interesting if it was. Well, yeah, I think longer would work. Longer, so you have many, many stints. Maybe you bring them more sets of tires than usual, so you have Monaco going on until they get extremely tired. Or I have always said I think you could make Monaco into something a little bit special. There are racing series that have one-off events like the 24 Hours of Le Mans is a special event. They have extra competitors, for example, and the Indy 500 is a special event. It's run in a different way, and I still think Formula One could have a special event that is run in a different way, and maybe they can do that at Monaco to make it more interesting. Maybe they could make it. The problem with making Monaco even longer is you potentially make it just as boring as it is, but for twice as long. So you need to be clever about how you go about that. But you could, you could make it more of an endurance, more of a slog, force them to use lots and lots of tires, and see how that goes. You would have to introduce refueling, of course, which would be interesting, I guess. I mean, you'd have to, if you introduce refueling for one race, then the cars would have to be able to be refueled for any race. You can't just insert a refueling system on the side of a car that doesn't have one, can you?
Are we talking about improving Monaco?
Yeah, we're talking a little bit about the idea of just make it an endurance race, instead of a short race.
Knock it down and start again. If only. Yeah. I've not anything to add on that. I'll say about the Monaco 100 would be quite a cool title. 100 laps of Monaco, but we seem to struggle with 71, so it would need to be something different as well as that. It couldn't just be let's have another 29 laps of Monaco, because that doesn't solve anything, but that with something else could be fun. But Monaco is what it is. I don't think it's down the calendar forever. There will come a point where F1 or the FIA will just decide that's it. Or F1 won't be FIA, will it? But F1. So,
what about Monaco, where you get the standard points for top 10 finish as normal, but then you also get the standard points for a top 10 finish for the top 10 fastest laps,
or top 10 qualifiers.
Yeah. But imagine them doing the race, but the whole time they're also trying to get the fastest lap because it's worth a lot of points. So you'll have a lot of weird strategic backing off or pitting at the right time to get I don't know,
or both.
I don't know. I'm just thinking it's a silly track, but I wouldn't give it the Saturday for anything.
Oh no,
maybe we just need to make it a Saturday base. Just do one of those. You know how the Indy 500 they spend a week qualifying. Just do that. Just make it a whole weekend of qualifying.
You could do like a one-shot quali on a Saturday. No, why would you? For what reason? I think you could, like, if you did like two separate qualifying formats and gave out points accordingly for it. I don't know, because there is something very special about driver, car, Monaco. As flat out as you ever are around Monaco in qualifying, that is the special part of the weekend. And I thought maybe move that to the Sunday instead of the Grand Prix, but then what goes on the Saturday? So you'd need something, but I mean, just reverse the grid on a Sunday, then you've got to force some overtaking. We'll at least get a surprise winner. That's something.
Yeah, okay. Give full points for qualifying, full race points for qualifying, and then reverse the grid for the Sunday.
For sprint points, but down to the top 10 points for the win, 1 point for 10th.
Yeah, done.
Or 20 points for the win, down to 1 point for last, or 20th place. So everyone scores in Monaco. There you go. We've solved it. We'll take no questions. All sorted. Screw it. Race 1 and race 2 star. Race 1 being reverse grid, says Cyber Torrent. There you go. 70 laps of qualifying. Points for fastest lap every 15 minutes, says Newt. Oh, that's getting close to the knockout thing, is it? With the 15-minute cut-offs and timers and all that. How about we split the race two-way? First half of the laps is done by one driver and the other half by a second driver.
Sure.
That does mean you're going to have like an hour in between races, though, rather than just one big race. Because, as we're seeing, I know testing isn't a rush, but you got to change seats and mess around, and
over the course of the weekend, it's qualifying. It's 2 days of qualifying, but there's 6 sessions, and each session they're in a different type of car. So they start off in Mini Coopers and they work their way up to the Formula One cars.
It's funny though, isn't it? Because I like that idea, actually, Mini Coopers, yeah. But it's quite funny in Monaco, because Monaco was always this big protected race that we couldn't touch, and it was just what it was. But in recent years, we've gone from Thursday practice to Friday practice, so they've got rid of that that different element to it. It's always had pretty much its same slot all the time for many, many years. That's now changing. That's getting moved, and now they're introducing special rules for it. So it's almost like it's not quite as protected as it once was. Is it chucking it down in Bahrain, or is it just my very dodgy eyes? I know rain, officially the PM session about to start, 60% chance of rain, and in huge FIA breaking news, pink head padding material must be used.
Very important.
Very exciting.
It's gone up to 15.6 air temperature, I guess. It's not raining. I think you might have some monitor snow or something. Are you not tuned in properly to? Is something moving across the Sky satellite dish, so you're not getting a good picture? It's definitely not raining.
It's not that. I've realised what I've done. So I noticed just in the break there that, because I've got not a big TV, it's like 32-inch TV there with it on. Every time it changes picture, it flashes on my face. So I turned the brightness right down. So now I'm like, God, it looks dark out there. Will do, Sean. You turn the brightness down. I'm just being an idiot. Not the first time. No cars on track just yet. We are a minute away from the start of the session, so apologies we didn't get to as many questions as we hoped to. But we ended up down that Eddie Irvine, Oscar Piastri, Jochen Rindt rabbit hole we weren't expecting. And there's 3 drivers I don't think you could ever put together in any other way. So there you go. But so we'll answer your questions through the afternoon as always. Keep an eye on what's happening on track. End up down some random tangents and we'll be absolutely fine. I'm sure we'll get there. If you've been here before, you know exactly how this works. There's the new Tag Heuer clock. Very swish. Not quite as classic as the Rolex, but times change.
Tag Heuer tend to be more of a chunky watch, don't they? They're a chunkmeister compared to the elegance of a Rolex. I say this as if I'm a watchman and I know all my watches, but that's just the impression I get.
I have a very strict policy when it comes to watches. Can it tell me the time? Yes, that'll do. That's all I need.
Yeah, I don't need it to be like with the accuracy of it'll still be working to the millisecond in 1,000 years' time. I mean, it's fine. It's a watch. I don't need it to be too fancy. I do quite like Mr. Jones watches, though. If anyone's familiar with those, they're sort of they're well-made watches, but they're kind of got interesting novelty faces that are nice. Some of them are quite funny. Some of them are quite they just got nice designs. Yeah. If you like a watch, have a look at a Mr. Jones watch.
I've heard of the brand, but I can't picture any of the watches. So, Gail says, and I sort of agree with this, but also can I just say, Gail, I kind of agree with this for a lot of things. But Gail says Monaco is Monaco. It's historic. If you don't like it, don't watch it. There are other races I find dull that others love. I kind of agree with that, but I kind of agree with that on a lot of levels. Like if you don't like it, then don't. It's like people that complain about. Give me the old TV show Points of View.
I do.
People used to write into Points of View and go, I think it's disgusting that we covered this on this show. I can't stand it. It's not the same as it used to be. So don't watch it then. You don't need to write a letter about it. Just don't watch it. Vote with your viewership. But watch the stream and don't forget to hit that like button. You see what I did there.
I do think we just need to make sure we avoid a situation that we had last year where obviously everyone changed tires on lap 1 and then they didn't need to change tires again, so we ended up in a bit of a procession. If we could just make sure if we can mitigate against that, I think I'm happy with that. It seems like it's not it's sort of a knee-jerk reaction because obviously it happened once and they've immediately changed the rules. But it's sort of it's a soft knee-jerk reaction. They haven't like completely rewritten the rule book. They've just added a little tweak to force people to pit.
Yeah, and that obviously leads to the wider conversation of can we change this and whatever. So, but Monaco won't change too much, but it has changed a lot compared to what it was. Riru says, my office buddies say hello. Hello, office buddies. Okay, are these office buddies in the room with us now? Yeah, office buddies, hello. Good afternoon or morning, wherever you are in the world. John says, honestly, the only watches I found myself liking are Omologato. But I also can't say it without wanting to say Mr. Roboto afterwards. So, Omologato. Yeah. No pitting under the safety car in Monaco, says Derek. That'd be helpful. I know why they do it. They do it for safety. Getting rid of the changing of tyres under the red flag rule, I think, would be better for racing. Or that doesn't count as your mandatory change.
Also that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a simple way, isn't it? It keeps the safety aspects in covered, but it also means you don't remove the racing aspect. Sure. I mean, I have a friend who has very, very strong opinions about pitting under the safety car as well, and pitting under the virtual safety car. He thinks it shouldn't be allowed because it's essentially it's not cheating because it's allowed within the rules, but it gives people free opportunities that other people weren't allowed to have. And I do get that, and I think the only reason I cling on to being able to pit under the safety car is because it does shake things up a little bit, but it does shake things up a bit in an unfair way. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's a bit swings and roundabouts, though, isn't it? Because it goes against you one week and then it goes for you the next week. So I kind of feel like, I get what you say about the unfair thing, but it kind of evens itself out a little bit over time.
I do think it's a legitimate part of the strategy to anticipate a safety car and plan your pit stops around it. Like, it's not like a safety car is just a roll of the dice. It does come with it does come with sort of probabilities, doesn't it? So you will have teams who are like, we're entering the safety car window now, so or you try and push on past the safety car window so that you don't pit at the wrong time and leave yourself vulnerable. There is an element of that which is genuine strategy, but yeah, it is. I can see his point of view.
It's one of those things where like the red flag pitting. I agree. Removing that, you need it for safety reasons in case of debris in tyres, but maybe it could be a rule, and this is where the rule book's going to need to be even thicker, I guess. But it could be a rule like you can change you can change your tyres under safety car for safety reasons, but you have to go to a used compound, and that doesn't count as your mandatory change. Or even say you have to change tyres under the safety car, it has to be a used compound, and that doesn't count as your mandatory change, meaning you've still got to make a racing pit stop, just to try and avoid the needing to bring extra tyres to every race just in case. But it's complicated. But again, it often shakes itself out, and it doesn't go for you one time. The next time it works beautifully for you. So some would argue that's fair enough. But yeah, Racing Rhino, by the way, I feel like this is the perfect way to segue into the afternoon now. Says, hello all, just got here. What have I missed? Firstly, hello Racing Rhino. What have you missed? Well, honestly, not an awful lot. So quite a lot of laps. Lewis Hamilton currently fastest on a 129.379 with 45 laps on the board. Most laps this afternoon, George Russell 71. Liam Lawson's had a bit of an issue with his car, water pressure, we believe. So that has been repaired because he's in the car now, so should get going again very, very soon. He's in all day. Carlos Sainz in all day. We had some rain this morning, which was quite exciting. Again, in the loosest possible way, but it was quite exciting. We got Esteban Ocon on some inters, even though I don't really think he needed the inters, but they did it anyway. That meant we had a very quiet 45 minutes or so when nobody was on track apart from Ocon doing 3 laps on the inters. So quite a lot of filler there. Headlines so far: Hamilton looks more comfortable in the car today, or did this morning. So that's good. Carlos Sainz's lap on the C2s has kind of raised an eyebrow or two in chat and here today as well on the streams, because that's a compound softer and he is up in 3rd place and he was 5th yesterday, so some good stuff from Carlos as well. Also, Haas have been working on their tyres, so no need to worry about their pace. Piastri hit Hulkenberg. There was a bit of contact, was probably as dramatic as it got at the hairpin at turn 8 it is now. Went in a bit deep, bit of understeer, clunked his rear wheel, but all was okay. And we had a red flag test and a proper standing start test, which was, well, it was thrilling. Was the practice start, as it always is. So, yeah, not a overly dramatic morning, but a few I'd say more talking points today than there were yesterday morning, despite the fact that we had that break for the rain. Anything you've got headline-wise, Stuart, that I didn't mention there, just in case I missed something important?
No, I think you mostly covered it. I'm definitely keeping my eyes on Carlos Sainz, who is continuing from the morning to the afternoon. Great morning, great afternoon yesterday. So basically, Sainz is doing three sessions in a row. Now that I think about it, yesterday PM and all day today. So, yeah, things are looking not too bad at Williams with Sainz, and we know Williams have had some bad testings before. So, he's going to be my one to watch this afternoon. I think also I'm sort of segueing from what have I missed to what are we looking forward to, really. But yesterday we saw big improvement in times from AM to PM especially as the track got more towards the evening and track got cooler and things like that. So all but 2 teams improved significantly from AM to PM. So if that's the pattern of things today, then I'd be interested to see how low that best lap time gets today, because we've already broken qualifying, as you said. That's right, isn't it? We pole position.
We're through the pole position time, yeah.
So, yeah, maybe we'll be getting into the 28s by the end of today. That'll be interesting.
You said AM to PM there, and all I could think of is... Sorry, I've just refreshed the stream and sorting chat out. All I could think of is the song AM to PM by... Oh, let's see what we can do here. Christina Milian.
Okay.
I'm not going to Google it because I don't want to cheat, but I feel like I might be right there. AM to PM by Christina Milian. I want to say that's an early noughties song. I'm good with music, you know. So there we go. Just for anyone who wants to know why. It just cropped into my head. So there you go. Apparently I'm right. There you go.
Very good. Very good. You should go on some kind of quiz show with the information you're holding in your head. Pointless?
I am very pointless. Yeah. Oh, the TV show. Yeah. Yeah. I can go. I'm quite good at pointless. I always like. Oh, and your categories are. And I'm like Formula One, chemical elements. Oh, damn it. Yeah. So I was going to make another point there. It's just completely gone out of my head for the afternoon session. But that was it. It's come back. There you go. Just bear in mind, if you are a Carlos Sainz fan or a Liam Lawson fan, this is your final chance to see them before Australia, because they will not be in the cars tomorrow.
Good point. It took me a minute to realise what you said. I thought you said car science.
Yes, car science. It's my new thing.
I thought you were trailing tomorrow afternoon's tech talk. I don't know. If you're a car science fan, then stay tuned tomorrow because we're going to be having Matt Summerfield on. But no, Carlos Sainz.
Yes, Carlos Sainz. Liam Lawson. Yeah, neither of those in the car tomorrow. They're day off. They're having a 3-day weekend. How dare they? Lazy swines. But they are back for Australia, of course, assuming... well, no, Carlos Sainz returned for Australia, didn't he, after he had his appendix out and won the race. So he might want to... I don't know if he's got any more internal organs removed before Australia to see if he can win again. I don't know if that's the plan, but you never know. He's currently on track at the moment. On the C3 now is Carlos Sainz, who's being adventurous this afternoon.
And Williams, as far as I understand, is an appendix-free team. Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah. No appendices.
C's.
Yeah.
Yep.
Appendixes is.
Say it with confidence. No appendices. So, a lot lighter, a lot more nimble, a lot less vestigial. I was already excited for Williams, but I'm now seeing them on track and seeing them have what seems to be a pretty good test, both in pace and reliability. I'm even more excited.
Sorry, I was excited for Williams, but now I know they've got no appendices between them. I'm really excited.
That was the one thing holding me back. No.
Oh dear. I'm just looking at chat. We seem to have had a changeover in chat as well. Some that have been here all day. Ollie, who was here yesterday, has arrived. Hi, Ollie. If I haven't seen you previously in the chat, then apologies. And Terramouse is here as well. Lucid Days may have been here before. You may have all been in all day, but I might not have seen you. But I'll say hello anyway. I'm not watching it, but I'm just asking you who's seen the films that have been nominated. I'm assuming it's about the Oscars. What did I read this morning about the Oscars? Apparently, 4 Oscar voters, or whatever they call themselves, haven't voted on Dune 2 because they couldn't bring themselves to watch it because Dune 1 was too long. And I kind of feel like if your job is an Oscar voter and you don't like watching films, you kind of probably ought to find another job, to be honest, because that's a bit ridiculous to me. Although I can completely sympathise with the idea of not having to sit through Dune 2. I
mean, they say that. The Brutalist, which is another nominated film, is so long it has an intermission in it. It's like 4.5 hours or something. And I haven't seen it.
To me, I describe Dune 1 as Star Wars without the wars. It was just not great, so I haven't bothered with Dune 2. So it might be great.
I saw them both. I saw them both with the same group of friends. Now, my group of friends have all read the Dune books and are big fans, and they really love the films. I haven't read the books. I watched the films. I was a bit nonplussed. But I imagine they're a very good complement to the films. I found them a little bit dull. I'm not going to lie. Even Dune 2, which puts the wars back in to the Star Wars. Yes, give everything. I loved Honora et Apple. That was I really enjoyed Honora. I love how we spent the whole of the lunch break talking about Formula One, and now as soon as the cars are on track, we're fully off topic onto films.
Oh yeah, it's about right. I just hey Shivam, I hope you're well. I won't bother with the second one, but I do like to read books before watching films that I know are based on books where I can. But I also like going to see films when I've read books that I love, and then just be like really angry about the films. I did it with Harry Potter. Loved the books growing up. That was a big part of me growing up. And then I go watch films like, oh, you've missed this bit out, you've missed that bit out. And it's like, why are you watching this if you're just angry at it all the time, Sean? Kevin says, Stuart, you drink Pepsi, not Coke? ? Pepsi is the only correct answer. In fact, I used to work in a bar, and it never happened, and I always wanted it to, was for someone to come to me and be like, can I have a Pepsi? So I can go, it's Coke, is that all right? Because I love Pepsi so much better than Coke. Hashtag not sponsored. However, if Pepsi are watching, we're right here. You won't get better sponsorship than us too. Pepsi Max Verstappen.
Exactly. Pepsi Max is my favourite of all the mainstream cola drinks. Kevin paying very close attention to what I'm putting in my body.
He's keeping a food intake diary for you.
Really is. But yeah, Pepsi Max. I've always got a Pepsi Max on the go. I don't drink Pepsi Max before 11:30 on a normal day. I did start at 11 today because that was when the lunch break started, and I couldn't be asked to wait till the next time you ran out the times, to be honest. I was thirsty.
Tony G says, drink Pepsi, snort Coke. Don't do drugs, kids. Stay in school. Free says water is better than any carbonated sugary drink. I feel like we've just been told off.
Okay, Kevin, you're not my dad, though. You ain't my mother. Yes, I am. Big Cox Pepper energy in this chat.
Yeah. What did you say? Sorry, we're on board with Leclerc. You said earlier about his crash helmet. Did you say it was white on top? You thought it was?
I thought it was white on the top, but I guess it's red on top.
And it's got the Monaco colours or the flag down the middle.
But it's also the Monaco flag overall, isn't it? Because it's split in half like a Pokeball.
It's just kind of perfect that he is from Monaco. The flag is red and white. He's driving a Ferrari that is this year red and white, but is always at least red. He just sits in there so perfectly, doesn't he? He's just Ferrari. Leclerc is one of those drivers, a bit like Verstappen, and I guess how Hamilton was at Mercedes. I can't imagine Charles Leclerc now in anything but a Ferrari. He's just so Ferrari through and through. And it's kind of the same with Verstappen. I can't imagine him in anything but a Red Bull, and that's because we've only ever seen him in a Red Bull, or a Toro Rosso, which was basically a Red Bull. So it's weird. Is it Mohd? Says is Perez coming back to Red Bull? No.
They really are saying it, aren't they? They are.
Yeah, they really want to know. He will not come back to Red Bull. I think Perez's best and only chance is Cadillac. And people were saying yesterday it won't happen, but North American driver, USA team, North American driver, massive sponsorship, huge experience. I wouldn't say it's not going to happen. 100%. I think it's possible. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying it is very possible. I think the experience will be important, but not Red Bull.
I think that wouldn't be a bad pick. I think that would be a sensible choice. I know his stock has been lost a little bit, but I think that's the Red Bull grind, isn't it? That he's sort of left a little bit hung out to dry. Things didn't work out so well. I think he's still a good driver, and I think he still has a lot of experience and can bring a lot entering into that sort of veteran role that sometimes drivers go through, where they've been in F1 a long time, and a team could really use their experience and money. So yeah, I don't think that's a crazy shout at all.
Alexis says they'll get Perez when Colton Herta doesn't earn enough super license points. That's another factor. I think you mentioned it yesterday, Stuart, about Colton Herta. We keep hearing about him turning up, but then he never gets super license points. So we shall see.
Mode, we have answered. We answered the question. just so you know, you might be behind on the stream though. Yeah,
unless I dreamt it, we definitely did answer. I actually, can you remember when we were at Autosport and we spoke to that Lewis? We did some Vox Pops with him. Really good lad, really nice lad, actually, really chatty. I asked him if Red Bull did the right thing with Perez, and he said yes, should have happened sooner. And I think that's a real consensus in the fan base, isn't it? It should have happened sooner. In fact, from all the information that we had in the summer break, he wasn't going to return after the summer break, but then something changed behind the scenes which gave him that reprieve for what was originally going to be the first few races after the summer break that he knew, and ended up being the rest of the season. So but arguably should have happened sooner, and maybe as we said earlier, had that happened, Red Bull might have had a better shot at the constructors. But I didn't send you that message, did I? That just reminded me. I'm just gonna excuse. I feel like I'm at school. Like, sorry for using my phone on stream. Sorry, miss. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. I need to just send you that because it's not the comment that is made.
Are you WhatsApping or Discording me?
I'll WhatsApp it because I can't touch Discord because I'm screen capturing you.
Oh yeah.
So I do that, and then everyone will just see it anyway. So I just do it. But it's not what the first comment says in there. It's the second one that made me lol on the stream, and I can't read it because the first one is information I'm not allowed to share. He says sharing it with Stuart and then saying it live on stream. I just found the second comment was just so beautifully bitchy and so perfect. So there we go.
Womp. Okay, yeah.
But yeah, probably is the answer, I guess. Interesting though, given what we've already talked about today about Red Bull, so and their difficulties.
Yes, yeah. It was a very insightful confidential text,
which we can't tell you about. Just imagine it was really funny. Just everyone laughing, chat. Lots of emojis of laughing emojis. There you go, and then you'll know that you got the joke.
On last year, on your point actually about could Red Bull have saved their constructors championship if they'd moved Perez on earlier? this is probably a conversation we had last year during some streams, but I don't know who they would have shoved in there that they could have guaranteed would have been able to deliver at that point in time. Like they could have bumped Lawson up, but they could have bumped Ricciardo up, but that would have been a madman's. Or I don't know. I think they would have. I think I still remain that they didn't have an easy answer for who to shove into that second seat in a desperate gamble.
Yuki Tsunoda. It's my answer to that. Yeah. But then no, because then I think they wanted to use Tsunoda as a benchmark for Lawson, didn't they? They wanted to see where he was relative pace wise, and they couldn't have done that if they put Yuki in the Red Bull, obviously. So, yeah, I think Lawson was the right shout. I'd like to have seen Yuki get the chance, but I think Lawson's the right shout there. I still, a bit like Ricciardo, we touched on this yesterday, a bit like Ricciardo, I feel a bit for Perez in that even though we all kind of knew it was happening, we never got a proper farewell. We didn't get that farewell weekend like Ricciardo didn't at Singapore, even though we all knew it was going to happen. There was nothing official, so you couldn't really hang your hat on that, I guess. It just was a bit of a shame that we didn't get that with Perez as well. And we had to wait until after the season finished to find out for sure. Because these aren't drivers that have, Ricciardo and Perez, whatever you think of them, their stock dropping over the last few years. These aren't drivers that have been in F1 for a year and a half. These are drivers that have been in F1 for a long time. Mm-hmm. So I would... I felt a bit for Perez and Ricciardo in that side of things, but also completely agree with the decision to drop both of them, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So
it was brutal is the wrong word, but it was a tough but correct choice they have to make to be hard. I think they could have given Ricciardo a better send off, but yeah. At what point in time did they actually release Perez? Was it after the season?
After the season, yeah.
Yeah.
We all sort of knew it was happening, but it was after the season. And just to kind of explain why I think Lawson's the right pick. Number one, if you've watched Lawson drive away from F1, he is very quick. And he's very quick in F1. He's rapid. He's not the finished article by a long way, but he is rapid. So I think that's the right shout. But also, whilst Yuki would have been... Good to see Yuki get his chance, given what he's done at Toro Rosso, Racing Bulls, Alpha, whatever. He, as we touched on earlier, he wasn't a Red Bull junior. He was a Honda junior. So you have to remember that Lawson has been bought through the ranks by Red Bull. They've paid for him in those junior categories. They've covered his racing. They've trained him. He's been their reserve. So he's very much a Red Bull driver. So from so boring, but from a business point of view, of course you're going to give the driver you've invested all your time and money in the chance over a driver who really came through the Honda program. That's not anything against Yuki. I'd love to have seen Yuki get shot, but Liam Lawson was the right shout. I will defend him on that, and I think he is going to surprise a few people this year. And I said it in my predictions, if he can get somewhere around a quarter of a second on average off Verstappen, I think that'll be absolutely bang on where he needs to be. A little bit more either side is fine, more or less is fine, but I think that will be absolutely perfect. Again, bearing in mind Perez last season, if you remove what I would call an anomaly like Silverstone, where we had the wet-dry qualifying session, so Perez was like 12 seconds off the pace. If you remove that, he's still 7/10 on average slower in qualifying than Verstappen. That is too big a gap between teammates in the constructors' fight. So anything less than that is better. So Lawson's an improvement, but around a quarter of a second, I think will be the perfect first season for him. But that is I will make the point as well. That's a massive ask up against Max Verstappen. So don't be too hard on him if he's 3-4 tenths off, because that still wouldn't be terrible versus where they were last year. But he needs time. He also needs time. I agree with Mode there. He absolutely needs to be given time. Will Red Bull give him the time, though? That's the problem.
I think CPB1 makes an interesting point. They say my take on Liam Lawson is he is Red Bull's long-term number 2 driver that will provide stability for the team for the next decade, which is sort of damning with faint praise, isn't it? It's you're good, but you're not good enough to be number 1. But if you could stick around and have a good career at Red Bull, if you play your cards right, I think this year might show us which way Lawson is going. Like you say, like measuring him up to how far away he is from Verstappen. I think Lawson could. Red Bull definitely needs stability. They need to thrive on stability, and they're going through a period of instability, and we don't know if Max Verstappen's going to be lured away. But either way, I think they just need to make sure that if Max leave, if someone else needs, they have got some firm footing that they can at least base the team on. So I think in the same way that I guess, I know it's slightly different because Lewis is not at the best point of his career that he has been, but Mercedes maneuvered Russell into position because they knew that Hamilton was older and he would leave eventually, and they had faith in Russell to be a stable, strong driver to carry on if they did lose Hamilton, which they ultimately did. And I think they're kind of still in an okay place because I think Russell is a good driver for them. And in the same way, I think Red Bull need to be ready to lose Verstappen at some point. They might not, but I think they need to be ready. And I think Lawson, if he does well this year, could be that driver.
We have a new fastest driver at the top of the timesheets.
Hello, I see him.
Carlos Sainz, 129.366 on the question mark tyre, 54 laps. I'll have a look at him on TV now again. I think it's the C3 because he was out there before, I know. So yeah, C3 on Sainz's car. So Carlos Sainz is the fastest driver in testing. Sainz title confirmed. Williams are back. It's testing. Calm down. But it's still good to see. Good to see Carlos Sainz up there. And actually, to be fair, we say you can't read into testing. I understand that in times. He was 5th yesterday. He's been 3rd all day. He's just gone fastest. That says to me, we now have getting on for 2 days worth of information. That says to me this Williams could be quite a competitive car this year. Not pole positions and wins, but that could be a competitive car in the midfield. So a good start. But all the usual caveats, including we haven't really seen Haas's pace yet. They've been working on tyres. We don't know where anybody is really, but that's a very good start to the week for Williams. And actually, if nothing else, lots of laps, good times, and a ton of data on the hardest compound tyres as well. So good stuff from Carlos Sainz there. Yeah, competitive doesn't mean winning titles, by the way. It just means it won't be a car cut adrift at the back and we'll be right in that midfield fight. But if I'd said to you a week ago before testing, Williams would be in the midfield fight, you'd probably go, well, yeah, obviously. But this just confirms that because I don't think we'll see anybody cut adrift at the back. And, Black emergency with the wow. Hashtag Renaissance. Oh, yeah. That is so pretty. That is so good. I love that. We're using that if he has a cracky season at Williams. Renaissance. Not that he had fell off or anything. He certainly hadn't, but fell off. If he fallen off. Fell off? It doesn't matter. Another Alpine appreciation post, by the way, for that livery on track. Awful at the O2. Pretty good on track, apart from the pink BWT on the side pod.
I think it's going to grow and grow on me, to be honest. Yeah, I think it should be white, but it's bold. I think and I hope off the back of that Williams and teams being cut adrift at the back, I think we're going to have another season where the pack is relatively tight. Obviously, we got teams at the front who are stronger and teams at the back who are weaker, but generally the gaps are not that big, and we don't have someone who's well off the pace. And maybe even Sauber, who, had a bad year last year, didn't score any points for the first 20 races or whatever it was. Even though they had a bad year and didn't manage to score any points, they weren't actually miles away. They were sort of just hovering around in the bottom half of the grid and just took a long, long, long time to get up into 10th place. Yeah, I think this is going to be a nice, good, competitive year all through the field. I would like to see teams like Sauber being able to score points a little bit more often, but I think with a competitive field, the fight over those last points does become even more frantic, and you do get teams like Sauber who just get a little bit left out in the scrap and find it a little bit harder to score points, but that doesn't mean they're miles and miles behind. That just means they are, not quite up there. And especially actually in an era of like high reliability. If we go back to I don't know, 20 years ago, well, before I guess the engine rules came in that forced teams to use a limited number of engines per year, that's when reliability really jumped up. But before then, you could get teams who were miles behind, your Minardis and stuff like that, who would occasionally be able to grab a couple of points because of reliability issues in the field. And nowadays we're getting 16 plus finishes every single race as kind of standard. So it's much, much harder to score points on the regular, even if you are relatively okay, even if you are actually not that far behind.
Yeah, you look at Williams 2019, they were cut well adrift, weren't they? The only positive from that season, I think they finished most races. I think was about all it was. Just to let you know as well, it's spitting. Oh, it is starting to rain, so and it's changed on the multi-view as well, so it is actually raining. And it has definitely got darker out there. Not just because I've turned the brightness down on the TV, and not just because it's going to nighttime, but it definitely looks like a cloudy, miserable sky, or as we'd call it, like the UK in any month other than about August.
I'm just gonna Michael Reader in chat. I think I was going to mention this, and then I forgot about it completely. Yeah, I did a collaboration with Cracking the Cryptic, which is a channel. It's a channel that solves Sudoku puzzles. And they invited me to come on and solve a Sudoku puzzle with them, which I recorded earlier this week, end of last week, I think. Yeah, I think that's gone live on their channel today. So if you want to see me solving a Sudoku, you can go check that out at some point.
There you go. Hadjar is out there. Just a reminder, drivers in this afternoon: Stroll, Bortoletto, Norris, Hadjar, Behrman, Antonelli, Doohan, and Leclerc. And yeah. It's sorry, just still checking my thing. It's only Sainz and Lawson are in all day. Sorry, I'm having a right brain fart there. Bortoletto and Leclerc. Bortoletto just going through turn 3. Leclerc just ahead of him on the run to turn 4. Lawson just coming around turn 11 now, and Behrman into the final corner on the C. Is that the C1s? It looks like to me. On the car, so he crosses the line. It's again, I'll make the point again for anyone just coming in. They haven't Haas are not in any trouble. They are fully focused on tyres and race pace, which is, I guess, actually, to be honest, in more recent years, as we touched on yesterday, more of their weak spot than qualifying. Qualifying seems to be something they can nail, whereas the races haven't always gone their way, so it makes sense to do that one. For sure. Great to actually see you back on YouTube, Stuart. You are missed, says Clanson. Alpine top 3, says Dell, ? You never know. In fact, does this come from this, actually? Hi, Sean. Alpine team boss Oliver Eric stated in the press conference he believes the team will likely finish top 3 this year. What are your thoughts on this? Well, there you go. I think I just answered that one with my laughter. That reminds me, Kim Otmar Saf now are saying that one year, and we all laughed, and I think they did. So,
I mean, crazy things have happened in Formula One.
Racing Point. I'd be very surprised if Alpine are able to get ahead of any one of McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, or Mercedes this year. 5th, I could see them taking 5th after the strong start to last year. I can absolutely see 5th place, but I can't see them breaking into top 4, let alone 3. So I'm going to say no. But I like Hollyoaks and I love his ambition. But I guess there's not much point in him turning up going, oh, we might be last. It also sounds better to sponsors as well if you're talking about top 3. So there is that point.
Yeah, there are different philosophies to that answer when people ask how your season's going to go. Some people really, really downplay it and say it's a building year. We're not expecting much from this year and stuff like that. And then the idea being that you then exceed expectations if you play it low. But then there is also we have really high expectations. We want to be on the podium regularly. We want to be scoring race wins to kind of get that energy in early doors, even if that fades away quite quickly when you find out how fast the car is. But you never know. The Alpine could be, I was going to say sandbagging, but they are in 4th. But they could be playing it down in testing and doing a Haas and being very chill about things, and then rocking up in Australia and blowing the doors off everybody.
And that makes a great point. No, it will mean we're having a crazy season, so that would be cool. Yeah, that's true. Yes, I'll take it. Alex Albon on commentary about look of it with F1 he has not been in the car today, so there we go. I will predict McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull 3-digit point scores. The others 2 digits, maybe the 5th scratching at the 3-point points at the end, says Latox. And Ollie says Braunpine GP. Braunpine doesn't rude. Work for me. We'll go Braunpine. Why not?
I'm just looking at 2024 results because I want to. Okay, so 4 teams have got 3-digit scores, and then everyone else got 2-digit scores apart from Sauber. I just wanted to know what it was last year, so I could put that prediction from Latox in context.
How do you feel?
Maybe the 5th scratching at 3-digit. Yeah, go on. How do I feel? I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm looking at your chat going, why is that in there? But it's the wrong one. I'm just going to pop up very quickly our first emoji game of the day. I'm going to do my favourite one. I love this one. I think they're all obvious, but I love this one. There you go. Guess the driver in the chat. I adore this, even though it's so obvious. I absolutely love it. It didn't take me long, but...
we're gonna have to make some assumptions about who that is underneath.
Yeah. I mean, look, Sam explained it to me because obviously the first bit is obvious, and the bottom bit it's like insect on the head of Denise. You know, I've never heard of that driver before. I'll give chat a few minutes a minute to answer, and then I'll tell you the reasoning behind it. And it's just like the mental hoops you have to jump through for that one. Just check and see if there's anything in the chat worth mentioning that I can mention. Floodlights are on. Thomas says 3 p.m. and the floodlights are on, so that's good news. So things are working at the circuit, so that's good stuff. I'll tell you now, then. So I've given you enough time to answer. You're all getting it right. Of course you are. It's not complicated, and that's the beauty of these. I don't want to leave it too long because of the timing, of course. But Sam said to me that he couldn't find an emoji of Ellie Goulding, and I went, oh, okay. And I thought, well, of course you can't. There isn't an emoji for every person, so that is Ellie Goulding, and therefore that is Ant on Ellie. The mental gymnastics that lad must go through. So there you go. It is Antonelli. There we go. Better than the Bottas one.
Use an elephant and making it Ant on Nelly. That's my feedback.
That would be so much better. I will feed that back. Feed that back. That's a horrific, Sam. You're fired. I have no power to fire you, but you're fired anyway. But yeah, I just love the Ant on Ellie thing. I just thought that was very, very clever. So it wasn't clever at all. It was terrible. But yeah, I do love that kind of thing. Is every driver going to score in 2025? Asks Clansome. Yes, I'm going to say, partly because I love it when every driver scores, but also I can't. Looking at the teams and lineups, maybe Sauber. Actually, no, maybe Sauber might be tricky for a Bortoletto, even though Hulkenberg, given last year. So I think everyone will definitely score apart from Sauber, in which they may not both score, or they may avoid scoring, or I say avoid scoring, but may not be able to score because that car might not be great. I think they're the only team that you could maybe put in a list of teams that, a list of one of teams that may struggle to score, but I think everyone else will. So I'm going to say yes because I like to be positive at this stage of the season. And by this season, I mean before it's even started. I was going to read another comment, actually. Well done, everybody, by the way, who got it right. I congratulate you for getting something that was obvious right. There we go. It was definitely Antonelli. Yes, it was. I did see a question. So it was about the Mercedes engine. So it's from Mark. It says, how do you feel about the rumours around the 2026 Mercedes engine being an absolute beast? I have heard these rumours. It's very reminiscent. The talk about Mercedes at this stage is very reminiscent of they've built a very good engine for 2014 and they're very confident. So I'm not remotely surprised if it is going to be an engine formula that Mercedes have nailed it. They have form, although I am hoping that maybe the not silence, but the not quite so loud talk from other teams is just quiet confidence. But I mean, it wouldn't be a shock, would it, if Mercedes turned around and built a great engine, because it's what they've done in the past. So it's too early to know for sure.
Yeah. But sub question for you, I guess, off the back of that, which I'm going to sort of put Antonelli to one side because he's sort of an unknown at the moment. We kind of need to watch this season to bring him into the fold. But if Mercedes have got a good engine and it's not like an absolute field killer like 2014 was, where it's just far and away better than anyone else, but if it's a strong competitive championship winning engine, and they've got a good package, do you think Russell is ready to lead that team to a world championship? Or how do I say? I say this because I know you're not Russell's biggest fan. So, and I don't know how much of that is just Russell the guy or Russell the driver, or Russell the talent. But yeah, what I'm saying is, like, if Mercedes feel ready to go and win the championship next year, do you think Russell is ready to be that driver, or do you think he will be a weight on their drive forward, or will he be a positive and make up the difference? Is what I'm saying, I guess. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's different from when it was 2014 and you had Hamilton leading the charge, and Hamilton was definitely a force ready to win championships again. Do you think Russell is in that point now where he can do that?
He beat Hamilton 2 of the last 3 seasons, and that's a tough thing to do. Whatever the reasons Hamilton fans will want to level at that, it's a fact, and that's not easy to do, especially over one lap, which has been one of the things that Hamilton in the past has been very strong with. I think he is ready because I don't know, it's not a championship winning team, so it's a bit different. But at Williams, I think he led that team exceptionally well as well, considering his age, and he is head of the GPDA for a reason. So he's obviously very good at leading those sorts of things. He is very politician though at times, which might be an issue. Yeah, but I think to lead a team, he'll be absolutely fine. I think he'll do a good job. A championship winning team, it's tricky because if Mercedes turn up like they did in 2014 next year, then absolutely yes, because it'll just be him versus Antonelli. But I'm not sure. I'm struggling with that second part of that question there. The championship winning team bit of it.
I guess I got a sort of extension, I guess, because I'll make it. So let's say that it could even be this season. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Like the top 4 teams as we know them are sort of level pegging in terms of car performance. Like, is Russell ready to take the charge for a world championship? Can he hold that together? I don't think he folds. I think he's fairly good under pressure. I also want to ask the same question about Leclerc, really, to be honest, because I know he's had some outstanding moments, but also has had quite a few inconsistent seasons. I don't think he's really strung an entire season together well. Russell, I think something that is a skill of Russell's that I think is good, but also I know annoys a lot of people, is he's very on the ball during the race. He does seem to be thinking about a lot of things in the same way that you sort of see from Verstappen and Alonso. He seems to be aware of the wider strategy of what other cars are doing. Sometimes it turns into just snitching on other drivers, which can be very annoying. But, a lot of the top drivers do that. So I think he's got that to him. And I think he's not necessarily the strongest in outright pace in all conditions. He's sort of, I think he needs a little bit of... in the way that Jenson Button, I think, needed things to be his way, like everything to be right for him on the day. Jenson Button will be an outstanding driver, but if things are a little bit off, I think that's when it kind of fell apart a bit. So I'm interested to see if he can be a consistent driver across the course of the season. And I think Leclerc is a stronger driver versus Russell for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And the only thing is that one thing Leclerc and Russell do have very much in common is tendency is the wrong word, because that makes it sound like it's every other week. But they have been known from time to time to make some pretty big mistakes at pretty big moments. We've seen Leclerc crashing out. France 2022 is a great example of that, as Antonelli goes 5th, by the way, where he crashed out looking good on for the win or fighting for the win. Russell, he's made mistakes as well. I mean, Singapore, not last year before, where he hit the wall on the last lap, chasing down the cars ahead. You know, they both do that. So that's something they do have, which we don't see from other drivers. I've upset a lot of people with my predictions for this year because I've kind of said that, kind of as I just tried to make it interesting rather than just always picking the obvious answer. I said that Hamilton would beat Leclerc or would match Leclerc in qualifying. People were quite angry, and I forgot not how good Leclerc is over one lap, but how good everyone, like, he's amazing over one lap, but for some reason everyone seems to put him on this whole other level over one lap. And I forgot how people do that with Leclerc. But anyway, back to the point. So I think that if I had to pick a driver to lead a championship team out of those two, it would be Leclerc every day of the week. But I still feel like the jury's out on Russell a little bit. And I do, whilst I'm not his biggest fan, I do feel a bit for him on that because he has beaten Hamilton 2 of the last 3 years. It's not like he's had a dominant Mercedes to try and win racing, like a Rosberg, for example. He's always had a bit of a tractor of a Mercedes or a Williams to have to drive. So we haven't really seen what he can do in a car that is capable of consistently challenging for wins. But when that car has been capable of challenging for wins, yes, the car was illegal in the end, but Spa, we saw it. Brazil in 2022, Vegas last year, he can do it. So I think he's got the potential to, but I feel like the jury's still out, just generally in the F1 space about Russell, whereas it's not for others. I was going to say Leclerc, but then I thought actually a lot of people don't rate Leclerc as highly as I probably do. But it's tough for Russell. And I don't... Yeah. To answer your initial question, it's the person, not the talent. 100%.
I think it's going to be an interesting year for Russell because I think he made something of an effort to lead the team last year, like not officially being the number one driver, team leader, but he was directing a lot of what was going on during races and seemed to be very, very involved. But this year, he's like definitely de facto number one senior driver. He has to lead the team, and I think that will be a bit of a, because I think it's quite hard to attempt to lead the team when your teammate is Lewis Hamilton, who has been at the team and won 8 championships with them, you know, like constructors championships, been around for 8 championships. You know, it's sort of maybe a little bit rude to try and lead the team when he's your teammate, but actually to be officially number one team leader, I think he can take charge. And maybe, I think basically what I'm saying is I think this is going to be a year where we see who he really is. But, you know, as you said, definitely had a good time at Williams. Very, very strong there. That one race where he got subbed in Bahrain for Mercedes,
should have won. Yeah,
I thought that was incredibly impressive. It was just unfortunate that Mercedes absolutely dropped the ball several times over during that race, because he really just said, I am going to win this race, and took the lead or took semi the lead a couple of times. So there's a lot to him, but yeah, again, it's not just one race, it's not just 2 races. He has to do that over the whole season, and we are up at the moment realistically against Max Verstappen, who doesn't make mistakes. I think the only mistakes Verstappen makes is when he gets too angry. Wheel to wheel, I think that's when he just loses it a little bit, but otherwise he doesn't really make mistakes at all, and that is a strong bar to come up against.
I don't know if this is something people will agree with. I might get some stick for it, but I'm sort of a little bit relieved looking back that Russell didn't win that race at Sakir. Yeah. Typical Sean Russell hate. But it's because I think that would have given ammunition to people who clearly don't watch F1 properly or watch it at all, who think that anyone could hop in that Mercedes and win. Because that's all we ever hear from Hamilton. Hamilton's, it's all about the car with Lewis Hamilton. If it wasn't for the car, he wouldn't win anything. Anyone could drive that car and win it. So if Russell had done that, even though he probably should have won that day, but unfortunately didn't through no fault of his own, I'm kind of relieved he didn't, because it just adds fuel to that fire. It's a nonsense argument, but but my favourite thing from that weekend was the fact that everyone's been telling me for years how incredible Bottas is, and then Russell got in the car and got within a few hundredths of him, and I was like, oh, okay.
I think that was the important thing, wasn't it? Like, yes, the car was pretty dominant that year, but he did jump in the car and beat Bottas, overtook him, and then overtook him again in the infield. So I think that was what was particularly impressive from him. And that was the same race that Perez won his first race, wasn't it?
Yeah, from last on lap one, wasn't he?
If Russell had won that race, Perez wouldn't have won that race, and maybe that would have changed the trajectory of Perez's career as well. Maybe he wouldn't have ended up at Red Bull, and who even knows what that would look like.
I find it difficult to talk about Russell. like I say,
we can segue on to Leclerc as well.
Yeah, it's just I guess the opposite bias in a way. I don't deny George Russell's talent. I don't deny his potential. He just annoys the living hell out of me. But yeah, I'll still celebrate but I'll still praise him when he does well, and I'll criticize him when he does badly. But it's the whole hall monitor prefect attitude that really annoys me that he seems to have about him sometimes. But there you go. Apparently I'm not the only one, so that's all right. Thank you very much. That's okay. I saw somebody say that Leclerc's time is up now, so he should be dropped from Ferrari. I mean, sure, whatever. But who for? The only thing around Ferrari's lineup is that whilst I completely understand why they went for Lewis Hamilton, and if he wins the championship this year or challenges it for this year and wins it next year, or whatever happens, or if it's a disaster, whatever, you've got to, if a seven-time world champion becomes available, you've got to go for them, especially most successful driver in the most successful team. That link's always been there. It's Hamilton's dream. Ferrari like that big name driver. It made sense, but I will always come back and say there was absolutely nothing wrong with Leclerc and Sainz as a lineup. It was a very good lineup. So completely defend Ferrari's decision to make that call on Hamilton and partnering with Leclerc, and I can't wait to see how it shakes out, but we'll always defend Carlos Sainz on that as well. What's the line he used last year, Stuart? Was it something like the only thing Carlos Sainz did wrong was that he wasn't Lewis Hamilton?
Well, yeah.
That's basically it, wasn't it? So
I guess we're going to see how this all pans out, this year, but I did definitely say several times last year I wouldn't have let go of Sainz if that was my choice. I know how much cachet Hamilton comes with, but I think that was a really, really strong lineup, those two. And I think if this is a potential championship winning car, if they're in contention this year, I think they would have been a really, really strong pairing. And they seem to work well together. And I think, I wouldn't have let Sainz go quite so easily. But I do understand. I understand the allure of Lewis Hamilton and what that could possibly bring you. But I think without being able to go through this season and see how it all pans out, I think it came with too many variables, to be honest. Whereas what Sainz can do for you. But he's doing all right in testing so far. I guess we'll see how it all pans out.
Josh says, how is a driver lineup called okay when they don't win? And Westbound Badge says, if a good lineup brings no titles, how good is it? I mean, you can only have one champion. So you can still have you can have an exceptional driver lineup and finish second in the constructors, because unfortunately the team that did win it had a better lineup. You can only have one world champion, you can only have one constructors champion. So I don't line up with those the points that have been made there at all. In the same way that Nico Hulkenberg having never had a podium in F1, that doesn't make him a bad driver. Not everyone's going to pick up podiums all the time. So it's a metric. There was one, who was it that retired a while ago now? I think they'd never won a race in F1, and they were a terrible driver because they'd never won a race in F1. Like everybody wins in F1. I just can't buy into that. So you could have, let's say Ferrari's driver lineup's exceptional, McLaren's is exceptional, and I don't know, let's say Liam Lawson is exceptional alongside Max Verstappen, and they've got one. Only one of them could win the world championship. You can't have 3 champions. So no, I'm not buying into that, but at all. Also, again, people mentioning Stoff. It could have been Stoff. No, but Stoff Van Dorn was a point I was going to make earlier about drivers coming through the ranks. Talk about Lawson. A lot of people look at junior careers and go, oh yeah, but Lawson didn't win this and Lawson didn't win that. Yeah, but Stoffel Van Dorn won basically everything before F1 and wasn't in F1 very long before he disappeared. So junior careers are great, and they're a great metric to sort of look at talent versus other younger drivers, but they don't tell the full story, because otherwise Stoffel Van Dorn should surely be a multiple Formula One world champion based on his junior career. So we're just going to wait a second, because Carlos Sainz is about to improve his lap time, by the way. Quite, I was going to say not spectacularly, but he might do. Hang on. Over the line he goes, not spectacular, a few hundredths, but a 29.348. Carlos Sainz improving again on the C3 tyre, I believe. Fastest in all 3 sectors. 28.7 in the first, 28.2 in the second, 22.2 in the third, 63 laps overall. He's top of the timesheets. I feel like, Stuart, actually that's a good time to keep going and just read the rest of the timings, actually, so we'll keep going. Lewis Hamilton's second on a 1:29.379. He has picked up 45 laps so far today. His fastest time was done on the C3 tyre as well. I'll just double check that on the screen. I'm pretty sure it was. It was indeed. Charles Leclerc, 1:29.4. He's in third place at 17 laps so far this afternoon. His fastest time was on the C3. C3 as well for George Russell. He posted a 1:29.778 and has done 71 laps so far. Kimi Antonelli, 1:29.7. Only just behind his teammate as well, to be fair. 12 laps so far. His fastest lap of 1:29.7 was on the C3 tyre. Norris is about to do a personal best, which isn't a shock because he hasn't set a time yet, so it will be a personal best, Sean. Keep up. 1:30.3 for Jack Doohan in fifth. 14 laps for him, where his fastest time was done on the C3. Pierre Gasly also on the C3 this morning, 1:30.4 and 40 laps in the morning session. Fernando Alonso, he is 1:30.7, 45 laps to set his fastest time on the C3. Yuki Tsunoda was on the C3 tyre, as was Oscar Piastri. Tsunoda 1:30.7 and 46 laps, and Oscar Piastri in 10th, the 1:30.8 and 44 laps. Gabriel Bortoleto, 10 laps for him, 1:31.057. He was on the C3 tyre. Liam Lawson, 1:31.2, 52 laps. He was also on the C3 medium tyre. Nico Hulkenberg, a 1:31.457 on the C3 medium. He's done 56 laps. Lawson did 52, by the way. Lando Norris has done 3 so far, 1:32.763. He's just posted that. That was on the it's on TV now, C3 tyre. There we go. Watching the replay. Esteban Ocon, 1:33.071, 69 laps for Esteban Ocon. Appreciate that. What did he do on the C3? Wasn't he on the fastest time for Ocon? I think we did this early. Yes, we did. Ollie Behrman, 1:34.745, 20 laps so far. His fastest time has been on the C1. I believe we saw him on track on the C1. And Isaac Hadjar, 1:35.651. He was on the C3 when he did his fastest time and has done 19 laps so far this afternoon. There we go. There's your running order. Quickly, please do drop a like on the stream. We've got 820 of you here. 820 and 335 likes, so please do drop a like. Let's get over 500 if we can today. I think we hit 1,000 yesterday in the end, so thank you everybody for that was fantastic. So please, let's get over well over 500. That'd be great. And subscribe if you're new as well. Lots to come this season, including race watch along, qualifying watch alongs, sprint watch alongs, sleeping watch alongs, dinner watch alongs. We'll watch everything along. Why not? Let's do it. Gladiators watch alongs. There you go. That could be great fun. So yeah, please do drop a like and subscribe. Always appreciated. Thank you once again to Seat Unique for sponsoring the streams this week. We'll talk about them, if not later this afternoon, definitely tomorrow. And of course, we will always thank you guys for your incredible support during these testing streams as we go just slightly a little bit more crazy, which is good fun. Norris starting another lap, by the way.
Quite a few cars on track at the moment. It's all sort of kicking off. 1, 2, 3, 7 cars on track I can see on the map.
Yeah, Norris has been off track as well, by the way. I did spot that in the replay. I was doing the times, forgot to mention it. Went wide at, I think it was 10-11, right onto the curb and off track. So he's continued. And again, wide at 4, but everyone tends to be quite wide at 4, don't they? Just generally. So
yeah.
Norris is improving.
Turn 1 catching people out a little bit today, but I think that was due to the dampness earlier. I think the rain has stopped again. Yes, it says rain, no on multi-viewer. So, yeah, slightly different conditions today, but we'll keep an eye on how Norris is doing. He's obviously hasn't put in a proper lap yet. But I still think we could have a 128 something by the end of today.
Well, we're not far off, are we, really?
Yeah, 50-50 shot, I think. It depends how much times improve this afternoon compared to this morning like they did yesterday. We're not going to go as late as we did yesterday, fingers crossed, because I know I can't stay till 5 o'clock today. So,
yeah, I must admit, yesterday I finished the stream and I was like, as much as I enjoyed that, I really could have done without the extra hour. It's how I felt yesterday. It was like that last hour. I was like, we've got to find something to talk about now. Although chat, as always, brilliant, so no problem there. Aaron says the only driver you wouldn't give up for Lewis is Max, and that's primarily because of his youth. The decision was always an easy one for Ferrari. As much as we don't like to talk about it or don't like to think about it, there'll have been business motivations or motivating factors in that as well. You bring Lewis Hamilton. I mean, look at all the stuff of him in the coat in front of the car and the way they sold it all. Yeah, Ferrari usually relatively quiet over the winter, kind of plodding along, being very Ferrari about it, not really telling anybody anything. But this year they've all been like, look, it's Lewis Hamilton. Oh, and Charles Leclerc. It's Lewis Hamilton. That's all they've done all winter. So there'll be marketing and business motivations behind it for sure. But ultimately boils down to the fact it's a 7-time world champion. And also, I will say this, Lewis Hamilton getting that 8th title in a Ferrari to break Michael Schumacher's record, there is something a little bit poetic about that. And as I've said this a few years ago when we were talking about the speculation of Hamilton maybe going to Ferrari for the 8th year in a row. It's about the only way I'll accept Michael Schumacher's record being broken is if it's by somebody in a Ferrari, or not accept, but that it would sit better with me if it was in a Ferrari. So there's something quite poetic about that. But I'm not gonna hop on the hype train of Hamilton will win the championship this year, because I am fully aware of what Ferrari are bloody like, but also I think this isn't prime Hamilton. I said it yesterday, Hamilton at 80% is still better than quite a few drivers in F1 history, and arguably on the grid. So, but Leclerc's going to be tough to beat as a teammate. McLaren are going to be strong. I don't care what Red Bull are saying. They'll be stronger than they're claiming, and Verstappen will make sure he drags that car around to results anyway. So it'll be tough. So this isn't going to be a shoe-in, but I'm sure lots of people will tell me that I'm wrong and Hamilton is 100% going to be world champion this year. I don't know how people can tell that, but they just seem to know these things, and I don't. And yeah,
there is a chance in there. It is. I think Ferrari are one of those teams that can have any driver they want, because secretly every driver does want to go for Ferrari and secretly believes that next year is going to be Ferrari's year. They do seem to be able to have their pick of the field, really. And it's funny how every great driver in the last few decades seems to have found their way there. Eventually, they got Kimi Räikkönen, they got Schumacher, they got Alonso, they got Vettel, they've got Hamilton now. And I think the only reason I don't think we're going to see Max Verstappen at Ferrari is just because he doesn't seem to be interested in being around that long. I think if he stuck around as long as, Hamilton, Vettel, although maybe Vettel wasn't around that long, was he? But in the grand scheme of things, but if he did stick around a bit longer, he probably would end up finding his time at Ferrari at some point. Though I don't think he'd want. I don't think Leclerc would want to be sat next to Verstappen in that team that I think he considers his own. But I think that might be the other thing holding him back. But yeah, If Verstappen goes away from F1 and decides he wants to come back, I think he could easily persuade Ferrari to take him. It might never say never.
Was it 6 years for Seb at Ferrari?
2015 to 2020. Yeah, that's 6 years.
Yeah. Or 6 seasons.
And then
yeah.
And then what, 21, 22 and 23 at Aston?
Which sort of, as a Seb fan,
21 and 22.
I wasn't keen on that as a Seb fan. I kind of feel like Ferrari was the team he should have or would have retired with. So it was kind of strange for me to see him end up at Aston and not retire at Ferrari. That was always what I expected. So that was quite weird. So it's quite weird seeing him in the green. But I must say, as a person and as a driver, he just looked so much more relaxed. Oh, we've got a spin. It's Carlos Sainz. Oh, he's had a shocking day. A spin at turn 1. He's got going again. He's okay. No damage done. Just a spin at turn 1, and then got himself going, and off he goes. There you go. Well, I'll watch a replay. I just say, as a driver and as a person, he just seems so chill and so comfortable at Aston, and it felt like he was very much a man who was heading towards retirement and was just having fun with his last couple of years. And I really loved that about those for Seb. But I think, yeah, the whole. It's not anything against Aston, and I'm not saying that he made a mistake going there. It just, to me, Seb was going to retire at Ferrari, but then to me, Seb was going to retire at Ferrari with another 2 or 3 world championships. So what do I know? I will say I predicted Seb to Ferrari like everybody else in the world did pretty quickly. In fact, back in 2016, I called that on my old blog when I had it, which doesn't exist anymore. But I also said that Christian Horner would be there as team principal and Adrian Newey would follow them, but I was wrong. And I think, yeah, there you go. Just so you know, I was 33.3% right.
You gotta go bold.
I have gone bold, if you can see. It's not a parting. Oh, I see. Bold. Yeah. Sorry. Albon just going. Not Albon. Carlos Sainz goes to turn 1. Turns in. Back end goes round. All the way round. Just in front of Gabriel Bortoleto there, and then gets going again through the runoff. All good for sight. So very dramatic. Very dramatic. The setup Lando has seemed super stiff, says Magic Jack. Lewis 8th, then Leclerc for Pete as a newer Ferrari fan. That was from Joachim. Clansom says thoughts on Susie Wolf against Big Ben. Oh, but
still I am.
Not the bell.
I'm assuming.
I thought, why? What she got against the bell? Was actually on TNT Sports, a new sport I've missed. I think we touched on it briefly yesterday, but I think it'd be quite cool to see. But I think that I think Ben Sulayem will be re-elected. We don't seem to have presidents get unelected in F1 these days, or in the FIA. Sorry. So yeah, I'd like to see it. But like you said yesterday, Stuart, that instantly sets people off on the conflict of interest argument, doesn't it? Again, so.
Mohammed Ben Sulayem has the favour of a lot of the small organisations, like the vast majority of people who vote in for the FIA and have a say a small motorsport, small national and local motorsport organisations, and he seems to have a lot of their favour. So even if it seems like all the headlines are Formula One are annoyed at him and drivers are annoyed at him and the worker frustrated and all that kind of thing, that doesn't mean very much because that's only a small percentage of the people who actually are voting these things. I'm not going to say anything is corrupt or anything because to be honest, I don't even know and I don't want to start anything. But I think there is the politicking that takes place at a more grassroots, small level, and I think he's got a lot of sway with those one way or another. Probably legitimately, he's probably done a lot of good work for them, I'm sure. Even though, from what we tend to see the most of him from headlines is him poking his nose in Formula One and making people annoyed. I think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes as well. I saw somebody asked about the
comparison. So Eddie says, how many seconds improvement through 24 and 25? So yesterday, the fastest time from Lando Norris. So 2024, Verstappen on day one did a 1:31.344. Norris did a 1:30.4, so a second quicker. And then today, so far, so the fastest time last year was by Carlos Sainz, and that was the fastest overall time as well, but also on day two, a 1:29.9. Sainz, is on a 1:29.3. We've got we've got 5 drivers already quicker than that today, so that's how it's comparing there. And the Sainz time last year was on the C4 tyre, which is a compound softer than the one that Sainz, Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell and Antonelli have used, so that's a big thing to look at there. We're also we are 0.2 away from last year's pole position time as well. So these are good times. Obviously, I'm going to start seeing good times in a minute. It's in my head. Go away. So the... What was I going to say? I've got good times in my head now. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you have to remember as well that cars do get quicker anyway, don't they? But we aren't far off that pole position time. A couple of tenths improvement by anybody, specifically Sainz, really, or anyone that's coming and going any quicker, then we could be breaking that pole position time. We're also quicker than the fastest lap as well from the race, which isn't massively shocking, but have been all week so far. So, yeah, we are much quicker. A second quicker yesterday, and we are quicker again today. So, good stuff. Good stuff.
I just... While you were talking, I've just spent like 1 to 2 minutes scratching my head, confusing why can't I scroll down in the multi-viewer timing screen? Why is it only showing the top 18? How do I get the other 2 drivers to show up? Forgetting, of course, that 2 drivers are doing it all day long. So we have only got 18 drivers today. Where are they? I can't see them. Yeah, only 18 drivers today, everybody. Just a quick reminder for you. I remember. Did you remember? And that's why the timing tower on the TV stream also only has 18 drivers.
Yes. No Verstappen and no Albon. Sainz all day and Lawson all day, and then tomorrow it is Verstappen all day. In fact, I can tell you what's happening tomorrow if you'd all really like to know. As Ollie Behrman in that distinctive yellow helmet, by the way, like the fact that he stands out in that. Tomorrow, we have got on stream, it's me and John T till 12:30, and we'll be joined by Max Verstappen, Lando Norris. We don't know at Ferrari yet because that's all a big secret. Shh. I would guess Leclerc, then Hamilton, but there you go. Antonelli, Stroll, Doohan, Behrman, Hadjar, Albon, and Bortoletto. And then in the afternoon, from 12:30 until 2, I've got Summers F1 with me. And then 2 till 4, I've got Sam. And joining us for that are Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, the other Ferrari, George Russell, Fernando Alonso, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon, and Nico Hulkenberg. That'd be quite a streaming lineup, wouldn't it, if they did actually join us for them?
Sounds like a great day tomorrow. I'll be sad to miss it.
It's going to be fun. Hopefully we get some good laps, though. Definitely. Definitely. 29.1 was pole for Max. Yeah, we're quicker than pole. We're nearly quick. We're 2 tenths away from pole, sorry, from last year. So we're nearly there. Nearly there.
Yeah, it's getting pretty good. It's getting dark. The lights are on.
Yay!
I mean, it was a bit darker already because it seems to be 100% cloud cover at the moment. But yeah, it's starting to get a little bit dark there. What time is it there? 4:15, I think. 3 hours ahead. So I think it's 4:15 local time.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah,
a bit earlier than ours, I think, because they're closest to the equator. So yeah, we'll probably get a couple of hours of night-ish evening racing in about 45 minutes time. That's my guess.
I do apologise there, Stuart. I was struggling there to add 1 to 4. To 3, sorry. So 3 plus 1 is... I couldn't quite do it, but yeah. Somebody asked me about sandbagging. Somebody asked this yesterday as well. I don't think we have sandbagging these days in the sense that we used to call it, because I just don't think they've got the time anymore. We used to have... When I started doing these, we had 2 4-day tests, and we were live for all of it. Next year's going to be so funny. Whereas now we're down to just 1 3-day test for the most part. So I don't think they've really got the time to mess about with sandbagging. But also, I'm not really sure I'm not really sure what sandbagging gains you anymore, or if it ever did. Yes, you're masking your pace, but with all the data we have these days, other teams are quite easy to see with GPS and throttle traces and all of that nonsense. They could look at it all and go, well, they're sandbagging. So it's kind of pointless now. You can't really hide it, can you, as well as you could do once upon a time. Plus, we've got all the onboards, and we as fans and then journalists as well sit here going, can't read anything into testing anyway. So what's the point in trying to hide it? So I just don't think there's a time. I don't think there's a need for it anymore. But I do miss some of the games that used to get played. They were always good fun.
Maybe we'll get some next year. I don't know. Maybe teams will be hiding, because obviously everyone will be introducing innovative solutions to the new rules, and maybe they won't want to show their hand as to what's working and what's not just yet. But we'll see. This year, yeah, definitely not so much.
Stroll goes 15th.
First session.
15th for Stroll. 32.606 on the C3s by the look of it. So that's Lance Stroll now in there. But there's maybe sandbagging next year. It depends. I mean, we could redefine what sandbagging is. Haas aren't showing us their true pace because they're focusing on race pace. So maybe we could define that as sandbagging a bit, because they're not going for hot laps. They're focusing on the long run pace. But then we're getting all the long run pace data. So I don't know. I'm not sure it happens. So. But next year, I think you might be right. But then we sort of say about, hiding their speed. But Brawn rocked up to testing in 2009 and just blew everybody away, didn't they?
That is true, yeah.
So, okay, team to team, might want to play games. But I get what you say. You don't want to let other teams know this amazing innovation you have is actually really quick in case they copy it. You want to keep the advantage as long as you can, don't you? So we'll see. But I don't. We haven't had any this year yet, and I don't think we will. For most tests, but occasionally, like Stuart says, a rules change, maybe a little bit of it, but certainly not like we used to get. And we don't get the low fuel, illegal car, softest tire super runs to try and impress the sponsors anymore either, quite so much. Unless that's what Carlos Sainz is doing, get some more sponsors on that Williams. There you go.
That car could be 200 kilograms underweight right now.
Yeah. And then they put that weight back on with sponsors. Sponsor stickers.
Yeah. Cars, of course, these cars don't have to be legal.
Yeah.
They don't have to suit the regulations for competitive sessions. So I mean, it'd be completely pointless to be running illegal cars right now, but they don't have to be.
Here's a question on that, actually. They don't have to run legal cars, but do you think things like the Halo, they do have to run mandatory? Well, they don't have to on filming days. They do it on old cars, so I suppose not.
No, I guess not.
Because that's a safety thing, isn't it?
I'd be intrigued as to how far you can stretch that, because, in theory, Mercedes could turn up and just stick a flatbed truck on the track and just go driving around in that. But I'm assuming they can't. They're not allowed to do that. So yeah, I actually don't know what the extent of those rules are. At all.
Just trying to think of the complications there. Yeah, you could try anything in theory. I remember Williams in testing, not pre-season testing, but testing an ultra low drag rear wing, which was basically the top of the wing was effectively in line with the rear two wheels. It was that low down.
Oh, how far ago was that?
97.
Right.
Obviously, that doesn't help us today with the regulations, but it just came to me there. I'll see if I find a picture of it, actually, because it might be. I mean, this is a big ask. Williams 1997 is the search we're going for. I could just search rear wing. Have you seen it?
Very, very low. Yeah, it looks really stupid.
I'll see if I find a photo to show people that haven't seen it.
It's like a tiny... It looks like... Have you seen Deadpool?
Yes, the first one.
Yeah, you know when Deadpool, he loses an arm and then he grows back a little baby arm?
Yes.
It looks like the Williams is growing back a wing and it's only in its sort of baby face.
Was it... Where did they test it? Was it Monza?
It makes sense, I guess.
Sorry, I'm just on one now.
That's all right. I'm just watching Lawson go around. He's 13th at the moment.
I bet there isn't a... I'm not just going to steal a photo, stick it to the stream. I'm going to check and see if I get one that's... No, I can't get one that I can use. That's annoying. I don't know what... I really don't know what the rules are on copyright around photos, but I don't want to take the risk.
I don't want to risk it. Actually, Jonty is mashing the keyboard with his giant ham hands.
Why?
hitting keys at random.
What? Okay, fair enough. Okay, Jonty's having a moment. It comes to us all with age. Fair, yeah. So I just thought I'd mention the ultra low drag. Give it a search. Search Williams rear wing or Williams 1997 rear wing or ultra low drag rear wing, something like that, yeah. and you'll see it.
Williams low drag wing 97, and it came up immediately.
There you go. It looks stupid. It really does, but yeah, it's funny. Just on illegal car. I don't know if that was illegal, but it wasn't run, so I suppose it wasn't illegal if they were testing it at that point of the season, but worth a go, I guess. Weird things you remember. Ask me what I did last week.
How open the rules used to be, even if the FIA would like immediately look at something and say take that off the car. Like the fact that there were still things that could fit within the rules. Like, do you remember occasionally in Monaco, a team would turn up and just slap a wing on the nose of the car, just right in front of the driver's face.
Arrows did it, didn't they?
Yeah, and then the FIA would be like, nope, absolutely not. But technically, they wouldn't have slapped it on if the rule book didn't allow it. And I do think you don't, maybe because the rules are so constricted now, but I do think now the FIA tend to only remove things if they actually contravene the rules. If the team can prove that, yeah, that's, it fits within the regulations, the loophole you left open, the FIA tend to leave things. But also teams don't tend to turn up with a massive wing in front of a driver's face. So I guess that's the difference.
Yeah, Arrows did that. They had a wing on the nose at one point. There was also the one on the
one.
Yeah, there was one on the actual monocoque as well, and then we had the X wings, the six-wheeler, the fan car,
yeah,
as you do.
The double chassis.
Was the six-wheeler a Tyrrell? It was, wasn't it? Tyrrell six-wheeler.
The Williams also had a six-wheeler, I think, at some point, but they had 4 rear wheels.
Yes, they did. Yeah, as I recall. I say recall. I remember seeing. Just trying to think what other weird innovations we've had. Obviously, DAS was one that blew our minds a few years ago. The F duct, that was quite surprising. The double diffuser. They got a bit boring, didn't they? After a while, we used to get X wings and wings on noses and six-wheelers and fan cars, and then we got a double diffuser. Like. What happened, F1? It all went wrong.
I guess because the regulations box everything in now, like everything has to fit within certain geometric shapes. There's less scope for being able to stick things on the car that are weird. I guess since 2008, when they basically mandated against having all sticky outy bits coming off the car, is when things got pretty simple, which I probably for the best. I did, from an innovation and weirdness point of view, I did like all the weird things that were being sprouted off the car, like Antlers Gone Mad, but it was getting a bit silly, wasn't it?
Yeah. The
horns I liked. The horns off the airbox I really liked. I thought that actually
the Viking horns.
But all the stuff coming off the nose was starting to get a bit weird. Maybe we'll see something next year. Maybe a team already have a crazy idea based on the regulations that we won't see until next February.
I hope it's better than the you know what's coming. The phallic noses we got a few years back. Which Ted Kravitz warned us about in a really subtle way. Remember on Sky F1, he was like, this is what the regulations say needs to be done with the wing. And then he was like, there are other ways teams could do this, but we hope they don't. So we got a bit of a heads up from Ted that might be where they were going. Was it the anteater nose that they had on the McLaren? Oh my God.
They were all awful. Though, in a spot of weird innovation, we did get the Lotus that had two noses.
Yes.
One slightly longer than the other, so that technically it only had one nose. But yeah, it had a two-pronged nose, and that also was perfectly fine by the regulations. And I think that was quite funny. I think all of those noses were quite funny. I think it's obviously it wasn't the sense of humor of the engineers, but it sort of came across as sense of humor of like, oh, okay. It's like if you tell me to, see, I can't think of anything funny now, but you know, when your parents tell you to do something and then you interpret it in the stupidest way you possibly can, like go to your room and then you go into your room via the window and a ladder outside. You didn't tell me how to go to my room.
Exactly, yeah. That was a weird looking car. And by the way, that's the Lotus Renault, not the Lotus Caterham. By the way, because we had that weird moment where Tony Fernandez, I think he was the team boss, wasn't he, of the catering team as they became. He was like, oh, I own the Team Lotus name, so we're calling it Team Lotus. And then Renault went, well, we're calling our Team Lotus. And then the Team Lotus, the Colin Chapman family were like, you can't call it Team Lotus. And we had I think it went to court, didn't it? In the end.
Yeah.
And they came back with Caterham.
But I think there was one season where one of them was called Lotus Renault and one of them was called Renault Lotus. And they're both Renault-powered Lotus teams. Very, very silly.
But also very F1, as Lando Norris prepares to go out, and I'm hoping for a nice set of red mark tyres, which I think will be a miracle because I don't think McLaren have any red mark tyres. So unless they've borrowed them, in fact, I'll tell you who's got what in terms of soft compound tyres. The only teams to bring any C5s or C6, Ferrari have one set of C5s and C6s, and Williams also one set of C5 and C6, and nobody else has any soft compound tyres, which is why we're not seeing them, which makes sense because the C3 would be the soft option tyre anyway for Bahrain, which is why we're seeing all these done. So it is a medium tyre, but in Bahrain that will be the soft tyre. So just F1 things. If you're new to F1, I'm so sorry. We'll have a word and try and get it sorted, but yeah, just F1 things.
Not to be confusing. Yeah.
They changed it. They changed. We used to have, again, if you're new to F1, we used to have what we called the Pirelli Rainbow. So you had the hardest tyre was called the super hard. Then you had the hard, the medium, the soft, the super soft, and the ultra soft. And they changed it to make it less complicated. We went to hard, medium, and soft, which does sound much less complicated, but then they had the C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, and now C6. We used to have the C0, which was never used, but on one weekend the C3 can be the hard, the next weekend it can be the soft, and I think it's like, I don't think there's any way not to confuse new fans with the tyres, because I just don't, but also I'd be surprised if new fans really give two hoots about the tyres anyway, so there you go. It's only recently I've got into them. Love tyres, they're the best thing ever.
I think if you also go back before, I want to say 2010, I'm not entirely sure, or 2009, but basically sometime before, whenever it was, but when the current regulation of you had to use two different compounded tires in the race, there was still a soft and a hard tire. They were called the prime and the option, and teams just decided ahead of the weekend which one they were going to use.
Yeah,
and they were either going to you either use the harder tire for the entire race, or use the soft tire. You couldn't use both. You could only pick one, and that essentially set your strategy. So you might go for the softer tire but take more pit stops, or you might go for the harder tire and just take one pit stop. And we didn't really talk about it that much. I mean, it sort of come up occasionally, being like, oh, okay, so Hakkinen on the McLaren is using the option tire, so he's going for more stops. But it didn't. We didn't talk about tires as much as we did once we brought in that rule that you have to use two compounds. It was sort of it was just like, we know what their strategy is this weekend, and that was it, really, wasn't it? And they weren't marked. You didn't know which tire they actually had. You had to know because it was written down somewhere, and the commentators had to tell you. Yeah,
I was gonna say, back in the day, we didn't have any anything that visually told us whether it was a soft or a hard tire. It was just a tire, wasn't it? So, and we had the tyre war, of course. A couple of people said in chat mentioning that we used to have the tyre war back in day. Get the Hovis music out. We're off again. Back in the day, yeah. So it's things certainly have changed here on F1 Mountain, and it's complicated. In many ways, it's silly, but we love it. It's as simple as that. So, and that's F1 as a whole sport, not just tyres, by the way. Yeah, you did. One was white walled, one wasn't, right? Says Red Raven. No, we didn't ever used to have. There weren't ever markings, as far as I recall, on soft and hard tyres. We had to be told by Murray Walker.
They started marking them when the rule came in about you had to use the soft and the hard in both in the race. And the bridge, that's when we had Bridgestone tyres and we had grooves in the tyres, even on the dry tyres. And they'd put a little white line down one of the grooves.
Yeah.
It was a soft tyre. That's how you used to be able to tell when they changed the rules. But that was a strange time, wasn't it? We had about 10 years of groove tyres, didn't we, until 2009?
Yeah, 98 was the first one.
Yeah, strange times. F1 has been doing a lot of strange times and ideas. Like, remember when you had to start the race with the amount of fuel you started Q3 with? So Q3 would just be everyone running around for 10 minutes, burning off fuel in the biggest waste of petrol every weekend.
F1 certainly wasn't on a sustainability push then, was it? That was ridiculous when you think back, actually. Yeah. Bonkers stuff from F1. All races should have 2 pit stops to use all 3 compounds in race from C3 to C5. Says F1 Hub the World. I agree with that. Certainly on the Monaco rule change. If you're going to do that, let's have all 3 compounds. You may as well. When Pirelli had 2 compounds, they were white and yellow, I think, says Dell. Prior to that, it was there was nothing. I'm thinking back to pre-striping the grooves. I'm certain there was never anything unless you were told. It just said Goodyear on the side in yellow or Bridgestone in white, and that was it, wasn't it?
Yep, that's exactly what it was. Or Michelin in white and blue. But yeah, that's but they are right. When Pirelli took over, there were only 2 compounds, and they were the white and the yellow ones. And then they brought in the third rule, and it got kind of complicated because actually, I think. I can't quite remember, actually. When we only had the 2 compounds per race, I think there still was a soft, a medium, and a super soft or something. So I think they would just pick 2 out of those selections. So I think we still had a mini rainbow of 4 tyres, I think, but I'm not sure on those.
Christian says, are the timings live? Yes, they are. Yeah, timings provided by Multiviewer for F1. I think it used to be F1 Multiviewer, now they're Multiviewer for F1. I'm assuming a word's been had by FOM somewhere because of the very specific way you have to use a name. I will actually mention while we're live, actually, and I'll say this now. There, obviously, I'm not going to say too much, but there are conversations at the moment. Now that the channel has been acquired by a big brand and a big company, with FOM about the channel name. There is a possibility it may have to change, either completely or as a Ferrari spins, that's Charles Leclerc in the final corner. Keep an eye on a replay for that. It may have to change, but we're hoping not. So it's something we will try to negotiate. I guess is the word I'm looking for. As in, Shaw's going to dig his heels in and not give up until he has no choice. But yeah, it's just because it's the way that the F1 is used in the channel name. It does amuse. I think my argument against that, though, would be it's been 8 years and you've not raised the issue since in that time. So I mean, it's not like I've been hiding away anywhere. So we'll see. But whatever it's called, whether it's the F1 word, Planet F1, F1 YouTube, Planet Sport, Funky Town, whatever it's called, it'll always be me. So it'll be the same content, same everything, just a different name. So you'll not lose anything apart from maybe the intro. But yeah, we'll see. You know what FOM are like. But I just want to give you a heads up on that one, to be fair. But I won't say any more than that because... I suppose if we're talking to the FIA and FOM... I love the FIA. They're great. They get everything right. They're really, really wonderful. Can't do anything wrong. F175 was the best show I've ever seen in my life. There you go.
You sure asserted yourself there, Sean?
Esteban says, what's wrong with the function 1 word? Exactly. I could be talking about planes as well. Leclerc came out the final corner. Well, the penultimate corner, I suppose, technically, because that is 2 corners at the end there, in a bit of a spin. Watching the onboard backwards, though, So I'm guessing, and this will surprise you, he'll turn in and then the car will spin. But what if he has a wobble on the way, or whether it is just it goes round? No, it just goes round, back end again. So where's the wind facing, Stuart? You know what's north.
He does lose it as he's going over the curb on the inside. So I wonder if that just destabilized the car enough to start getting the rear end, Ryan. So the wind is doing what it did mostly yesterday, which is pointing in towards turn 4. So that would have been turning. The wind is actually pointing away from turn 14, which is where he went through. So it wouldn't have helped. Not very. Wind's not very windy. There's not a lot of wind. It's only 6k at the moment. So yeah, I think he just got a bit destabilized over the curb, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be. I didn't quite catch the other angle of the off board, but yeah, he's had a spin. That's another spin. That's Sainz and Leclerc in a spin today. So there we go. He has pitted as Leclerc. We've only got Isaac Hadjar out there, who is. I'll tell you what, doing some lappage actually, 41 laps. I love saying that phrase in in testing, doing some lappage. He's been on a hard tyre now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 laps. And his lap times, apart from a trip through the pits by the look of it, a 1:35.5, 1:35.6, 1:35.6, 1:35.6, 1:35.4, 1:38.3, 36.5, 36.1, 36.1. So a couple of anomalies in there, but generally consistent in that early part through the 35s, and then when he's got into the 36s, he's been around the same pace as well, largely. So some consistent stuff there from Hadjar, and some good lap times. So just to let you know on that one, he is currently on the C1 hard compound. He's on one of them. So yeah, he's getting the laps in is Isaac Hadjar. So things like this as well. Obviously, this is great data for the teams anyway, Stuart, but Hadjar, Bortoletto, Behrman, Doohan, Antonelli, lots of laps is fantastic for them as well, because it's just good experience in the car. And also when we get to Bahrain in quite a few weeks' time, actually, we're used to it in the start of the season, aren't we? In quite a few weeks' time, it's good information for them as well. So great to see all the rookies actually getting plenty of laps this week so far, I think. Bortoletto 116 this afternoon, though. But I think he did quite well yesterday with his laps. So good to see.
Interestingly, Aston Martin remained the most conservative on laps still. Compared to everyone else, they are far and away the least lap. They only did 88 yesterday. They've only done 56 today. Stroll's only done 11 laps this afternoon, compared to 46 from Lawson this afternoon and 42 from Hadjar. So yeah, Aston Martin not in a particular hurry to stay on track for very long. Whereas Haas have done 260 laps in total over these 2 days so far. Mercedes and Racing Bulls have done 242 laps. Aston Martin only 144. So they're quite a way off everyone else.
Yeah, interesting on Aston there. I wonder why. I mean, it's different programs, isn't it? That they might not be concerned. That might just be what they want to do. In fact, let's have a look very quickly. Yesterday, did they send a press release yesterday? Aston Martin. No. So they're furious, clearly, with the day. Yeah, so they're just programs, maybe, I don't know. But it's interesting that they are so far down on laps compared to everybody else. John T is on tomorrow. He's set 3 alarms, he says already. Don't do what I did today and have an extra 5 minutes in bed, John T. That gets dangerous. That's a slippery slope. Turned up here completely unprepared.
We made it though.
This Angel says, I salute all the peeps who have watched through the old ages. I have to watch them back on YouTube. I don't like old ages. I don't like that line. That makes me feel ancient. Thank you very much. Yeah. Apparently, it's something going on in mods. Clansom's asking for the mods. I don't know what's happened in the chat. I don't get every chat. I get top chat, so I don't know what's going on. So.
Oh, I get top
I
chat.
see someone's asking what the spanner sign means. There we go. It's okay. We're all sorted. Yeah, moderators.
I didn't realise there was even more chat.
Yeah, there's top chat, even more chat, and slightly less chat. That's the tiers I call them, but they're not actually. Yeah.
I wonder how it decides who's got the best chat. Now things are making more sense. Now I see people replying to each other. It's all adding up. So there was someone earlier who kept repeating the same things about 6 times every time they said something, and I was like, am I meant to time this person out? I'll just leave them to it.
So I've got the options of top chat. So some messages such as spam are not visible. I have that because otherwise, if I get a load of spam, it's just throwing me off. Then you've got live chat, which is all of them, which I haven't got. And then I've got fan funding, which only shows super chats, super stickers, and channel memberships. So I could be really mean and just not talk to anybody for 3 days unless you give me all your money. That has never been what this channel is about, and it never will be. It's a community. So. Actual says, who are the hosts? Would you mind introducing yourself? Oh, we can have some fun here with this. I'm.
Oh, that's a good point. We don't have names underneath our pictures, do we?
That's something we could change. Hang on. I'm going to do this live. This can only go wrong. I won't do it, no. I'm Sean. I've been doing the F1 word for 8 years in June. Watching F1 for 30 years. More than 30 years now, and I like to waffle, and I love Stoffel Van Dorn. So there you go.
I'm Stuart. It's my first time watching F1. I'm here to learn. Sure. No, I'm from Chamber. I had my own YouTube channel. I've been watching since, I don't know, since 1998. Big fan. Very neutral. I'm just here to chat. I think we will have a nice time. Is that good enough?
That'll do. I think we're all right. I never thought people are in and out all the time and might not have seen the channel before. So, yeah, we ought to have the name tags. If not tomorrow, then certainly in future ones of these. Might not be a bad idea. Wouldn't take a minute to do, I suppose, but there you go. I like to waffle and I like Stoffel. Exactly. I don't know why. I don't know how that started. I just kept saying I highly rated him. Then I started taking a mickey out of me, and then it became a channel meme. And then I just fell in love. I've even got one of his crash helmets on my shelves behind me. So there you go. That's how much I love him.
God, his head was small.
Although that surprised you, didn't it? When we were at Autosport, it was like these are supposed to be 1:2 scale, but they look so small. So how small are their heads?
It's always very confusing, isn't it? They just look bigger on TV, these drivers.
The testing streams matter. Sights on top, says Kuma. Exactly. When a driver you like or an underdog is on top, the testing times mean everything. Otherwise, we can't read anything into them, definitely. Don't forget King Marcus of Ericsson. Yes, Red Raven, King Marcus of Ericsson. King Marcus of Ericsson, Indy 500 winner these days, and very nearly a second one, didn't he? Not was it last year before? Nearly got a second one, so there you go. Quite the driver, Marcus Ericsson. Is anyone on track long-running lap times or running long lap times? We've just talked about Hadjar. He's on a bit of a stint at the moment on 15 laps on these tyres. I clicked it again. Why did I click it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 on the bounce without pitting. 16 if we include his trip through the pits. Some consistent times as well there. Norris, Sainz and Antonelli have only recently gone out, because it's not that long ago that Stuart said that only Hadjar was out there. So nothing really long running pace there. We seem to have had Lawson did a hell of a lot of laps on a hard tyre. So did Carlos Sainz, actually. So that seems to be most people on C3s, but a lot of C1 and C2 running today. Lawson, in fact, I'm not even going to count those. It's a lot of laps. Over half of his, easy over, well over half were on a hard tyre. So, and Sainz pretty much the same. So there have been some long runs, but at the moment it's just Hadjar doing a big long run at the moment. He'll probably pit now, said that, just to spite me, and I'll hate him forever.
Well, he's got to come in at some point. Yeah, I'm glad Hadjar's getting some good running in. Not particularly speedy times though. He is behind both of the Hasses at the moment, but he is on the harder tyre, just tootling around of his own accord. Is he on? Did we determine if he was on the C1 or the C2?
Sainz.
Hadjar.
Oh no, C1. I think I'll double check when he goes. No, C2. Sorry, I was debating C1, but it is the C2. I couldn't work it out. So Stan brackets. If only was a way we could have different colours for these tyres for each tyre compound, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Let's not get back into that talk again. What was I going to read? I could read something there. Did I just see Bottas out the corner of my eye on the Sky Sports tree? Says Newt. Yes, you did. He is there all week with his moustache and mullet. There you go.
He was definitely filming some content. I think if you look at the team's TikTok or Instagram, you're bound to see that because he was brandishing a wheel gun, looking down the camera and saying something with a very straight face, which is his kind of the weird humor he has. So much like this morning when we saw someone putting a helmet with a camera in it inside of Antonelli's car, we're sort of seeing social media content live on TV being produced that we're going to see later. Maybe I'll go and see if that even exists now.
Did you watch the Fuster Cluck that was Eurovision last year?
I think I did.
Can you remember the Finnish entry, No Rules, where he comes out of the denim egg and they do all that fake hiding of his thing? The lead singer in that, if you mashed him and the guy who comes out of the egg together, I imagine that's what Bottas does at weekends when he's not racing. There's just something there. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Kept hiding his thing. It was great camera work. Del, it was fantastic camera work if you're referring to Eurovision. However, if you watch it, they spend all that time trying to hide his fake bits, and then there is a moment when he's got the denim shorts on where he has a ball slip, let's say, which did get past the live TV cameras. So there you go. So all that effort for nothing. Can I just stress, actually, by the way, not that I've been watching that and pausing it and trying to find that moment. That made, yeah, anyway. And if anyone wasn't thinking that, I've now made you think no one's doing that. So let's move on pretty swiftly. Kimi Antonelli, he is currently on track coming through the final couple of corners now. He is fifth at the moment overall. And then pits. Because why not? Who's on track? Hadjar still, Stroll, Norris, and Carlos Sainz, which is great stuff. Carlos Sainz putting the laps in. Norris, not a huge laps again from Norris today. Did we find out if there was anything wrong with Norris's car? Piastri yesterday had his floor replaced, didn't he?
I don't think so. I'll keep maybe I'll have a little look, see if anyone's saying anything about it. As a clarification for me, who pays less attention to the junior formulas, I watch the races, but then I don't absorb as much. Are we calling him Kimi Antonelli? Is that how people address him?
I think so, because he's not. I don't know if anyone's asked him, but he's never corrected it because he is Andrea Kimi Antonelli, isn't he?
But do the interviewers go up to him and say, Kimi, how was your race? Is that how we're doing it? Is he Kimi? I guess.
I bet you Ted asks him at the start of the season in his first notebook. He did that with Zhou Guanyu, if you recall, because everyone kept calling him Guanyu Zhou. And he was like, no, it is Zhou Guanyu. So everyone then started doing the right thing, calling him by the name he wanted to be called. So I hope that gets clarified, because he's called Kimi. They called him Kimi Antonelli on commentary, didn't they? But he is Andrea Kimi Antonelli, so
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out. Yeah. When someone like Ted just clarifies, then we'll get to. Yeah. And he definitely comes up as Andrea Kimi Antonelli and all the graphics and stuff. So.
Del says he's literally never Andrea Antonelli. Yeah, but all we're saying, Del, is has that been clarified? Because he might be sat at home and hearing Kimi Antonelli and getting really annoyed. It might turn out that he wants to be Andrea Antonelli and just wonder if people will ask her if it's been clarified. But on the topic of Zhou Guanyu, look at that. He's having an interview right now on it's Sky TV, but it is actually F1 TV coverage, I think. So there you go. Look at that. He heard me talking about him. But yeah, I would guess. I feel like if people have been calling Kimi Antonelli, he would have said by now if he didn't want to be called that. But yeah, that's a good question.
I'm the kind of person who would just let things run. And if people kept calling me Steve, I'd be like, well, I guess my name's Steve now. I'm not gonna correct them, and that's gonna stay forever.
You are definitely Stuart, aren't you? We are. After all these years.
I am Stuart. I'm not that attached to my name, to be honest. I mean, it's useful to have a name that everyone knows you by, so you know that when people are talking to you. But I don't care that much. People can call me what they like, as long as I know you're talking to me, I guess.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Like, people spell my name wrong all the time. But if I get a comment that's like, "Oh, hi, Sean, SHAWN," I'll still respond to it. I don't go, "No, that's not my name. I'm not talking to you." But it's just, yeah, it's like, as long as I know you're talking to me, I don't care. As long as, well, I was gonna say as long as you're polite with it, but that doesn't always work on the internet, does it? So, so I get into the things I've been called.
Isn't it, that because people misspell my name as well. People use the other spelling of my name as well. It's always interesting when it's sort of underneath a thing where my name is written out, spelled as it is, and then people reply with a different spelled name. That is a curiosity, but you know, each their own. Again, as long as I know you're talking about me, I'm not too bothered. Some people are, and you should respect that, but I'm not that bothered by how people address me.
Ryan says Antonelli has been asked in an interview, and he has confirmed it's Kimi, not Andrea. So there we go. That answers the question there. Brilliant. Thank you, Ryan. When it comes to names, I actually almost switched to using my middle name when I started sixth form, which was my 10th school, but in the end chose not to. So yeah, my middle name is Michael.
I mean, that's not uncommon, is it? I mean, I only found out within the last 10 years that my uncle Colin, his name is Anthony. So, and apparently he's just been called Colin since birth, but his name is Anthony. So there you go.
My nan from the local market was Maria, but she always used to go by her middle name, which was Veer, which I thought was worse than Maria, but that's her choice.
Maria, yeah. Oh, my nan was the same, actually. My nan was always referred to by her middle name rather than her given name. My middle name is Francis, which I seems about 50 years older than I am as a name.
Well, I get Michael to go, "Oh, what's your name?" I go, "Oh, Sean Michael." They go, "Are you Irish?" And I'm like, "No." So then why did your parents get? They're like, "Yeah, that's a great question, Dad. Why did you give me my name?" "Oh, it's my name." "Oh, fair enough." But yeah, Sharon Michael. It just yeah, it's it feels a very Irish name. Well, it is an Irish name, isn't it? So, and the dog's just walked in, and he's just called Baxter. Oh well, generally Baxter. Oi, give me my shoe back. Where are you going with that? Oh, you little shit is usually his full name, but we just go with Baxter. I'm not a wrestler. No, that's the other one. Shawn Michaels, yeah, and also goalkeeper Peter Schmeichel.
Oh,
close
yes.
enough. So there you go.
Look, it could have been worse. Some people don't realise they've given their children silly names until they say them out loud and realise how it sounds.
Do you reckon, sorry to bring the name up, would you reckon Elon Musk does that with his kids? Gives them those names and then says them out loud and goes, "Oh, no, that was a mistake." "Oh, hi, ZYL43285 exclamation mark asterisk." Oh, that doesn't work, does it?
Seems so good. It seems so good on paper, but now that I'm saying it,
We'll call
I
you
realised
Kevin.
I'm a fool. Yeah.
Antonelli slow on track. I assume just building up for a lap, so I'm not going to worry too. We see a lot of this in testing. Oh, he's on the radio though. I've not got my headphones in for the TV, so I can't tell you what he's saying. But usually when a car's going slow and they're on the radio, it's not great news.
I'll turn my volume up, see if I can catch him on the way when it comes to him, and I'll tell you if he says anything interesting.
If he comes
little team radio.
What if he comes on the radio and goes, "Tell Sean and Stuart I like Kimi"? It's like, what?
Okay, here he comes. I'm gonna listen in and report back on the incredible news.
It could be good. It could be good.
Okay, so the problem is they have not turned the volume up on the radio, so I'm just still hearing Zhou Guanyu.
Oh, okay.
So no information. Sorry, after all that.
So the biggest issue with Antonelli's car is that Zhou Guanyu's in it. There you go. That's the problem there. We now have an answer. I'll go through the times of that in about 5 mins. Mins. We're getting to that point now. I'm sure I can't obviously use full words. And then we will go with some questions from chat, I think, and go from there. We do need to do calendar chat at some point, so we will do that because it wouldn't be it would be an F1 Word stream without calendar chat, but certainly a testing stream without moaning about how awful the calendar is. Although without getting into it now, it is improving. So I'll give the FIA and FOM that really. They are getting better with it, trying to regionalise the calendar. But here goes Antonelli. See him do what will hopefully be a hot lap with his DRS open. DRS, of course, this year, going back to the old days, have only been allowed 2 positions, open and closed. They or open or closed. You can't do both. You can't have the mini DRS trick that McLaren were using last year, which wound everybody up. Anthony opened the DRS and closed it and opened it again on the run to turn 4. Loving this top-down camera angle. He's gone really deep into 4, though, onto the runoff area, and that is that lap ruin. But I'm assuming the fact we're seeing this overhead camera angle so much, it's something they're testing for the season, because that is going to be great for not necessarily the live broadcast, but for Anthony Davidson on the Sky Pad afterwards for moves where drivers are turning in, who's at fault for that collision. That's going to be a great angle to have directly above. That's going to give us so much info. So looking forward to seeing that in action. I think that's something as well that I quite enjoy about testing, Stuart, is we talked about this briefly yesterday, but watching the FOM team tweaking the graphics through the day and giving us new things and testing camera angles and things like that. I quite enjoy that because it's just shows that we're all sort of warming up for the season and it's not just the drivers and the cars.
Yeah. I agree. Do you think they'll have these overhead shots then as we go forward, or do you think this is just testing things out? And is it one drone that's just moving around a lot to provide different corners, or have we got drones all over the place, or is it a crane? What is happening? I think it is a drone, isn't it?
It must be. Yeah, because we saw it yesterday. If you remember it was at turn 10 or no 11, 12 or 13, somewhere like that, sort of panning round, wasn't it? So that was very drone cam.
It is very gorgeous. I'm a big fan.
I hope it stays.
Right. It makes things very, very clear on lines and stuff when we're reviewing accidents or incidents or spins or whatever. It seems it's covered a couple of drivers going wide, but it hasn't covered, I guess, any spins or anything yet. But that's because I guess we've had very few spins, and it just doesn't have to be it happens not to have been in the right place.
I'm going to run through the times. I'm just going to check something, but we'll run through the times quickly now then. So we are coming up to 2 o'clock in the UK, 2 hours left-ish on the afternoon session, and so 2 o'clock UK is 5 o'clock Bahrain. Good stuff, Sean. There we go. I should have a Bahrain clock open, really, shouldn't I? But Carlos Sainz is still fastest. I'll keep it on the TV because Lando Norris is winding up here for a lap. Carlos Sainz fastest on 1:29.348. He did 78 laps so far today, and his fastest time was on the C3 compound. Lewis Hamilton second place in the Ferrari, 1:29.379, 45 laps this morning. Did that time, by the way, on the C3. It was a C3 as well for Leclerc, 1:29.431, 25 laps in total. Russell also on the C3 at a 1:29.778, 71 laps. 29 laps for Kimi Antonelli. He's 1:29.784 was on the C3. Same for Doohan, 1:30.368 on the C3. 23 laps. Gasly 1:30.430. He was also on the C3. 40 laps for him. 45 for Alonso. 1:30.7 flat. That was on the C3. C3 for Tsunoda, 1:30.793. 46 laps. 1:37.94 for Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin. Yes, it was indeed 16 laps and the C3 for him. C3 for Piastri, 1:30.821 and 44 laps. Lando Norris does not improve at 1:30.882, 21 laps, and his fastest time was on the C3. It was also it was the C3 for Liam Lawson, who has done a 1:30.932 and 78 laps. 19 laps for Bortoletto, 1:31.057 on the C3, 1:31.457 for Hulkenberg, also on the C3, 56 laps for him. Esteban Ocon at 1:33.071, 69 laps this morning, on the medium tyres, so the C3. Behrman 1:34.745, 31 laps for him, his fastest time on the C2. And Isaac Hadjar, his fastest time on the C2 was a 1:35.282, and he's done 56 laps so far. There we go. Oh, this is the trouble, you know. The morning's all right. There's only 10 drivers to do, but you get to this point, your voice is starting to go, and you've got to get through 18 to 20 of them. It's a disgrace. It's appalling. Fewer drivers, please, F1. Fewer drivers. If there's one thing we don't need, it's fewer drivers. Definitely.
At the moment, if you're watching the broadcast, Alex Brundle seems to have broken into Alpine and is just pointing at stuff. And also, Bortoletto is sticking on his center helmet and it seems to be going out for another run. Sauber still modest in pace at the moment. And well, Lawson not having amazing pace, but again, if it's anything similar to what Haas are doing, maybe they're not going for pace. Maybe they're just doing the runs they want to do, testing the tires, testing the temperatures, testing the aero works as it will, and then we're not going to see an all right stonking lap like Max sort of put together yesterday.
Yeah. I took his pace now, yeah. Did quite a lot of laps on the hards, didn't he, as well, Lawson, today? Looking at the tyres and that, so... Long run pace, maybe, or probably. But yeah, I again, difficult to read into testing. I wouldn't write Red Bull off. We've been here before. In fact, actually, do you know what? Back to the sandbagging thing, I guess. Remember the days of testing during Mercedes domination? And every year they'd fallen off and it was Ferrari were fastest or Red Bull, and it was all looked great after pre-season testing for a sensational season. And then I think that's where the thing came from. The poem that people used to do, it was like something like roses are red, violets are blue, Mercedes are finished, Mercedes 1-2 or something like that. That's kind of what it just was always the case. Oh, it's over for Mercedes, no way back, Mercedes 1-2. And that's kind of how it was. So that's going back a few years now, isn't it, really? But when F1 social media was fun. And that was the worst thing we had to contend with. I just had a random email. I'll just check it's not a... No, it's not. I thought it was from a team, but it's not. Never mind. That's okay. So F1 should have this as a rule in place. Drop the 5 slowest drivers from the grid. Says F1 hub to the world. I did see A says, guys, I love Fernando, but serious question. How do we know where he's really at? Hard to gauge with such a weak teammate and inconsistent car. What if Aston Martin are actually faster than their drivers?
I mean... Possibly. I do believe that Fernando is obviously not peak Fernando of yore. I think just by the matter of his age and stuff, I think it's going to be very hard for him to be the peak that he was. But I do think he's a very competent driver. He's a very intelligent driver, and he is driving around a lot of problems as they come. And sort of, I think he's delivering close to what that car is able to achieve. I would imagine. I know it's very hard. I don't have the data on, as I just watch the Alpine of whoever's out there on the Alpine doing going a bit wide at the final corner. I think Fernando is a pretty good benchmark in and of himself. I think you just have to kind of just take a few tenths off maybe where he was at his peak. I think it does speak to an interesting I think that's a very good point, because sometimes actually if you've got two sorts of unknown quantities at a team, it's very, very hard to know where the car is at. I can't remember who, but I think there's a couple of years ago we used to speak about that with one of the teams where like one of them was a rookie and one of them was a bit rubbish, and we weren't entirely sure how to judge the car at all. It's an interesting question actually, generally down the grid. If you were to look at teammates and stuff and be like, which one is the benchmark driver? You know, which one is the driver from which you can sort of judge where the other driver is. Like, I think at Ferrari, for example, I think Leclerc's your benchmark driver, and you're going to use Leclerc to kind of judge whether Hamilton still got it. I guess that's where I would probably. I think Leclerc is the stable entity there. Obviously, at Red Bull, Verstappen is the benchmark there, but I think, you know, I think Alonso is the benchmark at Aston. I would say. I think Stroll is the one that's a bit of a liability.
Yeah,
there that's much harder to go. He's a bit more all over the place.
We we had a similar conversation last season in a race reaction, didn't we, about Alex Albon? We'd always talked about how good he was, and he was. But then we sort of were like, the benchmark for him, or his comparison, was Logan Sargent and Nicholas Latifi. And then Colapinto turned up and just, before he started crashing, started just really delivering some great laps and some great performances, and suddenly was much closer to Albon. And you thought, okay, Albon's still good, but was he as good as we thought he was? And I guess when you do it against a teammate and put a more competitive teammate in there, that does change your perception. Not to say Albon's suddenly now a bad driver, because he's not, but it certainly changed perception there. And I guess that's what we might see elsewhere. But I think Fernando, a bit like I said about Lewis Hamilton, an hour ago now, Fernando Alonso at 80% is still better than most drivers will ever see in F1. He's still a sensational driver. He can still cut it into the series. He still wants to race as well, which I love. I absolutely love that about him. But one thing he won't tolerate is, as we saw at McLaren, is a bad car consistently. So if the Aston is bad this year, and as I said yesterday, if he gets the slightest whiff in the simulator that next year's car's going to be bad, he will just retire. He's not going to go through all of that again with McLaren and Honda. He's here to race. He wants to win. He believes in that team. He believes in Adrian Newey. He loves their ambition. They love him. But if that car's bad, he's not going to stick around to drive around in 17th place every weekend. So I'm sure he'd do it this year, because this is a transitional year for a lot of teams, and Aston will be one of those. And they're big. Their big seller's always been 2026, hasn't it, with Aston, since Lawrence Stroll came in and then bought in Adrian Newey. But he's not going to stick around to drive around at the back, because there's just no point. Because why drive around at the back for a season if the car's terrible and then retire anyway? You might as well go whilst you've at least scoring points. That's not to say the Aston will be a bad car, of course, but if it is, it's just he's not. Alonso will know if that car is not where it needs to be in the simulator pretty quickly, I'd have thought. So and then that gives a real headache to Aston Martin about what they do, because the greatest of respect, as much as I will defend him to a point, Lance Stroll ain't your number one, and he ain't your team leader. Yeah, and I don't think this is controversial. I'll say it anyway. If Lawrence Stroll sold the team tomorrow, I can guarantee you Lance Stroll would not be in that car next season, possibly not even for this season. It's as simple as that. So, well, they might give him the season, see how he gets on, but he won't be in the car next year. So we know why he's there. He's not as bad as some make him out to be, but he's, as you say, he's not the benchmark Stewart at all, is he? At all. And he's not the team leader. So it's tough with that. I totally get the point that A was making there, though. And it is tough to gauge, but I still think Fernando Alonso in last year or in the 2023 Red Bull, I think we have a battle between him and Verstappen for the title. I would still say Verstappen, knowing the team inside out, comes out on top. But he would have had a tougher time with it than he did with Perez. And again, someone's now going to say, well, that's hardly a benchmark either, is it? But I'm just making the point. I think Alonso could still deliver if you give him the car capable of doing so. But we're not talking peak Alonso. We're not talking peak Hamilton or prime Hamilton, prime Alonso. Same when Vettel was at Aston. We weren't talking prime Vettel, who I still maintain peaked early. But yeah, that's it.
I agree.
All that waffle to agree.
I also tend to, when we talk about peak drivers and being past peak drivers, I don't really like it when drivers who have been sort of legendary at their peak stay on for too long. I tend not to enjoy watching them kind of move on to the twilight phase of their career, where they move into a sort of more midfield team and are pootling around, sort of getting points, not getting points, and just sort of finishing off their career in a kind of so way. We've seen it from a lot of drivers. We've seen Alonso go through a lot of phases. Vettel obviously finishing off at Aston and stuff, and I just feel like, well, maybe. I mean, you do what you like. You've earned it. You can stay in it. You can stay in F1 as long as they'll have you. But I do kind of feel like it sits better with me if you're like a multiple world champion, and then you spent a couple more years, and then if you realised you weren't going to get the opportunity again, you moved on to other things, and the last thing people remember of you is scoring a lot of wins and being a legend. Kind of as we spoke about Vettel like earlier on, like did his shine go away because he spent quite a lot of time after his success sort of having a tougher time.
Yeah, go out on top, kind of thing. Is a good way to go. But I guess the problem with that is I agree, but also it depends when your peak is. So, Max Verstappen now is 27 and he's a 4-time world champion. But it's if his car suddenly fell off and he wasn't performing as well, it just seems a little bit early for him to be retiring.
Yeah.
But I know what you're getting at. Like I feel like Raikkonen probably stayed on a bit too long. As much as I loved having him around, he probably did.
On a sort of related point, which is going to sound like it kind of contradicts what I just said. I also, ideally, I would like the next person to have beaten the previous person. I think I quite like that as a, I think we most recently saw it. Verstappen, I don't want to ruffle any feathers, but Verstappen went toe to toe with Hamilton and won that championship. I quite like that it's sort of kind of, sometimes you'll see a driver will have win a couple of championships and then their car will be rubbish the next year and they won't really get the chance to defend it, and someone else will win, but they didn't win against that person. Like Vettel in 2014. He had a good run and then wasn't able to defend in 2015 because the Red Bull just wasn't good enough, and so we didn't really see the handing over of the baton in a most direct way. That's my ideal. I want a driver to be on top. I want a new pretender to come along and take them down and sort of the baton to be passed on, and then the original champion to move on before they've outstayed their welcome. That's that. There you go.
Yeah, no, and Clansom's just pointing out Schumacher's restart at Mercedes. Clansom didn't like that. I didn't. I liked it because obviously Schumacher, hero, favorite driver of all time. But it didn't feel right at Mercedes. It didn't work. There were some, I've said this before, there were some press conferences where he'd be sat there on the end and it would look like I don't know, an uncle's just taken all his nephews out for the day. So this older guy, it's like older guy at like 40 or whatever, which isn't that far away, but you know what I mean, next to Seb Vettel and that, and you're like, okay, yeah, maybe this isn't quite where you need to be now. But I think as well on the Schumacher one, don't underestimate the role he may well have played in helping Mercedes get ready for 2014, because they were developing that car and that engine for a while, weren't they? So getting that team where it needed to be, so he will have played a part in that. But it's difficult. It is difficult because go on.
Well, it's on the same time. I'm going to ask you a question on a sort of related topic. Some people forget that Schumacher very nearly came back to Ferrari in 2009 to replace Felipe Massa when he was out for injury, but he couldn't because he got an injury. Is that right? Something happened to Schumacher that he wasn't able to get back in.
Something to his neck, wasn't it? I seem to recall.
Yeah, he wasn't able, but there was a good chance he would have got into that dog awful Ferrari, and I think that would have been bad for him too, because that Ferrari seemed to be just uncontrollable. And I think he would have been better than Luca Badoa, and Fisichella, who took over that seat for the rest of the season. But I don't think that would have been good for him either. But what do you think? Do you wish he'd had the chance to come back in 2009 and help Ferrari?
In that car, I think it wouldn't have destroyed his Ferrari legacy, but it would have put a bit of a sour taste to it, if that makes sense. I'm being wind up by the dog. What's up? You can't answer.
Motorbike injury, yeah.
Yeah.
Max said motorbike injury. Yeah. Part of me really wanted to see it. I was very excited when it was first announced he was coming in 2009 to help Ferrari out. But looking back on it, I think it would have done him no favours at all.
Yeah, Clancy tainted it a bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, sort of tainted it. Yeah, it just wouldn't have been, when he left at the end of, well, I say left. It depends what rumour you believe. When he was no longer at Ferrari at the end of 2006, I think that was maybe the right time. I'm kind of gutted he didn't win the title in 06. I think that would have been the perfect way to leave on top, especially after the dire 2005. But yeah.
And it was a shame that an engine blowout is what kind of really put him on the back foot in Japan. I didn't enjoy Schumacher coming back. Like I it was weird having Schumacher around, but you kind of forgot about him in the Mercedes era because he wasn't really able to achieve very much. But I don't think it tainted his. It didn't sort of taint it for me. It didn't cast a shadow over his previous career because it's kind of similar to. And I don't really know much about boxing, and I think I've heard Mike Tyson is not actually a very nice person, but I don't think Mike Tyson being beaten by a YouTuber in his 50s or however old he is cast a shadow over his peak boxing career. You know what I mean? It's different.
Especially when it was likely scripted. I didn't watch it, but I know how these things work. We'll have to have a rematch now and sell more tickets. There you go. Isaac Hadjar's on the C1, by the way. It's now saying on the timing tower, so maybe I was wrong. I have a bored doggo sat next to me who's currently eating my hand, so that's why my hand has vanished, so there we go. Yeah, no, I agree. I wasn't keen on the Schumacher. It was nice to see him back. But what it did change some people's perception of him. People sort of who didn't like him before started to like him, but I don't know if that was kind of like almost in a condescending, oh bless him kind of way. I don't know, but yeah, I get that the Ferrari 09 thing would have been quite cool in a lot of ways, just from seeing Schumacher back in red alongside Raikkonen, the guy who won the title the year after he'd retired, the guy who replaced him, I guess. Well, he did replace him, didn't he? It would have been nice to see that, but I think it was such a bad car that even Schumacher ain't going to get much. Again, better than Fisichella and Badoa, but again, not really a great benchmark there. Although I think Fisichella was okay, all things considered, because he was thrown in at the last minute, wasn't he? And right in at the deep end, really. Through no fault of anybody's. I mean, Massa, poor guy, nothing you could do about that. But Rosberg was given an ultimatum by his missus, says Clansum. Talk about retirement there. Yeah, you come home or that's it. Somebody was asking about laps earlier. Where are you going? Because I know Stuart's got his spreadsheet open. Who asked? There we go. Tobias says, which team has completed the most laps today? Thank you, Tobias, for your question. Stuart's got the spreadsheet there. He'll tell you.
I have. It won't be completely up to date because I updated it maybe half an hour ago. But it's still Haas. Last time I updated it, Haas had done 100 laps, and they've now done 119. 109. So, Haas, and then Mercedes, and then Racing Bulls are your top 3 laps for today. And overall, Haas, Mercedes, and Racing Bulls still are also your top 3 over the 2 days to date.
Doing's fine, helps. Chat. Don't worry. He was just doing it looked like a practice start in the pit lane. He's got going now. He's going around the track. So unless you're hearing something anything from TV or something else from TV, I think that was a practice start. A slow practice start that took a while. I agree with that. But yeah. Jason says Gasly is the modern day Fisichella.
Who is?
Gasly.
All right. Elaborate on that. That's an interesting statement. I'd love to know what that means.
If just he says of general feel of the driver, I wouldn't know. I've not felt him, but just like a really solid midfield driver who would do well as a second driver at a top team. Yeah, I think Gasly is somewhat underrated. I think that spell at Red Bull is something that some people will never be able to get over. And will just mean that we'll just use that to rate him all the time. But I think Gasly is an underrated driver. I don't see world champion potential, all things equal, in him. But he's a very good driver. There's a few like that actually, though. As we were saying yesterday, but. I think that Red Bull stint at Red Bull is just something that people always judge him on and say that means he's a terrible driver, when actually when you look at everything around that, getting alongside Max Verstappen, as we've seen from Perez, as we've seen from Albon, that ain't an easy thing to do. Gasly showed that, but also he was still relatively new to F1 at that point, wasn't he? And it was very much in at the deep end because Ricciardo had kind of surprised Red Bull. So the one who has a ton of speed but not enough. Sorry, Pierre, says Jason. Says Fizzy is like that. A ton of speed but not good enough, but not enough speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I think Gasly's got a lot in him.
Jason, you've thrown us there. We're having a moment. I'm
okay.
not sure I totally agree. The whole midfield, solid driving in the midfield, will make a good career of that. We know he's a race winner, can pick up podiums if the conditions allow. I think in the right car, now that he's got the experience, and he's had that experience, negative experience at Red Bull, I think he would be. I think if you put him in the Red Bull now, he would do better than he did in 2019, for sure. But I think as a lead driver at Alpine, he's got something there. He's quick for them. Great feedback. Lawson goes 6th, by the way. Great feedback. Popular driver at the team. Helped by the fact he's French, of course, with the Renault ties. And I think he could lead that team to, I wouldn't say great things. I'm not pretending that he's a prime Alonso or a prime Hamilton or a prime Verstappen or a Vettel who could hop in a car and deliver things in it that others couldn't. But I think if they get the car right at Alpine, he could be a very good driver for them and a good team leader. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of drivers, I've said this so many times, a lot of drivers have really good F1 careers, even if they don't win titles and tons of race wins. Fisichella is an example of that. Good F1 career. He won a few races. How many races did Fisichella win? One that he won but didn't win, but then got given back. Brazil 2003, of course. But he won 3 races in his career. 275 points.
There's a few people who, and I think Gasly to me is one of them, where you start to wonder, has it been so much time now that they've gone past, I think they've got a lot of talent, but has it been so long they've gone past the opportunity to be snapped up by a top team and have the opportunity to win multiple races and do some great things and stuff like that. I think, to be honest, Jenson Button was someone like that. Like, I felt like, Jenson Button had some talent in him and he could have done. I'm talking as if the second thing that happened didn't happen, but it seemed like, okay, he had some talent, he could have won some races, but seemed to have missed the opportunity to capitalize on it. And then by luck, by good fate, he ended up with that Brawn, which won in the title, and then he was able to go to McLaren and win some more races there. Like, he sort of got an opportunity much later on than I think normally I think I would have expected Jenson to have gone through the window where that kind of thing would have happened to him, if that makes sense. And I'm beginning to wonder if Gasly has been around so long that the opportunity to do great things has gone by, unless Alpine turn it around, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you mentioned Button there, but he's another one. He's an interesting one because he's a driver that people thought was going to be the next big thing. Then after a while thought he wouldn't be. Then he won a championship and they thought he would be again. And then they all thought he wouldn't be. Like, I don't think Button was ever a driver that everyone always said was going to be a world champion one day. But he kind of, at points in his career, people believed that, and then eventually he did it. But whereas like Verstappen, everyone always said Verstappen will win a world championship one day. Hamilton was the same when he will win a world championship one day, and they did. But Button was one that nobody ever really always said that about. Rosberg was a bit like that as well. I don't remember when Rosberg joined F1, the F1 community and media screaming, Nico Rosberg will be a world champion one day. But he was. It's all about it's all about the right place at the right time and circumstances in F1 as well, isn't it? So, which takes me back to my point that if all things go the way you need them to, and you have a great car that's multiple seconds quicker than anybody else, in theory, anybody could win a world championship. But you'd need a lot of things to go your way. I accept that, but it is a possibility. So, no, I don't recall anybody screaming out about Rosberg, and I remember it a little bit with Button, but I don't know if that was the British media thing. Oh, look, a young British driver coming in, he's going to be amazing. I mean, it took him till 2004-5 to win his first race, so. Took a while. One more than some drivers will win. So,
yeah. I'll just quickly, Yevgeny in chat. Alonso is not coming out again today. He was in the morning. We've got Stroll in the afternoon now. If you came looking for some Alonso action.
We're all looking for some Alonso action. Thank you, by the way, everyone. Hit 400 likes. Thank you so much for your support today. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new as well. Make sure you drop a like too. It really helps the channel in the algorithm. So appreciate that as always. Lots of content to come this season. So subs appreciated as well. Again, you smashed all the targets yesterday. So well done. All the goals rather than targets yesterday. So well done. And thank you very much for your support. Rubens reckon he should have had more support. I think that's a separate conversation. Was surprised that Clancy was surprised how bitter Barrichello was over that season in 2009. AC says Charles will win the World Drivers' Championship one day. Charles has the speed. He just needs to not. I don't think the mistakes are as often as they used to be, but he just needs to not make the mistakes. I mean, that's an obvious statement. But I think Charles. I'll say will. I was going to say could. I think Charles will win a world championship. I'll go bold for a change. Why sit on the fence? He will win a world championship one day. Again, as long as the car is good enough.
I think he and Ferrari are making fewer mistakes now. I think previous
Ferrari
seasons, I think between them, they were both making their share of mistakes, one way or another, and throwing away potentially better results. But I think actually now they seem to have got everything together a bit more, and are finally ready. I think this could be a year where they go for a proper challenge. But let's find out.
I'm going to try and say your name. Dylan is the man. I'm trying to say it. Charles would have to win more than 3 races a year. Now then. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I can't remember who that's a quote of, and I stopped myself from doing it there just in case it's somebody slightly dodgy. I just want to check something. I can't. Jonty's gonna get there in chat first and say it, but we'll try and get there quickly now. Not the same thing. I appreciate that. And I'm thinking of somebody else. Sorry, hang on. Sorry. We're back. I'm back on Wikipedia. We're on a rabbit hole again. We're in trouble. In 1982, very different Formula One, I know. 15 races in a season. Keke Rosberg won the World Championship, having won 1 race. I'm just saying. So that's all it was. I'm not telling you off or anything like that. I just wanted to just make the point that you don't necessarily have to win more than 3 races to win the championship. We've had champions on just one race win. So I think Alan Jones only won 5.
Yeah.
Only.
You don't have to go back that far for a nearly. Kimi Räikkönen nearly won the world title in 2003 with 1 win.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Very, very close to grabbing that one. So, consistency can out. I don't think people like it. But in fact, I think Kimi nearly winning the title with 1 win is what caused Bernie to say, we need to have medals. And the most gold medals is the person who wins the title. Remember when he went on one of those crazy ideas that he does sometimes?
That and sprinklers, yeah. Yeah, I remember that, the gold medal idea. Most gold medals wins. Yeah, sure. I have medals now, don't we, for the race winners? So there you go. Maybe that's what they picked up. But yeah, no, it's I know again, F1 very different. 1 race win out of 15 races isn't the same as 1 out of 24. But the point is, you can. I mean, F2 again, not the same. But we've seen that before. Drivers win 1 race and then just be massively consistent all year. But I guess it depends. I mean, if you win 1 race and then Max Verstappen wins the rest, then you're not going to win the championship. But if you win 1 race and then the other race is split among other drivers and you're more consistent in second places, for example, you'll be fine. But yeah, I take the point. But Leclerc hasn't always had the car to win more than 3 races. Hasn't always had the car to win more than 3 races this season. But you give him the car that can do that, and he hones his skill and stops making his mistakes. And with Ferrari now a better functioning team under Fred Vasseur, I'd be surprised if he doesn't, but it's Ferrari. They never surprise me anymore. I just saw a great comment this gone
for Ferrari.
How many wins this year?
Yeah, you're gonna have to make some assumptions about where their performance is, I guess. But if you had to put your cards on the table, if they forced you to put a 5 on it,
24 races. at least 3 at the front, possibly 4 at times. Oh, that's nice to say. 3 at the front. Oh, that'll do. That'll be fun. You've got to say Verstappen will win some. Norris and Piastri will win some.
Yeah.
Sainz,
obviously.
So obviously, Sainz will win most of them. He'll win like 20. I would be surprised if Mercedes don't pick up a couple at least. So 10, 8.
Oh, interesting. That's quite bold. All right. Right. Remember this, chat. Sean thinks Ferrari are going to win 8 races. I would love for you to have. We look back at the end of the season. Someone reminds you of this, and you found out you've underestimated Ferrari.
I'd just love to be bang on. That'd be nice. I will point out that I think in one of your pre-season predictions challenges, I think 2022, I think I predicted more than 12 race wins for Ferrari or something like that. So I'm not always the best. Although that early season, it looked like it was possible. Yeah, I'll go 8. Don't ask me for the split on that. They'll win 8 between them, and there you go.
I'll take it.
Of course, all riddled with huge amounts of Ferrari bias, of course. As always.
But of course, I think it's very possible. We don't know where they are right now, but if they're carrying on from where they left off at the end of last season, I think 8 is very, very doable. I'd love for them to both have a fair amount of wins. I think that would be pretty cool. But either way, I think that'd be. I think it's their time. I think they've waited long enough in Azkaban.
That is only the third of the season, is it? 8, 16, 24. So there's still 2/3 for it all to go wrong.
Yeah.
In true Ferrari fashion, I'll stick with 8. But I don't know. I don't want to hype up their season too much because I learned the hard way. Pap says Leclerc makes a lot of mistakes. He is similar to Lando Norris in that aspect. Leclerc will beat Lewis in qualifying, says CPB. And Christian says, how many races this season? 24? Yes, 24. It's a lot. 30 if we include the wonderful sprints, of course. As James Key has a chat to F1, of course, technical director at Sauber. They all move around. It's not just drivers that move around. Purple Zebra says 5 or 6 for Ferrari wins.
Latoc says 5 to Leclerc, 3 to Ham.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people think you're crazy.
They don't think I'm crazy. 5-3. I might have lent more towards 6-2.
Okay.
Not again. Have to cover it. Slating Lewis, but I just think that is a team that Leclerc's been at for a long time. Although the car's quite new this year, so maybe that won't be as. I thought Bottas was spinning. He wasn't. It was just a camera angle. Maybe not as.
Bottas?
I thought it said Bottas. Did I say Bortoletto or Bottas? I said Bottas then. Bottas is definitely spinning. Bottas is definitely spinning. Clancy says 3 to Leclerc. RSPB says 4-4. That's not the RSPB. You missed the first part, Sean. Oh, sorry. What did I miss? CPB. CPB said controversially, I think once Lewis gets the hang of the car, he'll beat Leclerc in the races, and then says, but Leclerc will beat Lewis in qualifying. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Right. Yeah. Interesting.
We'll see how well how well Lewis settles in with the team. I think you're right, and from what I think we were talking about yesterday, and that I think Leclerc will have the edge at least in the opening phase of the season because he's just more established, and Lewis is still finding his feet within the team. We know that much, but it'll be interesting to see if Lewis can get on top of the car and be more of a match for Leclerc later on. I think I tend to agree that's how we're going to start the season. But I've been wrong before, many times. I am not a predicting genius. Purple Zebra, very good at predicting things.
There you go then. I think this is the kind of nonsense on the internet I talk about. From Formula One 2378. Not having to go, just saying, just don't know why experts always say Leclerc makes lots of mistakes. Obviously, these experts who never seen Lewis racing in 2011, 2012. Like, fine, we weren't talking about Lewis Hamilton. We were talking about Charles Leclerc. He makes lots of mistakes. That doesn't mean that Lewis Hamilton doesn't make lots of mistakes. It also doesn't mean that I don't make lots of mistakes. We were talking about Charles Leclerc. So unless it's specific to somebody in chat, and then if they've said that, then fair enough. But that's the kind of thing I get all the time. It's like, well, you didn't say this. Well, that's because I wasn't talking about that. Hamilton did make a lot of mistakes. At McLaren as well, by the way. Some of the shockers 2010, 11, 12. You go back and watch some of the pit stop balls ups that they made. You could make an argument that McLaren should have been more in the fight for the championships in some of those years. So you're absolutely right, but that's something we talk about when we get to Lewis Hamilton, not Charles Leclerc. But yeah, I take your point. You're right on the mistakes. You go find me a driver that hasn't made mistakes, I guess. Apart from, obviously, Stoffel Van Dorn, never made a single mistake in all his time since he's been alive. Apart from, apparently, he's quite a clumsy person away from the track, apparently, by all accounts. So there you go. But yeah.
We always need to remember, it's not a zero-sum game. If you say someone's making mistakes, it doesn't mean no one else is making mistakes. Everyone can be making... In fact, I will say, I think being in a time period where we've got Max Verstappen, who does make very, very few mistakes, is, I think, overemphasizing everyone else's mistakes. I think people are actually making a normal amount of mistakes, and Max is just shading them by his incredibly consistent performance. I would guess. I think drivers are expected to make mistakes over the course of a season, whether you're a 7-time world champion or an up and coming rookie. I think there's always going to be some mistakes. There's going to be mistakes from teams. There's going to be mistakes from drivers. But I just think we've seen such consistency from Max Verstappen that it becomes more obvious when his rivals are dropping the ball.
Do you want to play another emoji game?
Go on. I mean, I don't join in because that would spoil it, but I want to see.
You can laugh. Again, quite an obvious one. So I'll leave it on for about a minute and then we'll remove it because I don't want to cover the tower up too much. But there's your second emoji game. It's a really tough one, that one, and I think you'll struggle. You'll struggle.
I got no complaints about this one. That's fine.
It's a good one. It's a good one, but it is another obvious one. I preferred Antonelli, but there you go. I'm just checking something, but it's not loading, so I'll give up for now in case it crashes anything. But it's a really tough one. This it really is. There is actually, do you know what? I'm going to do another one in a minute because there's one that I'm not quite sure works. And yes, I mean more than the Antonelli one. Jonty's got it. Pork sick weight. Yes, absolutely. John Pork sick weight. That famous driver. You're so right on that one. I'll give you the second one now because I think this one's terrible. That is Ham Il Ton. So there you go. The next one I think is awful. I'm gonna tell him it's awful. It's it doesn't even work. I'm not even gonna have it. It doesn't even work. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna watch Carlos Sainz on board while Stuart tries to work out who that is, or at least how that works. Oh, it does. No, that's the point. No. Oh, it does work. Actually, you put it that way.
Okay. Yeah.
I get it.
That's actually quite good.
At first, I was like, sun stinks, sun knows. But yeah, when you put it as that, yeah, it can. Yeah, somebody in chat has just put a word in there that just completely sorted that out for me. So there you go. That's your second one. I don't know. I still think Sam needs firing for these. They're terrible. They really are. I I should put in a formal complaint through HR immediately for the pain these are causing me. Just letting people catch up. But sun stank. There you go.
Amazing.
There you go. It is, of course, sun odor. Sun odor. Yeah. It's.
Does he send that to you but not explain his thinking?
No, he used them in a short.
Oh, right.
I was going to use them in short, like as a game when he went to do some Vox Pops, name the F1 driver, and he sent me these, and these all right, and I just said yes because I was being polite. Some of them no, but quite funny. So I like that one. Sun odor, very clever. On board with Charles Leclerc, replay there wide again, up at turn 13, a corner that he was running wide at quite a bit yesterday, to be fair. Lewis was leading by a mile when they were only 5 or 6 races to go in 2010.
I mean, the lead went back and forth that season many, many times.
But I can't remember 2010. I'm going to check because I'm trying to think back to. I kind of sometimes get a little bit that little period of 2010, 11, 12. Sometimes kind of all mushes together for me when I'm thinking back to races and things. So let's have a look. I'll say 5 races to go then. So I can count back for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So after Monza, I'm not saying he's wrong. I genuinely don't know. Mark Webber was 5 points clear of Hamilton at the top. Hang on, sorry, I might be. Yeah, we'll go 6 races.
Okay.
Yeah, Hamilton was 3 points clear with 6 races to go. But Webber was then ahead at the next race. So I'm not. No, that's not. If that's a mile in F1, we're in trouble. What was it in 2023 with Max Verstappen? Good Lord, that was a whole universe away, wasn't it? So, but yeah, it was leading after Spa, by 3 points from Webber. I keep forgetting Webber was in that fight, by the way.
There were 5 drivers in that title fight until the penultimate race. And then there were 4 at the final. Like, what a season that was.
Nermal says, is it just the team's programs or conditions similar to the first session because so many teammates are together on the timings? Possibly similar programs, to be fair. Yeah, it could be similar programs. Let me just have a quick check on... let's pick 2 out. So, Tsunoda and Hadjar. Oh, Hadjar's a bad one because he's been on the hards all day. Piastri Norris. Let's have a look.
Yeah, similar, isn't it?
Quite similar. Although Norris has been on the hards longer, hasn't he? But Piastri had the red flag to contend with, didn't he? No, the rain. Sorry, the rain to contend with.
Rain, yeah.
So that's possibly why. Yeah, I think Piastri and Norris on similar programs there. Look at least on the tyres. Who else together? Bortoletto, Hulkenberg. Yeah, a little bit similar. They both actually did 6 stints on the hards to kick off their day, and then went into mostly mediums, although Bortoletto had to drop on the hards again for a little while. So that's quite similar. Yeah, it could be similar programs actually. Doohan and Gasly, very similar actually. Doohan and Gasly. So yeah, it could be that. It could be that. It could be track conditions as well. A mixture of things in testing, as I'm sure you know. It could be a bit of everything, but yeah, it could be similar programs. But we're looking good lap time wise if we want to start smashing through some of these from last year. So we're still a couple of tenths away from last year's pole position though, a 29.1, but we are ahead of last year's fastest time by, I think I said 0.6 of a second, didn't I? So quite a bit quicker than last year on day 2 and the overall fastest time. Nathan says, anything major happened today? Major happened? Really? So we had quite a few spins. Leclerc's had a spin, all good, kept going. Sainz had a spin, all good, kept going. Somebody else had a spin and was all good and kept going. Lawson had a spin, yep. He kept going. And that's definitely 3.
Yeah. I feel like more, but I can't put my finger on it.
Had some rain this morning, which was, again, very exciting, which saw us get a few laps by Esteban Ocon on some intermediates, but it led to not a lot of track action because only 2 teams bothered to bring any wet weather tyres, or nominated wet weather tyres. So that kind of gave us a bit of a quiet morning. But that did mean we got quite a lot of laps before the rain and after the rain because teams knew it was coming and needed to catch up afterwards. So that was good. We had contact in the morning between Piastri and Hulkenberg. Piastri understeered into Hulkenberg at turn 8, the hairpin, and hit his rear wheel. Both drivers fine, both cars fine. They carried on after that. And there was something else. I can't think. Yeah, so so that's probably the biggest headlines there. In terms of the drivers themselves, Hamilton much more comfortable today in that Ferrari. Oh, for God's sake! And than he was yesterday, that's for sure. And there was somebody else who looked better as well today, a bit less twitchy. Lawson's been all right as well. Yeah, he had a water pressure issue, which he had to fix this morning, but he's still got to 82 laps so far, so he's banging the laps in. Hadjar's been relatively quietly for quite a while, plugging away on the laps, but he's having a bit of a break now, so no more. He was on quite a long stint, actually. What did he do in the end, Hadjar? Just out of interest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, he did a massive stint, did Hadjar. So, yeah, long runs has been pretty much the order of the day. Fastest in the speed trap, by the way, still Gasly at 320 kilometers an hour, and that's kind of where we were. So we've ticked the boxes there, I think, on the big headlines. Had a standing start practice, which was it happened. Very exciting indeed. With the whole 3 cars. So yeah, that was it really. So Alfie Alf says, just dropping in to see how it's going. Hey Alfie, says, sorry I'm missing it this year, but I'm trying to drop in and out when I can. Nice to see you both sounding relatively sane at this point. Oh God, if this is us saying we're in trouble, but thank you Alfie, appreciate you popping in. Hope you're well and having a good day and a good week. Lewis could be already 10-time champion because he was sabotaged 2007, 2016 and 2021, says Agatek.
No.
16, no. 7. Let's see what 7 wasn't. He wasn't sabotaged in 2007. But there were definitely things the team should have done in China that they didn't. Or arguably things they did try to do that they shouldn't have tried to do. But I wouldn't say sabotage and nose. And 2021 was just a guy that everyone has spent 2 years calling a moron. As a race director and terrible at the job and out of his depth, interpreting a rule that should never have been left open to individual interpretation. So I don't think that's sabotage, but I know what you're getting at. Not necessarily sabotage literally, but he certainly for one reason or another was unlucky or got shafted by something in those 3 years. So 2007 is the one for me that sticks as well, because that call in China, and actually that's something that he and Jonty and I discussed this, and we talked to them. We got a bit of stick for, actually, funnily enough, about Turkey 2020, and he didn't want to come into the pits to change tyres, if you recall, and he kept going round. And we said after the race, do we think that 2007 stuck in his head with that? And a lot of people, that's ridiculous, it was so many years ago. But then in an interview the next year, he spoke to Martin Brundle and he said, China 2007, it was part of that decision making. I know what can happen when you go into a pit lane, slippery, or on tyres that aren't right, or whatever, and that could. And so it was like, yeah, see, we can get the odd thing right, but also it makes sense. That's the kind of thing, you miss out on your first title because of an error like that. That's going to stick in your mind as a driver for your career, isn't it? So that was part of his decision making process, which also just shows how much these drivers think. Quite a bit.
I would also be very surprised if Lewis had forgotten China 2007. That's got to stay in your mind for the rest of your life. If I'm still stopping in the street and cringing at something I said when I was 16 that has no effect on my life now, I'm sure Lewis is occasionally waking up and going, China 2007? God, come on. When you're like, what was he, 22-year-old young man in his first season about to win the World Championship and has the most pathetic little retirement in a gravel trap in a pit lane. That's got to stick with you. That's got to be painful as a memory. So yeah, I'm not surprised if that's a thing that he's vowed never to let happen again in his career.
Oh, no, don't blame him at all. Don't blame him at all. Annette says, just wishing you all a good night, crawling into my coffin and heading off to sleep. Night all. Night, Annette. Thank you for popping along as always. Go get some sleep and we'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Appreciate your support as always. And I says, hello. Anyone know a good source for a number of laps that updates live without F1 TV? The F1 website and app have lifetime, but I don't know if you need an F1 TV account or just at least a login for that. So that might be worth a look. But there's lots of blogs out there that you could check out that will be updating things, news blogs and things that'll be updating that as they go. So that's an option. But I think multi-view you need at least F1 TV access, don't you? So yeah, that's not an option unfortunately. But yeah, that's what I know for sure. But
have a poke around.
Yeah,
there's going to be plenty of things.
You'd hope. You'd hope in this day and age. Where are we up to this year? We've got about an hour and 10 minutes to go. An hour and 8 minutes, actually, exactly. Well, not exactly, but almost exactly. Alex Brundle's been released from the pit garage at Alpine. He's now on track causing havoc. Why not? We've got Liam Lawson out there at the moment. We've got Dew and Antonelli, Stroll, Leclerc, Norris and Bortoletto. So quite a few. 7 to be precise. So there we go. All very much doing some good luck. We've got big news. We've got a new speed trap winner or leader. Bortoletto 322 kilometers an hour. So 2 quicker. And that was close with Norris and who's that in front of him?
Leclerc?
Could be Leclerc. Yeah, it must be. I'm trying to see. It might be Bortoletto actually. But he had a moment nearly to the back of him there, so
yeah, I'm a little bit behind. So Bortoletto is just chasing Norris through turn. Oh, Norris. They're going past Lawson, who's a slow car.
Yeah, it was Bortoletto, yeah.
Now. Bortoletto, yeah. So it must have been. It's a replay. I see now.
Yeah, it's Gabriel Bortoletto. Sorry, yeah, just almost hit the back of him there, but not sure.
Well, are those the 2 cars that hit each other in the morning as well, just with different drivers?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. There you go. McLaren Sauber rivalry confirmed for 2025.
Only one can be the most luminous.
I think Lawson is quicker, will beat Max in at least 3 quality sessions this year. Says Formula 2378. Lawson is quick. I don't think I know Lawson's quick. I've watched him in his junior career. I've watched him in Super Formula. A formula that you don't just rock up to and start winning in immediately. It's not an easy series. Some drivers can, but Lawson was one of the few that did it. So in his first season, he's also just rapid generally. But I'd be surprised if he doesn't out-qualify Max for one reason or another at some point. Because even Perez did that, didn't he, last year? Yeah. Even Perez. I didn't mean that to be so catty. But yeah, he will out-qualify at some point. Sorry, Stuart.
No, I talked over you. I was just going to say, it would be good for Lawson. I think he needs something like that to happen. But I think it's going to be quite rare.
Yeah.
Because Max is a very hot qualifier.
It's like Stroll as well. Stroll will out-qualify Alonso at times this season. He will come out on top in the races at some races as well. But so Lawson can definitely do that against Verstappen. But there's some great teammate battles this year. Let's be honest. You got Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell Antonelli is fascinating. Piastri Norris is going to be great. Really interested to see what Lawson can do against Verstappen. I don't think actually, when you look at the lineups, there's a properly boring one. No. Really, there's just
maybe
something.
Stroll Alonso.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. You kind of know which way that's going, but it's still going to be an intriguing battle. Verstappen, Verstappen's going to come out on top in the battle with Lawson, but it's still going to be fascinating to watch that and how Lawson does against him. So I think we've got some great stuff. So sorry, I was just trying to. Aragon with hairpin would be better than Madrid 100%, says Jack Dore. Thank you very much for your super chat there, Jack Dore. I don't know Aragon well, but I think most actual tracks to me are going to be better than a new street track. I'd much rather have us racing at a proper street track than A proper racetrack than a street track, but that's just grumpy old Sean. What can I do? Laura Winter in the pits having a chat, but I can't help to say because I've got headphones in. But we're on board with Leclerc again now, seeing what he can do. That Ferrari definitely does, from what we've seen on board, look good in his hands as well. So maybe there were some issues yesterday with the setup in the morning that they've managed to sort out, or with the car itself in general. But Leclerc looking good, up in third place behind Hamilton, who isn't running this afternoon, of course. He did the morning session. He's currently on track behind Lando Norris, so we'll see if these two can come together like Piastri and Hulkenberg did. But still, Carlos Sainz leads the way as we come to the hour mark. So remember the never to exist Vietnam Grand Prix? Track totally didn't look interesting, said Max. I can't remember what happened to that. I'm guessing something dodgy and political.
It got a bit political. I was just when they started talking about the Madrid Grand Prix, which we did touch on at some point in the last 2 days we've been talking. I went to go look at the map because I realized I haven't really looked at it in ages, and I completely forgot what it looked like. And it kind of ties into something we were saying earlier. It has got that kind of very, very long, high-speed corner, this sort of emulation of Turn 8 that they try to bring into as many tracks as possible. It has got one of those. The Val de Bibas curve, I guess, is what it's called.
Oh,
so there we go. I think that's a part of the track that's not street that they sort of have added. It's like street, and then it goes under a tunnel, and then there's a little bit of circuit they've built on some grass. So there you go. You cannot escape Turkey Turn 8, no matter where you go.
Okay. I've never really looked at it, to be honest. It's not. So I'm guessing. So where's the start-finish straight then? Or have they not decided that yet?
In the Madrid track?
Yeah.
Well, if this is correct, it's the left-hand side, just before the little chicane that then turns into a fast right-hander.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So to the left-hand side of where all those buildings are, it's the leftmost straight. That's the pit straight.
Fair
apparently.
enough. I can't say it excites me, but then Vegas didn't excite me. It actually gave us a couple of good races, so maybe it'll be brilliant. But I still don't know what's happening with the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
No.
Is it staying as a? Is it going to be the Barcelona Grand Prix? Is it? I know it's not got the Spanish Grand Prix name. That's going to Madrid. Is that from? Is Madrid next year? 26. It is, isn't it? So I don't know if we're going to get 2 races in Spain, or if they'll use Barcelona or something else. Maybe see if they want to take pre-season testing permanently. I don't know. Difficult. You can't really have 2 races in Spain.
I
country,
was
though, isn't it?
looking saying goodbye to Barcelona. Like, of all the Barcelona isn't the most exciting track for racing. We've discussed this many times, and I'd rather go back to Hockenheim or something if we're going to have an old European race. Which is, it's a shame we haven't been able to go back to any of the German tracks really in a while, because they are actually good fun. But Barcelona, I think, really wasn't delivering, even though it's a perfectly good track. It wasn't really that suited to Formula One in terms of encouraging racing, I guess. So
I just watched a replay of Norris locking up and nearly going to the back of a Bortoleto, I think it was, and Antonelli locking up and going wide at turn 4. I thought it was live, but it wasn't. It was a replay. So it's fine. We've already seen it. Sorry. I got a bit nervy there. Camino's just said that you could maybe go with European Grand Prix for Barcelona if they wanted to keep it for a year. Could be European Grand Prix. I don't know if you said that, Stuart. I know you said the German races, but that feels like a race that should be on the calendar every year, is the German Grand Prix, but obviously not.
I think so. I know there's some money issues and blah, blah, blah. I quite liked when they rotated between Hockenheim and Nürburgring. That worked quite well. Maybe it didn't work out well financially, but it worked out quite well for me as someone who liked to watch them. I'm a big fan of the cut down Hockenheim. Like, I think they did a good job making a really good track there. It's good fun, good racing. I know we don't get the long straights of the old Hockenheim, but it works really well as a track for me.
Yeah, I mean, I love old Hockenheim, but I'm not sure these cars will be fun around old Hockenheim anyway. you haven't got the roar of a V10 through the forest. You've got the of a V6 turbo hybrid instead. It's not quite got the same ring to it, but also from a racing perspective, long straight tight chicane in these cars that are already massive, it's just not going to do anything, is it? Nothing's going to happen. So I really like the new new layout of Hockenheim, which is like forever old now. They did a good job at it, I agree. Because some tracks get cut down and changed and they're awful, but they did well with that one. So I think that run from the first tight few corners to the hairpin is just such a good run as well. Just about the right length. It's just about the right length to give you some great side-by-side stuff down to the hairpin without it being too China about the back straight.
Yeah. But then also, you know, if you got the run out of the hairpin and you're still fighting, the next few corners until you get to the stadium really can be quite close and exciting. So I think it feels like a short, exciting track to me. It kind of works. Yeah. But there we go. We're not going there anymore. So hopefully we're back at some point. Maybe, I mean, I know we're trying to move away from Europe and we're abandoning a lot of the tracks. So maybe we do need a European Grand Prix titled space on the calendar, and we can just rotate a little bit through some of the tracks that we don't get to have permanently. We could have a Hockenheim on there, and we could have Barcelona in that slot sometimes if people want it. You know what I mean? Like if people are going to lose their permanent status, maybe we just have a heritage European Grand Prix race that sort of is a different race every time, and they can sort that out year on year. That's my idea.
We'll come back to this in a minute if we remember to. I'll run through the times for the penultimate time today. For those who might be tuning in on the hour to see what's going on. So, Carlos Sainz continues to top the session. So good for Carlos Sainz there. 1:29.348 for him. 102 laps so far. Is that the first to break 100 this week? I think it will be. His fastest time was done on the C3 tyre. Second place, Lewis Hamilton, a 1:29.379. C3 tyre for him as well. 45 laps overall in the morning session. 1:29.431 for Leclerc. He's done 58 laps, his fastest time on the C3 this afternoon. George Russell, 1:29.778. Fastest time was the C3. He's done 71 laps this morning. Kimi Antonelli, 54 laps for him so far this afternoon. 1:29.784 his fastest time. That was on the C3s. It was the C3s for Lance Stroll as well, who's popped up into sixth place while waffling there. 1:30.229.37 laps. Liam Lawson, where is he? There he is, 1:30.252 C3 tyre for Lawson, 86 laps. 55 laps for Jack Doohan, 1:30.368. That was set on the C3 tyres. It was a C3 for Pierre Gasly as well, 1:30.430, 40 laps overall. Fernando Alonso was on the C3 at 1:30.745 laps. Tsunoda was on the C3 at 1:37.93, 46 laps. Guess what? Piastri was on the C3 at 1:30.821, 44 laps for him. 1:30.882 for Norris. It'll shock you. He was on the C3, 60 laps so far this afternoon for him. It was also the C3 for Hadjar, which again might shock you. 1:30.9, 76 laps. Bortoletto was on the C3 at 1:31.057, 50 laps for him. Hulkenberg, C3, 1:31.457, 56 laps this morning. Esteban Ocon, 69 laps this morning, 1:33.071 on the C3 tyre. I know. And C3 as well for Ollie Behrman, 1:34.372, 56 laps for him this morning. So for the last time in the stream, I will say thank you very much for your support today. Please do drop a like. We are 63 away from 500, so let's see if we can get that to 500 before the end of the stream. That would be epic. So please do drop a like, massively appreciated. And don't forget to subscribe as well if you are new. Your name will pop up on screen, which you know is very, very exciting. So please do subscribe. Lots to come this season over the course of the next, what months is it? 8 months, 9 months, 24 races. So your company along the way will be absolutely fantastic. And thank you for your support yesterday and indeed today. And if you are coming back tomorrow, thank you in advance. We're gonna need you. It's Friday is the toughest of all the days. So yes, but hopefully lots of good laps. That'd be great fun as well for Friday. Just some great laps right at the end of the day. Some soft tyres if anyone's got them. That'd be fantastic to see. So thank you very much, everyone, for your support. Really appreciate it. And for the chat as well, just in general, it's good to see you chatting amongst yourselves and asking us lots of crazy questions as well. Yeah, we've got 1 hour to go. The final hour, I will keep a good eye on chat, so we'll keep it on the screen as well. But get your questions in. We'll answer as many as we can over the next 50 minutes, let's say. But I will just do something that I forgot to do yesterday very, very quickly. Let's go on to the community, or it's not called the community section on YouTube anymore. I think it's just called posts, because that's how desperate they were for a name change for some reason, and see what you guys asked me the other day. So I asked a few questions over there. So let's see what we've got. There might be a corker. Let's see what we've got. I did find... Oh, that's an ambulance outside. Sorry about that. Billy, thank you very much for your question. It says, now with all 4 world champions driving for Ferrari at some point in their career, with the exception of Max, will we ever see Verstappen at Ferrari, or is it simply a career move too far-fetched? That made me smile. Verstappen at Ferrari. Yes, please. So my first point on that is really simply, I never believed Hamilton would go to Ferrari. I thought that was a bit far-fetched. It just didn't feel like it was ever going to happen. We had the rumours every year. It just got so boring after a while that it was, is Hamilton off to Ferrari because we need to get clicks. And it just never came to anything. There was no news. So I just never thought it was going to happen. So if I sit here and say that I never think Verstappen's going to happen, that doesn't mean anything. But I'm not convinced Verstappen's going to stick around in F1 long enough for a seat to be there for him. Maybe I'm wrong. If Hamilton does retire after 2 years and Behrman isn't ready and they don't want to promote Behrman, maybe they'll go chase Verstappen. But like Stuart said earlier, is Leclerc going to really want Verstappen alongside him in that team? That's one big question there. And what future does Leclerc have? I mean, the other point's that, not just Behrman. What if, as some have said in chat, Leclerc doesn't win a title, does make mistakes, or doesn't deliver what Ferrari need, and they decide to cut ties with him, and we end up with Verstappen and Behrman, for example? That's possible. But I think Verstappen to Ferrari is a possibility. But like I say, it just depends how long Max sticks around. Because if he does, as he said many times, want to go after his current contract, I'm not totally sure I believe that completely. I believe he'll retire earlier than some drivers, but I'm not sure 2028 will happen. But if he does, then no, he won't go to Ferrari. But I think it is possible. But again, how long is he going to be in F1? That's the big question, I guess, Stuart.
I mean, that is the big question. I remain convinced he's not... I only think that this whole him going away at the end of his current contract could really happen is because he keeps going on about it. He's been saying it for quite a while, and he's been eyeing up other series and other racing things he wants to do. And I don't know. I guess as that deadline approaches, I think maybe we'll get something more truthful out of him, because then he'll have to reckon with that as a real possibility. I think there's a real chance he could go away and then come back again.
Yeah.
Depending on that's what he like, we'll see. I mean, he's about to become a family man, about to become a father, but he does sort of fulfill that role already as a sort of stepdad, already. So I don't know how much of a difference that make. I know some drivers, it does seem to make a little bit of difference to how you approach life and make decisions about your career and your time away and the risks you want to take and so on. Sometimes that affects people and sometimes not. But I do think he does want to go and do some other things, and he has other interests in his life. And even though, the way he approaches racing on a racing weekend makes it seem like winning a Formula One race is the only thing that matters in life, and there's nothing he cares about more. Actually, as soon as he's away from the track, he does have more things in mind. He does want to, even simple things like just being part of sim racing championships, or going and doing some of his hobbies. He has wide ranging interests, and he might want to go do that. Having said that, someone like Lewis Hamilton also has wide ranging interests outside of F1, and he's managed to make that balance work for nearly 20 years. So it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to take time away from F1, but it just seems from the way he talks about it, I think maybe he'll go and do something different, at least for a bit. But I'll be intrigued. He at the end of his contract, there could be an opening at a team he really wants to be with, and that might be enough to persuade him to take a 2 or 3 year contract there and carry on for a bit. I don't know, but we'll have to see what they are. I still get really bamboozled by the idea that Aston Martin are offering $1 billion contract, because that is
Rubbish.
I don't understand how that makes any sense. I'd like, how many years would that have to be to make any sense? What are the rumors? Verstappen's on right now like 40-50 million a year.
Yeah, no.
And that would be like 20-30 years. Aston Martin for that to make any possible financial sense. So I don't see that happening. But I also don't see Verstappen, other than Adrian Newey being there as a force he knows, and the money, I guess, if that's something he's interested in. I don't necessarily see Aston Martin as a big draw yet, unless they can reveal to him all their secrets and big plans and convince him that they're going to be the next big force. But, I don't know.
Eva Khan says Verstappen to Ferrari seems unlikely for me due to his personality will clash regarding Ferrari rules, etc. I always felt like Hamilton would clash with Ferrari, as Jack Doohan has a moment, but he seems to have gone and pretty much settled in straight away. So I don't mean this to be condescending either, by the way. Even at 27, Max is still young. He's going to continue to mature as a person. So maybe some of the stuff that you might see you might think will clash now might not be the case in 3, 4, 5 years' time. So lots of drivers mellow. I mean, look at Fernando. Fernando went away. The grumpiest old man you'll ever meet other than me. Hated everything to do with Formula One. Wanted to burn it to the ground. Went away. Came back and loved it to pieces, and he's like a completely different guy now. So people mellow. So I understand. I agree that could be a concern there, but I'm not sure even if Verstappen would clash with them politically or on a rules point of view. If Verstappen wants to go to Ferrari, he's available. Ferrari need a driver. Are you really turning down Verstappen because he might clash a little? I mean, that's a hell of a talent to turn away for a potential concern rather than anything that's actually based in, as Leclerc gets his back end out at turn 4, based in fact, because they don't ever sit there and say we think Verstappen might clash with us, but then you're throwing that talent away based on what is effectively speculation.
That also speaks to like your confidence as being able to manage people and compromise and
Great point.
Whatever. Because I think if you're a great team, you should be able to manage a lot of personalities. On the maturing thing as well, I do think the personality of Max Verstappen sitting in a race seat driving around a track is very different to Max Verstappen outside of a race car. Even 20 minutes later after a race, I'm not a big fan of Max Verstappen's personality in a race car. I think he gets very angry and very, like to a point that annoys me. Your mileage may vary with that, but actually these days, and even this is quite different than a few years ago, he is pretty intelligent, level-headed and thoughtful and quite measured in his language outside of the car. He'll go and do an interview in the press paddock and he'll be very considered in his language. He sometimes, obviously he has little spats with drivers or people where he doesn't really like what they're doing and he'll say it, but he does seem to be, he knows how his words will come across and he thinks about what he says, and he does seem to think very hard about how he interacts. So I don't know what he's like behind closed doors. I don't know what he's like working with a team. There's every chance he could throw his weight around and be an absolute pain in the ass to deal with within a team, and you need someone who can wrangle him like a cowboy. But he seems to me to be quite a measured, intelligent man when he's not, got his helmet on and the red mist descended upon him.
But also just back to the other point of the comment as well, to kind of carry that on. But Vettel, people thought was a diva and a nasty little shit behind the scenes, but he went to Ferrari and it was fine. So I loved your point there on how you manage people. Even if there's a clash, surely if you're good at managing drivers, that doesn't matter. You can sort that problem out. But I'll give you this. I would say Max Verstappen is more likely to replace a Russell, for example, at Mercedes than he is a Hamilton, for example, at Ferrari. I could see Verstappen in a Mercedes, despite that that year, but I can't picture him in a Ferrari. But then I never thought I'd see Lewis Hamilton in Ferrari red, and it doesn't quite work for me still. The helmet in the car looks fantastic, but yeah, not sure on that quite. It's not quite working for me yet, but you get used to these things, don't you? Alonso in McLaren silver looked weird initially, so you get used to it, but I'm just not sure. And that's true as well. Kevin says Toto would love stealing Max from Christian. There's that to it as well. I'm not sure whether Toto Wolff will sit there going, I'm going to steal Max from Christian Horner, and that's the only reason I want him. But that would be a nice little extra there, wouldn't it, for Toto, I think.
That's true.
I
think Toto's made it clear he's leaving the door open should Max wish to walk through it, which in itself is winding Christian Horner up. But what self-respecting team boss would say, no, we don't want Max Verstappen? That you'd only be obviously lying.
Exactly. We're not daft. We're not as daft as we look as fans. But yeah.
If you want to be annoyed, I will tell you that I heard a couple of minutes ago David Croft say, give it some Antonelli.
Oh, for God's sake.
I had to write it down because I knew you would be so furious.
See, that's where I get arsey. That's ridiculous. That's like remotely funny. He says, smiling and wishing he said it. That is poor Crofty. You're not listening, but we're very disappointed in you. But yeah, and I just to pick a point from Freeze saying that lolling at everyone that's saying that he's hard to work with, and that everyone that says works with Max says he's not hard to work with. I don't think unless it's somebody in chat, we didn't say he was hard to work with. We're just saying that personalities clash, I think was the point of the comment. Whether he's good to work with or not, that's different to whether someone's a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Like,
I don't know.
Like Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda is probably, by all accounts, is quite a good guy to work with, but he can get really quite stroppy sometimes, and that kind of thing wouldn't fit at Ferrari. So, like the rantings or the losing of his patience a bit on team radio, for example, might not wash with Ferrari in the same way that it does with Red Bull. Not that Leclerc doesn't call people out, but that on a regular basis might not. So it's not necessarily that he's difficult to work with, it's just there could be parts of his personality that don't match up to Ferrari. But as Stuart said, and absolutely rightly says, good driver management means that shouldn't actually matter. But Freeze to say it was in chat and not us, but I just wanted to clear that we weren't saying that. But Stuart's bang on, absolutely bang on. If you're a good manager of people, which I think Fred Vasseur is, to be fair, I think he's a very good manager of people. He's also he's a good manager of people. He's a very good team boss, but he's also everyone's drunk uncle at a wedding. Is how I see Fred Vasseur. So.
Yeah. I think some of that management as well, especially with as you talk about driver radio and drivers like Tsunoda getting hot-headed and stuff. We were talking a little bit about this yesterday. We've had quite a few driver movements, and people are getting used to working with new race engineers over the radio and developing relationships. And, in most jobs, if you shout and scream and swear at your colleagues, that's completely unacceptable. And, that would be a disciplinary incident. But obviously this is a high adrenaline sport where you're obviously going to be wound up to the maximum, and if you get angry, you are going to shout down the radio at your race engineer, and that can be acceptable once you have to develop a relationship with your race engineer, and it goes both ways, where that's okay. You can shout at each other, you can get angry, you can let off steam, and that race engineer, we see it a lot with, actually, I mean, Verstappen's a good example because he does get very angry on the radio, and thingamajiggy, God, his name always eludes me, but is for the most part very good at just calmly explaining the situation or saying, "Okay, I hear you, Max," and like just taking the information that's needed. And so we are going to see some interesting new relationships forming this year, and seeing how drivers can actually express themselves on the radio. But that is an important part of them. And I think I've only seen GM what's his name? Max Verstappen's race engineer. Thank you very much.
Or Lacey.
Lose his cool with Verstappen once, I think, when he said, "Okay, I can't remember what it was. Time to stop blaming other teams now. It's a bit childish," and that kind of shut him up for a little bit. He was having a particularly bad race, but for the most part, they have a good relationship. And once the helmet's off, it's all good again. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I'm not an angry person. I can't imagine shouting and screaming at someone, but obviously it's a different situation when you're on track racing at 200 kilometers an hour, wheel to wheel.
Yeah, that's it. Like you say, in any other job, it's probably disciplinary and sacking. I mean, if I sat behind the till at Aldi, not Aldi, the supermarket, and I started losing my shit like that, then yes, I'd absolutely get the sack. But if my testosterone is pumping that much behind the till at Aldi, I've got issues. So yeah, no, a bit different. I totally get what you mean though. It's like, yeah,
I know what customers can be like.
Oh Jesus, let's not. But I wasn't very helpful in that situation because I used to wind them up too. But you gotta have fun. You've got to have fun.
Purple Zebra's come out with the classic Fred Vasseur is Ron Dennis's Wario. Which always tickles.
I did mention, Stuart, I was going through the time. Sainz is the first one to go past 100, by the way. Not in terms of age, but in terms of laps. He's at 109 now for the day.
Very cool.
So I think closest yesterday, I think Ocon was about 80 something, wasn't he? So yeah, that's a good one. Lawson here going to start a lap. Going to have some traffic, if we call it traffic in testing. It's not quite the same as qualifying. In the number 30 Red Bull. If Red Bull don't win, if Max doesn't win the title this year, it'll be potentially, if Lawson does all right, 33 and 30 next year at Red Bull. Just there you go. Really doesn't matter. Who cares? But I'm telling you anyway. Lawson comes through, half a second down on Sainz. Looks to be pushing about as hard as they ever do in testing, but again, we don't know programs and things on the C3 tyre. Was it a personal best? No. 2 tenths down on the personal best. So are they scrub tyres? They are not. They're new tyres. So that's interesting. It's difficult, isn't it? In testing, you see a lap time, you do see a Lawson go half a second so the sights, you go, oh dear, but it's testing. You have to keep reminding yourself that. Red Raver says, by the way, folks, 75.
By the way, folks, I don't know what that means.
Tell us, Red Raven. I'm intrigued. I'm scrolling back through chat now.
I was just updating all the lap times on my spreadsheet. All the lap counts on my spreadsheet. Haas still very much in the lead on that front.
There we go. He's talking about likes. So Red Raven says 720 watching, like the stream, or be haunted by the spirit of Helmut Marko, who, to confirm, is not dead. Just to let you know, that's not come out today.
Not officially.
But in the future, maybe you will be. There you go. Yeah, we're only 40 or 33 away. Sorry, from 500. That'd be amazing. Thank you very much for your support again. Yeah, I don't know. Any questions? I'll read another one here. Which team will finish the furthest from their 2024 constructors position? Says or asks Racing Rhino in the post section on YouTube. Who's going to finish the furthest away? That is a good question, actually. I don't know if I've asked that and not had an answer ready. That's very me.
Wait, say that again.
So which team is going to finish furthest away from their 2024 constructor standing position? So I guess that's a positive or a negative one. Yeah. It's a good question. I'm trying to get the table up from last year, so I've got a reference. So bear with me a sec, so I can just have a scroll through. and see what we've got. Results and standings. There we go. So McLaren, Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, Aston Martin, Alpine, Haas, RB, now Racing Bulls, Williams and Sauber. I'm going to say straight away, having scrolled to the bottom, Williams.
Yeah.
And they finish. Oh, do you know what? Screw it. I'm slightly delirious. It's the end of day 2, 5th. Even I'm not sure on that one. Maybe 6th. I've just got to think about Alpine for some reason. I don't know why. And I feel like Aston Martin's focus is going to be largely next year, so they might drop off a bit. So I'd love 5th, but I'll realistically say 6th for Williams, 5th for Alpine. You got an Alpine on it. So Alpine move up 1, Williams will move up 1, 2, 3. I don't see Merc jumping Red Bull, Ferrari and Mercedes. I don't see Red Bull falling off by 3 or 4 places. I don't see McLaren losing that much or Ferrari. Haas, I think, will be around 7th place anyway. Sauber ain't going to be jumping that many places. Yeah, Williams, there you go.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because I'm looking at these 2024 standings and I'm like, it's really hard to think of anyone who's going to move more than 2 up or down. Obviously, McLaren could end up coming 3rd. I think they're still going to be 1st or 2nd. So I'm looking at Aston Martin has quite the potential to go backwards. I think it would be pretty pessimistic to think they would drop all the way back to 8th or 9th, but there's a chance. They have had a sort of iffy trajectory of late. And again, yeah, Williams, I agree. Williams have a lot of scope to move up if they're as solid as they currently look with 2 great drivers. They could be racking in points fairly regularly and get as high as I would love them to come 5th. That'd be pretty cool. I've got a strong eye on Williams this year. So yeah, I think that's the most likely. Alpine are not looking. Well, I don't know. I keep thinking Alpine aren't looking that great, but actually, whenever I see them on track, they seem kind of fine. So maybe I'm going to retract the thing that I didn't actually say in the end, that they have a potential to fall. I'm going to pre-retract it.
A few saying 5th for Williams, some saying 6th. Jonty says Williams will be 3rd or higher. Oh. Go on then, I'll have that. Niraj says Williams 6th. This Angel says, I'm confident Williams will create a rocket this year, 5th for Williams. So it wasn't as bonkers as I thought, actually, to be fair, unless chat are as bonkers as I am, which they might be after 2 days of listening to this, 8 years of listening to this, really. But but 5th, yeah, I think you've got the 2 good drivers, 2 very good drivers. The car, and we're not talking about the fact he's topping the timesheets today. 5th yesterday, 3rd for large parts of today before he topped the times. He was on the C2 when he did that as well. So there's some, based on testing, which you can't really read a huge amount into, but he still was quick on those tyres. I think, yeah, Sainz could really help drag that team up with Albon as well, backing him up or vice versa. I think Williams can have a very good season. I just felt a bit ambitious at 5th, but 5th or 6th for them, I think somewhere in there would be pretty cool. And yes, Riz says, in a scale of 1 to 10, will Ferrari break my heart again? And why is it not 11? They'll do it. We all talk about it, don't we? But it's just never going to happen. Everything falls apart in the end. So there we go. A couple of questions from there just to make sure I'm not ignoring the post I put on YouTube. I'll do some more tomorrow. Preston says Ferrari 1st. I like Preston. McLaren 2nd, Red Bull 3rd, Mercedes 4th, Williams 5th. Do you know, let's say John T isn't crackers. I know, it's a stretch. You put John T's 3rd or higher there for Williams. Imagine, just a second, Stuart, just take a deep breath and imagine. Ferrari 1st, McLaren 2nd, Williams 3rd. It's the 90s. We're there.
Oh, yeah. Going back to when I first started watching F1.
That would be incredible. I have a lot of faith in James Vowles and Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon, so I think Williams will do well. And it's quite funny, really, that I'm rooting for Williams when you consider that at one point in my life as an F1 fan, I'd have been really rooting against them. Specifically 1997. But there we go. It's a funny old world, but they've struggled for years. They've been the underdog. They're on their way back, and I think they're quite an exciting team to keep an eye on this year. So there we go. I think that's pretty cool. I think it's
a lovely looking car as well.
It is, and the livery's simple.
Yeah, it works. Red Raven said it looked terrible. If I can, but if that's what they meant, they said with that livery they can't. What's this? With that livery, they physically cannot look good. But I don't know if they were talking about Williams at that point. But I think it looks
possibly
great.
I know Red Raven really hates the Alpine livery. I think it's Red Raven that really hates the Alpine livery, so it could have been that one. Kevin says 97 isn't that the year that Schumacher intentionally drove into Jacques Villeneuve? No, 1997 is the year that Michael Schumacher sneezed and accidentally turned the wheel moderately towards Jacques Villeneuve, who just threw his Williams into the Ferrari and stuck him in the gravel trap. So get your facts straight, all right, Kevin. Anyone new? That's not true. We all know what happened that day. We all know. As Martin Brundle put it, you hit the wrong part of him, my friend. Everyone knew what was happening, so there you go. It was a hell of a sneeze. I can tell you that it was a hell of a sneeze. Damn Jacques Villeneuve. Yeah, that was quite the season. Quite a controversial season, not just for the ending, but there was the ending where rumours about McLaren and Williams agreeing to hand over the win. That was quite a big hoo-ha. The actual incident itself, there was, I might get this wrong, but Villeneuve having potential race ban, that like a suspended race ban for not slowing down the yellow flags. I think there's a fuel irregularity thing as well on the Williams which is why Schumacher and Villeneuve went in so tight in the season finale. Someone in chat is going to correct me on all of that if I'm wrong, so please do. But we are talking about 1997 off the top of my head, and it's now 2025. So bear with me. It's been a while, but yeah. Generally, that sort of thing sticks in my head well. But again, as I keep saying, don't ask me what happened last week because I won't be able to tell you. But Zach's back from his sleep. Hi, Zach. I hope it was a good one. Asking for a quick recap again.
Well,
we just sold that to you, Zach, haven't we? Well, it's been a thriller. When did Zach disappear?
Was Sainz in the lead when you disappeared? I can't remember. I think maybe not because it was this morning. When did Sainz take the lead?
That's a great question.
It was many hours ago.
So Sainz took the lead. 129.3. He's done 115 laps as well, so loads of laps from Carlos Sainz today. We've had spins from Liam Lawson, Charles Leclerc, and one other. Who spun? Somebody else. They had a spin. We also had contact between Piastri and Hulkenberg, and we very nearly had contact between the other two, Norris and Bortoletti, but Norris locked up and avoided that one. So that was quite the moment. We had rain this morning, which I think you were here for. So you'll know about that one, but that led to a really dull 45 minutes or so with literally nothing happening apart from 3 laps from Ocon on a set of inters I don't think he needed to be on, but he went and did it anyway, and Haas got a banger tweet out, so that's great. That's all that matters. That's what they're looking for in testing. And largely just long runs has been the order of the day, particularly for Isaac Hadjar. I keep picking out. He did a very good long run on some hard tyres, and pace has been good as well. So overall as well, I'll say it again, as a Ferrari fan, both Ferrari drivers, particularly Hamilton, look much more comfortable in the car, so that's good news for Ferrari. And I'm again quite impressed by Hadjar today with his long run pace and the laps he's been putting in. And if you're interested, Norris has the fastest speed trap at 322 kilometers an hour. But really, Zach, it's just testing, and it's just the usual testing stuff. However, we did go down, and you missed it, the best rabbit hole we've ever been down on this channel, trying to work out whether Eddie Irvine raced under an Irish flag and if it ever happened. And we ended up at, where did we get to? We got to Oscar Piastri is a British driver briefly, Jochen Rindt. We went all over the place and we somehow ended up back at Eddie Irvine. It was the best accidental full circle I've ever done in my life. So you did miss that. So that was good fun. Apparently around 12:30 UK time for Sainz going top.
There we go. That's good. I was just someone asking, well, why is it important when the time was? It's not important. I was just interested because it seems like it's been quite a long time, and we also don't know when. I can't remember who went to sleep and came back.
Yeah, we were just asking when Zach had gone. That was all. So we didn't know if he knew that Sainz was top when he went away.
Sainz has been dominating testing. Yeah, and everyone seems to arrange themselves into a sort of a Noah's Ark kind of arrangement with maybe sort of a couple of displacements from that, but otherwise it sort of arranged itself quite nicely. Someone saying McLaren are sandbagging. Again, I don't think they are sandbagging. I think they're just sticking to some long run programs and not really bothered about setting hot times right now. And they do seem to be doing the same sort of thing. So I think they're just doing their own thing, the same way that Haas are doing their own thing. And I think a lot of them are doing their own thing. I think you're in for a cracking afternoon tomorrow, though, with the people you've got on there, because that's when you tend to see people sneaking in some hot times, don't you? I think that's when you're going to see those C5s and maybe the C6 put on the car. So yeah, that's going to be really interesting. People should come back for that, have lunch, and then come back and watch the end of testing right here.
Just on the Noah's Ark, the semi Noah's Ark. That's from what we've seen on the tyres. It's obviously only a relatively quick scan. I'm not going to go over every single lap time, but a lot of that seems to be, Ferrari aside, quite a lot of the Noah's Ark stuff seems to be because drivers are on Mercedes aside as well, relatively similar programs. So you can see if you've got multi-view, you can have a sort of scroll through the lap time series, and there are some people, like, as a great example, you look at McLaren. Piastri did a big long run, or not long run, but lots of laps on the C3, then did a big long run on the C1s or 2s, and then on goes Norris and does a similar thing. Bortoletto and Hulkenberg, kind of opposite, in fact quite similar at the start of the day. There's some very similar programs in there, and I think that's what it is. It's not as similar as I thought, actually, for most teams, but there are but then, actually, having said that, we have to remember as well, the afternoon drivers have got more track time because we didn't have the rain, did we? So that could be why that skewed it a little bit, but that's largely what it was. I did see somebody else. Why only 18 drivers, says Tony. Verstappen and Albon are doing all day tomorrow. Sainz and Lawson are doing all day today. So we're 2 drivers down today and tomorrow, but they are still going to get their laps in, don't worry. So that's nothing to worry about there. And has anyone here seen Imola 94 live? Yes, I saw it live. Horrific. Not something you want to watch at, what would I have been? 8 years old?
Wow.
Not really great. But yeah, so Zach says, I just realised the stream started off from where I left it last night. I was about to be the guy commenting hours behind that you joked about. Yeah, come on, Zach, keep up.
What happened to that guy? I want to know if an hour later they realised what was going on.
Well, they've stopped chatting, so we've probably embarrassed them.
Yeah.
Wasn't 97 the year that Schumacher and Villeneuve never shared the podium? Yes. Off the top of my head.
Right?
I'm just going to double check.
Fact.
I'm going to double check. I seem to recall that is a fact. Oh, of course he's bottom of the thing, isn't he? Because he can't be top, can he? Even though he was top driver of the year.
Yeah. Have a quick scan.
Just double checking. We are checking. We are checking. Yes, it is. They never shared the podium.
That's interesting. That's a real the Fifth Element type fact, isn't it?
It's a great fact.
So I guess that means that the kind of track to track it swung between Williams and Ferrari is who it suited, I guess.
Yeah, and Villeneuve was just generally awful. No, I'm joking. I mean, he retired in Australia with that accident. Are you ready for some recall here? This will be great if I can remember these. With, I think it was Herbert and Eddie Irvine at turn 1, where Eddie Irvine went into Johnny Herbert and then took out Jacques Villeneuve. Brazil, he won. Argentina, he won. San Marino, I don't recall why he retired there, possibly mechanical. Monaco, Williams just had an absolute cock up with the tyres. Michael Schumacher, right before the race start, warm-up, decided to change to a wet car, and they stayed with their dry car and their dry tyres and just went backwards and kept ending up in the wall. Spain shredded the Goodyear tyres, I know that one. Canada, he stuck it in the wall at the final corner. France, he was in. So retirement from Hockenheim, can't remember what that was. And he was disqualified from Japan. But it was a case of sort of Schumacher would win, sort of won Japan, Villeneuve disqualified. Schumacher won Spa, Villeneuve 5th. Schumacher won France, Villeneuve 4th. Canada, Schumacher. It was that kind of thing. So it wasn't necessarily a swing. It was just they capitalised on each other's bad weekends, I guess. And that's just how it all rolled through the season, which was... it was a bonkers year, actually, thinking back. Great year to watch. So, yeah, there you go. I remember it vividly.
That was just slightly before my time, although I did play F1 World Grand Prix on the N64, which was set in the 97 season. That was a good, and it had that game had scenarios in it as well. So I got to live some of the scenarios of 97. So I know a little bit about 97. And the thing you're talking about with Monaco, with Williams starting on the dry setup, you had to be Heinz-Harald Frentzen and survive for a couple of laps on your stupid dry setup while it was raining.
That was when you used to have you had the options to turn on in a full season, like 97 season events, didn't you? So the same retirements happened. You could actually just replay the season. It
was a cool game. Oh, there was another scenario as well where you were racing as Michael Schumacher and you were first, but you had to slow down so you could allow your brother to finish in the points or something in Germany or something. That was fun.
I remember I've definitely mentioned this before, but I remember one of the N64 F1 games, because I love my N64. They made a big deal about the fact that you got action replays, and I can remember the advert being two guys, obviously, because it was the 90s, only men watched motorsport. Two guys on the sofa playing this game, and just something out there like, let's see that again. I remember that advert so stupidly vividly. That was when in FIFA driver team transfers became a thing, and you could watch action replays on your F1 game. That was peak technology. That was. Nowadays, you just expect them. Yeah, it's gone too far. Also, just as an update to let you know how exciting today's been, there's been no update whatsoever from race control since 12:52, which gives you some idea, unless my feed is wrong, about how entertaining today's been. Again. If you know your F1 games, you will know about the greatest F1 game called Jeff Crammond's Grand Prix 4.
Yes, I love Jeff Crammond's Grand Prix 4 and Grand Prix 3. Those were great games and highly moddable. So I think Grand Prix 4 was the 2001 season, but obviously as the years went on, you could just update it and just turn all the cars into 2002, 2003. That was good fun, and that had some pretty solid graphics for the time. Do you remember sort of the early 2000s when, like, you know, this sort of PlayStation 2 era and all that, and every time a game came out, you'd think that looks like real. You look back now and you're like, no, it doesn't. But it was at the time, it was like, wow, it's like I'm watching TV.
Jonty says, and on PlayStation we had F1 97 with Walker and Brundle just yelling random names at completely random moments. Irvine! You're right there, Murray. That's constantly. You're right there, Murray. I was going to say about modding as well on F1 games. Grand Prix Manager 2. The modding community around that is still insanely good. Great game. F1 Manager's dead, isn't it? They're not making it anymore. They've killed the franchise. Yeah.
It's a shame.
It is. I kind of agree with the point a lot of people made. It is a niche within a niche. Grand Prix Manager, for sure. Or F1 Manager. It is a niche within a niche. So that's got to be tough to sell. But I didn't get to play a lot of the latest one. But I know they just released a big update for it that means you can change calendars and things like that. So something I feel like should have been in the game anyway. But there you go.
I had the first one. You and I went to do a little preview of that, didn't we? Down at Frontier.
Our noises are in the game, if you recall.
That is right. We did a lot,
which was a lot of fun. We were there with Aldas, Alex Gillen, and who?
I said there were quite a lot of us there.
Yeah, I try to think of the word. There was somebody else.
I can't remember. I can barely remember you. And
Where
you're right
here. Someone's asked what the comparison is between Leclerc and Norris on fastest long runs. I'm trying to work it out, but it's something that is awkward enough in season, but in testing it's even more complicated. So I'm just trying to work it out for you. 33.7, 39, that's rubbish, that's no use.
Yeah, good luck.
33.8, 33.4, 33.5, 33.7, 32.7, sorry. On pace and pace alone, which I guess is what you need really when you're asking for race pace. They weren't asking for their shoe size. Second time I mentioned shoes today. I'm obsessed with shoes. Norris, by the look of it. Trouble is testing. I could say it's a Norris by a margin. He's in the 32s consistently. Leclerc's in the 33s and 4s, but we don't know anything about what they're doing. So I won't say comfortably. I will say Norris quicker on the long runs that they've both done Leclerc, out of the two of them. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend that's relevant to anything. But hopefully that answers the question at least. But yeah. Aldas is such a good bloke. I've messaged him with F1 queries many times over the years, and he's always replied. He is a great guy. He's a lovely lad. We've went to Autosport a couple of times with him. Had him on streams before. He's a nice guy. There's nothing wrong with Aldas at all. I was supposed to for ages actually, but we've got a good community, I think, in the F1 YouTube space, apart from one or two who are just weird. I'll say no more than that. Yeah,
there's some good people. Yeah, and
there is.
I sometimes I think you can judge a content creator in any space by the character of their chat. You know, I think you've got a great community in your chat and in your comments, and I think that speaks to your channel. I think when there's a very toxic chat going on in other people. I'm not pulling at anyone in particular, or even F1 people, but like if a toxic chat's allowed to run rampant, I think that speaks badly of whoever's channel that is. I think if that makes, and I think this is a very nice community, and I think people here are very, for the most part, very respectful. Sometimes you get people coming in who have a lot to say and are quite angry, but I think that happens everywhere. But I think in general, you've fostered a good space where people are, sharp and happy and respectful of each other. I say that
crackers.
Your modders could be like, that's completely insane. I'm banning people left, right, and centre constantly. It's an absolute circus in here.
Antonelli just locking up at turn 10, shocking, and goes wide. Carries on though. Yeah, I think the thing I've always said, we'll never all agree, but what a boring world it would be if we did. And I love the conversation debate. We've had plenty of these last 2 days where people have said things that I completely disagree with, and that you do, and that we've said things that they disagree with. No problem having those conversations. Happy to debate, happy to disagree. All I ask is that you're respectful with it. And I don't mean like be, Sir Sean, please answer my question. I just mean don't be like, oi, dickhead. That's all I ask, is just don't be horrible to people. No need to be toxic. You can ask your question. We can have heated debates. Del will tell you, if Del's in chat, we've had plenty of heated debates over the last year or so, Del. And he's still here. I will never block somebody for that, but I know there'll be some people now who might be going, oh, you blocked me, I can't comment. But I will also point out, once upon a time, this channel had mods who were like ludicrously and unnecessarily heavy-handed. If you put football scores in chat, you'd be blocked. If you use caps, you'd be blocked. If you farted in the wrong direction, you'd be blocked. And there's loads, and I can't go through and unblock everybody because there are some genuine a-holes in there. But Maybe a block amnesty at some point, and we'll see what happens. But it won't be during these streams because you don't want that tomorrow, because then it will get toxic. Because I'll be grumpy. But yes, great community. Love people here. Yeah, and John said if you really want to call him a dickhead, just message me and I'll do it for you. There you go. He does it anyway. So we are into the final 10 minutes. Let's watch the track for these last 10 minutes. We've not watched it for the rest of the day, so we might as well watch it now. It's only had 8 hours. But yeah.
Definitely new graphics for the numbers as I'm watching the Sainz pit lane start. They've added some sort of octagonal font this year but I mean the whole graphics package has been given a nice little clean refresh. It looks quite nice and neat. I'm a fan. I still think the timing tower could be a little bit more translucent, but that's just me being pernickety.
C4, by the way, for Hadjar for his fastest time, not the C3. That's just popped up on screen now, just to let you know.
Great.
I remember the days. I am watching, so I'm sticking to my word. I am watching. Thank you very much, by the way, to KL74 for your super chat. Said, had to turn off the main feed. I get the hype, but as a Leclerc fan, I am sick of hearing about Hamilton. I've been enjoying the stream, though. Cheers, lads. Thank you very much, KL74. Appreciate your support, and thanks for the super chat. Great to have you with us and everyone's company, but thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that massively. I was just going to say, actually, KL74, on TV graphics, I still remember the days of when we went through that awkward phase of moving to widescreen.
Yeah.
And everything was kind of in the middle. It just made no sense.
It had to still fit within a normal screen ratio because not everyone had a widescreen at home. Yeah, that was a tough time for us all. I'm actually interested. I imagine that some people who are in chat right now have watched some of the main feed and have listened to some of the commentary. So what's it like over there? Is there a lot of Hamilton talk? I saw someone earlier complaining about Crofty wouldn't stop talking about food instead of talking about what was on track. We would never deviate from the on-track action over here.
Never.
This is pure commentary, 9 hours a day. But yeah, I'm interested in how it's going over there. If it's some classic British focused entertainment, despite it being the world feed.
Yeah, we wouldn't do that to you. You know, we wouldn't tell you that Eddie Irvine once raced under an Irish flag because of a mistake by the FIA. We would never go on that kind of rabbit hole. Terrible. Karoom was just saying that Norris's race pace is completely eclipsing Leclerc, says KL74. Yeah, again, that's what I'm saying. It's substantially better, but I just cannot. And I've done these testing streams now for at least 6 years. I cannot sit here and, in good conscience, sit here and go to you, Lando Norris is substantially quicker than Charles Leclerc on race pace when it's testing. On a Friday, we can do that because practice has some relevance. This isn't relevant to anything. So I'm sure Karun Chadnock's crunched the numbers and I'll take his word for it, take his word on that. But there's no way, for example, that Lando Norris on lap 61, his time that is 5 seconds quicker than Leclerc is anything relevant at all. So I just don't buy into that. I think pundits, journalists to an extent, read way too much into the time sometimes, but I also understand they need to keep people hyped and they need to get eyes on sights. I just don't buy into it. I never have. I used to fall for it. So I have before, but never have recently. But since starting this stream, but I used to fall for it all the time. Like I say, Mercedes, oh, they're in trouble. Look at the race pace of the Ferrari. Oh, Red Bull are in it this year. And then Lewis Hamilton disappears with the title. It's just no point. We can read into some things. Like, clearly, that Williams is looking better than maybe we expected because there was talk about it being quite a basic car. So that's clearly looking better because Sykes was strong yesterday. He's strong again today. You can easily see that the McLaren is still quick on race pace, probably the quickest. But I'm not going to sit here and start saying there's a big substantial difference between Ferrari and McLaren when all we have to back that up is cars driving on different programs. Even the long run pace, unless I'm wrong, Stuart, will be different team to team or long run program. Not everything's going to be put on the hards, fuel it up and go and do 15 laps. There might be put on the hards, fuel it up and then pit 3 times. It's so difficult. Like Nicola says, Nicholas says, it's just testing. It's just testing.
I think sometimes we end up being a bit of the anti-hype machine, whereas, on official channels and on Sky and stuff, they're going to be like, this is, oh my goodness, Sainz is on top. Williams are going to be championship winners again and that kind of thing. And this is what we can look forward to next year. I think we are constantly tempering ourselves with this is just testing. Well, we can't read too much into this. I mean, it looks good if, for example, Hamilton has had a decent run this morning compared to yesterday, but we don't know. And yeah, I think you did a good job at reading Norris's long run times and stuff like that. But yeah, I think we temper things a lot because we know we don't want to get too out of hand as DRS just gets disabled for some reason.
Yeah, it's the virtual safety car test. So we're going to go through all this again now. VSC, safety car, red flag, standing start, aborted start, red flag. All of that stuff. So that is pretty much it then for day 2, realistically. But yeah, no, we are a little bit anti-hype, and we don't do it to bring people down. We just try to be realistic with it, and just we know we've been here before, and it's just impossible to read. And there are things, like, for example, a good way of looking at it is who's doing lots of laps. If you're doing lots of laps, your car's reliable. So that's one thing you can take from it. If you do lots of laps, as we do go red as expected, if you do lots of laps and it's on one set of tyres and your lap times stay consistently around the same window, maybe you're good on tyre life or on tyre wear. You can look at, like yesterday, Lewis Hamilton, sorry to mention him to KL 74, but Lewis Hamilton, for example, really all over the place in that Ferrari at times. Today, much calmer in the car. So he's got on top of those. So you can read into those sorts of things when you're on board and which car looks good in that way. But I think particularly comparing team to team is bonkers. I tell you what, if we get to Australia and Sainz is on pole with 2 Ferraris and 2 Mercedes behind him with Lance Stroll 6th, I will eat my words. It's just
but we know we'll have a hell of a season ahead, won't we? I mean, my goodness me. Having said that, if Williams turn up in Australia and score decent points straight away, like if both of them were in the top 10, like, somewhere in the, 5th to 10th, I'd imagine, I wouldn't be surprised.
No.
Like, I think seeing this testing, I'm like, okay, it feels like Williams are more confident. They may be running a bit lighter than other people, or they may be doing something a bit different, but actually they seem like they got their shit together a little bit. And I've got to the point now where if Williams turn up and actually do pretty well, I'm not going to be surprised. If they're solid high midfield, I'm not going to be like, oh my goodness, where did that come from? So I'm reading a little bit into testing. It's giving me a little bit of flavour for what might happen. But again, if Williams turn up and they're sort of 8th or 9th best team, I'm going to be like, okay, that's, fine.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's hard to say Williams don't look good from what we've seen so far, but that's not because Sainz is top of the timesheets. That's because of, the 127 laps he's done, the consistent pace, the fact he was 5th yesterday. So, but yeah, I think Williams are in good shape. And people sort of saying the car looks a bit basic. Sometimes Sometimes the simple things work, which is what my mum said when I got my first job. Sometimes the simple things work. Track is clear apparently, so we're going to go green in a moment, and it's going to be just a reminder, they'll now go round to the grid, line up, we'll get an aborted start, they'll go back round again, they'll do a start, and then they'll throw the red flag. So that's where we go. Formation lap will start at 1900 local time. It is quite funny watching them test all the race control messages. I know they have to, but it's quite funny. Gets you hyped. What we need now is race start suspended or aborted or delayed next weather check in 15 minutes for the next 3 hours. And it'll feel like Brazil last year all over again. It'll be great stuff. Thank you, Stu, for your commentary, and Sean for being a great host. I'm looking forward to the season and to tomorrow's stream at 1 a.m, says Michael. Thank you very much, Michael. A says, meanwhile, Charles can get his head down and build on the progression he's made at the team in the last 5 years, talking about, I think that's a lot larger conversation, but I'll get you a read anyway, why not? Mick says, wise Trevor said last year, yes, it's positive that we made a lot of laps and that the car is reliable, but we're not testing for Le Mans 24 hours. Yeah, but it's the best metric in testing when you're trying to read into who's having a good day. If someone does 5 laps and they've been pretty dreadful and unreliable, then they're having a bad day. But no, just best thing to do, sit back, listen to us talk nonsense. We'll tell you when something important or dramatic happens, and we'll just not get too hyped about Carlos Sainz pole position in Australia.
Yeah,
it'd be nice.
Absolutely monstrous amount of laps from Hadjar this afternoon. I'm just going to say, while I'm looking at the laps, nearly did 100 laps all by himself.
Yeah, Sainz has done all day.
So, Racing Bulls. No, I was going to say Racing Bulls have done the most amount of laps today, but no, Mercedes have 158 laps for Mercedes. They both had a lovely long session. But overall, Williams have done the most laps. No, I can't add up. Haas, of course. Haas 295, Racing Bulls 294, Ferrari 269 as your top 3 in terms of total laps over these 2 days.
Haas really have just been out there getting on with it, haven't they? We've barely seen anything of them, really. Mr. Laughinggrass says, Sean, this is the first time I've seen you. In my mind, your voice was that of a 19-year-old. Not saying you look old. Thank you. And to be fair, yesterday would have been the first time most people saw me. So there we go. Yes, I'm not a young man, but I wouldn't say I'm an old man. Mark, head of publishing at Planet Sport, when I went to Leeds, called me middle-aged man. So I was hoping to make it beyond 76, but we'll go middle-aged if he wants.
I did misspeak earlier. Mercedes, sorry, have the highest laps. They have 306. In the corner of my eye, I thought it was 206, which is why I didn't count them. So yeah, they have actually managed to have slightly higher, but that's mainly due to the fact that Russell managed to get 71 laps in this morning, despite the disruption, whereas Behrman, who was this morning?
In the Alpine.
In the Alpine, no,
Behrman
sorry.
was this afternoon. Ocon was this morning.
In the Haas.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. So yeah, they both Mercedes drivers got an inordinate amount of laps in today, so they just managed to eclipse Haas's count. But it's very close. I can imagine Haas continuing to troll around tomorrow, sticking the laps in.
Dan Jones says, I work with you and this is my first time seeing you. That must be my graphic my graphic designer, Dan Jones. Not anything. It's not the whole group. It's just mine. It's all mine. Thank you, Dan. Good to see you, mate. Sorry that I'm such a pain sometimes with the. Can you move that 1 millimeter up, please? The unnecessary feedback.
I will say, Dan, Sean has spoken to me and he said, I've asked for things in the time and you've just come back and gone, yep, here you go. So you sound great. I've only heard praise. All
praise. Jonathan's here as well. I've done nothing but slag him off. No. Good to see you as well, Jonathan. It's we're at the end, so I suppose have we had the rolling start? Have I missed the rolling start? We're going round, aren't we? For the fake lights out. So technically we're green. But we're not really green because we're going to come round now. Line up on the grid with Isaac Hadjar, with Nicholas Latifi's number 6 of all the drivers. I know Rosberg won the championship with number 6. I know. He's got Leclerc lining up with him, doing some burnouts. Then it's Lawson, Norris, and Antonelli, followed by Lance Stroll, covered in all sorts of flovis, like he's had some fun out there somewhere. Probably parked in a gravel trap. I'm never letting that go. I'm sorry, Lance. I will never let it go. I just can't get over it. That whole race reaction stream, I just could not let that go. It's like, what are you doing? But then I also appreciate that looking out the top of an F1 cockpit isn't always easy, and these massive wheels that they move to and make such a fuss about that we're now moving away from. Are a pain. What happened?
Nonetheless,
I thought we were doing lights and tests and.
Oh yeah, no, I guess not.
Because they've just gone, and I mean Lawson wasn't even in his pit box, so that's a penalty.
So I guess that's it.
Yeah, that is it for day 2 of testing. Let's have a fly through the times then, unless we get a proper start, and then I'll come back to it. Jonty says that's not flow vis on Stroll's car, it's a high vis warning to other road users. There you go. Jonty, you're horrible. Carlos Sainz ends the second day of testing on top of the timesheets with a 1:29.348. He's done 127 laps today, which is incredible for a whole day. But wait till we get to Hadjar, as Stuart said, that's even more impressive for an afternoon session. His fastest time was set on the C3, and also on top of that, we were only 2 tenths away from last year's pole position time, and we are already with that. What was it? 6 tenths quicker, sorry. No, 7 tenths quicker nearly than last year's fastest time on day 2 and last year's fastest time overall. So great stuff there. Lewis Hamilton was second in the end, much more comfortable in that Ferrari than he was yesterday. 1:29.379 C3 tyres for him and 45 laps in the morning session. Charles Leclerc ended the day in third place, 1:29.431, 83 laps in total. C3 tyre for his fastest time, and according to Karun Chandok, he's getting absolutely battered by Lando Norris in race pace, if you can read anything into that in testing, but there we go. George Russell, 4th place for him, 71 laps and a 1:29.778 on the C3. Kimi Antonelli, he finished in 5th place. He did a 1:39.784 on the C3 as well. He did 87 laps. Stroll did 57 laps at 1:30.229. That was also on the C3. Liam Lawson ended the day 7th, actually. He was a bit lower down than that earlier in the session. So 7th place for him in the end, 1:30.252 on the C3. Did a 91 laps. I think I've already said that, but I'll say it again. 80 for Doohan, 1:30.368. 80 laps for him. And yes, it was 80, and that was a C3. Gasly 1:30.4, 40 laps and a 1:30.4 was done on the C3 tyres. 10th for Hadjar, he was on the C4 tyres when he did his lap of a 1:30.675, 94 laps. That's what I was getting at earlier. 94 laps for half a day compared to Sainz's 127 full day is really good from Isaac Hadjar there. So lots of long running pace going on there. 11th for Alonso, 30.7. 45 laps and his fastest time was on the C3. C3 for Yuki Tsunoda, 1:30.793, 46 laps. 1:30.8 for Piastri. He was on the C3 as well and ended up in 44 laps, sorry. 77 laps for Norris. 30.8 on the C3. I believe. Yes, it was. C3 for Bortoletto, 1:31.057, 80 laps. Hulkenberg also on the C3, 1:31.457, 56 laps, 69 laps. Nice. For Esteban Ocon, 1:33.071, such a child. C3. Ollie Behrman, 1:34.372, 66 laps. That was on the C3 as well. Purple sectors. Fastest sector 1 went to Carlos Sainz. Fastest sector 2 to Lando Norris. Fastest sector 3 to Carlos Sainz as well, actually. And best in the speed trap today in the end was Lando Norris with 322 kilometers per hour. So those are your testing times and your bits and bobs from day 2. If you think of any questions overnight, get jotting them down ready for tomorrow, because we're going to need all your help tomorrow for sure. I realised yesterday I signed off and didn't say bye to Stuart first, so I'll say thank you very much again, Stuart. I just like to get out of here. I just want to go. But yeah, thank you very much, Stuart. Thank you so much for yesterday and for today as well. I know it's a lot listening to me and dealing with these lot in chat. But they're a good lot, really. But I appreciate the company. It's been great to chat to you, and I'm sure we'll do a few more streams. Maybe not the full 10 hours in season, but I'm sure we'll do a few more in season.
Been a long couple of days, but it's been good fun, and I hope tomorrow goes well for you with your the people who can't hack full days. I'm sure they're fine.
Oh, shots
Sprinters,
fired.
not marathon runners. Yeah, and thanks to chat. You've been great today. It's been great reading your questions and sort of interacting with you, and you've kept us going for another day.
Somehow. Yes, thank you very much, everyone in chat. Please do drop a like, by the way. 700 away. 7 away from 500. The maths ain't mathing. Please do drop a like. We're nearly there. That'd be amazing. Please do subscribe as well if you are new. It's been a pleasure having you with us today. It's It'd be great to have you for the full season as well. Lots of watch-alongs to come. Thank you as always to planetf1.com. They own the channel, but they also power it. So there you go. Thank you as well to Seat Unique for your support this week on the Test History, sponsoring them. We'll talk more about them tomorrow. Appreciate their support. They were very happy apparently with yesterday. So we'll give them some love tomorrow as well. And thank you for your support as always. I'm just going to go. I'm going to sit here saying thank you to everyone. Thanks to my mum, to my dad. It's been great to have you. Or you had me. But Anyway, but as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Sean. This has been the F1 Word. And until next time, goodbye.